A spiritual root test that made the whole village ecstatic. But I cried in despair, because out of the 16 children in the village, 15 had the appearance of a great emperor, while I was the only one with the appearance of a farmer. Not only did I have to stay in the village to cultivate all the fields, but I also had to take care of the elderly and handle the affairs of 50 elders in the village. The more I thought about it, the more desperate I became. I directly hugged the fairy's thigh, begging her to take me along as well. However, it was already a done deal. No matter how much I cried and threw a tantrum, the fairy only took away the 15 children. Fortunately, the fairy left me with hope by giving me a cultivation technique. As soon as I got the technique, I immediately went back to my room to read it. But when I saw the words inside, I spat out a mouthful of blood directly because the words on the technique were not Chinese characters, and I didn't recognize any of them. But this does not stump me, because words evolve from shapes. There are always some similarities, and this technique has 10 pages in total. It is rumored that cultivating immortality goes through 10 realms from Qi cultivation, foundation building to great emperor. This must mean that each page represents a realm. Otherwise, how could it be so coincidental? Moreover, there are many diagrams on the technique, which must be for the convenience of illiterates to learn. It's just that the postures of these figures, why are some of them strange? But I didn't think much about it and started practicing directly. Soon, after 2.5 hours, I felt a slight pain in my lower abdomen, and I was overjoyed, realizing that I had succeeded in my practice. And at this time, Mrs. Sun brought me 2 steamed buns. She saw that I was still focused on studying the martial arts techniques, but I had the book upside down without realizing it. She thought I was feeling down, so she reminded me to remember to eat before leaving. Shortly after Mrs. Sun left, I stood up and took a few bites of the steamed buns. However, I soon frowned because there were 2 bloodstains on the steamed buns, and my gums were bleeding. I was puzzled, but cultivation was more important, so I continued to practice. It wasn't until another 2.5 hours later that I finally realized something was wrong, because not only were my gums bleeding, but every inch of my skin was bleeding. Yet, I was overjoyed at the sight, thinking that I had reached the stage of cleansing the tendons and marrow, and that what was being expelled must be impurities from my body. After that, I took a bath, took out a bronze mirror and glanced at it, and quickly discovered that my eyebrows were surrounded by dark clouds, and I could vaguely see the shape of a flame. Is this the 3 flowers gathering on top? It is indeed a cultivation technique. I just started and already reached the peak of martial arts. Later, as I walked out of the house, I felt refreshed, but things seemed a bit blurry. At that moment, I saw Aunt Wang dragging a wooden plow, so I greeted her. Aunt Wang, are you going to work in the fields? The old man at the door, holding a cow, looked at me and said, I am your uncle. I squinted at his words, then pointed ahead and asked, what about that one? The old man felt that I was not taking the news well, so he shook his head and said, that one is your cow uncle. Upon hearing this, I shook my head and suddenly felt itchy, as if my brain was about to grow. At this time, inside the Feixian Holy Land, Li Lanqing has already brought the genius from Shangba village back to the sect. She solemnly distributed the Qi refining stage technique to everyone, and this technique is the same one she gave me. 10 pages correspond to the 10 realms of the Qi refining stage, which are practicing the skin, practicing the blood, and then refining the spirit. Time flies, and now it's the 3rd year since I obtained the martial arts technique. I have already practiced the first page of the technique thoroughly, even correcting the mistakes made by the old immortal in writing, and adding Chinese character annotations. The illustration of the practitioner in the technique has also been annotated by me, making it more vivid and lifelike. After practicing for the morning, I got up and walked towards the mountain path, because at this point I should go to Aunt Sun's house to plow the fields. Although I am not running now, my speed is as fast as lightning. In no time, I arrived in the field, directly punched the cow to death, and plowed 10 acres of land by myself. At this time, Aunt Kong advised with concern, do you want to take a break? I didn't care, as I am already a cultivator in the Qi refining stage. Do I need to rest after plowing the land? At this point, I remembered my companions who were taken away by immortals. Even though I have no spiritual roots, I have reached the Qi refining stage myself. They should have already formed their cores. Thinking of this, I got up and started practicing boxing, which I discovered as a complementary martial art in the cultivation technique. But before I could finish a set of punches, Aunt Zhao shouted at the top of her lungs, saying that a teacher had come to the village and the village chief wanted me to go back and entertain him. Upon hearing this, I dared not delay and immediately rushed back to the village, as there were few people in the surrounding area who could read, let alone teach and educate others. Before long, I arrived at the village chief's house. At this time, Bai Tao looked me up and down, nodded in satisfaction, and said, I heard the village chief say that you are diligent and eager to learn. Now that I am passing by here, I can give you some guidance. I was overjoyed when I heard this, so I immediately dipped my hand in some tea water and wrote down the 7 characters on the cover of the martial arts manual, asking, "I wonder how to pronounce these characters." Bai Tao looked down and said, "These 5 characters are from the mysterious heaven chi refining technique." Upon hearing this, I was stunned. Aren't these 7 characters? Isn't it the great Tao infinite toppling monument hand? After that, I returned to the earth house in a daze, not realizing that I had practiced the wrong technique for 3 years. Mysterious heaven chi cultivation method emphasizes absorbing the essence of heaven and earth, while my understanding of great Tao infinite toppling tablet hand focuses on horizontal training, which is completely different. It seems that I have to take the book and go find the teacher for advice again. But at this moment, I was stunned once again because the cultivation method that was previously placed on the table had disappeared without a trace. At this time, in the neighboring village of Shijayatan, Shirlong and Shirhu rushed back home. They took out the stolen martial arts techniques and smiled at each other. Then Shirhu took out another ancient book, which was the dictionary of this world. Afterwards, the two translated the name of the martial arts technique, mysterious gate swallowing technique. Then they looked at the figure of the little person on the martial arts technique with confusion. Why does this figure look somewhat like women's skills? But they only thought it was the subtlety of cultivating immortality techniques. After roughly understanding the cultivation method, they directly started practicing according to the figures of the little people in the diagram. At this time in the earth house, although the mysterious heaven breathing technique was stolen, I am not upset, because in the past 3 years, I have flipped through this technique thousands of times, and I remember 80% of its contents. As for the remaining 20%, knowing the content before and after and guessing the middle part, it can be said to be as easy as turning over one's hand. After that, I spent a day and finally restored the technique. Although there were slight differences from the original text, but it should not be a big problem. The technique originally given by the fairy can be called the Mysterious Heaven Breathing Technique, version 1.0. What he has misinterpreted and practiced is version 2.0. As for the original loss of the Gongfu now, the modified content after the mimeograph, Hua Luyun called it version 3.0. I was already cultivating version 3.0 when the people of the Flying Immortal Holy Land were still cultivating version 1.0. How can they compare to me? Moreover, this time, the writing of feats he used was not the script of this world, but the Chinese characters of the previous world, so it can be said that whoever came here could not read it. It's also time for the people of this world to get a taste of what it's like to be illiterate. Putting down the branch and running his gong method, he immediately felt the bottleneck in his body loosen. In less than half an hour the chi cyclone and the dantian exploded with the blood flowing throughout the body, and at this moment one could even feel every cell in the inner body leaping. I'm making a breakthrough? The powerful sense of strength gave Hua Luyun a feeling of being invincible in the world, and he immediately got up and blasted his fist towards the gate. The wind of the fist sent up a cloud of smoke. February 18, 2025, curling and shattering the furniture in the room. With a loud boom, the wooden door suddenly exploded into pieces. Strong, too strong. This door, forget it, it doesn't matter. Being the only child of Shangba village, would he care about the wooden door of a broken earth house? After the breakthrough, Hua Luyun once again checked the gongfu on the wall and realized that there were no more reference points in the book. The gong method is written with the cultivation of the dantian cyclone will get bigger and bigger, and finally cast the Taoist foundation. With the Taoist foundation as the space to condense the core is the Jindan, but my chi spin is gone, and I didn't find any Dioji. This gongfa is not written wrong. This night, Hua Luyun lost sleep. He felt that the other party, a hallowed immortal of the Flying Immortal Holy Land, would not be so bad as to cheat himself with this fake gongfu, but how can he say that this is not the same as the gongfu after cultivation? Early the next morning, although he hadn't slept all night, Hua Luyun was still in high spirits. Thinking about it, one possibility finally came to mind. It was rumored that all cultivation should be accompanied by pills and supplemented with heavenly materials and treasures, and it was most likely that the lack of pills had led to the dispersal of one's chi cyclone. When I think of it, I will do it, and I will find a hoe in the yard. And I will go up to the mountain today to dig up heavenly treasures to make pills. Along the way the villagers greeted each other warmly. Lu Yun, is this another trip to hoe the fields for Widow Li's family? I'll be damned. Widow Li's land was finished hoeing 2 days ago by the second master. Lu Yun should have gone to dig a ditch for Sun Ernyan's family. Mr. I landed in Shangba village in the past 2 days, and when he saw Hua Luyun from afar, he performed a hand salute. But Hua Luyun did notice that the other party's eyes kept glancing in the direction of Aunt Zhao's house. This guy doesn't have a fetish. Hua Luyun thought so in his heart, but he returned the other party's salute. Although Auntie Zhao was a beauty when she was young, but now she's over 40, plus rural women face the soil all day long, and has long been dark and dull. It should be their own overthinking. Shangba village is built on the mountainside, The foot of the mountain is sparse fields. Out of the village to walk a mile or two is a steep saddle hill. To dig the heavenly treasures is certainly to go farther. Based on the experience of his last life, Hua Luyun knew that the deeper the mountains and old forests, the more off the beaten path the more heavenly treasures there would be, and if there was one or two strange ferocious beasts guarding next to them it would be even more stable. Over the saddle hill, looking at the endless deep forests ahead, it was as if he saw countless precious medicinal herbs beckoning to him. Once again, he passed through this woodland and felt like he was about to reach his destination when Hua Luyun was dumbfounded. Ahead is a small village. Shijiatan. It shouldn't be. Shijiatan doesn't go this way. They were all neighboring villages, and naturally he had been to Shijiatan, remembering that it was first down a hill, then across a river, then over a hill, then across a river, and then over a dirt road. How could it be in this position? Despite no longer believing it, the facts were in front of them. Hua Luyun could only give up the struggle. Just as he was about to turn around and leave, a strong stench did waft through the air, which caused his raised footsteps to come to a halt. This smell he had smelled on a dead dog in his previous life. It was the smell of a corpse. Whispering softly over the cluttered vegetable fields outside the village, he finally got a glimpse of the village, only to see that the not-so-large village was strewn with corpses. The whole village was unusually quiet and seemed to be devoid of living people. Holy shit, I'm scared shitless. Hua Luyun pulled his legs out and ran, both his legs inverted into phantoms. How had he ever seen this kind of scene in his 2 lifetimes? He only felt his little heart beating hard in his chest. The trees he passed along the way were knocked sideways as he ran out 30 miles before he stopped to catch his breath. It's not tired. It's scared. After only 30 seconds of rest he once again lifted his pants leg and ran wildly, this time running back to the house in one breath, pulling the yard door shut and then starting to shiver as soon as the quilt was thrown over him. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Scared the hell out of me. Village entrance. Bai Tao carried a pair of hands on his back, his eyes staring unblinkingly at Aunt Zhao's hut, his eyes full of hope, while he was having a cozy look on his face. The green shirt on his body was suddenly swept up by a gust of wind, and he saw a figure swept past like lightning. His mouth fell open in dismay. The one who went over just now was Flower Luyun? So fast. As a Confucian practitioner, this kind of speed is not something he has not seen, but that is the speed of the Foundation Stage Imperial Sword. Running on the ground can be so fast he is the first time to see. See a ghost? No. Ghosts he'd seen before, but ghosts certainly weren't this fast. After a slight hesitation he still walked towards the Hua Luyun family hut and pushed the courtyard door, which seemed to be resisted by something from the inside. Around the courtyard gate to the side, the mud courtyard wall was only a meter or so high, and it was clear to see into the courtyard. The yard was small and clean inside, with a stone mill set up at the edge of the yard and a few dead orchid plants planted next to it. The earth hut in the back was very simple, not even a big door. Through the doorframe could see a figure shivering on the old wooden bed in the house. After a moment of contemplation, Shirato braced himself against the fence with one hand, rolled over, and jumped into the yard, hiding under the covers. Hua Luyun had just calmed down somewhat when he heard footsteps coming from within the small courtyard. The footsteps were slow and light, not hurried but as if each step was on his heartbeat. This scared him even more inside. It just felt like I was already in a desperate situation. The voice quickly came to the bedside, and Flower Luyun curled up under the covers and shrank towards the wall. His fingers gently clasped his brow, his head still itching. Chapter 4 Confucianism's Vast and Positive Spirit Technique. Shirato came to the bed and lifted a corner of the covers to look inside. The ear-piercing screams resounded throughout the small mountain village, directly shaking the eardrums of this Confucian great cultivator. The figure on the bed froze for 2 seconds before making a flying leap to hug his thighs, tears and snot wiping straight onto his green shirt. The voice was even more shaky. Sir, help! Bai Tao sighed as he looked at Hua Luyun who was hugging his thighs in tears. Originally he thought that this guy was a recluse, but it seems that he was overly concerned. Someone's after you? No. What powerful figure have you offended? Doesn't seem to have one either. Hua Luyun wiped a handful of cold sweat from his forehead before he trembled and told what he had seen in Shijiatuan. Bai Tao helplessly glanced at Hua Luyun with some good humor in his eyes. That's it? What are you doing in Shijiatan? Hua Luyun also does not hide. The main fight and honest explanation. The Immortal from the Flying Immortal Holy Land gave me a copy of the Immortal Cultivation Technique, and lately I've been feeling rather sluggish in my cultivation, so I thought I'd go up to the mountains to dig up some spirit herbs. Black lines sprang up on his forehead as Bai Tao's gaze went to the words and images carved into the earthen wall. What is this mess? Not to mention that the text is all wrong. Just look at the illustration of the line of work. Cultivation is bound to go into the fire. Just, having known each other for a while, Confucianism preaches that there is no such thing as teaching. He pulled out a green leather book from his pocket and handed it to Hua Luyun. This is for you. Don't practice recklessly in the future. Hua Luoyun's eyes immediately sparkled when he saw the cultivation technique, and he hurriedly received it with both hands. Haodian longevity technique? Shut up you. This is Confucianism's Weiren Jingqi skill. Practicing it can cultivate Weiren Jingqi. It's endlessly useful. What does the Haoran Zhangqi look like and how is it wonderful? Haoran righteousness is formless and colorless. It is the righteousness of heaven and earth. It nourishes the soul, and it does not invade evils. You'll know about it later, White Tao said, but in his heart, he thought that Flowers Lu Yun will not be able to cultivate the spirit of righteousness. Want to cultivate the spirit of righteousness must have a heart of justice. The heart is not tough, people cannot be initiated in the end. After an explanation he left the door, originally wanting Hua Luyun to take him to Shijiatan to take a look. But Hua Luyun was deathly unwilling to go out. The face full of fear made him quite annoyed. With this kind of mind still wanting to cultivate Haoran Zhangqi, it was simply delusional. Hua Luyun began to study this newly acquired technique after sending Bai Tao away. The main point of the Haoran Zhangqi skill is to do as one pleases. Farming can raise Haoran Zhangqi. Laundry can raise Haoran Zhangqi. And teaching can also raise Haoran Zhangqi. When he said he would do it, after understanding the idea of the gong method, he carried a hoe and plowed the soil in the yard to plant. As for going out, no way. Absolutely no way. In just half a morning Hua Luyun felt a trace of qi appear in his body. Spreading out his palms to run the gong method, a wisp of airflow rose up from the palm of his hand, which was colored like a reddish haze and looked ethereal and divine. Something's not right, sir, said the Haoran Zhangqi is formless and colorless. Hua Luyun furrowed his brows, somewhat unable to figure out why his Haoran qi was red. Retracting his qi flow, this time he began to meditate and read, reciting the Tao Te Ching. Half an hour later it raised another strand of Haoran qi, only this time it was different again. This time it was cyan in color. It's not right. Keep changing. Sword dance in the courtyard. In gold. Sitting still and fuming. White. Sleep with your head covered. Blue. Tossed for several days. Only feel now in their own body colorful. What color of the vast and righteous qi have? Just no formless and colorless. Holy shit. There's a mistake in the kung fu. Hua Luyun turned over the gong method and began to repair and change it. All said that it should not be passed on lightly. Mr. Bai gave himself the gong method must have been simplified. After figuring out the key to it, he started tossing around version 2.0 of the Haoran Zhangqi technique. As long as anything has a catalog, it is much easier to fill in the content. And now the gongfu in his hand is the catalog. And it is not difficult to repair the whole book based on this. It was basically completed in only one day and night, during which he also borrowed the Xian Tian breathing method from the Flying Immortal Holy Land. It can be said to be as good as it gets. In the days of his seclusion, the news of the tragic massacre of Shijiatan has been spread throughout the 10 miles of the townships, and heard that the villagers died in a miserable state, and the blood of the whole body was sucked out, just like a demonic Taoist cultivator. Even this matter also alarmed the Flying Immortal Holy Land of Immortals down the mountain to check. The county even sent out countless experts to search the mountain for 100 miles around, but unfortunately nothing was found. On this day, Hua Luyun was diligently practicing his sword in the small courtyard, and he could feel the golden Haoran Zhangqi in his body gradually growing. This feeling of getting better every day made him want to stop. Outside the courtyard, Shirato greeted him through the wall. Kid, it's been so long since the Shijiatan incident, and you still don't dare to go out? Hua Luyun pushed open the courtyard door and looked around vigilantly, seeing that there were no suspicious characters before pulling Bai Tao into the small courtyard. Mr. Bai, you don't know. I've been having nightmares every day for the past few days. Those villagers died too tragically. Staying in the village for the past few days, Bai Tao also roughly knew where Hua Luyun came from. He was not a native of Shangba village, but was picked up by old man Wang in the Wang Air River at the bottom of the mountain, when Hua Luyun was still a swaddled baby. The only thing that could prove his birth was the name tag he carried around his neck, so Elder Wang didn't rename him again. Other people as orphans eat 100 meals. Hua Luyun is not the same. Old man Wang is a famous old bachelor in the village, so he ate all the milk from the village women to put together the first of 100 milks. After the old man Wang passed away, he was in the village every day to rotate the food, but also fortunate that the village is small but also quite rich, otherwise he will not grow so big. Bai Tao couldn't help but sigh a little. This reputation of being the only seedling of Shangba village really wasn't just for nothing. Lu Yun, a scholar, cultivates righteousness and acts in a calm and decent manner, without fear of evil or power. Hua Luyun held a disciple's salute with both hands in a respectful manner. You're right, sir. Shirato nodded, still listening. Then come with me for a walk. No, we'll just wander around the village and stay out of it. No. In the end, after some persuasion, Hua Luyun still refused to take half a step out of the small courtyard. and Bai Tao could only shake his sleeve and leave. He had been teaching and educating people for dozens of years, and had never seen such a greasy person. And what he regretted the most right now was passing on that Haoren Zhengqi skill to Hua Luyun, which was a pure waste. Walking to the entrance of the village, Bai Tao moved a rocking chair and laid down leisurely, his gaze once again looking in the direction of Aunt Zhao's house. After a long while he shifted his gaze away and looked at the ridge outside the village, where a middle-aged man in silver-white battle armor was walking slowly on the ferry bridge over the ravine. Ha! The news leaked out after all. Bai Tao stopped paying attention after a cold snort. It was inevitable that a small mountain village that had raised 15 supreme celestial pride would be targeted. If it wasn't for the flying immortal Holy Land's strict defense, this small place would have been afraid that it would already be unsettled. The white-robed general walked straight into the village, lifting his leg and kicking a white pottery rocking chair. Hey! How do I get to Hana Liuyun's house? Chapter 5, The 100 Battles to Kill the Gods. Red vastness +1. White vastness +1. White vastness +1. Purple vastness +1. Hiss. This Haoran Zhengqi skill could actually cure headaches. Hua Luyun was happily harvesting all sorts of Haoran Qi when he heard a loud bang and the small courtyard gate was kicked out. He hastily sidestepped and avoided it, only to see a general in white robes standing outside the courtyard. The visitor was tall and unusually sturdy, with a face that revealed a stalwart and murderous aura, giving off a feeling of invincibility at a glance. Your flower Luyun? Chu Tianxiao took a large step into the small courtyard, and without waiting for Hua Luyun to respond, he raised his hand and threw over a gongfu that was stained with dark red blood. This is the 100 battles kill god technique. This martial will give you 3 days. If you can be initiated, you can join my 100 battles kill god army. If you fail to be initiated in 3 days, die. When he finished speaking he instantly turned around and left. The entire time Hua Luyun didn't even have a chance to say a word of refusal. When he reacted and rushed out of the small courtyard, where was the other party on the street? Asterisk 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 is a strong buy. His face was grim as he returned to the small courtyard. He knew that the small village would be targeted, but he didn't think it would be so soon. At that moment, he once again thought of Mr. Bai, who had stayed in the village, and was afraid that the other party was not simply passing by to rest his feet. Or else how could he have been staring at Auntie Zhao's house? Could it be Auntie Zhao is also a great emperor? Power. I need more power. Hua Luyun flipped open the 100 battles kill divine skill. This technique was different from the 2 that he had practiced before. The Xin Tian breathing method was about exhaling. The Haoran Zhengqi skill was about cultivating the body. And this 100 battles kill divine skill was more focused on killing the enemy. The other party dared to hand over the gongfa to himself without fear certainly did something on the gongfa. He had read a novel in his previous life where an old man taught his disciples doctored gong methods and then extracted cultivation from them after they had learned them. Just like raising parasites. There's also a bad guy who spreads the tampered kung fu in a big way, while he can control the minds of these people behind the scenes. What an evil mind. Hua Luyun secretly gritted his teeth. He naturally wouldn't do it for others. Then the only way was to modify the gongfu before cultivating it. This one he was very good at. Maybe too nervous. This time a full 2 days passed is still not cultivated into the door. C is coming to the date of acceptance of his heart more and more urgent. To run away? But what about the people in the village? Looking at the moon hanging high outside the window, Hua Luyun was in a tangle. Growing up in the village of Shangba, the village people have the grace of life to him. If the other side of the escape to take the villagers to take the anger how to do. That's all. Let's do it first. With a hardened heart and clenched teeth, he took out the only wood chopper in the house and felt his way out of the village in the moonlight. In the compartment of the village chief's house, Bai Tao, who had picked a lamp to read at night, put down his book and walked to the window with his hands behind his back. Even though the night was as dark as ink he could still make out the figure carrying the wood chipper. I was the one who looked away before, but there was some blood in my veins. Only, I'm afraid I won't be able to come back. Watching the figure gradually get swallowed up by the trees in the mountains, Bai Tao returned to the table to continue reading. It's better to study. This is the result of not studying well. You can only do reckless things, and you won't get good results in the end. Hua Luyun pulled out his firewood knife after leaving the village. These 2 days I heard that the white-robed general did not leave, but pitched his tent at the top of Saddle Mountain in order to rest. It was thought to guard the hamlet to avoid his escape. Night Mountain Road is not good to walk, but Flower Luyun's speed is really not slow. His figure is like a ghost. Where he passes the dew does not touch the body. Did not send out the slightest movement. Since it was a sneak attack, he definitely couldn't let the other side be alerted. In the mountaintop tent, Chu Tianqua suddenly opened his eyes. The entire mountain is extremely quiet. Even the sound of birds chirping and insects chirping has disappeared. He has been in hundreds of small and large battles in his life, since he is particularly sensitive to the killing atmosphere. Although Hua Luyun did not emit the slightest movement, the almost undisguised killing intent was indeed so clear. Ha, it's a bit interesting. I just wanted to force him, but I didn't expect to force him to be evil. Taking the lance at his side, he secretly lifted a corner of the tent to look outside, and saw Hua Luyun squatting on the ground pouring arsenic into his marching pot. Good boy. You're still playing dirty. After pouring the arsenic, Hua Luyun stretched out his finger and stirred it in the pot twice, finally smacking his finger in his mouth. Good. Colorless and odorless. Now even if you die, the other party won't be able to get away with it. Gulping, he touched towards the army tent with the wood knife, and when he was 10 meters away he lifted the knife and slashed it violently at the army tent, and the light of the meter-long knife flashed away. When the tent exploded, Chu Tianque raised his spear and stabbed Hua Luyun in the throat. Both of them are suddenly shot. Chu Tianque think Flower Luyun just mortal. Flower Luyun do not know that they have long been found by the other side, under mutual fight or almost both to the west. In a panic, Hua Luyun held the firewood knife across his face. Dang! The ear-piercing sound of metal clashing resounded through the mountains, startling countless flying birds. The firewood knife was directly broken into 2 sections by the powerful force impact, but fortunately, he dodged the shot by using the weapon to collide with each other. The Great Dao Wuji Monument wrestling hand. Hua Luyun abandoned his sword and switched his claws to grab at Chu Tianque's throat. The opponent crossed his spear to block, and the first time the two of them exchanged blows, they were fighting for their lives. Chu Tianque kept retreating. The more he fought in his heart, the more alarmed he was. The news he got was that 15 cultivation geniuses had appeared here, and there was only one teenager in the whole village who was unable to cultivate. Originally, he had come with the mindset of trying to see if he could pick up a leak, but he didn't want to be left with this being the real demon. One must know that he was a foundation establishment cultivator, and he was a foundation establishment cultivator who mainly focused on killing. Now it's surprising that he's being pressed by a teenager. That powerful force shocked his arm numb. If not holding a spirit gun, both are empty-handed physical combat words, he may have been defeated. Wait a minute. Fa Luyun, there might be some misunderstanding between us. Hua Luyun continued to perch up, not giving Chu Tianque time to slow down. Every second of the battle of life and death can determine the winner. Once he hesitated, he would probably be crucified on top of this saddle hill the next moment. There's no misunderstanding. Today I'm here to kill you. Seeing Hua Luyun's oil and salt, Chu Tianque took a step into the air and flew towards the mountain. His speed was as fast as lightning, treading the air and flying at the foundation stage. Seeing the other party run away, Hana Luyun froze in place for 3 seconds. It was also only 3 seconds before he pulled his legs out and chased towards Chu Tianque. Except that he couldn't fly and could only run among the mountains and forests. But his speed wasn't slow. The other party's strength is extraordinary, and seems to be quite powerful, and now has been offended, cannot let the tiger return to the mountain. The two chased and fled quickly out of Tianlong County, and further on is the border of Shunan County, during which Chu Tianque stopped several times to see if Hua Luyun had given up. Just every time he did not wait for him to rest for a few moments. The back of that side of that rolling smoke appeared in the line of sight. Damn! What kind of dog shit is this? He had no choice but to once again harness the air to fly. The body of the aura is full of time we're pressed to fight, and now a long flight consumes a huge amount of even more is not arrival. Shangba Village, also known as Shengba Village, on the Changjiang or Yangtze River in Sichuan. The sky is slightly white. Bai Tao pushed the door to look at the top of the saddle hill not far away. Although he already knew the result, he could not help but feel a little lost in his heart. If Hua Luyun had some talent, the general of the mortal dynasty would have spared his life. But he doesn't know a single word and has no spiritual roots in his body. This kind of scrap material striking out at a foundation establishment cultivator, the result could be imagined. Chapter 6, The Great Miles Chase. Bai Tao shook his head and once again came to the entrance of the village, staring habitually at An Zhao's dilapidated earthen house. Nanguiguigua Wang Tianchang. At 9 o'clock in the morning, when the 100 officials were on time for the court meeting, Emperor Zhao Shanhe looked at the group of ministers in the hall and frowned slightly. What's going on? Great General Shenwu is absent from work again. Does he think I don't dare to jerk him off as a great general? Upon hearing His Majesty's question, Chu Tianque's best friend, Admin Dao Shan, hurriedly stood out in the hall. Your Majesty, recently General Chu heard that the Flying Immortal Sanctuary had picked up a treasure in Nashankara, Shunan County. So General Chu went to Shunan County to see if there was anything the other side had missed. Zhao Shanhe heard immediately came to the interest. Shunan County is extremely remote. Heard that the people there do not have enough food, clothing. The court will allocate some money every year for relief. This kind of place is even a treasure? And it's still a treasure that can make Chu Tiangui's heart flutter. Tell me quickly, what is the treasure? Acting Dosen hesitated or answered. Man. A brilliant light flashed in Zhao Shanhe's eyes. Could it be that a great beauty has come out of that mountain? Ha ha ha. No wonder my great General Shenwu went to Shunan without a word. So he moved his mortal heart. Shudoshan laughed twice in embarrassment and didn't make a defense. For the Shunan County in one breath out of 15 absolute heavenly pride thing he naturally dare not say in this court meeting. Who knows this minister will not have enemy spies. A strong practitioner is the foundation of a nation. So under the deliberate concealment of Shudao Mountain, the matter of Divine Marshal General Chu Tianque going to Shunan County to look for a woman instantly spread through the streets. In just one day even children knew about this affair of the great general. It was just that everyone was equally curious as to what kind of woman could have obtained the favor of great General Shenwu, going so far as to travel thousands of miles to Shunan to find someone. Shunan City is not big, but as Shunan County is also quite prosperous. The streets are full of traders, and it looks peaceful and quiet. There are occasional battles in the south, but they are in the north, so the soldiers guarding the city are all dozing off with their guns on the ground in a lazy manner. Just then a red light flew from the sky and fell at the entrance of the city. The soldier panicked and picked up his lance to drink. Who is the visitor? Their voices were loud but clearly lacking in energy, and their bodies kept retreating backward trying to run back to the city. This was a cultivator. A cultivator who could fly in the sky was at least at the foundation stage. Chu Tianxiao straightened his messy hair, and his silver-white battle armor was already covered in some dust. Is your sheriff here? He took out the Killing God army token, and the soldiers, who were quite literate, put down their weapons and bowed. The county governor is in the city. I don't know that Grand Marshal Shenwu is here. I'll go and inform him now. Chu Tianque retrieved the token and indeed did not enter the city. There's a madman back there. You guys help me stop him. 10 breaths. Just 10 breaths. After saying that he once again flew up into a long rainbow heading north. The soldiers at the gates looked at each other in disbelief. What was happening? They didn't believe that anyone would dare to hunt down and kill great General Shenwu within the southern kingdom. Just before they could think about it, a line of smoke rolled over the horizon. And it was only after that smoke was near that they could see that it was actually a man. Like a madman. Only to see Hua Liuyun's head full of long hair in disarray, his linen long coat torn and tattered already shredded beyond recognition, his tongue sticking out, his eyes as scarlet as an evil ghost. To know that this way even Chu Tianque who was flying in the sky looked so lousy, let alone him who was running on the ground. Anyone else faced with such a scenario I'm afraid to give up, but he did not dare to give up. Once the enemy slowed down I'm afraid that the demise of the village is the upper dam. Nearing the city gates he slammed a sharp brake, and a sky of smoke and hurricane wind lashed out at the traders and soldiers at the city gates, toppling the makeshift stores and the terrified crowds. You guys, cough. Only 2 words out of his mouth he was mortaring his knees and coughing violently. After a long time he finally calmed down the hardness in his chest, and immediately ran to the moat and fiercely drank 2 mouthfuls of river water. Have you guys seen anyone fly through here? The soldiers defending the city had raised their hands to point north. Joking aside, this is ironically the person who was after the great General Shenwu to stop them. How can we stop it? Not to mention 10 breaths. Even 1 breath is difficult. We all have old people and young people. The gods fight with mortals can only seek their own death. Flower Luyun found the right direction to build up power under his feet again. And when he started, he brought up a gale, and his speed directly exploded. The 2 chased and fled quickly out of the Shunan County boundaries. The news spread throughout the southern country set off countless wild storms. All said that the Shenwu great general went to the mountains to snatch people's women, and as a result, angered people's husbands. The matter was revealed to be true by the Grand Secretary of the Southern Kingdom, Xu Daoshan. The left Prime Minister published his views on the matter on the same day, and all the behavior of General Shenwu was private, not representing the official position of the southern country. The southern country is huge, spanning nearly 10,000 miles from north to south. Chu Tianque dashed left and right around a lot of detours, enough to rely on perseverance to fly nearly 10,000 miles before escaping to the capital of the country, Wangtian City. Foundation stage spirit power is limited. If it is according to common sense to fly hundreds of miles has long since bottomed out. Visible Chu Tianque how strong the desire to survive. After this incident Sima Shudashan published a paper that shocked the cultivation world of the Southern Kingdom and received high appreciation and comments from countless cultivation giants, on the limits of what a foundation stage cultivator can explode in the face of life and death. Outside of Wangtian City, he watched as Chu Tianque's figure stumbled and rushed into the city. Hua Luyun unwillingly hid into a ditch in a farmland outside of the city. He panted heavily, only feeling his heart bumping badly. For the first time in 2 lifetimes, he had attempted to kill someone, and in the past few days, all he could think about was moving forward. Now I look back and get a chill down my spine. It's too impulsive. It was really impulsive this time. How dare you rush into someone's lair? Isn't this looking for death? At that thought he sank his body slightly into the gutter to avoid being seen by strangers. Calming his apprehension, He slightly stuck half his head out to look in the direction of the city gates. It was better not to see it, but to look at it and be scared out of your wits, only to see dozens of silver-armored soldiers rushing out of the city gates in a rage with their weapons, followed by an immortal old man. Holy shit, he doesn't talk about martial arts, he's shaking people. In fact, Chu Tianque had asked for help from the capital city and various parties more than once along the way, but naturally, the entire southern kingdom held the attitude of watching the fun, and it had been a long time since they had seen great General Shinwu in such a sorry state. Just make a mess. It's not still alive. But when it came to the imperial city, it was different. It was his territory at least, and the majesty of the heavenly family was at stake. See that kid? Don't let him get away. A sharp-eyed sergeant saw from afar Hua Luyun, who stretched out half of his head to survey the place, and for a moment dozens of people swooped this way. Chapter 7, Wind and Water. Miles of escape. There were 6 peaks and 13 places in the flying immortal Holy Land. Each peak has its own specialties and is extremely powerful. At this time on the 10,000 Swords Peak, a waterfall falls from the 9 heavens, and from afar it looks like a long, silver-white sword plunging straight into the sky. Under the waterfall a young boy with a resolute face was sitting on a huge rock hammering his flesh. Although what he quoted was not the waterfall that fell from the 9 heavens, but only one of the tributaries that had been blocked and cut off by the top of the mountain. The water still crackled as it struck him. A stalwart-faced man next to the waterfall couldn't stop smiling on his face. Not bad, not bad. After 3 years of initiation you've already reached the 8th level of chi refining, worthy of being a great emperor. Such a heaven-defying cultivation speed had never been seen before. This is still only the heavenly spiritual root. I heard that the 2 immortal spiritual roots chosen by the patriarch have already built their foundations. They are simply demons that are hard to see in the ancient times. Sensing that someone had come to the boulder, Sun Changshan snapped his eyes open and jumped out of the waterhole in one leap. Disciple greets the peak master. He hadn't built his foundation yet and couldn't worship his master for the time being, so he could only address Master He Shao Feng. But that day wouldn't be too far away. Ha ha. Good. Very good. Sun Changshan coyly touched his head. Peak master. I've been away from home for 3 years now, and I miss my mother and brother Nyor at home. Hearing this, He Shao frowned, his tone stern. Hey, men need to aspire to the world. You think about it when you achieve foundation building. The turn of an instantaneous 1,000 miles and then go back to the village is how to feel. All the villagers look up to your might. And even the officials of that small country personally come to your house to flatter you. Sun Changshan's eyes lit up. Yeah, to say that it was deserved that people were peak masters, they just saw things through. Some people are enjoying the years. And naturally, some people are surviving in the wilderness. Hua Luyan clenched his teeth strongly and soldiered on as he ran wildly through the fields. The immortal old Taoist in the air was chasing him with his sword. He already knew the identity of the other party. The Southern Kingdom's Grand Priestess Shu Daoshan, a Jindan stage powerhouse. Chasing down a foundation stage and messing with a Jindan stage was simply disgusting. The world of cultivation is really disgusting. Hua Luyun didn't dare to run towards Shunan County. He was worried about inviting wolves into the house. The villagers of Shangba village were ordinary people. Damn old man. Let me go. I have an old man and a young man. You'd be guilty of a great sin if you died here. Shu Daoshan smiled lightly at the corner of his mouth, not hurrying, as if he was walking a dog. Kid, go ahead and curse. The more you curse, the more excited the old man gets. I'm going to count to 3. If you run again, don't blame me for bullying you. Although he said on his mouth, but has not been hands, more want to see how much potential this guy actually have. How much more can run? To know that Chu Tianque from Shunan County to escape back almost lost half of his life, and now still lying at home cannot get off the bed. This time a slip was another tens of thousands of miles. Seeing that he was about to escape from the Southern Kingdom's territory, Shudao Mountain immediately accelerated trying to stop Flower Lu Yun. But as he accelerated, the speed of the figure in front of him was similarly surging. Egu, this kid even has some strength left. Shudao Mountain's face was startled, then became grave. Ahead was the evil ghost abyss, the most terrifying forbidden land in the Southern Kingdom. Not good. He once again catalyzed the spiritual power to enhance the speed. But he did not speed up okay. He speed up the front of the guy as if he had eaten a strong drug. General instantly scurried out a long way, and screaming at the top of his lungs while running wild. Oh, my God, help! The old man killed someone. After selling out and chasing out tens of miles again, Shudao Mountain stopped. The land in front of him looked charred and black, and the air was laced with a faint scent of blood. The evil ghost abyss. He doesn't dare to enter. It's over. It's over. Hua Luyun rushed forward for more than 10 kilometers. Seeing that no one was catching up behind him, sat on his butt on the ground and gasped for air. The savage continent suffers from old age. This time, make sure to stay invincible until you're out of the gate. Although the enemy had given up for the time being, it could not be said that it was just to let his guard down. Hua Luyun glanced around wanting to find a place to hide. Into the eyes is a desolate land. Grass and trees withered, as if bombed by a nuclear bomb. There are a few barren graves in the distance. Gritting his teeth, he approached the barren grave. The most dangerous place was the safest place, and he couldn't care less about being scared now. Picking the most inconspicuous one, Hua Luyun looked at the worn tombstone. The tombstone is cluttered with the life of the owner. Konanzan, city in Malaysia. The first time from the text, into the Beijing examination. The inventory was stolen. No choice but to return to his hometown. After practicing martial arts, pouring all the family money to buy a halberd. Treacherous businessman deceived me to the second best. Throw the water can float. He then practiced immortality and practiced hard for 10 years to fly to the sky. But he landed without obtaining his method and died. Dude, I'm sorry, as miserable as you are, I really don't have anywhere else to hide. No offense. Hua Luyun finished digging through the grave soil, lifted the coffin, and buried the near Nanshan bones under the nearest tree. And then he laid himself in, covered the coffin, and then utilized his aura to restore the grave bag, and finally felt some sense of security in his heart. Just laying down, a sense of exhaustion struck him. Having run more than 20,000 miles without eating or drinking, his body had long been exhausted. Only a short while later, he fell into a deep sleep. The black earth from time to time blew a gust of cloudy wind. An antelope that mistakenly entered this place was scraped by the cloudy wind, and all its flesh and blood was blown away like cotton, leaving only snow-white skeletons scattered all over the ground. Uncle, there's something strange about this wind. Not far from the antelope, in the grass, two monks draped in a carpet of black earth were sprawled on the ground, their extreme camouflage making the place look no different from anywhere else. Humph, the evil ghost abyss is not a name for nothing. If I hadn't inadvertently obtained a technique for rewinding breath, I definitely wouldn't have entered this place even if I was dead. The two of them moved forward slowly while talking. The cautious look was not much worse than that of Flower Luyun in the slightest. A corner of the carpet was lifted, and through the gap a face of exquisite beauty could be seen looking out. The woman looked around, suddenly a divine light shone in her eyes. There are a few barren graves up ahead. Let's go there first to avoid this demonic wind. The carpet next to it buckled at one corner. Again a woman. But she was inexplicably a little palpitating at the sight of those barren graves. Senior uncle, will this not be too auspicious? No harm done. The two switched directions and squirmed again. This time it took more than an hour of climbing for the two to hide in the mound. It's almost nighttime. Let's find a deserted grave to hide in first, to avoid the 100 ghosts that walk at night. Uncle Sherfu was obviously very experienced and knowledgeable about the dangers here, so the two men each picked a grave to dig. The jungle nymphs were uninhibited, and the two quickly dug up the burial mound. Senior nephew Morongyu was still quite polite, packing up the bones in the coffin and putting them aside. Elder, forgive me. I have no intention of offending. I'll put it back for you when I've avoided death. Senior uncle Tang Kowei was not as preoccupied. She didn't even open the coffin to take a closer look, lifting a crack and drilling in. Not to mention, there is quite a lot of space inside, and it doesn't seem crowded to sleep two people. Chapter 8, Marriage in the Graveyard. You're pressing on my hair. After the coffin was covered, Tang Kowei slowly breathed a sigh of relief. This place was too dangerous. Her mind had been tense since she entered here. Now she could finally relax. Uncle, I'm a little scared. Morongyu's weak voice came from the nearby grave bag. Tang Kowei slowly opened her mouth, her voice full of composure and calmness. What's there to be afraid of? They're all old-timers who've been dead for who knows how long and can still get up and do you in. Hurry up and rest. We have to go out tomorrow to look for the blood spirit flower. The entire graveyard fell silent once again. Only occasionally could I hear ghostly cries outside, or the sound of an army passing by. After all, it was a camping trip in the wilderness, so Hua Luyun didn't sleep very soundly and had nightmares all night. Half asleep he rolled over and an ethereal female voice murmured in his ear. Oops, you're crushing my hair. A cold shiver ran through his body, a chill surged up, and his entire body came to its senses. Only just waking up he almost fainted again. I don't know when he actually slept next to someone. From the sense of touch should be a woman. The other party at this time, hands around his neck. A slender jade leg is resting on his waist. Although the coffin is very dark, but the woman does not know what was painted on the face. Actually, in the darkness of the light fluorescence, looks miserable white. Holy shit, there's a ghost. Hua Luyun let out a scream. Her hands kept struggling, and her legs were stomping around in the coffin. He was scared now. In his previous life, Mouth Hai thanked nature for its gifts, and now retribution has finally come. In a daze, Tang Kowei received a kick in the small abdomen, and when she came to her senses, she didn't wait to figure out the situation. A big hand slapped on her face and pushed it hard to the side. to say that she was worthy of being an experienced cultivator. She immediately activated her aura to form a layer of protection over her entire body. Then he let go of his divine sense, and the situation in the narrow, dark coffin became clear at a glance. Where did the chi refining stage cultivator come from? In great alarm she scrambled to her feet. Ouch! The forehead hit the coffin board hard at once. Damn! My innocence! Tang Kuwei had always been known as the world's #1 iceberg beauty in the sect, with countless fan followers, and in order to maintain her persona she was a character as cool as can be. How had a man ever touched her like this since she was a little girl, only to feel that now she was unclean? In her heart, under the shock and anger, she was so scared that she turned her hands into claws and rode on top of Hua Luyun, wanting to strangle him to death. Silenced, must be silenced. Just before his hands touched each other, he saw Hua Luyun's body jerk twice, his eyes rolled over, foaming at the mouth, and fainted. Amount, is this an emergency? Are you that chicken? Hey, wake up. Tang Kuwei changed her claw into a palm and raised her hand to slap. However, Hua Luyun was unresponsive and looked as if she was at your mercy. This overwhelmed her a bit, and after a moment of hesitation she sighed. It's just a matter of bullying a chi refining stage and making people laugh. She rolled over and changed her position to lie down, but the space inside the coffin was narrow, and no matter what position she was in, she could never avoid sticking with the other person. Previously, she thought it was a corpse lying inside, but now it had been replaced by a living person. She felt uncomfortable. Damn, where the hell did that come from? Mentally apprehensive, she waited until dawn, then opened the coffin and took a deep breath of the fresh outside air. The cold, chilly wind blew, and Tang Kuwei, who was squatting on the edge of the coffin, clenched her silver teeth in death. In the coffin, Hua Luyun was in rags, his linen clothes were tattered and torn, and there was only one straw shoe on his feet, and the sole of the shoe was worn through. A proper beggar's look. Vomit. Tang Kuwei propped up her belly and vomited for a while, unable to believe that she had been slept with by a beggar. Next to her, Moronu also climbed out. She yawned while looking at Tang Kuwei suspiciously. Uncle Master, what's wrong with you? Tang Kuwei hastily tightened her mind. The critical time cannot let the young master nephew see the clues. She sleeve robe wave coffin board once again covered. By the way, he moved a boulder and pressed on it, and in the end, feeling unstable, he put a gravity charm on the boulder. Ba. Moronu watched the former's bout of tawdry maneuvering in surprise, and was quite puzzled. Uncle Shifu, when did you become a believer in Buddhism? Humph, what do you know? This fairy is performing the transcendence for those who died unjustly here. Hua Luyun woke up again long after the two had left and took a deep breath after feeling that there were no abnormalities around him. A pang in the heart. I'm sure I can't sleep in a graveyard. I had a nightmare last night. Reaching out, he pushed at the coffin panel, but didn't push it away. Should not old sun refining stage cultivation so pull? Once again, he increased his strength and even manipulated his aura to try to lift the soil on the coffin board, but there was still no response, and he was suddenly panicked. I only want to live here temporarily, not permanently. Tossing and turning for half an hour, tired and panting, still no response. Mamma mia. Spitting out a curse, Hua Luyun sat down powerlessly on the ground. This is dead. 3 days later, the two women finally found the blood spirit flower without any danger. Moronu was so excited that her little face turned red. With the blood spirit flower her master was finally saved. Carefully putting the flowers away, her beautiful eyes inadvertently glanced to Tang Kuwei on the side. These days the latter looked depressed, seemed to be in a not very good mood. Even yesterday her hair was coiled into a bun. What was even stranger was that just a moment ago the other man had tied a black cloth around his cuffs. Uncle, you can't tie it. It's the cloth a woman carries when her husband dies. The little ninny voiced out a reminder with a solemn face, but what she got in return was a blank stare from Tang Kuwei. How do you know I'm not dead, husband? Amount. When did uncle have a husband? And she's dead? She felt a little confused now, but was afraid to ask. The two returned the same way, still cautious, crawling and moving in their ghillie suits the entire time. During this time, they also encountered several dangers. There were babies crying by the roadside, whose cries were so loud that the earth trembled, and it seemed that countless horrible monsters were turning over in the ground. There were dry corpses hanging and swinging from trees, and only slightly closer you felt the rapid loss of moisture from your body. There is also a lost skeleton. Wherever he passes the sky inexplicably falls meteorites, the ground inexplicably collapses, the skeleton struggles to move forward, and his mouth is still chattering about who robbed his house. Worthy of being the evil ghost abyss, it's really terrifying. The two returned past the graveyard where they had originally rested, and Tang Kuwei looked sad. Silently, he threw away the most inconspicuous of the grave mound headstones and replaced it with a new one. The inscription was carved while kneeling and weeping. Tomb of the little beggar of the husband of Tong of the free sect. Morongnu's small cherry mouth opened wide, and a wave of sadness struck her heart. So you're already married, but your husband died in the evil ghost abyss? No wonder she was so familiar with this evil ghost abyss. And no wonder she had such a cool personality over the years. Uncle Shifu. Good grief. Uncle Shifu. So deep. Chapter 9 Xian Tian Breathing Method version 4.0. Deep or not Hua Luyun doesn't he know. Anyway, now he is already cursed that who locked him in the grave 1,000 times. Asterisk 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 don't let me know who you are. I'll see you when I get out. Hey, who's out there crying in the grave? Stop crying for a second and help me move the stone. Can you hear me? Hello. Hell is empty. The devil is on earth. You shout yours, I cry mine. A tombstone and a barren grave seem to be separated into two worlds. It's sad on the outside and even sadder on the inside. The cries gradually faded away, and Hua Liuyun's mood hit rock bottom. The only way to survive now was to break through the foundation establishment stage and topple the seal. But the evil ghost abyss had no aura, only endless ghost chi. Not to mention him, even the world's first holy body couldn't do it. Thinking of this, Hua Luyun had a small light bulb go off in his head. What is the best thing about yourself? That is, of course, improving feats. Why couldn't it be improved by changing the original technique that required the absorption of aura in order to increase strength to the absorption of ghost aura? No, there's also a problem with absorbing ghost chi. When it comes time to leave this hellish place you won't be able to cultivate. Why don't you just take one step and absorb the air instead? Think it and do it. He immediately copied the Xian Tian breathing method onto the coffin board and began to revise it. After a day and a half, the first air absorption cultivation technique in this world was born. Moreover, the cultivation of this Gong method needs to be practiced in conjunction with the periodic table of elements, the air composition of various places, and the parameters of PM2, 5, etc. So it can be said that the knowledge points in it cover such a wide range of topics that the great emperor can only shake his head straight when he took a deep breath of air. Hua Luyun burped, only feeling that his strength was increasing by leaps and bounds. Oh ha 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 ha, I'm just a genius. While others breathe just to stay alive, they breathe to keep getting stronger, and they keep taking in air even as they sleep. The intensity of the original 8 hours of cultivation a day was now directly increased to 24 hours, deserved to be invincible. Moreover, this Gong method was a perfect match for one's Empyrean root. Ha ha ha, who said I don't have a spiritual root? The name of this palace's spiritual root is called Empty Spiritual Root. Empty, empty, empty. As Hua Luyun took a few large gulps, the air in the entire evil ghost abyss thinned out a lot. Oxygen levels dropped dramatically, and animals that strayed into the area developed altitude sickness for a while. Free and unfettered clan, Buddhism, Morongnu came back and then quickly sent the blood spirit flower to the alchemy peak, and after 981 tedious procedures finally refined a life-saving elixir. Tears flowed from her master's beautiful eyes the moment she got the elixir. You've suffered. As long as master is unharmed, my disciple will die by all means. Yu Linglong then asked about the status of this trip. After some description by Morongnu, straight to Yu Linglong's heartbeat, the story of which is twisted, dangerous and thrilling, especially the part where Tang Kuwei invited the sword to battle the doomed death. It simply made Yu Linglong's blood swell as she listened to it, almost climaxing. Next month will be the Free Sect's disciple acceptance meeting. Your uncle has been devoted to the Tao all these years. 100 flowers peak talent withered. For the teacher to see her alone and lonely heart is very difficult. This time you have to properly identify a disciple for her. No? Look at Mount Everest next door. Millions of disciples. It's a hot mess everywhere you go. Said here Yu Linglong cannot help but once again tears of pathos. Experienced this life and death, so that she has a lot of enlightenment. What road to immortality and what method of becoming immortal are also illusory. It is better to live in the present moment. Think of your own master. Cultivating to increase longevity is for enjoyment, but wasting away on the path of pursuing the great Tao. How is this not a kind of sadness? Speaking of this, Morongnu's face was slightly strange. There were some things that she was curious about in her heart but didn't dare to ask. Finally, it was a euphemism to open the door. Master, do you know about the little beggar? What little beggar? Bah, you're the little beggar. Your whole family is the little beggar. Hua Luyun angrily kicked over the monument set up by Tang Kuwei. What the fuck is this bitch up to? In the past 2 days he finally figured out that it wasn't a nightmare that night. Someone had gotten under his covers while he was asleep. Afterwards, he didn't want to admit his guilt and wanted to kill people to silence them. So he put a seal on himself. Luckily, he was gifted. And with the Xian Tian breathing method version 4.0, he broke through the foundation establishment stage, which is how he escaped. But chance and risk went hand in hand, and he found a gongfu in the coffin. Flying imperial sword technique. This should be the same royal sword technique that made the tomb owner fall to his death near Nanshan. This gong method studied inertia quite deeply. If cultivated into the imperial sword, speed can be comparable to the Jindan stage. The weakness is that it consumes a lot and cannot be slowed down. If in the hands of others may be waste, but in their own hands that is a proper treasure. After all, other people imperial sword consumption is aura. Their own consumption is the air. Inhale a mouthful of how much is consumed to give it back immediately. It's the weak point of no breaks that's a bit of a pain in the ass. In only half an hour Hua Luyun had already practiced the technique to a small degree. Now all that's missing is a sword. After choosing a direction, he planned to leave this hellhole first. It was only a few steps before he stopped again, as if a woman was whispering in his ear, her voice floating and uncertain, sometimes far away, sometimes near. Who's pretending to be a ghost? Get out of there. Flower Luyun let out a bellowing cry, killing intent flashing in his eyes. Did he really think that he was still the same little chi refining stage cultivator who let people bully him? He was now at the foundation establishment stage, an existence capable of flying through the air. Even if the Southern Kingdom's great general Shenwu was in front of him, he would still have to respectfully address him as a fellow Taoist. Oh, officer, stay with slave. It's so dark here. I'm scared. A ghostly voice rang out interspersed with a ghastly wind blowing black soot. Hua Liuyun's face was grave, and after a long moment of silence, he spoke firmly. Your Excellency, please behave yourself. I'm not that kind of person. The evil spirits that were waiting for the opportunity to strike had their breathing stagnated, only feeling that there was a mouthful of thick phlegm stuck in their throats, and it was particularly difficult to get up and down. Her illusory figure lunged at Flower Luyun. Just as she got close, she was sucked into the lungs by Flower Luyun, and then her soul body was quickly broken down and turned into energy, and she completely dissipated before she could scream in alarm. Asterisk almost choked on that breath of air just now with excessive PM2. 5-inch. After waiting for half a second without seeing that voice, Hua Luyun shook his head and left. It took 2 days in a row to get out of the black earth, and seeing the lushness outside felt like a world away. After another 5 days of walking finally saw a city, and when I asked, I realized that this is no longer the boundaries of the southern country, and I was out of the country. Will you get caught without a passport? Walking into town with some trepidation. There were yells all along the way. Everyone, first-hand news of tomorrow's Prosperity Sect's disciple acceptance meeting. The iceberg beauty Tang Ko-wei is opening her first mountain to accept disciples. Everest Peak Master let slip that this time he's going to take in 5 Earth Spirit Roots in-laws. Selling a copy of Zhu Peak Master's preference record for only 3 Spirit Stones. Bright Moon Peak is recruiting handymen. 1 Spirit Stone per day. Just 10 people. Chapter 10, Am I proud of my empty spirit root? Hua Luyun straight away exclaimed, good guy. This disciple acceptance ceremony was organized like a yearly festival. At first he didn't really care. After all, he was an old monster at the foundation stage. Did he still need to worship his master? Just soon he refreshed the cognition. Because this street so many cultivators revealed the cultivation is the foundation stage. On inquire he realized that the original foundation stage is only the existence of the bottom of this world. For a moment into the blankness of the eyes, it felt like the temperature of the world was much colder. The foundation stage is only just stepping into the cultivation world? The cultivators on the street also frequently shook their heads in exclamation when they saw Flower Luyun. Alas! A beggar our foundation stage cultivation. We still need to work hard. Look son, in the future, if you don't cultivate hard, you can only grab leftovers to eat with this foundation stage beggar. Mom, Rainy knows, I'll work twice as hard. Hua Luyun's heart was sad and angry. Even after being insulted so much he couldn't get up half a point to retort. How can you be so stupid as to have the face to retort and go back to your hometown to see the folks in Ma and Shan? No, I have to pull myself together and go to the apprentice meeting tomorrow. Tinkerbell. With a soft sound, a gorgeous dressed beauty on the street threw a spirit stone into his bowl. Hua Luyun froze for a moment, his face a bit blank. When did you get a bowl in your hand? No, you guys really think I'm a beggar? Damn, don't I have any self-respect? Angrily slipping the bowl of spirit stones into his pocket, he slowly followed the beautiful woman. That's a good man. The beautiful woman saw the little beggar followed. Her face was a little hesitant. She stopped her footsteps reluctantly and put the chicken leg in her hand into the bowl of Hua Luyun. The maid next to her had a displeased face, and she was ashamed of this kind of insatiable person. Little beggar, you don't follow again. Good hands and feet have plenty of work. Just bully Our Lady kind heart is it? Amount. Hua Luyun followed, in fact just wanted to ask the identity of the beautiful woman, if it was convenient to repay in the future when he was developed. It really wasn't agreed for the chicken leg. Thank you, ma'am, for your generosity. The little maid snorted coldly and pulled the beautiful woman away. As the Easy Sect's disciple acceptance ceremony approached, Immortal Seeking City was overcrowded for the past 2 days, and the prices of the inn skyrocketed. From time to time, there will be disputes and fights on the street, but fortunately, the mountain came to maintain order. The situation is quite stable. Xiao Air, Book 3 Tianzi Suites. A broad-minded little brother bowled out hundreds of spirit stones a night luxury suite order without blinking. Hua Luyun sniffled and turned away, looking for a sheltered corner to crouch down. It was true that no matter where you were, it was hard to move without money. The wind at night was cool. The pedestrians passing by were in a hurry, and the way they viewed Hua Luyun's eyes more or less carried a bit of contempt and disdain. This moment more or less Mrs. Shangba village. Mrs. Sun Earn Yang who will send herself some steamed bread every day. Mrs. Auntie Zhao who pushes herself to find a daughter-in-law. And the small friends who play together on the ridge. Early in the morning of the second day, the genius slightly brightened up. The Immortal Seeking City was bustling with countless cultivators scrambling to flock to the Easy Sect. Hua Luyun bought a pair of cloth shoes and hemclothes, so at least he changed his outfit. He also hurriedly rushed to the Easy Sect. He wanted to worship the master, to make a lot of money, and to return to his hometown with his clothes on his back. Uncle, I don't care, just come along. Maybe there's a student you like. Early in the morning Moron Yu relied in front of Tang Kuwei's cave, a task explained by his master. A sigh came from inside the cave. Tang Kuwei slowly walked out. Her face was cool. Her head was tied in a bun with a silver-white phoenix hairpin. She was wearing a blue and white fairy dress, properly dressed as a woman. There's really nothing you can do about this little ninny. Let's go. The two of them rose up with their swords and transformed into two auroras, quickly arriving at the apprentice square. The square is very large. At the end of the countless towering stone pillars, see Tang Kuwei arrived. Zhu Zizhou, the peak master of MT Everest. His face was happy when he was about to get up and go forward to greet. It was only 2 steps before he stopped, his pupils contracting slightly. There was some suspicion and disbelief in his eyes. It's only been 2 months since he's seen you. How come the person he's been holding in his heart has turned into a woman? No, it must not be true. His face was grim as he sat back down. He now had no desire to take on an apprentice at all. The square was crowded with people. You couldn't see the end of it at a glance. The Easy Sect only looks at 2 things when accepting disciples. One is the spiritual route, and the other is enlightenment. So the test is also divided into 2 levels. The first level, the spiritual route test. 10 giant detecting stones were placed in the middle of the square, and anyone who felt they were okay could touch them. Zhang Tianran. 5 elemental spiritual roots. Failed. Wan Yuyen. Double spirit roots. Failed. Ding Qingqiu. Top grade single spirit root. Qualified. Li Fei. Earth spirit root. This way please. Senior brother. Hua Luyun squeezed closer and happily placed his hand on the test stone. The testing disciple wiped his eyes. It was the first time he had seen someone without a spiritual root after so many years of testing. The elders of the peaks on the stone pillars were also interested, and they were also seeing it for the first time, so they could only say that the world is a big place. A spiritual root is like an organ in the human body. It exists in everyone, just with different qualities. Xu Ziji snorted. What a bunch of rarefied guys. Humph. There's only one possibility of not having a spiritual root. This son was scooped up by someone with powerful means when he was just born. An elder asked in disbelief. If spiritual roots can be seized, then wouldn't it be dangerous for all the heavenly prides with excellent qualifications? Not necessarily. It's extremely costly to try to seize a spiritual root, and the loss of spirituality after the root leaves the body makes the quality drop extremely severe. While the elders on the stage were talking, the stage was arguing. I'm not convinced. I'm at the foundation establishment stage. How could I not have a spiritual root? It must be that you guys are testing wrong. Hua Luyun clung to the test stone to death, not letting go even to death. On stage Tanko frowned slightly. The man gave her a familiar feeling, as if she had loved. Ugh, seen, but where she'd seen it she couldn't recall for a moment. You error, go call that kid over. Moron Yu's heart rejoiced, feeling that her senior uncle was finally enlightened, only that the kid she was looking at seemed to be a bit wasted. However, there is no harm. After all, discipleship. There is the first will be the second. There is the second will be countless. Soon she brought flower flowing cloud over. Hua Luyun glanced obliquely at Tang Kuwei. In his heart there is some dissatisfaction. He is busy with the clan assessment. This bitch staggeringly called himself over to do what? Blindly delayed effort. Seeing the other party's expression, Tang Kuwei also came a little angry. What? You don't seem very happy with me? Fairy, my family plows the fields. It's easy to get needle eyes if you see too many beautiful women like you. Tang Kuwei was so angry that her pretty face was deformed. Was this praising herself or scolding herself? Who gave you the nerve to sneer at me? Hua Luyun stopped speaking, burying his head as if he was reflecting. However, Morongyu on the side did see a full of disbelief in his eyes. Chapter 11, The Wildflower Peak's Own Disciple. After being cold for a long time, Tang Kowei finally spoke up. I am 100 Flowers Peak Master Tang Kowei. Would you like to worship me as your master? She came to accept the apprenticeship was to make a scene. Originally did not intend to accept what disciples. And now see this evil animal so disdain for her instead of provoking her heart of victory. Immediately decided to take on an apprentice to torture in torment. The peak masters and elders of the peaks beside him cast astonished eyes, knowing that Tang Kowei had never taken on a disciple before. She's the only one in 100 Flowers Peak who's been alone so far. Has she changed her mind today? Hua Luyun cupped the corner of his coat with both hands, looking coy. Do I get a spirit stone for worshipping you? Tang Kowei forced down the fire in her heart. Speak coldly. 10 lower grade spirit stones per month. Boom! A loud bang came from the jade floor, and the ground trembled a few times for the surrounding meters. Hua Luyun kneeled down on both knees. In his eyes was a suppressed look of surprise, knowing that the outer disciples only had 5 lower grade spirit stones per month, and the miscellaneous disciples only had 1. It really hit the jackpot this time. Master is above. Please accept my disciple's bow. Tang Kowei's face darkened even more. His own prestige was unexpectedly less useful than 10 lower grade spirit stones. Meh, the world might as well be destroyed. Seeing his master's face not looking good, Hua Luyun's heart thumped. Good guy. He was too proactive. His master couldn't be thinking that the offer was too high, right? Damn. I clearly had so much experience in chopping prices at the food market in my last life, but I fell off the wagon at this point. Master, I'm good in the hall and in the kitchen. I'm good at plowing and planting vegetables and herding cows. 10 spirit stones is definitely not a loss. No, Master's face was even darker. So dark you could squeeze ink out of it. Damn it, what I just said only works for ordinary people. Immortal cultivators don't eat that. He immediately changed his mind. Master, my disciple can cook spiritual food, plant spiritual fields, and raise spiritual beasts. 10 spirit stones is not a bad deal. Ha, snubbing the cutie. And, add the word spirit to everything you just said and you can take it out on me, right? Dog stuff. Forget it, there is no spiritual root anyway. I think this current foundation establishment stage cultivation is eating some heavenly material. Just take it as a collection of a planting. After inwardly reassuring herself, Tang Kowei left with a wave of her sleeve and took Morongyu with her. Hua Luyun was breaking his fingers to calculate how many spirit stones he had in a year, when he came back to where there was still his master's shadow on the high platform. ********, I'm an outcast here. The Easy Sect disciple ceremony lasted a full week, during which 2 Earth Spirit Root Heavenly Pride even appeared. A picture of the peaks grabbing people was put up. There is also a woman. Although only a single system of Fire Spirit Root but enlightenment against the sky. Free sword skill at a glance, but also only used an hour will be the first sword practice on the introduction. As for Hua Luyun, he still hadn't found the location of 100 Flowers Peak for a whole week, and had no choice but to run to the apprentice square to ask for directions. However, these elder peak masters were so arrogant that basically no one paid any attention to him. That free sword skill he also brought from the 2nd level of assessment there to see. Can only say that there are many loopholes. Still need to modify the modification. After searching for half a month without finding 100 Flower Peak, Hua Luyun had no choice but to return to Immortal Seeking City. But this was not Shangba village after all. He had no houses, no fields, and no spirit stones. After only 2 days I started relying on people to pick up the slack. Kind elder brother and sister, kind aunt and aunt. I'm 100 Flower Peak Master Tang Kowei's great disciple. Please reward me with a meal. He carries a broken bowl, wrapped in a quilt, and bears the banner of a master. Begging along the streets, passers-by pointed at him, and at first Hua Luyun blushed in shame, but after only a few days he had already gotten used to it. Only half a month of the entire city of the Immortal Seekers know that the city came to a small beggar, claiming that the 100 Flowers Peak Tang Kowei's disciple. Originally, everyone still disdained him, even accusing him of defaming the fairy's reputation, but after authoritatively certified by those who had returned from the mountains to seek immortality, it seemed that he was really Tang Kowei's newly accepted disciple. Humph. When I have enough money, I'll never be angry again. Hua Luyun was homesick for Shangba village, where he was well fed and warmly dressed. There were also introductions to daughters-in-law. This bullshit Easy Sect. This bullshit 100 Flowers Peak. Dogs don't even stay. He cowered in front of a large home wrapped in a tattered quilt, waiting to be fed. The door was opened with a creaking sound, and the little maid who had last said something about herself stuck her head out, her face full of exasperation. Dead beggar, Our Lady is kind to give alms. Why do you still rely on it? Hua Luyun awkwardly tightened his blanket. He couldn't help it. There was only one good person in this town. Looking at the food box handed over by the little maid, he took it with a trembling hand. There was meat, greens, and chicken thighs. I've never eaten so hearty in the village. Kindred spirits. The little maid sighed deeply as she watched wolfing down Hua Luyun. You said you are at least a foundation cultivator. How can you get mixed up like this? Hua Luyun's nose twitched and tears rolled out indisputably. The heart felt aggrieved. It wasn't for lack of trying, and he was seeking employment everywhere these days. But the work of farming and plowing is nowhere to be found here. Alchemy will not. Guards bodyguards people only recruit acquaintances. Restaurant stores miscellaneous to test the integrity of the qualification. I didn't think I could do anything, but I realized I couldn't do anything until I stepped into society. Alas, how the heavens have been kind to me. The little maid snatched the food box out of his hand. Give me back my bowl. I ate and drank, straightened my clothes, and washed my face in the gutter. Today's goal, find a job that pays for food and shelter. You can't disgrace the village of Shangba. I, Flower Lu Yun, hereby swear that when I return to this door again I am here to repay my kindness, not to beg for food, and if I violate this oath, my master shall not suffer a good death. The little maid who returned to the courtyard happily washed the dishes and bounced off to the mansion's academy again. As the lady's personal maid, she was a not-so-small landlubber here, and soon ran out of the bookstore clutching a few books. Cloudy, what are you doing in such a hurry? The lady in the house pushed open the window, her beautiful eyes looking curiously at the books in the hands of the little maid. Despite the distance, she could make out the names of the books. Psychology in the Workplace, a handbook for upgrading laborers, how to make $100 million fast with 13,000 spins. If you want to succeed, go crazy and do whatever it takes. Amount. Is this maid planning to find another way to make a living? What a mess to watch. Yun Duo heard the lady shouting, panicked and hid the book behind her back. Her little face was a little red, stuttering and unable to speak. Husband, wife, I'm here. This is taking some books out to dry. Having dealt with the madam, Cloud ran to the doorway with gusto, clutching these secret codes of fortune. Just where is that little beggar's figure at this time? 100 Flowers Peak of the Free Sect. Tang Kuwei fished up her sleeve and gently wiped a brand new spirit tablet, with crystal and teardrops in her eyes across her cheeks, looking soft and poignant. Husband, you die really miserable. You go dry and spontaneous, buried alive, leaving me this widow how to live. The cry trailed off with a long, rich, sad tune. This is a secular custom of weeping at the grave, and there is much to be said for it. It is necessary to reflect the liver and soul of the grave weeper from the tune. Text, narration, body movements, facial expressions and other aspects. Tang Kuwei, this performance can only be average. Crying graves set once the power. The whole village can be brought into the mood. Grief from the heart. Just as she was getting better, the door was suddenly pushed open. Uncle, it's bad. Your disciple has gone down the mountain to beg for food. Chapter 12, even immortal cultivators are compelled by life. Tang Kuwei was furious at the news. For a hallowed 100 Flowers Peak master's eldest disciple and foundation establishment stage cultivator to go begging, it was a loss for him to do so. Immediately lifting the sword to go down the mountain to clean up the door, only just walked to the door she stopped again, turning to look at the spirit tablet in the hall. Tears slipped from his eyes. Why is my life so bitter? She threw away her long sword and flung herself to the ground, lifting her sleeve to gently wipe the corners of her eyes. The undead during the wake period could not just go out. That's the rule. So she was going to let go of this dog that was corrupting the door for the time being. As for Morong Yu, who was standing at the side, she was completely dumbfounded. What kind of show was this? There was something she couldn't see. And at the bottom of the mountain, Hua Luyun had finally gotten rid of the dilemma of being a hobo. Got a job that pays well. The job was very challenging for him and required extreme hard work and professionalism, which he just happened to fit very well. Now he was not only scantily clad and neat-faced, but he wore a hairpin of great value on his head. It can be said that it is a bird's eye view of the world. Big sister, come and play. Copying a mouthful of half-baked lines, Flower Luyun welcomed the first customer of this job. It was a slightly chubby woman who looked quite dominant as she walked with a tiger's grip and a slight jiggle of her facial fat. Yo, boy, new in town? The woman grinned lightly, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth. She playfully laughed as her large palm grabbed at Hua Luyun's front in an unfaithful manner, frightening the latter's face to turn pale and shrink straight back. Ha ha ha. So it's a fledgling. The woman took her companion by the shoulders and laughed. The laughter was filled with wantonness and debauchery, and in Hua Luyun's ears, he only felt extremely harsh. This sister, I only sell my art. Alas, little brother, I've heard that a lot, who just came here who didn't start out just selling their art. As for you, TSK, Hua Luyun just lowered his head without retorting. He himself, a hallowed traveler, a cultivator of immortality, and the first disciple of 100 Flower Peak Tankaway, could be compared to which self-sacrificing people? The woman smiled lightly at the corner of her mouth and took out a bag of spirit stones from her bosom and waved it in front of Hua Luyun. There were a dozen of them at a glance. One must know that in this immortal-seeking city ordinary families can only earn a few dozen spirit stones a year, and in Shangba village one has never seen such a high-grade currency as spirit stones. You can see the wealth of this slightly chubby woman. Good sister. You're a good judge of character. Hua Luyun snatched the spirit stone from the woman's hand and his business proficiency was instantly pulled full. It's just a drink. He's familiar with it. Here, good sister, drink this. After some extreme stretching, finally the fat woman was sent away in the evening. The Piu Xian courtyard pimp looked at Hua Luyun, who was hiding in his room to count the spirit stones, and nodded with satisfaction. It's a good one. Worth nurturing. Half an hour later, in the backyard, dozens of flamboyantly dressed men gathered together. The bod grunted, interrupting the noise. Today, I want to praise Flower Luyun. Luyun just came here on the first day and took care of a male disabled client. Let's applaud him. Sparse applause rang out, and Hua Luyun lowered his head in shame. He's not that good. Really? The pimp pressed his hand, and the more he looked at Hua Luyun, the more satisfied he became. Honest and naive. What's all the other stuff? There's no masculinity at all. No wonder the guests are tired of it. Even she looked a little sick to her stomach. Looks like it's time to introduce some differentiated selling points. Well, today everyone gained. Leave one more layer of spirit stone to buy some medicine to replenish the body. Dispersed, Luyun stayed for a while. A group of warblers and swallows twisted their waists and returned to the front yard, leaving only Hua Luyun and the pimply Qingqiu present. The latter mysteriously hooked his hand towards the former. Hua Luyun's expression was solemn. Is this going to be a little treat for him? What's it like to be valued by your boss on your first day on the job? Cool. Hua Luyun hurriedly sat closer to Li Qingqiu. Sister Li, if there's anything you want to explain, Luyun will do whatever you want. Li Qingqiu nodded in satisfaction. Luyun, I've always been an accurate judge of people. You have the potential of a kusakai. Sister Li, what is Chao Kuei? I've only heard of Chao Mang. Silly boy. The female is called Flower Kuei. The male is naturally called Grass Kuei. This fairy would like to make you the first immortal male model in the territory of the Free Sect, specializing in high-end customers, access to large places. Hua Luyun opened his mouth wide in shock. He knew that Li Qingqiu had ambition. He didn't expect this ambition was not small. But Hua Luyun hesitated. He only wanted to earn some money on his plate to return to the village but the leader wants to train him. So what can be done? Sister Li, my childhood playmates, childhood friends, may all be great emperors in this world in the future. Will I tarnish their reputation like this? Make them unable to raise their heads in the immortal cultivation world? Li Qingqiu mused that this was indeed a problem. Only just halfway through her thought did she come back to her senses. Where did this stupid kid get the great emperor's green plum? What a dream! Luyun, I don't think you need to worry at all. It's not too shabby to make money. Hua Luyun nodded. Yes, making money, not too shabby. By the way, Sister Li, do you think there will be any problems if I do this and my master knows about it? Who is your master? She said 100 Flowers Peak Master Tankaway. Li Qingqiu glanced at Hua Luyun with a face full of skepticism. What a joke. If Hua Luyun is really Tankaway's disciple, and she dares to coax her disciple into this business, this broken greenhouse will still be overturned. Luyun, let's not think about all the nonsense. Anyway, from tomorrow onwards, I want you to learn zither, chess, calligraphy and painting, and take the high-end route. Hua Luyun nodded. That's what he thought. Right at this moment, a maid rushed into the backyard, her face full of anxiety, as if there was a situation in the front yard. Sister Li, it's bad. There's a bad guest. Zhang Jinpin was beaten. The other party is very big. Li Qingqiu stood up boldly, his face filled with gravity. This greenhouse had come to its most dangerous moment, which was why she was obsessed with cultivating top talent. In this step-by-step crisis of the immortal cultivation world, if they didn't have a sociable person who could deal with all kinds of emergencies, their destruction would be sooner or later. Against men she had the flower girl, Zhao Tingling, and if she couldn't she could do it herself. But against women, she's missing a top talent. Ryun, the time to test you has come. For a short second, a sense of mission arose in the bottom of Hua Luyun's heart. He stood up, his expression becoming somewhat solemn. Sister Li, don't worry about leaving it to me. To tell you the truth, there's nothing in our village that I can't handle. Words. He flung his sleeve toward the front yard and took a step up to the second-floor private room. This back, at the moment, looked inexplicably tall in front of Li Qingqiu. Walking up to the private room, Hua Luyun glanced at the doorplate. Clear wind and hazel moon. That's good. Didn't go to the wrong private room. Squeaky. The door was gently pushed open, and when he saw the scene inside the private room, Hua Luyun's face changed dramatically. Bunny? On the elegant seat directly opposite the main door, the iceberg beauty wearing a light blue fairy dress also spoke at the same time. Brother Bull, why are you here? Chapter 13, Meeting an old friend in another country. The future sister of the great emperor. It would have been a great thing to be congratulated on meeting a friend from another country, but if we met in a greenhouse, then this would be a different story. Add to that the fact that deceased knower is here to consume and he or she is here to serve, and it's even more damning. Hua Luyun's face instantly turned red. His brain was spinning frantically at the moment, constantly thinking of wording. On the opposite side, Wang Tu-hsien, who was known as the heavenly face fairy of the flying immortal Holy Land, also panicked at this moment. How to do. For the first time to go out by companions pulled to the greenhouse drinking, but also by the village cattle brother caught. This in the future Ma Anshan that pimple she can still have a reputation? The scene stood still for several seconds, and the atmosphere was extremely grave. After all, Hua Luyun was an old man and felt that he had to grab the lead at a time like this. He hid the door in exasperation. Good. Little rabbit, it's only been 3 years since you left home, and you've learned to visit greenhouses. If the second master finds out, let's see if he doesn't break your legs. The moment he began to speak, he blindsided Wang Tu-hsien. All that could be done was to open his mouth in a panic and explain. Brother Bull, let me explain. It's not what you think. I won't listen. I'm going to tell the second master about this anyway. There's no use crying for you. Humph, bad woman. Wang Tu-hsien was a bit at a loss for words and stood up to pull Hua Luyun. Brother Nyoer, I'm representing the Spirit Sword sect to find the easy sect to exchange. This is all part of the normal reception. At that, she snapped to attention. The original flustered look suddenly withdrew and became somewhat suspicious. Her eyes swept over Hua Luyun with scrutiny. Brother Nyoer, why are you here? And why are you dressed so fancy? Hua Luyun's expression stagnated. Hiss. Almost forgot what he went up to the second floor for. Greetings customer. Drifting fragrance courtyard Luyun shallow water is here to serve you. Wang Tu-hsien's face darkened. What did she hear? Flowing clouds and shallow water. Taking a few steps to Hua Luyun, she raised her hand and pulled Hua Luyun to sit next to her. Hua Luyun deflated his mouth. Somewhat reluctantly. This feeling of being on pins and needles is not as enjoyable as serving that fat woman. What is all this called? First day on the job. So unlucky. Brother Bull, you seem a little upset? Hua Luyun's head shook like a rattle. How dare you? He was a proper receptionist. He was working here, and he lost this encounter right from the start. I don't think you dare. I'll deal with you later. Wang Tu-hsien snorted coldly and raised his wine cup to the people in the room with a slight gesture before drinking it all in one go. There were 4 teenage celestials in the room besides Wang Tu-hsien. 2 of them could be seen dressed like Wang Tu-hsien, thought to be her fellow disciples. The other 2 wore easy sect clothing. At this moment, all 4 of them looked at each other in dismay, and a thick atmosphere of embarrassment was quietly spreading. In the end, it was a prosperity sect disciple who spoke first. Senior sister Tu-hsien. I wonder who this is. Wang Tu-hsien glared at Hua Luyun and said coldly. Elder brother Zhu. This is my untalented family brother, who grew up eating the same breast milk as me. I'm sorry to make you laugh. Shu Qianming awkwardly raised his glass and took a sip. Don't see the smile. Don't see the smile. Don't laugh if you don't see it. Hearing Hua Luyun mutter, Wang Tu-hsien reached out and viciously twisted his waist. This is a bit of a disgrace today. Outside the private room, Bodli Qingqiu attached her ear to the door. Hearing that there was no argument inside, she was slightly relieved. This group of difficult clients is finally taken care of. She really wasn't wrong about Hana Luyun. It's a kusakai material with the spirit to make things happen. Downstairs in front of the gate court, a group of male gods turned their heads toward the second floor, all with envy on their faces. Originally, Sister Li appreciated Flower Luyun, and now that he had taken care of this group of clients, it would be hard not to be popular in the future. Hey, that rabbit, have you seen a little beggar? Claiming to be the disciple of 100 Flowers Peak's Peak Master Tang. On the street, Moronyu walked past the entrance of the floating fragrance courtyard and frowned at a man who was soliciting customers. Egu, Immortal Master Tang's disciple, how could I have ever met him? Chief Morong, come in and play. A trace of disgust flashed in Moronyu's eyes. What a shithole. It's simply hurtful. She carried her sword forward, and on this journey, the immortal-seeking city was exceptionally prosperous. Not to mention beggars, there were not many poor people. How could he not? He said he was in the city begging for food, strolling through a street and walking through an alley. Moronu inquired all the way and eventually arrived in front of a huge and magnificent mansion. The Water House, the current largest family in the city of immortal seeking. After some inquiries, she learned that recently Hua Luoyun had been wandering in front of this mansion, and she had heard that the maid of this mansion was a big client of his, a foundation stage cultivator, relying on a little maid from someone else to pick up the slack. It was so humiliating that she felt ashamed just thinking about it. In front of the gate of the mansion. At this time, Yun Duo was holding a food box and looking around. This day a whole day she did not see Hua Luoyun. Her heart cannot help but be a little worried. Seeing Moronu walking, she hurriedly opened her mouth to inquire. Girl, have you seen a little beggar? Moronu opened her mouth. The words she wanted to ask were blocked in her throat. I'm here for him too. Cloud froze for a moment, his expression becoming wary. Hua Luoyun had no one to turn to in the immortal seeking city, and was a rustic old man who had inadvertently wandered out of his village. How could anyone be looking for him? This woman. She's not a good person at first glance. Your Hitoshi? Moronu's face was as black as a pot. Payback Seiko. Does she look that much like a villain? Humph. I'm his senior sister. Little girl, if you see that little beggar again, tell him to hurry up and get back to 100 Flowers Peak. Don't disgrace my senior uncle again. After saying that, Moronu turned around and left. There were not many people on this street. She turned back slightly after brushing past several people. The breath of these men was steady. So steady that it was as if there were no fluctuations in their minds. It was an aura she had only ever seen on one kind of person. Killer. This mansion, it seemed, was being targeted by some force. Sighing, Moronu strides away. This world seems to be peaceful on the surface, but the unseen places are dark currents everywhere. At this moment, the second floor of the floating fragrance courtyard, inside the Clear Breeze Hazelmoon private room, Hua Luoyun raised his hand and scratched at Wang Tuxian's immortal skirt. Yellow hordes +1. Due to someone, the atmosphere was a bit strange, and the crowd of heavenly prides were a bit unable to sit still and open their mouths to say goodbye. Elder brother and sister, you guys go ahead. I still have some words to explain to my family, brother. I'll catch up in a while. Wang Tuxian arched his hand towards the two fellow disciples. The people didn't say much and exited the room after returning the salute. When everyone had left, Wang Tuxian finally couldn't hold himself together. Tell me what's going on, brother Bull. Hua Luoyun pinched her nose in aggravation. I just went on a trip. Couldn't find my way back. Came here by accident. Trying to raise some money. Inadvertently. Do you know how far this place is from Ma'anshan? A cultivator's flying boat would have to fly for 10 days and half a month. So you're telling me you came here by legs? Chapter 14, Learning Sound, taking the high-end route. Hua Luoyun kept nodding his head. Yes, he was the legger coming. Wang Tuxian raised her hand to hold her forehead as she pulled out a bag of spirit stones from her storage ring and stuffed it into Hua Luoyun's hand. Brother Nyoer, here are 50 spirit stones, enough for you to take the flying boat back to the Southern Kingdom. My lump is in Shunan County in the Southern Kingdom. Understand? Remember, don't forget, Shunan County, said Wang Tuxian, took out a pen and wrote the address again in the lining of his clothes. She still had a mission to attend to and couldn't personally send Flowing Cloud back, but she was uneasy about letting him float around out there like this. Remember, when you can't find your way you ask people. Don't be ashamed to ask. When you ask for directions you ask for the big place names first, and then the small ones if others know them. Brother Nyoer, if you encounter bandits and bad people or whatever, don't spare the money. Give them all the spirit stones, and they won't bother with a little cutie anymore. Counting on them, got it? The more Hua Luoyun listened, the deeper his frown became. What do you mean others don't with the cutie? Counting? Alas, little rabbit, are you misunderstanding something? He wanted to explain further, but was forcefully interrupted by Wang Tuxian. Brother Nyoer, do as you're told. Hide the spirit stones in 3 parts. 1 in your hair bun, 1 in your pants, and the last one hanging on your waist. Do you understand? After explaining everything, Wang Tuxian was still uneasy. Looking at Hua Luoyun's hands and feet as she pinched the bag of spirit stones, she sighed deeply. You stay here. I'll go find your mom. After exiting the private room and coming down the stairs, she swept her gaze coldly around and finally saw Li Qingqiu, who was standing in the lobby greeting guests. You, come here. Raising his hand, he beckoned towards Li Qingqiu, who came forward rather cautiously. She learned that Wang Tuxian's background was not simple. This was someone who could make the young master of Mount Everest. Zhu Qianming, receive him. What do you have to say, guest? Wang Tuxian's eyes were filled with coldness, and his voice was as cold as the north wind in a waxing moon, that flowing cloud in shallow water. You named him? Li Qingqiu was filled with embarrassment. Ah, yes, here we are. We all have to come in with a stage name. The fire in Wang Tuxian's heart was somewhat difficult to suppress. The long sword in his hand was being sheathed inch by inch, and his voice was even colder. How did he get in? Speaking of this, Li Qingqiu sighed slightly. Alas! Some days ago I saw him begging on the street, and I couldn't bear to take him in as a runner. But I didn't realize that this young man was quite handsome when I took a look at him after he was cleaned up. Clank! Wang Tuxian sheathed the long sword in her hand. She raised her hand and hooked a hand on Li Qingqiu's head, and said word for word in front of her. Old pimp, Hua Luyun, is my elder brother, and I am the flying immortal Holy Land Zhenxian sword successor. May as well tell you. I such younger siblings he has a total of 15 inch. I'm in a hurry to leave today. If something happens to my brother here, I want your entire immortal seeking city to be buried with him. After saying that, Wang Tuxian glanced upstairs. Hua Luyun was currently lying on the windowsill eating grapes, and when he saw that she seemed to be in a hurry, he flashed a silly smile at her. She sighed and turned to head out the door. On the windowsill, Hua Luyun hurriedly waved his hand. Bunny, come and play with us when you have time. Wang Tuxian, who had walked to the door, stumbled on his feet and his face turned a little red. Come and play often, come and play often. Damn broken greenhouse. When brother Nyoer leaves, I'll have to tear you down. Inside the lobby, after seeing Wang Tuxian leave, Li Qingqiu patted her chest and was filled with palpitations. Immortal beheading sword successor. This name was too intimidating. She turned her head to the second floor. On the windowsill, the man half relied on the curtain, his eyes deep, his green silk hanging down along his rigidly handsome face, rippling in the wind. His white shirt was half open, revealing some wheat-colored, toned pecs. Half a cup of green wine in his hand swayed slightly. Yeah, it's so elegant. No wonder that the air of the immortal beheading sword fell into it the first time he saw Luyun shallow water. And at this moment, even Li Qingqiu, who had been in love for a long time, felt a little flustered. Early the next morning, Li Qingqiu launched her elite program. She led Hua Luyun through a courtyard and a connecting corridor, patiently explaining as she walked. To make a lot of money in the service industry, you have to learn to package yourself. A good product. He has to have a soul, a character. It's like Zhang Jinping. What do you feel when you hear his name? Hua Luyun's face was deep in thought. Sister Li, I feel like he's rich. Li Qingqiu spat. Bah, there's no such thing as money. He spends as much as he earns to maintain his golden needles. Luyun, we do not learn from him. Let's go to the high-end route. But this high-end route is not very good to go. Zither, chess, calligraphy and painting is only the foundation. You must be multi-talented. Know a little bit of everything, and then have 1 or 2 art skill proficiency. There's a great Qin Dao master in our puppy fragrance courtyard. When you see her later, you must learn well. Understand? Zhao Tingling is different from the other girls. Although she's a flower girl, she's also a Yuaning stage cultivator. Don't lose your manners. Hua Luyun hurriedly nodded his head. The Yuaning stage is not rare in this immortal-seeking city. Even if you go up to the easy sect, you are also a party of elders. How could he not have imagined before that there was a Yuaning hidden within this floating fragrance courtyard? After passing through the connecting corridors and crossing the archway ferry bridge, the two of them finally made their way to the deepest courtyard of the floating fragrance courtyard. It was an attic building brushed with bright red paint, with countless red veils drooping and dancing upstairs, looking like a dream. Li Qingqiu took a small step forward and knocked on the door. Tinker Bell, are you there? I'm bringing Luyun over for piano lessons. With a creak, the red-painted wooden door slowly opened. A polite and soft voice rang out from within the room. Sister Li, come in. Li Qingqiu pulled Hua Luyun's sleeve. The latter was now curiously stretching her head to look straight inside, with a look of having never seen the world. Inside the room, in the center of the lobby, a woman gently put down her tea bowl. Her face was like a peach blossom. Her eyebrows were like willow leaves. Her dark hair was like green clouds in the snowy sky. It was draped over her shoulders, and her delicate figure was breathtakingly beautiful. Hua Luyun's heart tightened at the sight of Zhao Tingling, and he hurriedly came forward to present a bracelet with both hands. Sister Tinker Bell, here's a gift for you. Zhao Tingling raised her hand to receive the bracelet, her brow furrowing slightly. Luyun, you've been tricked. This bracelet is plated with heavenly gold on the outside. The inside should be iron. Hua Luyun suspiciously reached out to look at the bracelet. Not fooled. The boss said it was iron. Zhao Tingling's breath stuttered as she raised her beautiful eyes to look into Hua Luyun's eyes. It was the first time she had received such a cheap gift. In the past, she received gifts. Which one is not dozens of hundreds of spirit stones apiece? Flower Luyun sent this raggedy thing, afraid to throw on the ground or no one to pick up it. Ryun, are you short of money? Hua Luyun opened his mouth and replied. Sister Tinker Bell, there's no shortage. Yesterday little bunny just gave me 50 spirit stones, so you bought me this crappy bracelet? Hearing Zhao Tingling's tone grow unkind, Hua Luyun warily took 2 steps back. his arm unconsciously covering the money pouch at his waist. On the side, Li Qingxiu saw that the situation was not right and hurriedly went up to Zhao Tingling and stuffed a storage ring into her hand. Ouch! Ryun got it wrong. He got it wrong. This is his gift to you. Zhao Tingling angrily pushed Li Qingxiu's storage ring back. Sister Li, I don't need this. I just want an attitude. Look at him. He looks like I'm going to rob him. I'm a Yuaning cultivator. Can I look at his foundation stage household goods? Goo. I'm pissed off. Hua Luyun lowered his head, and his face was also a bit ugly. Bunny said, if you want to grab it, let me give you the one on my waist, not the one in my hair bun or in my pants. Chapter 15. There's a big shot at the store. Hearing Hua Luyun's words, Zhao Tingling's silver teeth were about to clench. Ouch. She's never been so angry in her life. If it wasn't for Li Qingxiu begging to come to her, she wouldn't have wanted to bother with Hua Luyun at all. What the hell? I've seen stingy people before, but I've never seen such a stingy one. Well, come here. From this day on, I'll teach you the music. Hua Luyun looked at Li Qingxiu with some hesitation. Sister Li, I've heard that those who practice music and rhythm cultivate their bodies in character. Sister Tinkerbell is so bad-tempered. Is she not skilled? Zhao Tingling's eyes narrowed slightly as she opened her mouth towards the side hall and shouted. Aya, bring me my zither. I'll play a piece for Mr. Hua today, so he can see if I'm a bad technician. In the side hall, Zhao Tingling's personal maid walked in holding a long zither. Li Qingxiu saw Zhao Tingling start teaching and turned away with a light smile. Although the process was a bit choppy, the result was good. At least Zhao Tingling was angry and didn't beat Flower Luyun out. That's great. It's a good place to start. She knew that this Hua Luyun fellow was good at taking people's hearts. No! The Yuaning stage Zhao Tingling was getting so angry that she was proving her strength to herself. The melodious and gentle sound of the zither resounded. The red veil of the attic fluttered. Butterflies stopped and landed on the building. And cicadas chirped. Birds chirped. And the sound was between the strings of the zither. The sound of this zither seemed to blend into nature, into the wind, and into the flowing water of a clear spring. The zither is all about meaning. And a good music master can not only use music to calm the mind, but also use it to communicate with nature and explore the great Tao. This song, the sound of all things Tao, is my famous zither song. It can comprehend heaven and earth and sense the naturalness of the great Tao. Zhao Tingling spoke faintly while her fingers fluctuated the strings of the zither. The corners of her mouth hooked up slightly. Quite a bit of pride. Little man, that should hold it now. She raised her head to look at Hua Luyun, and saw that this fellow was staring at the movements of her hand with an attentive look. Humph, look at his serious demeanor. Those who don't know think he understands. After the song was finished, Zhao Tingling pushed the long zither in her hand in front of Hua Luyun with a proud look on her face. Try it. When I first started practicing the piano, but I could play the approximate tune after hearing it once. Here Zhao Tingling gave a small brag. Who could play the piano the first time they touched it? But she just wanted to strike a blow at Hua Luyun today. Receiving the zither, Hua Luyun closed his eyes slightly and brushed his fingers across the strings. At this moment, his eyes changed, became cold, became blazing. He was like a swordsman taking up his sword, like a drunkard lifting his cup. 5 fingers pressed on the strings. All the sounds in the dozens of meters around the attic were suddenly silent. The wind stopped, the water slowed down, and everything was closing in. Zhao Tingling's eyes narrowed, and her heart said that it was not good. This kid seems to be a master of tone. It's here to crash the party. The clanging sound of the zither rang out, and Hua Luyun's face was intoxicated as his fingers were as fast as lightning, plucking out phantoms on the strings. Fast. It was really too fast for the average person to see his movements. Zhao Tingling's face darkened as she raised her hand and pressed on the strings. Stop. What the hell are you playing? It's a mess. Hua Luyun's face was puzzled. Sister Tinkerbell, isn't that how you played it just now? With quick fingers, narrowed eyes, chin up, and a bit of arrogance in your demeanor? The corner of Zhao Tingling's mouth twitched slightly. This guy watched it once, and together with the zither song is not learned at all. Only learned the mastery when she played the zither. After a long time the sound of the high mountain and flowing water zither sounded again. Remember this time? Remember, keep your back straight, and when you're halfway through playing, raise your eyes and scan the circle. Can't teach at all. Half a month had passed since Hua Luyun learned the qin. In this half month at first he was still running both in the front and backyard. Then Zhao Tingling directly didn't let him go out. Can't play well, won't even give food. Inside the small red attic, every day is Zhao Tingling fried furious roar. This is the worst class of students she has ever brought. In the front yard, today's immortals of the easy sect wrapped up. The guests on the first floor were cleared away as much as possible. And from the front door to both sides of the aisle stood full of handsome and beautiful men and women who welcomed the guests. Outside the door, Zhang Jinpin stood beside Li Qingxiu. looking a little nervous. Just because the proprietor this time is Divine Seal Peak Yu Linglong Fairy. This guy's temper is not very good, all day long outside fighting and killing. Rumor has it that not long ago she killed her way into the Angry Blood Palace alone and was seriously injured. Or her senior sister Tang Kuei and disciple Morong Yu ventured into the evil ghost abyss to find medicine for her. Only then was she able to save her little life. Golden Needle. This time, the banquet hosted by Peak Master Yu is Mr. Evening from the Fairview Academy. These Confucian people, well endowed with elegance. You must remember to enter and exit degrees. Do not be too active. Just toast to the wine-peeling lychee and so on. Zhang Jinping nodded, secretly cheering himself up. Li Qingqiu sighed. This golden needle is ultimately not as Flower Lu Yun that sprightly and natural. Favorable comments she did not dare to think of. Just hope that nothing goes wrong is good. Soon there were several sword lights that stopped and landed in front of the door of the floating fragrance courtyard. Yu Linglong looked to have a plump figure, with some of the intellectual beauty of a mature woman, giving people a sense of the fragrance of enjoying peonies close by. Morong Yu, who followed behind her, was much more youthful, and was currently beaming, dissatisfied with the place her master had chosen. On the other side were likewise a few women who wore green shirts, giving off a sense of lightness and quiet expansiveness. In particular, Evening, who was standing in front, was quite literate. Egu, Peak Master Yu, welcome welcome welcome. Li Qingqiu came forward, his face as flattering as it could be. Zhang Jinping also hurriedly followed his footsteps. The Golden Needle welcomes you all. Morong Yu glared at Zhang Jin Needle, full of contempt. Go away, you sissy. Zhang Jin Needle awkwardly followed behind, burying his head low and not daring to reply at all. Entered the lobby, went up to the second floor, took a seat. A fruit plate was delivered. The dancers slowly entered the room. Zhang Jinping led the dance. First gave the guests a section of Farewell My Concubine. Yu Linglong pushed cups with Mr. Evening, while Morong Yu was in charge of entertaining Mr. Evening's students. The scene was so happy and cheerful. Evening, you don't know. When I killed the general altar of the Angry Blood Palace, a bunch of their senior officers were all confused. I was not saying anything. My hands rose up. My hands rose up. Yu Linglong bragged about her battle achievements while gesturing with her palms. Evening smiled faintly and took a shallow lick from her glass. Oh, and how was Sister Linglong injured? Yu Linglong, who was raising her hand to gesture, made a move. Her eyes narrowed slightly, and the atmosphere in the room suddenly turned cold. Zhang Jinping, who was dancing, felt this raging murderous aura and fell to the ground with an unsteady foot in fear. For a moment, all eyes looked toward him at the same time. Feeling the gazes of the crowd, Zhang Jinping trembled and knelt on the ground, kowtowing frantically with a timid and very small appearance. Guest, I didn't do it on purpose. I didn't do it on purpose. Ah. Evening shook her head and sighed. Uninteresting. Yu Linglong looked at Zhang Jinping with annoyance in her heart. Not that she blamed him for falling down from dancing. Rather, it was the heart that was a bit of a disgrace to her as a proprietor. Outside the door, Li Qingqiu's heart clenched at the sight. She hurriedly greeted the girl beside her. Quickly, go to Tinker Bell Pavilion and ask Lu Yun to save the day. Chapter 16, Flowing Clouds and Shallow Waters. Save the party. The girl beside Li Qingqiu lifted her skirt and ran towards the backyard with quick steps. What kind of person is Yu Linglong? Free sect God Seal Peak Master. Hot temper is known all over the world. An unhappy destroyed them this broken greenhouse easily. She walked through a connecting corridor and across a courtyard. The sound of angry curses could be heard from the Tinkerbell Pavilion a long way away. Wrong again. Wrong again. I asked you to memorize the score. What did you memorize? Damn it. What kind of sin did I create in my past life to have such a retarded disciple like you? Sister Tinkerbell, do you think it's possible to blame this zither, which has the wrong strings planted on it? Then why is it okay for me to play it? Hua Luyun muttered in a small voice. You're playing it wrong. Ha ha ha. Ah ha 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 ha. Hell, I played it wrong. I'm a Qin Dao everyone. Ah. You play less than 100 times today. You are not allowed to give me sleep. Just then the girl who had come for help finally ran downstairs. She gasped and knocked on the door. Sister Tinkerbell, something bad has happened. A big shot has come to the front yard. Zhao Jin Needle can't handle it and needs support from Lu Yun. The door to the room pushed open. Inside the lobby, Zhao Tingling held the bamboo strips and rolled up his sleeves, red light exploding in his eyes and veins lying across his neck. In front of her, Hua Luyun licked his lips with an innocent look as he was stroking his zither. Hearing the girl's words, Zhao Tingling turned her head openly to look at the door. Sisterly is sure she's not mistaken. A client that Zhao Jinping couldn't handle. This short-blooded contraption can handle? That girl by the door was startled to see Zhao Tingling's appearance. Is this still the gentle and beautiful flower leader of the floating fragrance courtyard? That crazy look, how it was like a zombie. Tinkerbell's sister. there are advantages to streaming clouds. Hua Luyun raised his head slightly and looked at Zhao Tingling with some defiance, muttering in a low voice. Yeah, and I play the piano. You know shit. Zhao Tingling angrily threw the bamboo strips in her hand on the ground. She took a deep breath and walked to the table, picking up the tea and drinking it. What big man? Back to Sister Tinker Bell. It's Divine Seal Peak Master Yu Linglong, and Mr. Evening from the Fairview Academy. Joe Tinkerbell waved her hand. Go on. Although Yu Linglong has a hot temper, she won't kill innocent people indiscriminately, and the Fairview Academy cultivates righteousness, so she won't do anything to this kid either. Play well, don't embarrass me. No, don't say I taught you. Get out quickly. Holding the long zither, Hua Luyun slowly retreated after performing a disciple's salute. Zhao Tingling once again poured a cup of cold tea. Posturing. After leaving the Dingling Bell Pavilion, the remaining halo of the setting sun shone through the thin veil on Hua Luyun's face, accentuating the boundless handsomeness. Zhao Tingling's personal maid, Aya, came forward and straightened his long, messy hair. Your Excellency, if you haven't learned yet, you can stop playing the zither for a while and also learn a colorful dance like Zhao Jinpin's. With your good looks, you're definitely 100 times better looking than Zhao Jinpin. At that time will not that Yu Linglong and Evening's eyes look straight. So what about the teaching teacher? They'll sink to the same level when they see Mr. Gong. Hua Luyun nodded. He wore a powerful confidence on his face. Don't worry Aya, I have my own plans. Inside the attic, Zhao Tingling couldn't help but open her mouth again. Don't worry my ass. Don't say I taught you that when you're out there, or I'll break your legs. In the front yard, inside the autumn-locked pond, private room, Zhao Jinpin and his team of dancers were off the stage, and Li Qingqiu was calming down a crowd of guests. Fairy Yu, I'm very sorry for rushing you today as the Golden Needle is not feeling well. I've arranged for the herb leader of this house, Luyun Shallow Water, to come to your service. Yu Linglong raised her hand and stroked her chin. Recently, the Piu Xian courtyard is in the midst of an elite program, and the publicity often mentions this Luyun Shallow Water, saying that he is handsome to the core and has excellent artistic skills. What is the talent of this flowing cloud in shallow water? The corner of Li Qingqiu's mouth hooked up slightly. Slow down. Our academy has recently introduced 4 male gods, Luyun Shallow Water, Mu Feng Bianin, Fei Yin Holding Flowers, and Paper and Sky Bamboo. They specialize in qin, chess, calligraphy and painting, and the flowing clouds in shallow water correspond to the qin. He's the disciple of Fairy Tinker Bell. He's a great zither player. Upon hearing Li Qingqiu's words, the group of people in the room revealed looks of interest. Even Morong Yu was quite curious. After all, Zhao Tingling's zither skills, that was something that no one knew about for hundreds of miles around. You can communicate with nature and swim in the avenue. Just then, the door to the room opened quietly. Then he saw a man in a plain white robe walking slowly with a guqin on his back. His long hair fell casually over his shoulders, giving him an unruly look. Handsome face with a faint smile. Not pro or con. It fits right into the feast. Lu Yun, meet the fairies. I heard that the fairies are here to discuss the Tao, so I've come to offer a song. All of the cultivators here revealed faint smiles. Secretly, I marveled at what a high level of speech, worthy of being one of the 4 greats, flowing clouds in shallow waters. It really was something. Yu Linglong's face involuntarily revealed a smile as she nodded repeatedly. Good. Then I'll be obliged to you, sir. Li Qingqiu slowly retreated, and Hua Luyun gave her a reassuring look. He unloaded his lyre and sat down on the floor. With a casual gesture, a plate of grapes flew into his hand. He then ate the grapes with one hand and started plucking the strings with the other. The sound of the zither is like the tinkling of spring water at the beginning, slowly getting better and better, like the continuous running thunder. His fingers were getting faster and faster, and his playing was getting smoother and smoother. Yu Linglong on the first seat shouted, "Good." She couldn't understand it, but the sound of the zither gave her a powerful feeling. On the other side, Evening frowned slightly. She is also a person who knows the piano, but the first time to see people one-handed piano. He leaned on the piano, casual and relaxed, giving people a sense of freedom and liberty. At this time, Morong Yu was also looking dumbfounded. Not that she was indulging in the beauty of Flower Luyun. Rather, the more she looked at him, the more familiar he looked. Seems to have met. Without realizing it, everyone in the room sank into the sound of the zither. Hua Luyun finished eating the grapes in his hand just as the song finished, and cheers rang out in the room. Good. Worthy of being the disciple of everyone in Tinker Bell. You play so well. Evening, what do you think? Late Night laughed softly. She also thought it was good. It was that Hua Luyun played too fast. She didn't memorize much of the score. Mr. Luyun, the tune just now, can you play it again? The corner of Hua Liuyun's mouth hooked up. Naturally, he propped his chin on one hand and strummed the strings again. Evening, who was internally memorizing the score, froze slightly. Changed. The zither was played with the same chaos and the same debauchery, but the content was clearly different from earlier. Evening frowned and listened again from beginning to end. I can't say it's the same song, only that it's unrelated. What you play, my lord, is the same tune? Hua Luyun spoke faintly. Yeah, same song, but I've heard it twice, and it's not the same thing. Hua Luyun's heart jumped. This evening was so powerful that he could hear the difference. He can't remember what he played the first time. It must have been different. Mr. Evening, let me ask you, are there two leaves in the world that are the same? No. That's it. What I played just now and what I'm playing now. Of course it's different. The wind is unchanging. The clouds have no phase. I'll play it again and it'll still be different. That's the way. Chapter 17, A Broken Greenhouse, 7 or 8 Forces. Hearing Hua Liuyun's words, everyone here was slightly enlightened. They had the feeling that they had caught something and yet had caught nothing. In the end, he could only shake his head helplessly. Mr. Liuyun's state of mind is really high. Ha 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 ha, late muse. Then I'll play another wild wind for a few fairies. Hua Luyun laughed out loud and once again rose his hand to stroke the zither, showing off his dashing demeanor. Outside the private room, Li Qingqiu smiled and greeted the girls as they arranged for the dance. At the doorway of the backyard, Aya pushed the door and looked towards the lobby, and when she saw Li Qingqiu she hurriedly ran up to her. Sister Li, Sister Tinker Bell thought for a long time and was not quite at ease, so she asked me to come and take a look. Li Qingqiu smiled like a flower. Ha ha, Aya You go back and tell Dingling that the guests are very satisfied. Immortal Master Yu is praising Liuyun's zither skills. Hearing this, Aya's face was filled with skepticism. It wasn't like she didn't know what Hana Luyun had learned. For the past half a month, it had almost made Zhao Tingling's menstrual cramps. She softly took 2 steps toward the second floor, and following the doorway, she saw Hua Luyun inside the room who was propping up her chin with one hand and plucking the strings of the zither with the other. The sound of the zither was as disorganized as waves, but he sat there, calm and relaxed, his masterly demeanor unmistakable. The temperament was ethereal and unrestrained, and the group of female cultivators looked mesmerized. Aya was shocked. Hiss. It's all about temperament, not skill. This cloudy demeanor of Gongzi, coupled with the great name of Miss Tinker Bell's disciple, I'm afraid that no one would question even if he played it to shit. She sucked in a breath of cool air and slowly retreated down to the second floor, then went back to Zhao Tingling to resume her orders. As the night wore on, the crowd laughed and left the table. Everyone was pleased with the feast. Mr. Evening even invited Hua Luyun to the Jinqiu Academy to exchange zither skills, but Hua Luyun politely declined. Master, this flowing clouds in shallow water. I always feel like I've seen it somewhere before. Morong Yu had been frowning tightly. Yu Linglong looked at Morong Yu with a skeptical look on her face. Little ninny, it can't be that she has moved to spring. Seen what have you seen? You err. You don't come to this floating fragrance courtyard often, do you? Hearing this, Morong Yu hurriedly shook her head. Master, no, absolutely not. Inside the floating fragrance courtyard, everyone looked at Flower Luyun with a look of reverence. He used his strength to deeply convince the crowd, and even more so, because of this banquet. Almost everyone in the entire Puffy Fragrance house knew him. Who wouldn't want to suck up to someone who can? Returning to his house, he was just about to go to sleep when there was a knock on the door. Luyun, is Luyun here? It's me, Sister Li. When Hua Luyun opened the door to the house, he saw Li Qingqiu flash into the house after taking a wary look around. She skillfully pulled out the sound separator and stuck it on the door, pulling Hua Luyun to sit on the bed. Speaking with a face full of gravity, he said, Luyun, let me tell you a secret. I'm actually a scout that the Immortal Moon Kingdom has planted in this immortal-seeking city, specializing in gathering intelligence. Hua Luyun was about to open his mouth when Li Qingqiu hurriedly blocked his mouth. Luyun, listen to me. Our organization is called Spectre. Monthly salary of 8 spirit stones, food and accommodation reimbursement. If you die there is also a pension of 5,000 spirit stones. And the brocade guards also gave us in the Ministry of the Household Silver Bank to open a top-secret account. If we have made a merit, there are additional rewards. Li Qingqiu finished her treatment in one breath before releasing Hua Liuyun's mouth. The latter looked shocked. Sister Li, how much is your reward for pulling someone in? Li Qingqiu had a wicked smile on his face. Ha ha, Luyun, you're really smart. This was all guessed by you. She raised her hand and compared 2 fingers. Pull one person 50 spirit stones. Sister Li will share 20 with you. The 2 men covered themselves under the covers and smiled wickedly at the same time. Here, this is your identity token as a specter of the brocade guard of my Immortal Moon Kingdom. Hua Luyun solemnly received the token. The sign was pitch black, with an evil spirit carved into it and his name on the other side. Sister Li, it seems you knew I would agree. The two men laughed without saying a word. Next, Li Qingqiu explained to him about their joint code words, the rules they needed to follow, and how to find the organization if the upper peak was sacrificed. After most of an hour, Li Qingqiu finally left. Hua Luyun sighed long and hard. He was considered a person of status nowadays. Immortal Moon Kingdom Brocade Guard Spectre. Just by listening to it, he knew it was awesome. He was about to go to sleep when there was another knock on the front door. He had only just opened the door when a man dashed into the room. The man moved quickly as he quickly closed the door to his room and put a spacer on the door. Luyun, don't panic. It's me. Su Mu Feng. Hua Luyun carried the candlestick and came up to the visitor. This was Mu Feng Bingyin, one of the four great beauties of the Piu Xiang courtyard cultivated by Li Qingqiu, who was said to be good at Go, and his looks were also outstanding. Luyun, listen to me. I'm Wind Chime from the Listening Wind Pavilion. I see your qualifications are good. Want to pull you into the gang. You do not rush back to me. I listen to the Wind Pavilion monthly salary of 5 spirit stone, food and housing reimbursement, died in 3,000 spirit stone pension. Such good treatment. Not many forces to take out. Hua Luyun looked at a golden bell that had been forcefully shoved into his hand, his face a little cloudy. 5 spirit stones a month. Can one really bear to turn down such a good job? Mu Feng, me, big man, don't be a bitch, just say yes or no. Hua Luyun's teeth clenched. 5 spirit stones, and reimbursement for food and lodging. Done. Su Mufeng nodded in satisfaction and explained to Hua Luyun the rules of Listening Wind Pavilion, the secret code of the joint. Mu Feng, wait, I'll find a pen and paper to write it down. I'm worried I'll get sidetracked. What's wrong? Luyun, you can't use pen and paper. This stuff is top secret. You have to keep it in mind. Hua Luyun remembered sweating profusely. Having only just sent Su Mufeng away, Zhang Jinpin also came. Brother Luyun, I'm actually a blood talisman of the Angry Blood Hall. How much is the monthly salary? 5 spirit stones per month. Do you want to do it? Fuck it. Say the code word. This night, Hua Luyun barely slept, and every now and then the door to his room would slam. Until the early hours of the morning, he had received 7 or 8 tokens in his hand, and as for any messy secret codes and rules, he had forgotten all about them. Not a single one was memorized. It was the treatment he remembered better. With a rough calculation, he could actually receive a monthly salary of more than 50 spirit stones per month. We're rich. Outside the door, hearing Hua Luyun murmur inside the room, Aya frowned and knocked on the door. Luyun, Miss asked me to rush you. It's time to learn the Qin, why don't you go over there? Is your skin itching? Hua Luyun sleepily opened the door to his room, his face full of fatigue. Aya, can we take a day off today? I didn't sleep well last night. Aya took him by the sleeve of his coat and turned around, heading in the direction of Tinkerbell Court. No, other people want to beg Miss to teach the piano. Miss doesn't teach it yet. Don't you be born in a blessed place and not know the blessings. Okay, Aya, I'm sleepy. Don't get sleepy. Entering the Tinkling Bell Pavilion, Hua Luyun yawned. In front of the hall, Zhao Tingling turned around. She wore a slim black robe and held a civet mask in her hand. Luyun, this is the Luo Net Killer. I now officially invite you to join the Luo Net. Hua Luyun's sleepiness dissipated. You're making money again? Sister Tinkerbell, this job is very challenging for me. Chapter 18, Killer Training. The Assassin Organization. Luo Net, claimed to be impervious to everything. An invisible giant net woven over the heads of all the countries and many sects. Their killers are categorized into the 4 grades of heaven, earth, mystery, and yellow. Hua Luyun yawned as he listened to Zhao Tingling bragging about the power of Luo Net. Looking tired. Ryun, is there anything else you want to know? Sister Tinkerbell, how much is the monthly salary? Zhao Dingling gritted her silver teeth, so she said so much for nothing. All this guy cared about was money. We don't have a monthly salary here. We get paid more for more work. The headquarters sends out missions, and when they're done, we split it 30/70ths with the organization. After she finished speaking, she threw a yellow character token to Hua Luyun. This would be considered membership. By the way, I have a book of assassination essentials here. Do you want to learn it? Just learn something. You seem reluctant? How dare you? Assassination. Assassination is about killing. Can a child kill a strong man? Can Foundation establishment kill Jindan or even Yuaning? The answer is yes. Cultivators of any realm have hoods, and a single hit, not to mention killing a Jindan Yuaning, killing a great emperor is possible. Sister Tinkerbell, where is the great emperor's hood? Zhao Tingling twisted her head around with a morose smile on her face. Luyun, you don't have to look for the door on him, It could be his wife, daughter, 7 aunts and 8 uncles. So broaden your horizons a bit. Hua Luyun sucked in a breath of cool air. This assassination technique was so vicious. Sister Tinker Bell. So we're the villains? Lu Yun, have you ever seen any decent person living in a greenhouse? Hiss. Indeed. The two men's eyes locked. Their pupils all contained a cold, chilling light, and at the same time, they let out a jizz low laughter. For the next half a month Hua Luyun was busy. Every morning you need to go to the various forces to find the connector to the password. At noon to sit in the lobby of the Piu Xian courtyard to play. In the afternoon to go back to the Tinkling Bell Pavilion to learn the Qin. And in the evening to practice assassination. He was so busy that he was dizzy. As for the matter of promising little Bunny to return to the village, it had all been thrown out of the sky long ago. He bought a big sword and a nightshirt. Seeing Hua Luyun's appearance in his nightclothes, long sword in hand, and bucket hat on his head, Zhao Tingling nodded in satisfaction. There's a sense of a good big home-raised child coming out of the woodwork. She straightened Hua Luyun's collar. A rather solemn account was given. This mission you're just going to show up. Remember, don't rush in front. And when you fight, remember to pick up the bucket hat when you throw it. After half a month of cultivation, today the organization finally sent a mission to spy on the defense of the water mansion. For the first time in actual combat, Hua Luyun was just following the miscellaneous soldiers who were mixing up the full time, so it wasn't much of a challenge. He asked with some curiosity, Sister Tinker Bell, why are they targeting the water mansion? Zhao Tingling pondered for a few seconds, but in the end, she didn't hide it. We are not the only ones who have our eyes on the water mansion, but dozens of forces. Rumor has it that Xue Ji is a remnant of the Crusaders of the Flower God Palace back then, and that he holds one of the 3 major legacies of the Crusaders, the Knocking Immortal Talisman. Upon hearing the Knocking Immortal Talisman, Hua Luyun's pupils suddenly shrunk. The name has such a familiar ring to it. Seems like I've heard it somewhere before. Then, Sister Tinker Bell, I'll go. Seeing Hua Luyun turn to leave, Zhao Dingling remained a bit uneasy as she urged, remember, pick up the cloak. After leaving the puffing fragrance courtyard, he walked all the way towards the center of the city. It was rumored that the Shui family was the #1 family in this immortal-seeking city, extremely strong and with a large mansion, occupying the most central location in immortal-seeking city. Hua Luyun hadn't been there, but he always kept in mind little Bunny's words, ask more if you don't know, and don't be too shy when you go out. Old-timer, may I ask if you know how to get to the water mansion? The old man holding up the ice candy gourd looked at Hua Luyun with a face full of suspicion. This guy was wearing nightclothes and just asked the first family of immortal-seeking city how to get there so brightly. Are all assassins so arrogant these days? Little brother, what are you doing in the water family? Seeing the old man replying, Hua Luyun hurriedly rummaged through his arms and waved a token in front of the old man. Folks, I'm an assassin from the Roulette Network, going over there on a mission. The old man clammed up. This assassin is so sincere. He doesn't know how to say no at all. You go down this street, turn left at the second intersection, walk about 300 to 400 meters, and the biggest mansion is. Hua Luyun's eyes lit up. This path was the same as the relief of that kind lady's house of his own. He suddenly missed the little maid who threw herself at him every day a little. How much for a bunch of candy canes? Homeboy, give me 3, 1 spirit stone per string. You're robbing people? Guest, if you don't pay me, I'll go to the water mansion and tip off that a Luo assassin is asking for his family's way. Hua Luyun's face was cloudy. It's true that the outside world is too complicated and not at all as sincere as the village. These 3 spirit stones were considered to have bought a lesson. He had just left with the sugar gourd, when a red umbrella floated down to the place. Under the umbrella, Zhao Tingling looked at Hua Luyun's distant back with a puzzled expression, and turned his head to look at the old man who was selling the sugar gourd. Anything unusual? The old man, carrying a candy cane, raised his hand and stroked his beard. Bell, his whole body is abnormal. There's nothing normal about him. Speaking of which, the old man looked a little solemn. However, the most abnormal thing is that deep in his eyes, there seems to be a monstrous ferocious aura hidden. Zhao Tingling frowned at the old man. Are you saying that his naive exterior is all an act? The old man shook his head. No, I mean, this guy has been repressing himself. He's actually quite violent, and there's a warlike gene hidden in his bloodline. Remember that fellow countryman of his telling him to go home? It was natural for him to ignore the incident, his subconscious mind delighting in karma. Zhao Tingling gulped. Cultivators, avoiding karma she had heard of, but it was the first time she had heard of those who were happy to dip their hands in karma. Rumor has it that a long time ago, there was a place called the Dragon Kingdom, and the people there liked to gather around and eat melons. No matter if someone is quarreling, fighting, even ants fight, other people's house shampooing the carpet to go and make a scene. They like to get high while commenting on the situation. This flower Luyun can't be a descendant of the people from the Dragon Kingdom. Thinking about it, she asked the old man again. Is there a problem with identity? The old man bristled. From the village. What can be wrong with your identity? Cultivate it well. Although your disciple's qualifications are not good, but he has a lot of guts. Take a look. Dare to brightly light up the Luonet token on the street. Ask who else is there. Zhao Tingling held her forehead and turned her head to look in the direction where Hua Luyun had left, only to see the other party casually pinning his sword on his waist at this moment, eating a sugar gourd in his mouth, his eyes revealing a stupid clarity. Violent? There's a shitload of violence. He mixed in this cultivation whirl like a husky that mixed in with the wolves. 1, 2, second left. He counted the path and turned a corner, and after walking hundreds of meters, Hua Luyun froze in place. Here it is, the mansion of the good lady. At this time the water mansion door is closed, although there are several isolation formations open. Still can vaguely hear the sound of killing inside. Some forces had already pressed on and attacked. A stream of blood flowed outward down the doorway. It reflected red on Hua Luyun's flustered face. He scratched his hair hard. His head itched as if his brain was growing again. Chapter 19 Cloudy. I've come to save you. Looking at his own face in the blood-colored reflection, Hua Luyun breathed slightly sharply. He shivered, like when he first went to Shijiatan and saw the village full of dead bodies. Boundless fear struck him, and he turned to leave. Little beggar, here's the cinnamon cake that the family doesn't want. Ouch, you're guarding the door again. My house owes you. Wait, I'll go to the kitchen and get you a chicken leg. One of the words that the little maid, Cloud, had once spoken flashed through his mind. His step across the room lurched and stopped in place. Blood dripped down the steps and over his feet, and in the reflection, he was actually smiling. No, no, no. He was clearly scared, clearly wanted to run away. But why was he smiling? Why exactly? He turned around, kicking and stomping. His boots stepped in the blood, pulling up wisps of goo, and his hands shook so badly he slowly pushed the door open. Who? A masked cultivator inside the door turned around to look at him. He let out a stern cry just before he tried to strike, and an icy candy cane stick went through his throat. He covered his neck and dropped the long sword in his hand, slowly kneeling down in front of Hua Luyun. Hua Luyun's hands were shaking. His body was shaking. He was scared to death. He felt his heart jumping into his throat. Once inside the courtyard, once again two assassins lunged at him. Clank! A flash of cold light lit up. Two heads flew up high, and Hua Luyun fell to the ground. Her eyes filled with fear. Hoo! Take a deep breath. No fear, no fear. Standing up with his long sword in his pommel, he hooked his head to look out at one of the large hallrooms at the back of the courtyard. There were killings everywhere, and it could be seen that not only one force had attacked the water family. Gulping, he dragged his sword inside. Cloudy, are you alive? It's me. I've come to save you. Clank! The sound of swords rang out, and one by one, the black-clothed men collapsed at the feet of Hua Luyun in succession, their eyes round and dead. Cloudy! I'm so scared! Where are you? I'm so scared! Jia. In a woodshed, hearing someone shouting his name, Yun Duo, who was carrying a dagger and hiding in it, opened the door of the room vigilantly, and just after sticking her head out she saw a scene that was appalling to the core, only to see Hua Luyun on the aisle with two empty eyes. Blood dripping down his bucket hat a little bit, his eyes froze, and the corners of his mouth curved up in an eerie arc. At the sound of her opening the door, the hollow eyes twisted their heads this way, bits of starburst dancing in his pupils. Creepy, weird, boo. As soon as Cloud slammed the door to the woodshed shut, his entire body went limp behind the door, the dagger in his hand unsteady. She covered her mouth hard and couldn't stop the tears from sliding down the corners of her eyes. It was too scary, so scary that her whole body was convulsing, but she didn't dare cry out. The creature was staring at the door of her room. It is choosing people to be addicted to. On the aisle, Hua Luyun looked at the firewood room door suspiciously. Did that look like a cloud just now? The fear in his heart was washed away a bit when he saw his acquaintance, and he took 3 steps and rushed to the front of the woodshed and pushed the door. Didn't push it. Seeing a window next to him, he hesitated for a moment and then poked his head in, but it happened to collide with the cloud that was peeping out of the window. The corners of his mouth cracked open and a look of surprise appeared on his face, a glint in his eyes. Clouds! An ear-piercing scream rang out, and Yun Duo was about to fall backwards in a backward motion. When the critical time came, Hua Luyun reached through the window and grabbed Yun Duo's arm. Cloudy, don't be afraid. I'm coming to save you. He dragged Cloud out of the window opening, the latter having fainted by now. Thinking of all the things in this immortal-seeking city, only Yun Duo and Madame treated themselves the best. Their goodness was unrequited and the purest. Hua Luyun was a person who knew how to repay favors, his eyes gradually firming up. Today, even if the King of Heaven came, he would still take clout to kill out. When are people most powerful? When the heart has faith. Although Hua Luyun is only a foundation cultivation, but with the three cultivations of Confucianism, Taoism, and military, he has hardened himself to kill a bloody path in this chaos. Wherever the seven-colored Haoren Zhengqi passes, ghosts and gods retreat. All laws do not invade, and the 100 battles to kill God Gong is even more tireless. Despite dragging the clouds with one hand and holding a sword in only one hand, he still kills people's heads rolling. It had been killing from the front yard to the backyard, killing until the entire water mansion became silent and the smell of blood stung his nose. Look at the blood in the yard and listen to the mosquitoes whispering. The last of the black-clad men slid to the ground in front of him, their blood-stained palms pulling a blood-red handprint across the hem of his coat. He was still shaking, all over. Scared? Fear? He'd been so afraid that he'd gone into spasms. In the alley outside the water house, a team of men wearing cocked hats and black robes leaned over and crouched by the wall. They were the assassins of the Rouge. The leader this time was the Earth character killer Easy. Yuaning stage cultivation. Rumor has it that he has assassinated a god realization stage powerhouse with a handful of Easy sword, so his strength is extremely strong. At this time he looked quite anxious. The inheritance of the knocking immortal talisman was just one copy, and after the angry blood sect lured the water mansion's grand lady out of the immortal seeking city, 7 or 8 forces had already killed their way into the water mansion. The angry blood sect, the immortal moon kingdom, the listening wind pavilion, the city lord's mansion, and even the Zhu clan of the Easy sect had secretly sent people, and now it's just a matter of them roping in yet. Have the Civets men not arrived yet? He frowned and scanned the crowd. The group of assassins shook their heads in unison. Didn't see it. Neither have I. Will it go in first? The people were all talking about it, and they all said they hadn't seen it. At this point it was suggested, "Boss, although those forces have gone in, they have left people outside to receive them. Should we turn them?" He made a neck-wiping gesture. Easy glared at him and snapped, "Put away your stupid ideas, offending so many forces at once. Don't drag me along if you want to die." After hesitating for a moment, Easy decided not to wait. If he hadn't promised the civet cat to bring her disciples to see the world, he would have killed them long ago. Knocking immortal talisman. That is a talismanic Dao feat that directly refers to the great emperor. Rumor has it that if one fully masters it, one can even ascend to immortality and knock on the immortal gate. If he missed out on such an opportunity because of pleasing a woman, he would never forgive himself for the rest of his life. No more waiting. Follow me in. He drew his long sword and grabbed the first to kill towards the gate of the water mansion. But at that moment, the vermilion door suddenly opened. A figure wearing the same type of hat as him slowly walked out from the mansion. Blood and minced meat dripped down along his hat. His black clothes were wet with blood, and his long sword was full of openings, with broken bones mixed on top of it. He grabbed a woman's hand and dragged a bloody woman on the ground, and it was not clear if the blood was stained with someone else's or her own. It looked miserable as hell. The man was trembling, shaking all over, his eyes full of fear. Upon seeing Easy he froze for a moment, silently raising his hand and pressing down on his bucket hat, barely covering half of his cheeks with a look of social horror. Easy hooked his waist suspiciously and looked down to see Hua Liuyun's face. "Don't cover up. I've seen your face. You're a reaver's apprentice?" Hua Liuyun's voice was tinged with tears. "Elder Easy, is that you? You finally come. Dead people. There are dead people everywhere inside. It's horrible." Chapter 20, The Sacred Son of the Easy Sect. Li Xinghe. Hua Liuyun's fear wasn't fake. He knew deep down that he had made a big mistake this time. There was more than one force of killers in the water mansion just now. There were at least 7 or 8 types of dress, but he killed them all in self-defense. This who came to the hood. Now he only hoped that Yuaning stage Zhao Tingling could protect him. Otherwise those forces came to seek revenge. He had to be torn into pieces. Easy glanced at the long sword in his hand, which was full of gaping holes, and his expression changed and changed. "Everyone in there is dead? Yeah. You killed it? I didn't mean it." Hearing this, Easy only felt his scalp tingle. This was the novice that the civet cat said came to make a sauce? Holy shit. He glanced inside the door, turned and left without a moment's hesitation, without a moment's pause. And now most of the forces entrenched in the vicinity of the immortal seeking city have people dying here. Once they counterattack, not to mention his Yuaning stage, the god of transformation came also instantly ashes. Senior, wait for me." Seeing the group of Luo Net's people fleeing in a hurry, Hua Luyun picked up Yun Duo and hurriedly chased after them. Easy twisted his head around, looking menacing. "You are my senior. Don't follow me. Go away a bit." Hua Luyun stood stiffly in the middle of the road. This was the 4th time he had experienced the feeling of abandonment. The first time was when he was thrown in Shangba village. The second time was when the flying immortal sacred ground took in disciples. The third time was when he was left behind by Tangkaway in the recruitment square. And the fourth time was now. He raised his hand slightly to lift his bucket hat, his eyes narrowing to slits. It was a feeling that irritated him. Easy, who was walking in front of him, was given a sudden lurch. He was at the Yuaning stage, and Hua Luyan was at the foundation stage. But at this moment, he was feeling a hint of palpitations of death. What's going on? What's going on with this guy? He stiffened and turned his head. That, mission over. Go home. Go home, haha. Go find your civet sister. You did well. Very well, a brave killer. After saying this, Easy accelerated his pace and disappeared in the line of sight of Hua Luyan under a few jumps, and his group of men also dispersed in an instant and disappeared in a few breaths. Hua Luyan stood in place a little uncertain. The mission was over? Right at this moment a light flashed in the center of the street, and a barefoot woman walked step by step, and every time she took a step there was a pleasant sound of bells ringing. Hua Luyan inclined her head towards him and reached out to touch a wind chime from her bosom. Your wind chime from the listening pavilion? The woman froze. Ah, yes. You're the only one who made it out alive? Hua Luyan nodded stiffly. Did you get the immortal talisman? Forget it. I'm sorry you're not capable of that even at the foundation stage. After the question the woman dashed and flew into the mansion. Next came a masked man with an embroidered sword. This time with experience Hua Luyan hurriedly pulled out the token. My lord. I am the specter of the Jinui, and this is my token. The man glanced at the token and asked the same thing. You're the only one who made it out alive? Yes, my lord. The man sighed and flew into the waterhouse. Hua Luyan sniffled as he carried Yun Duo towards the floating fragrance courtyard. In this journey of 700 to 800 meters, he encountered several waves of people one after another. Fortunately, they all wore overalls, allowing Hua Luyan not to pull out the wrong token. The city lord's mansion, the tall sentry tower stuck straight up into the sky, and even though immortal-seeking city was huge, it was still all exposed to this sentry tower. At that moment there was a youth leaning on the railing of the sentry tower, looking at a scene outside the water mansion. He was none other than the immortal-seeking city lord Li Xinghe, who was also the saint son of the Easy sect. From the outside of the innings, Hua Luyan's operation could be described as nothing short of legendary. Those 7 or 8 forces who were out to meet them always kept them from crashing together for various reasons. Let Hua Luyan, a scummy act of a man leading multiple jobs, not play it off. It was as if luck was always in his favor. However, if one looked closely, there was some contradiction. Although these forces did not collide together, there was a force between heaven and earth that pushed them to dismantle Flower Luyan. Interesting, a son of Qi who was not treated well by heaven and earth. The youth's brow furrowed, the words coming out odd even to him. The son of Qi Fortune should have been the favorite of heaven and earth, but this son of Qi Fortune in front of him was being targeted by heaven and earth. Sky 8. Can you tell what's going on with him? A mechanical voice sounded in Li Xinghe's mind. Ding. The target is not a child of this world's destiny. It's a foreign child of destiny. Li Xinghe's eyes narrowed slightly. Is it possible to plunder the Qi luck value of an alien Qi luck son? Can. Detecting target's Qi value. Ding. Luck value scanning in progress. Target luck value 9999999. Ding. Alert alert alert. Detection data overload. System disorder. Skylight Technology is updating the system for you. Please host wait. Li Xinghe stood up abruptly, his body trembling. Ordinary people on the body of the Qi luck is only 1 or 200. A bit of luck can have 1 or 2 million. The kind of 10,000 years not encountered in the demon also at most more than 100,000. But what did he see? Hua Luyan's Qi points unexpectedly exploded and killed the system. This fucking outburst. How can there be so much Qi? Hell. Hiss. I see a golden mountain beckoning me. He stepped on the railing, took one step, and his body instantly disappeared into the sentry tower. When he reappeared, he was already in front of Flower Luyan. Your Excellency, please stay. I am the sacred son of the Easy sect, Li Xinghe. He was about to imprison Hua Luyan first in the name of his causing trouble in immortal-seeking city, but he didn't want to realize that Hua Luyan had already begun to rummage through his arms for a token. That familiar movement, those eyes that were shrewd in their stupidity, caused Li Xinghe to faintly freeze. It's not. This guy isn't still a disciple of the Easy sect, is he? At this moment, every item Hua Luyan took out of his arms tugged at his heart. There was a token engraved with a ghost, a bell, a blood charm, a killer's order, and a white paper fan. Found it. After stuffing a bunch of things into his arms, Hua Luyan pulled out a disciple token of the Easy sect. Senior, I'm your junior. Li Xinghe stretched his head incredulously to look. Nice guy. It is really the token of the Easy sect, and it is not an ordinary outer disciple. The token is clearly written on the 100 Flowers Peak True Disciple. This thing cannot be fake. He snatched the token from Hua Liuyun's hand and looked at it repeatedly. You are really a disciple of Master Tang. How can it be? Master Tang has never taken a disciple. How can this be possible? Hua Liuyun squeezed out a tear from the corner of her eye. At this moment, her heart only felt aggrieved to the extreme. Elder brother, Master went back after accepting me. I have not been able to find the mountain gate. I can only wander around this city of seeking immortality. In order to make a living, I had to find a few odd jobs, which were too hard to do. They asked me to go and kill people. Do you know that, elder brother? They asked me to kill people. Seeing Hua Liuyun's sad appearance, Li Xinghe wanted to speak. So, you're working an odd job as an undercover agent for 7 or 8 powers at once? Chapter 21, The Saint's Son Meets the Drinker. In the face of Hua Liuyun's cries, Li Xinghe was completely unable to empathize. If he wanted to plunder the other party's chi, he had to suppress the other party so that Hua Liuyun could accomplish nothing. But now that Hua Liuyun had exploded the identity of Tang Kewei's disciple, he didn't dare to come hard. A Tang Kewei he is not afraid. But the matter of the free sect, pulling out the carrot brings out the mud. Messing with Tang Kewei is equivalent to messing with her good girlfriend Zhu Linglong. It is equivalent to messing with her licking dog Zhu Ziji, and messing with his own master, Tang Kechen. For what Li Xinghe was thinking Hua Liuyun naturally didn't know. He was at this moment as if he was a stray dog that had found an organization and appeared to be very enthusiastic. Taking off the night clothes on his body, he pulled Li Xinghe and headed towards the puffy fragrance courtyard. Elder brother, it's rare for you to come. First go to my workplace for a drink. I'll find you some sisters. Say my name and you'll get 20% off. Li Xinghe half-heartedly followed Hua Liuyun's side, pondering over countermeasures. Where do you work, master? Piu Xian Lua. Here it is. Sister Li, I brought a friend. Book a private room for me. Sister Flower. Come on, come on. Hua Liuyun walked into the floating fragrance building with a big grin and handed Li Qingqiu the cloud he was holding in his hand. Sister Li, Yun Duo is my savior. Help me take care of her for a while. I'll entertain my senior brother first. Li Qingqiu received the cloud covered in bloody paste, raised her eyes just in time to see Li Xinghe, and was so frightened that she trembled and stumbled and almost didn't stand still. Qingqiu meets the holy son of Star River. Li Xinghe was both the sacred son of the Easy Sect and the city lord of Immortal Seeking City, so she had naturally met him. These scouts of theirs, if they were caught out by the Easy Sect, the outcome could be imagined. This Flower Liuyun went out to do a mission. How come he brought this guy? Isn't this asking for death? Liuyun, the Star River Saint's son is your senior brother? Yeah, Sister Li. I'll catch up with you later. He didn't wait for Li Qingqiu to reply after he finished speaking, and pulled Li Xinghe up to the private room on the second floor. Li Xinghe raised his eyes and scanned around the drifting fragrance building. He was similarly filled with dismay at this time. Nope, it wasn't just dismay anymore. It was shock. Hua Liuyun's operation had shocked his 3 senses. Senior, is this where you work? Does she know about your master? At the mention of master, Hua Liuyun couldn't help but have 2 more drops of horse urine hanging from the corner of his eyes. Elder brother, master, she doesn't know. You go back and see my master must give her a word. Let her come to pick me up at Piu Xian Lua. Li Xinghe's face was cloudy. The eyes that looked at Hua Liuyun were full of strangeness. You want Tang Kewei to pick you up at the fragrant house? That is the first beauty of the free sect. 10 miles and 8 villages of the famous Ice Fairy Ice and Jade, untainted by dust, absolute independence. If he or she knew that his or her disciple was working in a greenhouse, he or she could not help but flatten this immortal seeking city of his. Decent cultivators sometimes do things even more extreme than the devil's way in order to preserve their reputation. Have you ever thought about a different job, senior? If you're short of money, I can give you some. So let's not do this anymore, okay? Hearing this, Hua Liuyun was filled with emotion, secretly sighed that the good people in this world is really much. He and Li Xinghe, although he is a master and brother, but it is only a casual encounter. The other party will have to give money as soon as he opens his mouth. How can this be good? Senior brother, how many spirit stones can you give me in January? Li Xinghe made a dark calculation. The monthly salary of the free sect is only 1 spirit stone a month for the miscellaneous disciples, 5 for the outer disciples, and 10 for the true disciples. He reached out and compared 3 fingers in front of Hua Liuyun. 300? Hearing Hua Liuyun's voice, Li Xinghe immediately widened his eyes. What 300? He said 3. Damn who on earth raised this guy with such a big appetite? Opened the mouth on 300. When his family is open spirit stone mine Senior, it's 3. Upon hearing 3, Hua Liuyun's excited face quickly sank into silence, turning pale in a second. Elder brother, I now have 7 or 8 part-time jobs, and with the reimbursement of food and housing, plus field rewards. I have 4 or 500 spirit stones every month, and I'm not short of those 3-inch. How much? Li Xinghe's eyes widened in a flash. 4 or 500. Are you kidding me? His city lord's mansion doesn't even have this much income in January. Seeing Li Xinghe's disbelief, Hua Luyun wiggled his fingers and did the math for him. Not counting. Once calculated, the monthly spirit stones actually broke through the 500 mark, nearly 600 in income. Senior brother, you've included the income from picking up customers. Would that not be too good? Elder brother, I'm the only true master of the Jingling family's zither skills. I deserve all that. Li Xinghe's expression stiffened. It seemed that persuading the other party to leave the drifting fragrance courtyard was impossible. Monthly 500 spirit stone income. And this is still because the flower Lu Yun is only the lowest level of secret agent. If the future promotion will be more, this who came not confused. Many foundation cultivators cannot earn so much spirit stone in their lifetime. Senior brother, are you guys still hiring for your secret detectives? Senior brother, don't joke around. You're the saint's son of the easy sect. The two of them talked, laughed, pushed the cups, and after they had eaten and drank their fill, Hua Luyun supported Li Xinghe and sent him to the door. Me, come and settle the bill for Mr. Xinghe. Hua Luyun shouted twice towards the counter, and a demonically dressed ugly-looking woman hurriedly came to his ear. Lu Yun, Sister Li said that Mr. Xinghe is free. Hearing this, the corner of Li Xinghe's mouth on the side slightly hooked up. He wasn't as good at making money as Flower Flowing Cloud though. But he doesn't have to pay for his meals. In this immortal-seeking city, who dares to take money from him? The city lord? Hua Luyun frowned tightly and came to Mi's ear to ask in a low voice. So do I still have a commission? Mi was a little hesitant. If you don't get paid, you shouldn't get a commission. Hearing this, Hua Luyun instantly quit. He accompanied the wine for several hours. How could he not have a commission? As soon as he pushed me away, he laughed and hooked Li Xinghe's shoulder. Ha ha, senior brother. I made a deal with our boss. For my sake I'll give you a 70% discount. You only need to pay 20 spirit stones. No, senior brother. I just listened to that millet. Ugh, elder brother, you heard wrong. Elder brother, which pocket is your spirit stone in? The two men had a bit of a tug. A long time later, at the entrance of the puffy fragrance courtyard, Li Xinghe stood on the main street in a daze, feeling his heart go cold. What's he doing here? That's right, come to intercept flowering Liu Yun's chi. His chi didn't intercept, and he inexplicably came to Piaoxiang Pavilion to spend 20 spirit stones and ordered a male model. It's not. Shouldn't it be Hua Luyun who invited him to dinner? Why did you pay for yourself and tip Flower Runner's introduction? Figuring out the key, he hurriedly turned his head to look toward the store. But at this time where there is still Hua Luyun figure, this guy has long run out of shadow. Shit, I've met a wine shopper in the immortal cultivation world. Hua Luyun, I'm going to sue you at 100 Flower Peak. You lack of virtue. The shopkeeper clearly said to give me a free bill. You took me for deaf and touched my wallet. He cursed and was extremely sad. It's not that his hallowed sacred son of the free sect can't afford to lose these dozens of spirit stones. It's really disgusting. Disgusting nah. Sue. You must sue. Chapter 22, Coming of the Immortal Talisman. In the backyard of the floating fragrance courtyard, after sending away Li Xinghe, Hua Luyun hurriedly rushed to the side room. Inside the room, the maid had already washed away Cloud's blood and changed her into a white dress. But the little girl was overly frightened today, and at this point she was still crouching on the bed holding her legs and trembling. Cloudy, are you feeling better? Seeing Hua Luyun, the little girl's mouth dropped and she violently fell into his arms sobbing in a low voice. Little beggar. Oh, I thought I was going to die. Killers everywhere. Especially the one with the bucket hat. He had blood all over his face. He was looking at me and smiling. I was so scared. Hua Luyun hugged Yun Duo and raised his hand to gently pat her back to comfort her. Well, Cloudy isn't afraid. It's all right. I'm here. The one with the bucket hat. No, I'm the only one with a hat. Yun Duo, who was lying in his arms, stiffened, and could clearly feel that the originally small girl's soft body was suddenly a little taut. Seeing that the little girl was frightened again, he once again offered some reassurance. Fortunately, Hua Luyun had experience in bringing up children. When he was in Shangba village, which adult went down to the fields to do farm work and the children were not brought up by him? Far from it. Let's talk about the bunnies. The goddess of the flying fairy sanctuary that Zhu Qianming, the son of Everest, hangs on to. That's what he fed him. And in their Shangba village diapers were rotated. And he, Hua Luyun, was the oldest, and the others picked up what he had used. Clunking Cloud. After seeing her fall asleep, Hua Luyun gently tucked her in. Seeing the sleeping Clouds, he couldn't help but think of his little friends in the village. That was 15 future great emperors. As their cowboy brother, he felt a lot of pressure. Still have to work hard up to now also only foundation stage. I do not know when I can catch up with them. Hua Luyun sighed. He actually had a high self-esteem and an even higher sense of competitiveness. He didn't cultivate for longevity. He didn't cultivate to move mountains. He only cultivated so as not to drag his younger siblings back. Zhao Tingling was right. Everyone had a hood. And so did the great emperor. He didn't want to be in their hood later. Walking over to the table, he took a book out of his arms and flipped through it. On the spine of the book are written in large letters that have been transcribed, knocking immortal talisman. Only a few glances he was attracted by the introduction of the talisman. The book had 1,000 different types of talismans. Inviting thunder to attract electricity, hasty teleportation, these were the most basic ones. Powerful talismans can even knock on the door of immortality and ascend to the immortal world. This talisman explains more about the rules of operation of the talisman. What kind of talisman can be realized still depends on one's own enlightenment. The golden light in Hua Luoyun's eyes exploded. In terms of physique and spiritual roots, he was inferior to the heroes of the world. But in terms of enlightenment, if the world's enlightenment is totaled in 1 quart, he alone has 12 buckets, and all beings in the world owe him 2 buckets. No one is more enlightened than me. Let's see me work on a haste charm first. Saying yes, he kept running the air, sensing the flow of energy. Dozens of breaths later a golden light flashed in his eyes and he raised his hand to draw a few characters in the void. It's done. Hua Luyun let out a stern cry, and the haste talisman flew up and stuck on his calf. The moment the talisman fell, he really felt the change, and a shocked look appeared on his face. So fast. A fly flew past his ear. Its speed was as fast as thunder, and he, a foundation establishment stage cultivator, almost didn't see the other party's flight trajectory. It's simply horrible as hell. Could it be that my hasty traveling talisman has a great coverage area and is acting on the flies? The more Hua Luyun thought about it, the more he felt that it was extremely likely. He raised his leg and walked towards the house. After a tiring day, it was time to go back and rest. Stepping out of the clouded room, he looked up to the sky. Shasta was shocked. Just see the eaves of the house. A sliver of sunrise is slowly rising in the hazy mountain color. Hiss, my divine traveling talisman can actually affect the flow of time? How is this possible? The entire world is speeding up. In the small yard, the early working people were busy, and they were extremely fast. Swishingly, it flashed past Hua Luoyun's eyes. He opened his mouth wide with horror, secretly sighing that it was worthy of being a knockout immortal talisman. At this point in time others' perspective, Hua Luyun took a step out. Tens of breaths before his feet landed on the ground. He was as slow as a snail. The shocked expression on his face was as if it was stuck. The transition was extremely slow and full of grotesqueness. Li Qingqiu crossed her arms and came up to Hua Luyun. Her brows furrowed. What's wrong with you, Luyun? Are you uncomfortable somewhere? Did you suffer a serious injury yesterday? Hua Luyun opened his mouth, unable to say a word for most of the day. With worry in her heart, Li Qingqiu carried Flower Luyun and flew towards Dingling Pavilion. Fast. Too fast. Sister Li, I can't stand it. Slow down. Slow down. Free sect. 100 flowers peak. Here peach blossom sky. Azalea paved the way. Lilies in the mountains to welcome the wind. There is no 4 seasons of flowers here. Only colorful and beautiful all year round. Tang Kowei strolled through the flower forest. Butterflies danced around her, and colorful birds circled above her head. A beautiful picture of an earthly paradise. She took 1 step down the hill, looking relaxed and cozy. On the dome of the sky, a sword light flew by, and Morongyu stopped and landed beside her, jumping and running to take her arm. Uncle, where are you going? Tang Kowei stroked Morongyu's head favorably. Didn't you take an apprentice before? I'll go to the bottom of the mountain and fetch him here. When she thought of that disciple begging in immortal-seeking city, Tang Kowei was so angry that her cheeks trembled slightly. People live to save face. As the peak master of the Easy sect, she was even more interested in face. But now, her disciple was actually begging for food at the bottom of the mountain under her name. Thinking about it made her feel blocked in her heart. At the mention of this disciple, Morongyu's face became a bit ugly. Some time ago she and her master hosted a banquet in the puffy fragrance courtyard to entertain the evening of the Fairview Academy. And the more she thought about it after she came back, the more she felt that the flowing clouds and shallow water were quite familiar. Until a few days ago she finally remembered. Wasn't that bastard the disciple that Master Uncle had lost in immortal-seeking city? She had been too worried to eat for the past few days because of this. Hanging Tang Kowei name begging is already humiliating enough. And now go to the greenhouse to accompany the wine. She is really afraid of their own Master Uncle no on the spot angry deaf. That, senior uncle, why don't we take on a new disciple and leave that one behind? I spent 300 spirit stones yesterday to buy 2 celestial pride for my senior uncle and a small nearby clan, both of which are unparalleled geniuses that come along once in 10,000 years. Saying that, Morongyu clapped her hands. The formation on the mountain path changed and a 16 or 17-year-old youthful boy walked up the mountain. He had a boyish face, and although he was dressed plainly, his body inadvertently revealed a few noble qualities. Apprentice Yu Yuchen, greetings to master. Tang Kuei looked at Morongyu with a strange expression on her face. If she was not mistaken, the man in front of her was an indestructible god-king body that was rare in 10,000 years, and this was the heavenly pride that could be bought with 300 spirit stones? Just as he was about to open his mouth to speak, a little girl once again appeared on the mountain path, looking no more than 8 or 9 years old in size, wearing a pilled head and looking powdery. Hey shoo, she gasped for breath as she climbed the mountain path, and it took her a lot of effort to arrive in front of Tang Kuei. Apprentice Pearl Curtain, greetings to master. Morongyu pulled Tang Kuei's sleeve. Uncle, this is a gift. I don't need any money. Chapter 23, Tang Kuei takes on another disciple. Seeing the large and small 2 people kneeling in front of her, Tang Kuei gave Morongyu a hard white look. She has always been accustomed to being alone and comfortable. Where would she teach her disciples? This is not a mistake. But teaching 1 was teaching, and teaching 2 was teaching, and she did think she could give it a try. Get up. You guys can stay on the mountain first. I'll go down the mountain to find your eldest senior brother, then I'll arrange for you to cultivate. Hearing that there was still a senior brother, Pearl Curtain's small face was filled with delight. At her age, she naturally loves a good time. Yu Yuchen is quite calm, although he is only 16, but he has experienced a lot. The world has rarely been able to have things that can set off his mind. Yes, master. The 2 of them stood up. Tang Kuei just wanted to fly up but was once again pulled back by Morongyu. Senior uncle, Yuchen and Jukai just arrived. You'd better bring them to familiarize themselves with 100 Flower Peak a bit more. I'll go and find that sinister person under the mountain for you. Seeing the fiery Morongyu who left in a hurry, Tang Kuei only felt a little strange. This master-nephew seems to be quite attached to that disciple of hers. Could it be? Thinking of this, Tang Kuei only sighed. This thing is really inexplicable. Full of mountain heavenly pride, she did not look at a glance, but on a mixed up in the heart. Down the hill and into town. Morongyu soon arrived at the entrance of the puffing fragrance courtyard. Today, no matter what, she had to catch this guy back. A cold light appeared in her eyes and she shouted in a cold voice towards the attic. Hua Lu Yun, get your ass out here. Inside the lobby, hearing someone call out to him, Hua Lu Yun ran to the door. Seeing Morongyu, he instantly had a happy face. Hurriedly, he stepped forward and pulled the other man into the store. Gu, is Twilight's senior sister quickly come in, the 2nd floor Qingfeng Hazel Moon private room A. Quickly fetch me the piano. Today I want to play for Twilight's senior sister on a song of flowers and moon. Morongyu was half pushed and half taken up to the 2nd floor, her face obviously a little flustered. Hua Lu Yun, let go of me. I'm here to teach you a lesson on behalf of Senior Uncle Tang. It's inappropriate for you, the chief of 100 Blossom Peak, to be accompanying a drink in a greenhouse. Senior sister Twilight, would you like a large or small portion of the fruit plate? A big one, I think. No, don't get sidetracked. I'm here to settle a score with you. Me, here's a large fruit plate. And someone, dance the golden wind and jade dew. The dance troupe entered the stage. Peanuts and melons were placed all over the table. A beautiful woman pinched her shoulders, and Hua Luyun peeled grapes for her. This kind of day is many times happier than the mountain purification. Eternal life were this comfortable some enjoyment. Late at night, she watched the dance, ate the food, drank the wine. The beautiful man rubbing shoulders and legs, played a multitude of games, paid the spirit stone. She stood at the entrance to the floating fragrance courtyard, the cold wind whistling. What a pleasant day. She turned to take a few steps toward the gates and paused in place. Hiss! I'm here to catch flower flowing cloud back. What have I done? Morongyu turned to look at the floating fragrance building. She clenched her teeth. Her anger once again climbed up her cheeks. When she was about to turn back, she touched her flat wallet. Her body suddenly trembled. This damn place. Even a dog going in has to spend 2 taels of spirit stones. She is now penniless. And when she looks at this broken greenhouse again, she is actually like looking at a flood beast that devours people and devours bones. Forget it. I don't have any money today, so I'll let you off the hook. Cursing, she turned around with her imperial sword and left. On the watchtower of the city lord's mansion, Li Xinghe laughed his head off when he saw the scene holding onto the railing. Ha ha, ouch. Morongyu, it's too funny, coming in anger to arrest someone, only to be lulled into spending some money. He laughed so hard he couldn't straighten up and was red in the face. Finally calming down after a long time, he looked behind him. where a figure in blood-red armor slowly stepped out of the shadows. Help me spread the news of Hua Liuyun's fall from grace. Dare to pit me against the spirit stones. I want him to lose his reputation. The red-armored man frowned. Holy Sun, if a woman can yet strike some blow at his honor, will this man? Seeing the man's desire to speak, Li Xinghe glared angrily at him. What's wrong with men? Can men have no bottom line? No morals? No principles? What are your views? Ha? Don't you understand that men and women are equal? I want the whole free sect to know about him. I'm going to break his golden body and spoil his luck. Roaring out the depression in his heart, Li Xinghe felt a lot more relaxed. The last time he was pitched 20 spirit stones, the more he thought about it, the more he lost money. This is no longer a matter of spirit stones or not. This is a matter of face. If the clan's masters and brothers know that he has been wine-tossed on his own turf, where is he going to put his face? The red-armored cultivator had no choice but to turn around and go down to make arrangements. It wasn't difficult to spread the news that Hua Liuyun was working at the Puffing Fragrance Courtyard. Knowing that in the Easy Sect, as long as the news was related to Tangkaway, that could be a hot topic. In just a few days, the heat of this matter had overshadowed the hottest new disciple initiation competition of the Easy Sect, Jingle Bell Court. Hua Liuyun didn't know that he had become infamous in the Easy Sect, but even if he knew, he wouldn't care. As long as this doesn't get out to the village of Shangba, everything is fine. Who doesn't have a dark history out there? As long as they come home in style. Early this morning, Hua Liuyun rushed to the halls of various forces on time to meet with them, saying that he had a mission to hand out. After the battle in the Water Mansion, he was considered half a minor leader in this immortal-seeking city. A lot of things have been done to show his face, and he has been promoted in terms of treatment. Inside a small farmhouse, he matched the code word and successfully received a quest worth 5 spirit stones. Liuyun, you are now a qualified specter. The several forces entrenched in the immortal-seeking city jointly discovered a vermilion fruit in the Forgotten River Mountain range the year before last. It should be ripe by now. I want you to represent the immortal Moon Kingdom to go and fight for it. Hearing the content of the mission, Flower Liuyun was a bit hesitant. Chief, I rarely go out. I'm worried I might get lost. Can you send someone else? The masked commander let out a loud laugh. He liked Hua Liuyun's honesty. Don't worry. Other forces will also send people. The rules of the competition are set by everyone. There's no need to be too nervous. This is also a rare opportunity for training. Having received his assignment, he exited the small courtyard and hurried to the next place. In the tea house, the boss's wife took advantage of serving him tea and surreptitiously slipped a note into his arms. Throwing a wink at the end, Hua Liuyun went out of the tea house and opened the note, only to feel a bit uncomfortable. Liuyun, on behalf of the Listening Wind Pavilion, go to the Dog Jumping Cliff at night to meet with the various forces to discuss the fight for the vermilion fruit in the Forgetful River Mountain Range. Seeing the contents of the note, a bad feeling surged in his heart. It can't be that I'm the one who sent all of them, can it? Midnight, Dog Jumping Cliff. Hua Liuyun squatted at the edge of the cliff, looking at the distant immortal-seeking city, his eyes as lonely as they could be. The 8 powers met, and he came alone. That means that the whole tree is all his, but he just can't be happy about what's going on. How he wanted to fit in with them, but why did he remain out of place? The breeze blew up his hair, revealing a bloody scar on his forehead. Today his head is still itchy. What's going on? It seems that the Haoran Zhang Qi skill can't stop him from growing his brain anymore. Chapter 24, The Mysterious Eldest Brother. Early the next morning, Aya organized his packages with careful instructions. Liuyun, this time when you head to the Forgotten River Mountain Range, don't rush to the front, no? Let other forces explore the road first. Even if we didn't grab the vermilion fruit in the end, it doesn't matter. Miss Yuaning stage power. There's no shortage of those vermilion fruits. Our main purpose is still to practice. The corner of Hua Liuyun's mouth twitched slightly. Where's the other power? He's the only one in the whole crew. After leaving the Puffing Fragrance Courtyard, the streets were filled with city guards that seemed to be searching for something. He asked curiously, coming up to one of the soldier boys. Fellow Daoist, what are you looking for? The city guard cultivator frowned at Flower Liuyun. They looked fierce and vicious as they went around searching for people. Everyone who saw them would be scared to avoid them. This one was afraid that he didn't have a bit of background, but he dared to come forward. The man in the portrait. Have you seen him? Hua Liuyun took the portrait and took a couple of close looks at it. It depicted a man in silver armor who was holding a cross longsword with a red pichet flower engraved on the hilt. Fellow Daoist, what has this man committed? The city guard cultivator grabbed the portrait with an impatient hand. Oh, if you don't want to see it, don't worry about it. Muttering a few words, he headed out of town. This trial in the Forgotten River Mountain Range was very challenging for him, and if he wasn't careful, he would get lost in the vast jungle. After all, he didn't even have a companion. Walking to the gates of the city, He flipped out his map and began to cross-reference his route. It was also fortunate that this thing was more carefully labeled. Otherwise he would really want to find a random place to hide for 2 days, and then return to the city to resume his duties. It's not like anyone knows if he was there or not anyway. The map is clearly labeled. Out of the city of immortal seekers all the way north to reach the river of forgetfulness. Crossing the river is the river of forgetfulness mountain range. Hua Luyun had only just left when a blue sword light stopped in front of the city gate building. The green silk rippled in the wind, and the faint fragrance of flowers instantly permeated the entire city. In front of the city gate, a few soldiers on duty hurriedly dropped to one knee when they saw the visitor. We kowtow to Peak Master Tang. Tang Kuei didn't say anything. Her face was as cold as frost as she lifted her steps towards the city. A sword light came face to face within the city. Li Xinghe, at this time, his face is a little stiff. To face Soup Kuei he is really not in the heart. Xinghe, meet senior uncle. Tang Kuei faintly hummed, and his divine sense spread out, instantly enveloping half of immortal seeking city. Xinghe, I went to a meeting at the Palace of Prosperity today, and I heard that my eldest disciple is selling his art in the city of immortal seeking. Is this matter true? Hearing Tang Kuei's question and feeling the anger in this ice fairy's heart, a drop of cold sweat slid down Li Xinghe's forehead. Uncle, it's better to sell your art than to beg. Tang Kuei's aura suddenly released. With her as the center of the circle outward everything shattered layer by layer. Even the city wall behind her collapsed in half. Li Xinghe, as the city lord of immortal seeking city, you know that Hua Luyun is doing the flesh business. And if you don't stop it, that's just it. You're still going around proclaiming it. What? Is it possible that the Holy Sun Lord intends to want to sweep me? The senior uncle. Off my face? Li Xinghe hooked his waist with a slight chill in his eyes. How did this Tang Kuei know that the news was spread by him? Senior uncle. Xinghe doesn't dare. You'd better not dare. Tang Kuei gave a cold snort and lifted her steps towards the puffing fragrance courtyard. Each of her steps brought up pieces of flower petals, and the gusty wind swept up the roaming peach blossoms and blew them into the puffing fragrance courtyard's lobby. The originally noisy floating fragrance courtyard was silenced, so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. The golden light of the sunrise sprinkled into the hall. The fairy seemed to be stepping on the golden light, feeling the coldness and the fragrance of the flowers. All the people in the small building lowered their heads and dared not speak. Behind Tang Kuei, Li Xinghe followed in step by step. As long as Tang Kuei had a falling out with Hua Luyun, he would definitely be able to dissipate part of Hua Luyun's qi, and he, in turn, will be able to yellow bird. System, prepare to collect luck. This time it's coming in a big wave. He whispered his instructions as the system voice rang out in his head. Ding, please don't worry. The host, this system has prepared the basket. Jia. Tangka slightly raised his hand. Countless peach blossoms coalesced in her hand to form a long pink sword. He used the tip of the sword to slightly pick Li Qingqiu's chin and spoke in a cold voice. Where's Fa Luyun? Tell him to get his ass out here and meet me. Li Qingqiu shivered, and her first reaction was that Hua Luyun's identity as a ghost had been exposed. She eyed her determination at the thought. She had counted on this day coming long before she joined the brocade guards. Peak Master Tang, I won't betray Luyun. Kill me. Li Qingqiu raised her neck, no longer timid. Boo! Tang Kuei kicked out, and Li Qingqiu's entire body crashed through the wooden wall and flew into the backyard alive or dead. She shifted her long sword across the room and patted Zhang Jinpin, who was trembling. This man who was known as the one golden needle of the Piu Xian courtyard that would not fall down. When he felt the icy coldness coming from the tip of Tang Kuei's sword, his entire body went limp on the ground. Peak Master Tang, spare your life. I'm asking you, where's Fa Luyun? Zhang Jin needle was biting his bruised lips tightly, and drops of cold sweat fell onto the carpet. It was obvious that he was scared, but he just died without speaking. Tang Kuei raised her eyes and scanned the crowd. Her face was ugly, only to see dozens of people within this floating fragrance courtyard. Surprisingly, all of them had their heads bowed, and none of them were willing to open their mouths. Behind him, Li Xinghe's face was not much better than Tang Kuei's. He had seen many sons of qi, and generally sons of qi would influence people and things around them, causing people to inexplicably feel good about them. But he had never seen such an outrageous one. It is said that the bitch is heartless and the playwright is unrighteous. But look at this Piao Xiang Lu. This garden full of bitches are actually using their lives to protect a person. It's like seeing a ghost. Just then, a city guard ran in. City Lord, Peak Master Tang. Someone saw Flower Luyun leaving Immortal Seeking City early in the morning. The long sword in Tang Kuei's hand turned into flower petals and dispersed. Which way did it go? Back to Peak Master Tang. The Forgotten River Mountain Range. Hearing the Forgotten River Mountain Range, Tang Kuei completely deflated. That mountain range was too big and continuous. How difficult it was to find someone. Moreover, the demonic beasts within it were entrenched. and entering with her cultivation would definitely startle the great demons inside. Seemingly seeing that Tang Kuwei was in a difficult situation, Li Xinghe came forward to inquire. Senior uncle is in a hurry to find senior brother. Is it not for the clan competition? Every year, the Easy Sect would organize a sect competition after accepting disciples, thus determining the ranking of the peaks. This ranking is related to resource tilting and peak master privileges. In previous years, 100 Flowers Peak was absent because Shili had not yet taken in any disciples, but this time there was no more reason to be absent. Tang Kuwei glanced at Li Xinghe and spoke coldly. How can I expect him to be a seller of art? This seed is in a hurry to find him because I don't want him to disgrace my 100 Flowers Peak again. Although the words are like this, Tang Kuwei has a small mind in her heart. Generally, most of the disciples who had just entered were at the Qi refining stage or the foundation establishment stage in terms of cultivation. Although Hua Liuyun's qualifications are not good, but he is also a foundation establishment cultivator. If he participates in the grand competition, he will be able to compete for a good ranking. Li Xinghe, tell your people that if that sinful disciple returns, bring him to me in time. Chapter 25, Wait a little longer. By the river of forgetfulness, Hua Luyun scratched his scalp, the crack on his brow growing larger and larger. He looked down at his reflection in the water, at his crystal clear pupils, and it was as if a Shura hell was emerging there. Hua Luyun shrank back. He had to face a problem squarely at this moment. He was really growing his brain, and he was thinking more and more clearly since he had been practicing. Shaking off these chaotic thoughts, he took a wary look at the river and glanced defensively at the jungle. After this river, it was the territory of the demonic beasts and devil cultivators. He didn't even dare to use his sword anymore, and could only hide his breath and advance on foot. On the dome of the sky, from time to time, a few sword lights cut through the sky. They came and went in a hurry, and whenever a cultivator passed by, he would find a place to hide to avoid being discovered. After all, this was an experience. If he had gone out and loitered he wouldn't have been so anxious, and with the addition of the word experience, he couldn't afford not to be vigilant, and so he kept walking like this for an unknown period of time. Hua Luyun opening the map from time to compare the route. Phew, another half a year should be able to make it to the destination. Sighing, he took the map back into his arms. Just then a piercing bird call rang out from the sky. A black aura came to rest on his shoulder through the trees. Hua Luyun stiffened and twisted his head to look over his shoulder, only to see that it was a black-bodied crow with blood-red pupils. Its feathers exuded a black aura, which vaguely somewhat suppressed the Qi golden light that was leaking out from Hua Liuyun's body. After seeing that it was just a crow, he let out a long sigh of relief and raised his hand to pat his chest. Scared me to death. I thought some demonic beast was coming. He was about to move on when he suddenly had a brainwave. Although this crow was not a man-eating demonic beast, it was still a symbol of bad luck. Could it be that today is not a good day to travel? Never mind. Let's rest today and continue the journey tomorrow. The Forgotten River mountain range, where miasma is dense and demonic beasts run rampant. A steep peaked, cloud-encircled cliff sloped over a crooked-necked tree, which was somewhat withered, with a few red fruits growing sparsely in the cover of its yellowing leaves. This was Hua Liuyun's destination, the vermilion fruit discovered by several forces at the same time. On the rock under that tree, a few names could be vaguely seen engraved on it. Listening to the wind pavilion Sumu Feng, a certain year, a certain month, a certain day to visit this place. Next to this passage there are several other names. At this moment, several sword lights stopped and landed on the peak of the cliff. There were 7 or 8 people coming, and the leader was Zhu Qianming, the young peak master of the Easy Sect's Pearl Peak. A few days ago he had gotten word that some other scouts would be gathering here illegally to compete for the vermilion fruit. Over the years the Immortal Moon Kingdom, the Angry Blood Hall, and the Listening Wind Pavilion had a hidden tendency to ally together to deal with the Easy Sect. If he could wipe out all of these power scouts, this heaven-splitting merit would be enough for him to exchange for the resources to cultivate to the Yuaning stage. Jia. You want the vermilion fruit, but what I want is your life. Zhu Qianming had a sinister smile on his face as he raised his hand to brush over one of the names carved on the cliff wall. From Immortal Seeking City to this place, it would only take a few days for the Imperial Sword to arrive here, and he had calculated that at most, the hidden spies of those forces would arrive here tomorrow to fight over the vermilion fruit. All men, lie in ambush. Do not move until I give the word. Yes. A group of Everest disciples scattered. Some hid into the dead leaves of the forest. Some hid between the rock crevices of the cliff wall, and some dived into the lake with reed poles in their mouths. It was obvious that all of these people were good ambushers, and their breath was minimized so that they didn't make any noise even when a wild boar peed into the lake. On the cliff, the last disciple looked worriedly toward the sky. Senior brother Zhu, are you sure someone will come to pick the vermilion fruit? The corner of Zhu Qianming's mouth curled up into a confident smile. Don't worry, senior brother Jingyu, When I say there is, then there is. After the words he flew up and came to the edge of the lake in a flash, and his whole body slowly sank into the lake. The smile on his face grew stronger as he felt the warmth of the lake. Jing Fish glanced at the location where Zhu Qianming was hiding, and he seemed to have just seen a wild boar urinating there. Sighing, he likewise found a place to hide. The breeze ruffled the dense forest, and soon several hours passed as the setting sun faded into the mountains. Zhu Qianming, who was hiding under the water, was patient. It's coming. It should be here soon. It was several hours before the sunrise fell on the earth. Jia. After projecting, those rats should be arriving at the battlefield soon. This wait was another 2 days. Phew. Hold your peace, brothers. They may have been delayed on the road. Keep up the silence. You can't wait in vain. 5 days later. A good meal is never too late. It's coming. It's definitely coming this time. 1 month later. 100 Flowers Peak. Morong walked up the mountain with a face full of fatigue. She found a grassy area to lie down casually with a disheveled look. Between the mountains, the little girl Pearl Curtain hurriedly ran up when she saw Morong, her face full of joy. She was bored out of her mind in this 100 Flowers Peak. Her senior, Tang Kuei, couldn't see anyone the whole day, and her senior brother, Yu Yuchen, was a cultivation fanatic, so she usually didn't even have anyone to talk to. Senior sister Morong, what's wrong with you? Seeing Morong's depressed expression, she asked curiously. Morong slightly inclined her head and raised her hand to rub Pearl's little head. It's not the matter of the clan competition. Originally this matter is prepared by Zhu Qianming. That dog thing do not know where to run off to go. Things all fall on me. Really hateful. Pearl Curtain pursed her lips. The clan competition. This was a big event that concerned the distribution of resources among the peaks. Senior sister Morong. Then will my eldest senior brother also participate in the grand competition? Will I be able to meet my eldest senior brother then? Seeing the little girl's face full of anticipation, Morong opened her mouth to speak. Big brother. What a wonderful word. Mentioning this word was invariably associated with words such as powerful, mysterious, and domineering, and she really couldn't bear to ruin the expectations of Pearl Curtain's heart for her eldest brother. Jubilee, your eldest brother may be a little special. You'd better not get your hopes up too much. Pearl Curtain nodded, her eyes full of sparkle. The more Morong said this, the more curious her mind became. Right at this moment, Tang Kuei came step by step from the mountain path with the sky full of flying flowers and rain. She first nodded to Morong, and then looked at the bead curtain in a rather serious manner. Little curtain, how's your practice of the 10,000 things heavenly heart technique I gave you going? Seeing her master arrive, Pearl Curtain hurriedly climbed to her feet and nodded slightly. Master, the first glimpse of the door has been made. I am sensing the heart of all things. Tang Kuei nodded rather satisfied. Recently, she felt a headache as long as she thought of Flower Luyun. Fortunately, she had these two well-behaved disciples, which did give her some slight comfort. I asked you to keep an eye on Immortal Seeking City. Did that rebellious disciple return to the city? Morong shook her head with a rather gloomy face. Senior uncle, Hua Luyun hasn't returned since he left a month ago. The Forgotten River mountain range has been flooded with beasts lately. He's afraid, she said, her voice sinking slightly. The foundation establishment stage was ultimately too low in cultivation, and after disappearing for a month in a place like the Forgotten River mountain range, the result was predictable. Chapter 26, Zhu Guo arrives. At the edge of the Forgotten River mountain range, Hua Luyun, who had been walking for more than a month, had finally truly entered the deep mountains. The place was filled with dilapidated villages, vinemans crawling all over an abandoned stone house, and broken and shattered bones were seen everywhere. Unlike the prosperity near the Immortal Seeking City, there was only death and killing here. Yun Duo held her long sword, her beautiful eyes vigilantly checking the demonic beast footprints on the ground. She only came yesterday, in the city of seeking immortality, to wait for a month. Hua Luyun. She ate badly and slept badly the whole day, and now the water house is gone. The master and lady do not know where to go. She has no one to rely on. Hua Luyun is her life, is her only dependence. So she came, and by the grace of God, she found this man. It wasn't really that hard to find. The guy had been wandering around the edge of the forest all day, afraid to go in. Cloudy, can we go another way? It's too scary here. Behind the clouds, Hua Luyun vigilantly stuck out a head, his eyes flickering as he looked at the demonic beast footprints all over the ground. Yun Duo kicked the skeleton in front of him and looked at Flower Luyun with a look of disgust. Surnamed Flower, how can you say you're a big man? Can't you be a little outstanding? Hua Luyun pulled on Cloud's skirt with the look of a dead pig. Let's just scold them if we want to. If they are allowed to throw skulls, I'm not allowed to be scared? This is outrageous. Right at this moment, a few sword lights in the sky dome broke through the sky and flew in the direction of the Easy Sect. That speed, so fast that it disappeared into the clouds in an instant. Yun Duo turned her head enviously. Her current cultivation was only at the chi refining stage. She couldn't fly with a sword. Hua Luyun was able to fly with a sword and could also take her, but this guy was dead set against it. Ryuan, take a look at the others. Hua Luyun tilted his head. The sunlight was blinding, somewhat unable to see the sky clearly. Too high to see. Luyun cultivators fight with the heavens for luck, for creation, for chance, for a ray of everlasting heaven, and even more so for time. You already have no cultivation qualifications. If you waste your time on this uninteresting path, you will only end up turning into a handful of yellow earth. Yun Duo spoke with sincerity and bitterness. She was born in the water mansion and knew how difficult it was for the bottom cultivators to get ahead. In terms of this opportunity to compete for the vermilion fruit, it was simply a miracle that it could fall on Flower Liuyun's head. But this guy even didn't cherish it and was pulling time on this road. Hua Luyun continued to tilt his head, but he saw the several sword lights that flew away go and return. It landed in front of the two in a few breaths. The people who came were precisely the several people who ambushed Zhu Qianming in the depths of the Forgotten River mountain range. And at this time, the several people looked unusually dirty, with weeds on their heads, as if they had fled from the famine. The disciple called Jingyu was also carrying a crooked neck tree with a few crimson fruits hanging from it, with the appearance of a rural person returning from the fields. Flowing clouds in shallow water? Zhu Qianming suspiciously stretched his head to look at Hua Luyun, his gaze somewhat dull. Didn't your sister, the cold-faced fairy, give you spirit stones to go home? Why did you walk here? Hua Luyun also recognized Zhu Qianming at this time. Isn't this the same male that came with little bunny to spend money last time? Gu, Mr. Zhu, back from catching the mountain? The corners of Zhu Qianming's mouth twitched slightly. Bullshit, rushing to the mountains. Talking about cultivators going into the mountains to look for chances was so earthy, and it was the first time he had seen it. Jingyu, give this vermilion fruit tree to brother Luyun. Jingfish pursed his lips and rather reluctantly threw the crooked tree he was carrying on his shoulder to the ground, where he does not know. Zhu Qianming is trying to please Wang Tuxian through the Flower Luyun, but this tree Zhugua he carried all the way, has carried out feelings. At this time let him give to the Flower Luyun is still quite reluctant to give up. Take it. Find a place to plant it. It'll live. Hua Luyun right. If you see your sister back in your hometown, please give her my regards. Saying that, several people once again rose up with their swords and rushed in the direction of the easy sect. Kingfish asked with a reluctant glance at the crooked neck tree. Elder brother, the vermilion fruit tree that we managed to find with great difficulty, we're just going to give it to him? Zhu Qianming on the flying sword glanced back at Hua Luyun who was standing stupidly in place, his voice a little exasperated. A vermilion fruit I do not put in the eyes. This pitiful thing caused me to miss the arrangement of the clan competition. The thieves or even one did not catch. I now see it to be angry. Hearing Zhu Qianming's words, the group of brothers and sisters only felt suffocated in their hearts. Zhu Qianming do not see Zhu fruit, but for them these ordinary disciples. This is the chance white busy work and nothing to get. Natural dissatisfaction. The sword light swept through a mountain range, and when they passed by the river of forgetfulness a few people suddenly gave a start, overlooking down, only to see go to the bottom of the crystal clear forget river a blood red. The river bank edge of the eyes are all the corpses of demonic beasts. These corpses at a glance without a border, densely packed. Zhu Qianming stopped at the river's edge with a grave expression on his face, his entire brow knitted together as he raised his hand and brushed over the demonic beast's tattered body. Elder brother, what's wrong? Jingyu flew down beside Zhu Qianming and asked with a rather puzzled opening. Zhu Qianming raised his eyes to the rolling blood red, his face growing darker and darker. How can so many demonic beasts die? It's over. The demon race won't stop. This place is going to be in chaos. The Easy Sect and the Forgotten River Mountain Range demon race had always had fights, but they were only limited to small fights and neither side would escalate the situation. But now that a large number of demonic beasts had died here, the conflict would be uncontrollable. He gulped, a faint golden glow in the blood on his retracted fingers. This feeling, it seems to be the Confucian Hao Rong Zhang Qi decision. At the mention of the Hao Ran Zhang Qi decree, several people glanced at each other and thought of the Fairview Academy at the same time. Elder brother, isn't Haoran Zhengqi invisible and colorless? Could it be a mistake? There's no mistaking it. Haoran Zhengqi is different from other qi. This qi is so positive that it's evil. It's definitely Haoran Zhengqi. Those bookworms don't cultivate longevity for 10,000 years. They only cultivate fame. They especially love to cause trouble. And it wasn't too long ago that Mr. Late came to visit the Prosperity Sect. Connecting here the answer is already crying out. The Fairview Academy wants to strike at the demon race, and it has chosen the boundary of the Prosperity Sect. Zhu Qianming immediately rose up with his sword. his face full of anxiety. Quickly, return to the clan. A streak of swordlight once again rose up to the sky. 2, 3, 7, 8. Just 8 juju ugh. Cloudy. You eat 4. I'll eat 4. Hualuyun happily handed the 4 fruits to Yun Duo, and as he stretched out his hand, a drop of blood-red dot on his lined sleeve landed on Yun Duo's palm. Blood-red haloed on Cloud's palm prints, and she looked at Flower Luyun with a puzzled expression as she asked curiously, Ryun, what is this? Hualuyun hurriedly pulled over Yun Duo's hand and used his fingers to stick the drop of blood red into his mouth and sip it, smilingly opening his mouth to say back, juice. Yun Duo got the zhugua and didn't bother to eat it. She carefully wrapped it up in a handkerchief and put it away in her storage ring. She thought very simply, she was not well qualified. This zhugua was just a waste to eat. It would be better to take it and sell it for money, and her life would be better in the future. Seeing Yun Duo move, Hualuyun, who had already put the vermilion fruit to his mouth, swallowed his saliva and put the fruit away again. Luyun, let's go back. The young ladies at home are worried about you, especially Zhang Jinpin. He's been restless all day while you've been gone. Hualuyun only felt a localized tightening. Who? Zhang Jinpin. Chapter 27, New Mission. Assassinate Yu Yuchen. Tinker Bell Court in the Fragrant House. Seeing Hualuyun return, Zhao Tingling let out a long sigh of relief. If this guy didn't come back, she would want to set up a shrine and bury a mound for him. In Hualuyun, it always gave her the feeling of a child traveling thousands of miles and a mother worrying about her. This guy is so unsettling. Luyun, a small trial. Why did you go for so long? Did you encounter any dangers? Did you hurt anywhere? She looked around Flower Luyun for a long time, her eyes filled with worry. Just after 2 turns she suddenly froze and asked with a slight frown. Luyun, what cultivation level are you at now? Why can't I see your realm anymore? Hualuyun just giggled. He felt that he was lucky. No matter if it was in Shangba village or in this immortal-seeking city, there was a group of people who cared about him. Sister Tinker Bell. It's still Foundation establishment, but I've learned a spell to hide my chi. Zhao Tingling smiled but didn't suspect. Many cultivators would practice the hidden chi method in order not to reveal their cultivation. This guy had learned to be smart and knew to hide himself. At this moment, the little maid Aya picked up a few new clothes and placed them in Hualuyun's hands, smiling and patting his shoulder. Go change your clothes, they stink. Hualuyun received the clothes, and after he turned around the corner of his mouth hooked up slightly, the vertical crack on his brow becoming more and more conspicuous. Coming into the room, he retired his jacket and took out the Xian Tian breathing method version 5.0 from his arms, turned to the latest page, where it says a split secret technique. This was something he had only recently researched, and the split technique was practiced, but there seemed to be some differences between his split and the regular split. It is surprising that this alter ego is not in reality, but exists in consciousness. Seeing ghosts, he looked into the bronze mirror, and the figure inside looked at him from it. But the weird thing was that outside the bronze mirror Hualuyun had a face of stagnation and confusion, but in the bronze mirror it was a face full of coldness and gloom. Who are you? I'm your doppelganger. No, you're not. I'm amiable, homely, kind and brave. A bodhisattva. Ha ha ha. Funny, so funny. Can't you recognize yourself? Flowers. Flow. Clouds. Boo. The brass mirror was covered down hard, and he looked out of the house through the window. On the street, Li Xinghe stood at the edge of the street and looked up toward Hualuyun. The two men's eyes met, and their gazes fell apart at the touch, both of them a little evasive. Behind Li Xinghe, the red-armored cultivator similarly withdrew his line of sight to the second-floor window. What's wrong? Holy Sun? Li Xinghe faintly shook his head. It's nothing. I always feel that something is wrong with Hualuyun. He just came back from the Forgotten River mountain range and something went wrong with the Forgotten River mountain range. I've heard that there are tens of thousands of demonic beasts that died by the River of Forgetfulness, and among them, there are also king beast bloodlines. You're overthinking it. Saint's son. The two chatted as they gradually walked away and disappeared at the end of the road. Hualuyun withdrew his sight and gently closed the window. He could sense that Li Xinghe was eyeing something on him, only that he was unable to determine what the other party was scheming for the time being. Could it be my Xian Tian breathing method 5.0, or gluttony for my body? While Hualuyun was speculating in his mind, behind him, a person with a ghost face mask slowly walked out from behind the screen. This person was the first person in charge of the Luonet and Immortal-Seeking City, the first-class assassin of the heavenly character, the Sword of Vengeance, Heavenly Fury, and his current biggest gold master. Heaven's Wrath approached and patted Hualuyun on the shoulder, his voice carrying a chill. For this clan competition of the Free and Easy clan, I want you to kill one person, named Yu Yuchen, he said and handed the Yu Yuchen portrait and a money bag to Hualuyun. The teenager was plainly dressed and elegant, and at a glance, he did not come from an ordinary family. He turned over the portrait and saw a few small words on the back. His pupils contracted slightly. The third prince of Xianyue, the disciple of Tang Kuei. Hua Luyun raised his head violently, his icy gaze deadpan on Tianru, his eyebrows raised. Does your excellency not know that I am also a Tang Kuei disciple? The corners of Heaven's Wrath's mouth brought up a derisive smile. He knew quite a bit when it came to that. I know. You are the first disciple of Tang Kuei, my Luo net killer, the wind chime of the listening wind pavilion, the ghost of the brocade guards, and the blood talisman of the palace of angry blood. The corner of Hua Liuyun's mouth twitched slightly. It was true that in front of a truly great expert, his vest could not be hidden at all. Speaking here, Heaven's Wrath raised his hand and hooked his chin, his voice suddenly cold. Putting that aside, you're nothing but a punk from a small mountain village. By the way, Shangba village. Right, a small mountain village that has produced 15 top heavenly prides in just one generation. What secrets would there be? Mention the village of Shangba. Tian knew, eyes full of fire. There can be no coincidence in this world. That village definitely has a great chance. The reason why it is still safe and sound now is just that the deterrence of the flying immortal Holy Land is still there. Seeing the greed in Tianru's eyes, Hua Liuyun's arm resting on the hilt of his sword at his waist tightened and loosened. Loosened and tightened. His palms were sweaty and his face was giggling. That, Lord Heaven's Wrath. Yu Yuchen is my favorite family friend, so I have to add money. Sky Fury, who was laughing, frowned. No, just this 50 spirit stones. If you don't do it, someone else will. My lord, that's my senior brother. 80-inch. This clan competition rewards a book of God transformation technique. You're so short of money. If you're capable, you should go and take the first place. I can take first place and that's what I deserve. But the 80 is mission pay. Tianru pushed Hua Luyun away and flung his sleeves towards the stairs. No, not one more piece. It's not that he can't get 80, but the funds are limited. Where you can save or to save. Kill a prince to his hands only 2,000 spirit stones. The above do not know how much to eat. He earned less as a loss. Looking at the faraway heavenly fury, Hua Luyun pinched his money bag. His gaze grew more and more gloomy, and there seemed to be infinite killing opportunities brewing and building up in his eyes. He twisted his head in the direction of the easy sect and gave a wink towards Cloud outside the door. Yundo, tomorrow we will first go to the mountains to spy. If we have the chance, we will do it. You pack up your fine things tonight. If we don't have the chance, we will go back to Shangba village, and collect those few acres of thin fields to do it. Cloud nodded solemnly, his mood on edge. Meanwhile, on the easy sect, Senior Yuchen, Morongyu royal sword stopped at the top of the 100 Flowers Peak. Hearing the shouts, Yu Yuchen walked out slowly from within the pavilion. His expression was indifferent, his sword eyebrows and starry eyes. His body revealed a cold sharpness. Senior sister Morong, what seeks me? Morongyu's face was filled with anxiety as she took out a photo from her storage ring and handed it to Yu Yuchen. Senior brother, I've received news that someone has paid 1,000,000 spirit stones for your life in Luonet, and there's already a rogue killer who's taken the job. Hearing this news, Yu Yuchen's brows also sank. There were plenty of people who wanted his life. That didn't seem to surprise him, but he didn't expect the other party to spend such a large amount of money to invite the Luonet killer. There was a saying circulating throughout the entire eastern region that the Heaven's Dragnet was only open to one side of hell, and that no one who was targeted by the Dragnet could escape death. This is bad. Senior sister, can you inquire about who took the quest? Morongyu's face was unsightly. It wasn't hard to find out, as the Luonet killer was named after a sword. I heard that the assassin this time is using the Meteor Butterfly sword, codenamed Meteor Rain. With that said, the two fell silent once again. Just by hearing this code name, one could feel the murderous aura coming from the face, even separated by the red dust of time. Can feel the coldness of its long sword. Chapter 28, The Great Competition. On the 100 Flowers Peak, Morongyu and Yu Yuchen had no countermeasures even after discussing for a long time. The difficulty in dealing with the Luonet killers was not how high their cultivation was, but the fact that they used poison, trickery, coercion, and all sorts of things. They believed that everyone had a weakness, even the great emperor, and that if there was none in his body then they would look for it in his side. At that thought, both men looked at the beaded curtain at the same time. What a big weakness. How long before my master returns? If there was anyone else Yu Yuchen could count on right now, it would only be Tang Kuei. Morongyu sighed and shook her head rather helplessly. And now at the border between the Easy Sect and the Forgotten River mountain range, the beast tide was getting more and more violent. The demonic beasts were like crazy, constantly pressing towards the south. Countless peak masters and elders of the sect had to go out to sit by the Forgotten River. Even Tang Kuei rushed to the front line. It was better to expect her to rush back and save the day than to expect the slayer to get lost. In front of the mountain gate of the free sect, the sect competition has been held in full swing. The preliminary round is just some chi disciple competition, all a group of rookie chickens pecking each other. Hua Luyun held the Yu Yuchin portrait and kept wandering from ring to ring. This senior brother, have you seen this person on the portrait? No, 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 go away, don't keep me from watching the game. Miss, do you know how to get to 100 Flowers Peak? Handsome boy, come to my cave and I'll tell you. Outside the crowd, Cloud stood on his tiptoes and raised his hand in anger towards the woman. Yuck, wanderer, stay away from my Luyun. The two asked a circle. The result is still clueless. And now gathered here are some of the new entrants to the disciples. Not to mention the 100 Flowers Peak. A lot of them have not even gone in the inner door boundaries. Just as Hua Luyun hesitated to retreat, someone finally noticed him. Yo, isn't this the chief of 100 Flower Peak and the head of Piu Xian Yuan? Some disciples recognized Flower Luyun and warmly came forward to greet him. Hiss, he's the senior brother who sells songs? I hear he plays the piano very well. Yes, 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 and he dances subject 3. On the lookout building, several sect elders twisted their heads to look this way, and after hearing that it was that incompetent disciple of Tang Kuwei they simultaneously shook their heads in disdain. There are millions of laws. Killing art is the main way. The second is the recluse art. One attack and one retreat can kill or escape. In their view, the zither, chess, calligraphy and painting, 100 arts and skills is just a small way. Learning to play the zither, that is uneducated, waste of youth. At the edge of the ring, that disciple looked around and mysteriously pulled Hua Luyun toward the backstage. His face was somber and his words trailed off. Senior brother Luyun, have you noticed that something isn't right about this sect competition? Hua Luyun, who was grabbed by his arm, thumped in his heart and his back broke out in a cold sweat, secretly saying that it was not possible that he had been exposed for coming to assassinate his senior brother. Elder brother, listen to the soundtrack of the great competition. Listen carefully, the music is played by a pair of Mandarin ducks in a fight. When that disciple said that, Hua Luyun turned his head to look at the disciples competing in the ring, and it did indeed look a bit amorous. Two people fighting in the middle of the eyebrow. Secret eye. A sword is full of friendship. They strangled their swords to the rhythm of the zither and looked at their opponents with a sultry look in their eyes when they were injured. This scene saw Hua Luyun's goosebumps fall to the ground. The disciple next to him was also constipated. Elder brother, you're a master of the zither. This time it's up to you to save the day. If we let them fight like this, then we mustn't kill the basics and have an affair on the spot? Hua Luyun nodded solemnly, suddenly feeling a heavy sense of mission. The two of them walked into the stone platform where the background music was played. It was a small amplified sound array, and at that moment, a female disciple was immersed in the sound of her zither, her fingers gently plucking the strings. Go away, 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 go away. Go away, go away. By the way, senior brother Luyun, my name is Zhang Tianyu, chief of Bright Moon Peak. As soon as the two of them came in, Zhang Tianyu started to drive away the female disciple who was playing the qin, and in the process made a self-introduction. Hua Luyun was startled and bowed to Zhang Tianyu. In this free sect, to be able to mix up with the chief of a peak, that is not a generation of amazing talent. In front of the long zither, the driven female disciple stood up. The corner of her mouth slightly curved in an arc as she walked out of the formation. When they reached the square, the female disciple clapped her hands, attracting a crowd of disciples' gazes. Brothers and sisters, below, 100 Flower Peak's chief disciple, Hua Luyun, will bring you a zither performance. As soon as she finished speaking, the entire grand competition site resounded with an uproar. The chief was no more than any other. It was the face of a peak. His words and actions all represent the peak master's face. And in this cultivation world, qin, chess, calligraphy and painting just can't be on the stage. Hua Luyun's move is equivalent to hitting Tang Kuwei's face. The female disciple did not move after she finished speaking and glanced in the direction of the watchtower, where Saint Sun Li Xinghe slowly closed his eyes. Next, it was time to enjoy the music. At this moment, just walked to the square Yu Yuchen face quickly sank. Before he heard some rumors in the clan, but do not want to now that never met the big brother selling art even sold to the clan. Senior sister, my big senior brother. Does he have shit in his head? Doesn't he know that senior has become the laughingstock of the entire clan? Moronyu's face was also a bit unsettled. Your senior. I don't think it was on purpose. Yu Yuchen looked at Moronyu in dismay. He didn't expect that at this time the other party would still be speaking for Hua Luyun. As if he thought of something, he raised his finger and pointed to his head. Couldn't he have some? Here? Moronyu bit her lip and nodded. and both of them fell into silence at the same time. If that was the case, then one really couldn't blame Flower Lu Yun. On the side, Jubilee curiously looked in the direction of the backstage. She forcefully broke away from Yu Yuchen's hand and ran towards that side, her face filled with curiosity. Eldest brother. She was finally going to see eldest brother. Clang! Right at this moment, a zither sound rang out in the square. Yu Yuchen's heart plummeted and he hurriedly chased after the beaded curtain. Danger! There's danger! There's a murderous aura in the sound of this zither. Just that he didn't chase out a few steps. The sound of the zither sounded again. Different from the previous soothing, this time the sound of the zither was with eagerness, with violent, like a meteor exploding into the earth. In the ring, the two disciples who were originally in love instantly turned red, and both of them used their full strength at the same time, as if they were facing life and death enemies. How much they loved each other before. When love cools, how much hate. Under the ring, the supporters of the two parties' personnel also clashed, and there was a hidden momentum of an outbreak of mutual fighting. On top of the watchtower, Li Xinghe snapped his eyes open and stood up, ready to fly off the high platform, but he felt the hem of his coat being stepped on. He twisted his head to look behind him, only to see that an elder he usually didn't get along with was lifting his foot on the hem of his coat and raising his eyes to look coldly into his eyes. Holy Sun, the great competition is not yet over. Where are you going? Li Xinghe laughed. He naturally went to catch a saucer that sabotaged the sex grand competition to take the fortune of the heavens destined son of the first realm. He had traveled many worlds and gained countless sons of providence. Those from such small mountain villages were the best to deal with. They were shallowly informed, followed the flow of the waves, and were guided by their chi and destiny, rather than being the sons of destiny. They were slaves of fate. For all the gifts of fate have long been marked with a price. Being deprived of everything by the heavenly window, by him, Li Xinghe, is the price. Chapter 29, The False Past. In the easy square, 5 huge rings surrounded the stone pillar in the very center. A longsword flew from the watchtower at the edge of the square. Clank! The longsword was inserted at the edge of the stone pillar and entered the jade 3 times. The body of the sword kept on trembling, and the sound amplification array arranged around the stone pillar was instantly ineffective. As the sound of the zither dispersed, the crowd of violent disciples in the square immediately calmed down. Hua Liuyun's fingers knocking on the strings were empty. All the strings on the long zither were taut at the same time. He paused for a moment. His fingers continued to flick in the void. He played as if he was mesmerized, and he was filled with excitement. It didn't stop. It couldn't stop. And this 10-sided song was just the right climax. Feeling the sound of the zither dispersing, the disciples competing in the ring, and the crowd of onlookers in the square simultaneously looked towards Hua Luyun. At the edge of the square, Yu Yuchen raised his hand and gripped the hilt of his sword, his palms filled with cold sweat. Senior sister. Someone is laying out against eldest brother. Moron Yu also frowned at the direction of the lookout building. The free and easy sect is not an iron plate within. Someone is laying out a plan for Hua Luyun. The most likely target is Tang Kuei. Calm down and wait and see what happens. On the lookout building, Li Xinghe glanced back at the elder who had stepped on the hem of his coat, tugged off the corner of his coat, and turned his head to take a step toward the square. He stepped on the void. Each step he took swept up rolling wind and clouds, and his mountainous aura headed toward Hua Luyun Gaia in the center of the square, setting off the latter's hair to fly. Hua Luyun, what are your intentions in scheming to sabotage my easy sex entrance competition? After Li Xinghe's words, Yun Duo stopped in front of Hua Luyun, and she opened her mouth angrily to explain. Lord Saint's son, it was the other disciples who invited Luyun to play. It has nothing to do with Luyun. Li Xinghe raised his hand and the ribbon that Hua Luyun had bound his long hair with flew into his hand, and a golden bell on it was shaken to emit a clear and pleasant sound. Oh, what's this then? If I'm not mistaken, this is the wind chime of the Listening Wind Pavilion, isn't it? The Listening Wind Pavilion, a notorious intelligence organization that occasionally does some housebreaking, is unmistakably a devilish sect. Jiang Hu said, listening to the wind is rain. Where it passes, blood rain, killing countless. Hua Luyun, what else do you have to say? Li Xinghe's 2 fingers formed a sword pointing at the center of Hua Liuyun's brow, and his voice steeply became cold and stern. At this time, the entire square was in chaos. Countless disciples with Li Xinghe jumped out and began to accuse Hua Luyun. 3 people become a tiger. 100 people become a power. 10,000 people with the same hatred. Its power will be able to tilt the sky. The man who sits on the stone pillar and forgets to play is like a lonely boat under this great situation. And the sky is abandoned and the earth is disgusted. Shu Qianming pushed aside the crowd and rushed to the front to stop Li Xinghe, somewhat flustered as he began to explain. Saint's son. Ouch, Saint's son. Brother Lu Yun is the older brother of the Flying Immortal Sanctuary's King Tu Xian. Are you mistaken? seeing Zhu Qianming, whose face was shocked and wrong. The corner of Li Xinghe's mouth hooked up slightly. The prey he had set his eyes on had never been able to escape. Ma on Shan, Shangba village. Brother Qianming, don't worry about it. They are just the same village. Even the flying immortal sanctuary can't harbor the hearing wind pavilion devil cultivator, right? Li Xinghe said as he raised his hand and drew a picture in the void. A huge mirror reflected a land of green mountains and green water. His first step was to expose Hua Liuyun's relationship with Wang Tuxian and that group of heavenly pride from the flying immortal Holy Land and break his golden body. Tianlong County in the south. A flying boat stopped and landed over a small, dilapidated village. And on the flying boat a disciple of the free sect walked into the village and opened his mouth to the woman who was washing clothes at the edge of the village and asked, "Auntie, may I ask how to get to Ma on Shan Upper Dam village?" The washerwoman glared up at the youth. Auntie, your whole family is auntie. My mother is only 16 years old, you call me auntie. Roll. What Shangba village? Never heard of it. The youth was not annoyed. He walked into the village and asked around. But his brows were furrowed. No one here has ever heard of Shangba village. Not only the youth. In this small village not far away from the deserted mountain, Luonet's heavenly character first-class killer Tian knew also face ugly. He took a map and kept comparing. On the map this location is clearly labeled as the village of the Upper Dam, but in front of his eyes is a deserted cemetery. It's gone. What's going on? Why is there nothing? He angrily pulled in an old farmer who had gone up the mountain to cut firewood and pointed at the withered question in front of him. Where's the village? Where's the village of Shangba here? The old farmer was full of fear with his sword on his neck. What village? There has never been any village here. He has never seen any village in his whole life living in this place. Immortal. Immortal, are you remembering wrong? Tian Ru's long sword cut out a splash of blood red. The old farmer's eyes revealed unwillingness, and his fingers pointing at Tian Ru couldn't stop trembling. I'll fuck you up. Immortal. He lifted his steps and rose, but he saw the sky covered with radiant green shirts, countless silhouettes tumbling between the clouds, and they stopped and landed in a small village from time to time, seemingly inquiring about anyone's whereabouts. Fairview Academy? Tian Ru's brows furrowed. Not long ago he had heard that Mr. Bai Tao of the Fairview Academy had disappeared, but he didn't want to be lost here. With that thought, he looked down from the clouds over the land. I don't know if it's a psychological effect, but the vastness of the earth is like smoke and fantasy, and it seems to be lurking in endless danger and horror. Above the Prosperity Sect Square, the sound of the zither sounded. Li Xinghe suddenly twisted his head to look at Hua Luyun. His fingers plucked in the air, and the wind in the mountains passed over the earth, seeming to be the sound of the zither. The sound of the zither rolled, but it revealed a sense of eeriness. There's no way someone would have no followers. Why did Shangba village disappear? Hua Luyun, where on earth did you come from? Hua Luyun raised his head. This was the first time he had spoken since Li Xinghe's outburst. It's also unlikely that there will be a village, per capita, of great emperors, favoring me out of a waste, right? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I must have my own shining points. How can I be a waste? This shouldn't be. This shouldn't be. Li Xinghe wiped the cold sweat from his forehead as he stared deathly at Hua Luyun. It doesn't matter if you can't find the other side's heel, as long as you make him turn his back on the world, so that the people of the world can slander him and loathe him. You can likewise spoil his luck. The road he came on was a mess, and the road, full of evil spirits, was as dirty as it could be. Flower Luyun, I have long since found out that you were wanted when you were in the Southern Kingdom, and that the Southern Kingdom's Grand Priestess, Shu Daoshan, personally chased you from the Imperial City into the evil ghost abyss. Tell me, you were only at Foundation cultivation. How did you escape from the evil ghost abyss? Have you not long been but a shell? And your soul has been replaced by the forbidden. Meanwhile, the Southern Kingdom bordered with the Prosperity Sect. The Grand Priestess of the Southern Kingdom, Shu Daoshan, gazed at the evil ghost abyss forbidden area with its gloomy winds, and for some reason, dots of green shoots were sprouting from the edges of the black earth of this forbidden area. Strange. Why has this forbidden land been so quiet lately? And why have those monsters suddenly stopped acting like demons? He hesitated and raised his steps toward the evil ghost abyss. He walked carefully and cautiously. 1 step, 2 steps. After walking out for dozens of miles in a row, apart from the black earth were barren graves and dead trees, withered vines and dim crows. There wasn't a single ghost shadow in the entire forbidden land. It was really quiet and a bit weird. Hello, anyone? He inclined his head and shouted, the echo swinging through the layers of mountains and traveling far and wide in the empty abyss of evil ghosts. Chapter 30. Luyun has always been a bodhisattva. In the Easy Sect, Li Xinghe's face was as heavy as water. He had a feeling that when he wasn't prying into Fa Liuyun's past, everything seemed to be perfectly normal again, and everything seemed to be happening smoothly. But when he went to try to peer in, He was like a man sitting in a carriage, and every time he opened the curtains, what he saw out of the window was a different scene, an unknown life. Damn it, I've met Schrodinger's past. He looked towards Hua Luyun, who was still blandly playing the long zither, and only felt some numbness in his scalp. Although his opponent did not make any movements, did not have any expression, he felt the taunt, the kind that came from the silent taunt. Their fights were never on the same level. Everything he knew seemed to be what the other side wanted him to know, and the world he saw seemed to be what the other side wanted him to see. It was a crush from the unknown. He swallowed and spoke again. Hua Luyun, I don't care about the path you took when you came, but in my immortal-seeking city, under my eyes, you can't wash your hands of colluding with the Devil Dao organization. All of you can't escape my eyes. Pass on the order of the city master to close the net. Li Xinghe snorted coldly and spoke into the communicator magic treasure in his hand. In the immortal-seeking city, a huge protective formation rose into the air. Countless city guards instantly surrounded the floating fragrance courtyard, and the sound of a crossbow bowstring being pulled resounded from the watchtower in the city lord's mansion. Passing on the order of city master Li, seeking immortality city is under martial law. All people are not allowed to go out or leave the current location they are staying in. Violators will be shot on the spot. The sound of the commandment spread throughout the city through the great formation, and countless panicked vendors on the streets were shot on the spot with bows and crossbows for not heeding the advice. At this moment, the entire immortal-seeking city was under the control of the city lord's mansion. Li Xinghe was not a holy son without real power. Within the boundaries of immortal-seeking city, no matter what chamber of commerce, which family head, or where the young master is from, anyone who tries to do anything will be directly executed. This is the city lord's mansion, and this is the control of a great clan over the mortal city. In the lobby of the floating fragrance courtyard, the golden armored cultivator barged in with a large number of city guards, and countless warblers were controlled on the spot, and even the men and women who were fighting soundly in the room did not escape. Not even one of them. Officer, what's wrong with the officer? I didn't say we'd be sweeping pornography today. There were Johns crouching in the corridor holding their heads and shouting, while others struggled and fled outside. Whoever moves, dies. The golden armored cultivator coldly grunted as several swordlights flashed, and several cultivators who fled towards the outside of the building died on the spot. He stepped in front of a naked man. Zhang Jinpin, right? Scout of the Palace of Angry Blood. Take him down. 2 city guards came forward and escorted Zhang Jin Needle. They looked at Zhang Jin Needle's eyes full of dislike, only because when they first came in, the goods were receiving customers. The object was still a fat woman whose appearance was difficult to talk about. This money deserves people can earn. Not in vain to take this name. Soon the entire floating fragrance courtyard was caught clean, with only a few leaks standing in the lobby looking at each other. There was shock and disbelief in their eyes. Of the hundreds of people in the Piu Xian courtyard, only a few of us are good citizens, and the rest are all scouts? While they were amazed, they were also quite curious in their hearts. Curious why these powers don't develop them. Are they not smart enough? After exiting the puffing fragrance courtyard, the golden armored cultivator walked through one alley after another, and soon he arrived outside a small farmhouse. Although there are many people caught by Cao Xianlu, but they are just some small characters that can't be brought to the surface. The real big fish are all outside, and these are the basis for convicting Hua Luyun. How's it going in there? He walked to the courtyard door and opened his mouth towards the 2 cultivators guarding the door and asked, Elder brother, it's quiet inside. The other side should have given up resistance. The golden armored cultivator nodded and raised his hand to slowly push the door open. Seeing the condition of the courtyard, he instantly changed his face, only to see the small courtyard of a dozen square meters lying full of corpses, the pungent smell of blood coming from the nose. The walls, tables, chairs, wooden doors and beds are full of blood. Most of these people were at the Jindan stage, but there were still 2 people at the Yuanying stage, and the cultivator nailed to the wall in front of the lobby inside the door was actually at the god transformation stage. The golden armored cultivator's hand holding the long sword trembled slightly. The god of transformation cultivator fights could easily overturn the river, and now there was a god of transformation in this immortal-seeking city that died silently. It was hard for him to imagine what had happened here. Quick, go to the Star of Heaven tea house. The sword rose up in the air, and soon several people arrived at a tea house on another street. Seeing the closed door of the room, a sense of uncertainty came over him. With a trembling hand, he pushed open the door to the room, and a body tipped out and leaned against him. The bright red palm prince covering his golden armor pulling out a blinding blood red. God transformation stage. Another god transformation stage. He gulped, his eyes looking through the doorway into the temple. In front of the tables and chairs, on the stairs, by the counter, everywhere there were already cold bodies. At this moment, several city guard cultivators stopped behind him with their imperial swords. Commander Wan Fong, All the forces in the city's strongholds are in trouble. No one is alive. Only Luonet's Tian Ru escaped because he traveled to the southern kingdom. Cold sweat fell from Wan Fong's forehead in drops. Something's wrong. Something's wrong. Over the years many forces have been testing each other, and likewise checking and balancing each other. Not only are they sending scouts to the Easy Sect, but the Easy Sect is likewise sending scouts to other families. Even if they were found, most of them were ransomed with money, and few of them were directly slaughtered, and they were slaughtered together with a dozen forces, which could be said to have stabbed the sky. In a shaky voice he began to ask, any live ones? The city guard behind him shook his head. Where are the survivors? There aren't many bodies. Report it. We can't cover this. A few of the city guards nodded, not to mention that they couldn't handle it. I'm afraid Li Xinghe was also hanging on. On the Easy Sect square, Li Xinghe stumbled on his feet and almost failed to stand still. His eyes rounded with anger as he violently turned his head to look at Hua Luyun, his voice carrying a chill. It was you. Who killed them? Hua Luyun continued to play his long zither with a faint smile on his face. Elder brother is joking. I'm a foundation establishment cultivator. A bumpkin from the village. I need Cloud's help to kill a chicken. Who would I dare to kill? Speaking of which, Cloud hastily raised his hand. She could prove that Hua Luyun was indeed timid. Not to mention killing people. It would take effort to step on an ant. Lord Saint's son. Luyun has always had a bodhisattva's heart. How can you wrong him? Li Xinghe twisted his head to angrily glare at Yun Duo, his face full of hostility. You shut up. Hua Luyun. You're provoking a war. Provoking the devil sect to target the Easy Sect. What are your intentions? Hua Luyun didn't speak anymore as he closed his eyes and continued to enjoy the music. Well, this matter is not so easy to uncover. You are ultimately 100% too close. Letting go of the heavenly fury, the disciples of the Palace of Prosperity listened to the order, and immediately set out to the southern kingdom to protect the heavenly fury. Receiving the order, several flying boats immediately left the square. Hua Luyun raised his head in surprise, his mouth slightly open, shocked, reaching out to point at Li Xinghe's nose, full of horror, opening his mouth to question. Protecting heaven's wrath? Sacred son of the free sect, how dare you openly collude with the Luo net killers? Is there any justice? Is there any law? Is there still a righteous ethos? Chapter 31 Teaching the Sisters and Brothers. Hearing Hua Luyun's sophistry, Li Xinghe trembled with anger. I'm trying to prevent you from killing yourself, asshole. Above the square, a crowd of Easy Sect elder disciples saw the two fighting, and their original accusing voices had long since disappeared. It was really that this situation was quite bizarre. The holy son of the Hall sect had actually suffered a dark loss against the chief of 100 Flower Peak. At this time, Li Xinghe was also doubly anxious. His cards were about to run out. Not only did he fail to hit Hua Luyun hard, he even pulled a wave of fame on his opponent. Flower Luyun, even if I can't prove that you colluded with the devil cultivators now, but you can't escape from selling in the puffy fragrance courtyard and damaging the reputation of the Easy Sect, you still have to accept the punishment. Elder brother, it's selling art. Ha ha ha, ridiculous. How can a place like that be clean? You're just selling. We all saw it. Elder brother, I didn't. Don't accuse me. Sinner, I've patronized your business, and so has senior sister Morong, and you still want to argue? Li Xinghe spoke with a red face. A hand pulled Morong, who was watching and eating melon, over. He now desperately needed someone to stand up for him. Morong, who was watching the excitement, froze and dropped her melon in her mouth. Killing her did not expect the topic to suddenly involve herself. Hearing the surrounding senior siblings discussing it, her cheeks suddenly reddened and she hurriedly waved her hand. No, how could I possibly go to that place? When the crowd of disciples saw the color of Morong's face, their hearts instantly understood. This is obviously a weak heart. Hiss. Normally, senior sister Morong is icy clean, but I didn't expect that she would be this open in private. That's not true. You don't even look at whose disciple she is. Yu Linglong, the woman who played half of the men of Easy Sect in the palm of her hand. Faced with such a scene, the panicked Morong just kept waving her hands. No, Li Xinghe, he wronged me, she explained, and that nervous look managed to turn around some of the wind reviews, but at that moment, Li Xinghe once again made up for it. Sister Morong, don't be shy. Isn't it just ordering a male model? He, Flower Luyun, has the face to sell it in the puffing fragrance courtyard, and he doesn't allow anyone to buy it? Morong, who was desperately trying to explain, stiffly twisted her head to look at Li Xinghe. Her face twisted and the corners of her mouth twitched uncontrollably. OMG, what kind of sin had she done to be involved in this fiasco? At the off chance, Pearl jumped up and raised her hand. Eldest brother, when little Curtain grows up and earns money, She will also patronize your business with Sister Morone. Okay. This time, even if he had 100 mouths, he wouldn't be able to say anything. Senior brother Yu Chen, would you go with little curtain? The corners of Yu Chen's mouth trembled slightly as he raised his hand and touched the beetle's small head, his voice soft as he opened his mouth. Good girl little curtain. The business your eldest brother is doing is only for female customers. Eldest brother, I won't be joining you. When he said that, everyone's head at the scene buzzed. If they remembered correctly, before Li Xinghe had said that he had gone to take care of Hua Liuyun's business, and he was the one on the scene who was most certain that the business Hua Liuyun was doing was not clean. For a moment the entire square fell into silence, all gazes simultaneously turning their heads to look at Li Xinghe. Li Xinghe's eyelids fluttered madly. His mind was constantly pondering over the countermeasures. Just now he was in a hurry and said the wrong thing. He didn't expect to get himself into a ditch. Senior brothers and sisters, it's true that I went to the puffing fragrance courtyard and ordered flower flowing cloud, but we didn't do anything. He spoke in a panic, but the scene continued to fall silent, and it was clear that no one would believe him. After all, he was the one who said it all before, and now he's coming back to deny it completely unconvincingly. Seeing the crowd pointing and seeing the eyes of the peak elders dodging, Li Xinghe finally became anxious. He rushed to Hua Liuyun and pulled the other party's sleeve. Flower Liuyun, say something. Hua Liuyun disgustedly yanked his sleeve back from Li Xinghe's hand. Don't misunderstand. All of you senior brothers and sisters, the Holy Sun came to our hospital to spend money. That's paid for. It's normal business behavior. Li Xinghe froze as he stiffened and looked at Hua Liuyun. What kind of talk is this dog talking about? What does it mean by normal business practices? Does he not think he wants his money back? Seeing that the scene was in chaos, some elders from the Deacon's Hall immediately began to maintain order. In any case, the introductory competition still had to continue. Li Xinghe also happened to take advantage of the situation. He took a deep look at Hua Liuyun and then rushed to the immortal-seeking city with his sword. So many people died there. One could imagine what kind of turmoil would come next. Flower Liuyun, on the other hand, was driven off the stone pillar, deprived of the qualification to continue playing the background music of the grand competition. Morong Yu, because she couldn't stand the way the crowd was looking at her, likewise chose to avoid it for the time being, but it was Yu Yuchen who stayed behind. He pulled the beaded curtain and walked slowly to Hua Liuyun, holding his sword in a rather respectful salute. Yu Yuchen, meet eldest senior brother. He hooked his waist and lowered his head, eyeing Hua Liuyun's toes, waiting for the other party to return the salute. Unbeknownst to him at this moment, what Hua Liuyun wanted was not to return the gift at all. As he hurriedly snatched a portrait from Yun Duo's hand, after taking it into his hands, he measured it against Yu Yuchen. The man on the portrait is handsome and noble, but not as shocking as seeing it in reality. Originally he thought that the portrait had been embellished, but he didn't know that the portrait only embodied 3 parts of Yu Yuchen's charm. Hiss. Senior brother. For brother has a job I want to introduce to you. Yu Yuchen raised his head with some suspicion. He didn't need to think about it to know what his own senior brother was playing at. Just this time he looked up, he saw the portrait in Hua Liuyun's hand. He immediately tightened his body. His feet staggered back a few steps. His heart even more set off shock waves. Li Xinghe hadn't lied. Hua Liuyun was really a Luo net killer. Really a person of the devil's path. He is the owner of the Meteor Butterfly Sword, codenamed Meteor Shower. Eldest senior brother. How did you get the portrait of second senior brother? At Hua Liuyun's feet, Shu Curtain pulled at the hem of his coat, standing on her tiptoes to similarly survey the portrait in his hands. On the other side Yu Yuchen's heartbeat was in his throat. Damn it! He had just been shocked, and had forgotten to take away his weaknesses under his too quick retreat. Now that the bead curtain was so close to Flower Liuyun, it would be as hard as hell to bring it over again. The hand he held on the hilt of the sword at his waist trembled slightly. To say that Hua Liuyun was only at the foundation establishment stage, he resolutely didn't believe it. Did the deaths of so many people of the Devil's Way in the City of Immortal Seeking really have nothing to do with Hua Liuyun? He didn't believe it. He gritted his teeth and spoke word for word. Shooting stars. Rain. Hua Liuyun, who was looking at the portrait, raised his head to look blankly at the sky. Where? To the side. Cloud hastily tugged at the hem of his coat. Ryuan, talking about you? Rouge code name. Hua Liuyun reacted instantly as well. He looked at Yu Yuchen with a somber expression and lowered his head to mutter in Yun Duo's ear as he asked, to kill? I'm a little scared. Cloudy, why don't you go on? Yun Duo looked at Hua Liuyun in dismay. But I can't beat him. What should we do then? I've taken all the money. What about the 50 spirit stones? Hearing the two of them plotting loudly, Yu Yuchen's face was unsightly as he kept making glances towards the bead curtain. Jubilee, come over here, to my side. Pearl Curtain pulled on the corner of Hana Liuyun's coat. Eldest brother. Second brother is running away. Yu Chen. Chapter 32, My Dear Hundred Flowers Peak. Seeking Immortal City. Li Xinghe hurriedly broke into one of the slaughtered strongholds after arriving. His heart twitched slightly at the sight of the corpse-strewn scene. All of this happened after he started to deal with Flower Lu Yun. As he went up to examine a corpse, a slight frown creased his brow in the middle of the day. At the time of the attack, a large formation was laid here, cutting off the space between this small courtyard and the outside world. Inch by inch he detected the traces, until after looking at the entire small courtyard he suddenly raised his head, his face becoming a bit ugly. What isolates this place is the heaven-sealing formation pattern. What kills people is the Wanshan Sword Dao, and the space reinforcement uses the knocking immortal talisman. Just after Li Xinghe finished speaking, the golden-armored commander Wan Fengyuan, who was standing on the side, nearly failed to stand still as he stumbled on his feet. In the entire eastern region, it could even be said that in the entire immortal spirit continent these three techniques were household names. It was only because a few decades ago a demonic force came out of nowhere and its power swept across the entire heaven and earth. And it was these three techniques that they used. A burst, a sword, and a talisman, almost sweeping the world, almost unifying heaven and earth. City Lord, Shui Ji is a remaining member of the Flower God Palace. Could it be that he made the move? Hearing Wan Feng's words, Li Xinghe shook his head. Water Ji does have a relationship with the Flower God Palace, but he is only able to knock the immortal talisman. Rumor has it that when the Demon Emperor Flower language passed on his skills back then, the three techniques were taught separately, and even the elders of the Flower God Palace couldn't possibly be in possession of the three major divine paths at the same time. City Lord, if we can capture Shui Ji, we may know a thing or two. Inch. Li Xinghe stood up, his face cloudy. The Demon Emperor and her crusaders had been sealed into the burial sea. There was no doubt about that. He was always convinced that the tragedy here was related to Flower Lu Yun, and the biggest possibility was that Flower Lu Yun had obtained the Demon Emperor's inheritance. Go to the heavenly prison, and arraign Piao Xiang Yuan. Li Xinghe had just stepped out of the small courtyard when a disciple hurriedly ran up on his face. Elder brother, Hua Lu Yun asked me to give you a message, saying that he still has to rely on the puffy fragrance courtyard to make a living, hoping that you will be merciful, and if you spend next time, you will be given a fracture price. Hearing this, Li Xinghe was so angry that his veins popped. That's a threat, a naked threat. When had he, Li Xinghe, as the city lord of Immortal Seeking City, ever had to pay for his spending? Damn it, Flower Lu Yun, I'll catch you in the act, for sure. Compared to Li Xinghe's impotent rage, Hua Lu Yun was much more calm. Even though he had just faced a layout against him, he still looked breezy. 100 Flowers Peak. Bursts of floral scent through the forest. After passing through a piece of mountains, as far as the eye can see, 100 flowers competing for color, worshipped under Tang Kuei's door so far. He Hua Lu Yun finally found the 100 Flowers Peak. At this moment, the corner of his eyes even held tears. Pearl Curtain looked at the wet-eyed Flower Lu Yun and spoke curiously. Elder brother, why are you crying? Hua Lu Yun hastily wiped the corners of his eyes, hiding the excitement in his eyes. No, I just have some pollen allergies. Junior sister, have you ever eaten a flower cake? Jubilee's little eyes lit up. It was the first time she had heard that flowers could be made into large cakes. It smelled good for miles when it was still fresh and made into a big pie. She drooled just thinking about it. Eldest brother, can you really make pancakes? Seeing the gluttonous Pearl Curtain, Yu Chen on the side did not move and kicked her heels. These flowers are Tang Kuei treasure. Other peak disciples, if you want to go up the mountain to enjoy the flowers but also have to pay the ticket. A few people along the mountain road pick up steps up. If the Shui, the entire Free Clan really nowhere can compare to this 100 Flowers Peak. While the clouds marveled at the sight of such a magnificent scene, Flower Lu Yun was not too impressed. It is somewhat of a waste to plant flowers instead of rice in so many fields. Just at this moment, halfway up the mountainside, a new grave into the eyes. This grave in the sea of flowers all over the place looks incredibly abrupt. Very much affects the overall style. Shit, which will bury the grave here? Such a landscape is to be reincarnated in the next life to enter the road. Yu Chen spoke with a dark face. Senior brother, don't talk nonsense. This is the clothing grave of the master's battle. I heard that he just passed away not long ago. Beware that he comes to you at night. Hua Luyun glanced at the portrait of Yu Chen that Yun Duo was holding in his hand and returned the same to him. Humph. Beware, too, that I come for you at night. Yu Chen winced. Had she known, she wouldn't have spoken too much. The guy still has his mind on killing him to this day. Says he'll get his money back if he doesn't. And says he's not looking for money either, but mostly professionalism. As the few people walked to the new grave, Hua Luyun frowned slightly as he looked at the jade tombstone. Tomb of the little beggar, husband of Tang Kuei. At this moment, it seemed like dead memories were attacking his brain. What a familiar inscription. What a familiar name. He remembered. The evil ghost abyss. Where someone had pressed a boulder into the grave where he lay and almost buried him in the graveyard. Well, it turns out my enemy is hiding here. 100 Flowers Peak was huge. And with Tang Kuei not at home, Hua Lu Yun, the chief, was the boss. He picked out a loft and another next to his own for Cloud. The flower Lu Yun who had found a homecoming was completely at ease. He actively developed the 100 Flower Peak industry, not only raising bees in the mountains, but also selecting flowers to brew wine and making flower cakes for the clouds to sell within the sect. In just half a month the entire 100 Flowers Peak was transformed, with many flowers of no economic value being eradicated in favor of more economically beneficial flowers. Yu Yuchen did speak out to persuade Hua Lu Yun, but after being verbally threatened several times, he was forced to hastily close the door. Inside the Yamaguchi store, Jubilee stood guard by the kitchen, waiting for the flower cakes to come out of the oven. Hua Lu Yun stood in front of the counter and kept rattling the abacus. When a sword light stopped and walked into the store, Morong Yu glanced at Hua Lu Yun, her voice rather cold. Senior brother Lu Yun, you'd better be careful lately. I heard that various forces have already rushed to Immortal-seeking City, and Li Xinghao was pressured to release the crowd from the Puffing Fragrance Academy. Hearing these words, Hua Lu Yun raised his head excitedly. So I can go back to work again? Morong Yu's brows furrowed. This guy is seriously unaware of the urgency of the situation. Senior apprentice brother Lu Yun, it is now rumored outside that you are a remaining member of the Flower God Palace. It's thanks to the prestige of your senior uncle that you're able to stand here in peace. Do you know how many people would want you dead if you were labeled as such? Speaking here, Morong Yu braced her hands in front of the counter, her gaze dead set on Hua Liu Yun's eyes. Senior brother, tell me, are you related to the Flower God Palace? How much were you involved in the matter of the water mansion in Immortal-seeking City? Where exactly did your heel? Upper Dam Village. Go. Ever since the destruction of the various power strongholds in Immortal-seeking City, the demonic power that had once swept through a region was once again mentioned. And in connection with the disappearance of Flower Lu Yun and the entire Shangba village, a conspiracy theory was quietly fermenting. Perhaps Li Xinghao was still laying a trap. Hua Lu Yun was once again pushed into the limelight. If not for the fact that a large number of top executives of the Easy Sect were still in the Forgotten River mountain range to fend off the Demon Clan, this thunder would have exploded long ago. That's all Morong you wanted to know right now. Whether or not Flower Lu Yun was a remaining member of the Flower God Palace. Just facing Morong Yu's hopeful eyes, that youth just slightly raised his head and opened his mouth to ask, Elder sister, do you want to eat flower cake? Chapter 33, the long life lock sucked on the door. I'll eat your ass. Morong Yu was furious and grabbed the dough and put it on Hua Liu Yun's face. What she regretted the most right now was finding such an unreliable disciple for her senior uncle. And this was all her fault. What disciple doesn't cultivate properly and only knows how to grasp the economy all day long? Being perfumed all over the face. Flowers Lu Yun is not annoyed, only knows to giggle. Morong Yu hatefully flung his sleeve and left. Humph. Hua Lu Yun, you've been uneducated and unmotivated all day. I'll teach you a lesson when senior uncle returns. She stepped halfway out and then suddenly doubled back, scooping up the beaded collar as she did so. Pearl Curtain, don't you need to cultivate when you follow him around daily? My generation of cultivators fights with the heavens to cross over. Every day is rare and precious. How can you be allowed to waste it like this? Pearl Curtain shrank her neck, so she was grabbed by Morong Yu to cultivate. She was not like Hua Lu Yun who had an iron head. If she offended Morong Yu she would really be beaten up. Seeing Morong Yu walking away, Yun Duo carefully stretched out her small head from the kitchen. The entire 100 Flowers Peak was just her as an outsider. Her heart was still very apprehensive to live here. Ryun, I want to go back down the mountain. I miss ma'am. Hua Lu Yun raised his hand and rubbed Yun Duo's hair, softly comforting him. Yun Do, be good. We'll go back after a while. Seeking Immortality City is a mess right now. I heard that there are demonic people from the Devil's Path haunting it. Lu Yun, but they all said that the devilish demon was you? Hearing Yun Duo's words, Hua Lu Yun smiled. The sunlight sprinkled on his face looked so still and broad, so warm. Then take a closer look. Do I look like a devilish demon? Yun Duo's cheeks were slightly red. She raised her head shyly then saw that handsome face. A vertical stripe on Hua Liu Yun's brow carried the slightest hint of seduction. His hair swung in the wind. A few strands drifted across his lips. The breeze blew up the collar of his shirt, and a tattoo of a beautifully blossoming pigeon flower loomed under his collarbone. The flower was like sword chi, some piercing eyes, and then looked down. A few blood-red-colored ribbons tightly bound the waist on the light blue ink tunic, outlining the man's tight curves. No, not at all. How could there be such a good-looking devil demon in this world? Jingle bells. Bells rattled on the ribbon that tightly bound his long hair on his head, and the scene reflected in Cloud's eyes like a dream. Boo! In the Immortal-seeking City, Li Xinghe kicked over the desk, spilling countless scrolls all over the ground. He looked insane. His face was twisted, and his heart was filled with unwillingness. It was obvious that everything was under control, but he had lost so completely. Look into it to the death. We must find evidence of Hua Liuyun's collusion with the Devil's Way. Below the desk, Wan Fong and Zhang Tianyu picked up a scroll, all of which were messages about Flower Lu Yun. Inside, there were also statements from the people of the Puffy Fragrance House, and even a bill from Flower Liu Yun's collection. But the most you can do with this stuff is sue him for fraud. What else? The two men flipped through the information, their faces masks of pain. Right at this moment Zhang Tianyu suddenly reacted. Not right when the villain wrongly accused people need evidence? They've done too much of this for real. Holy sun, we're villains. Can't we fake evidence if we don't have it? Li Xinghe's eyes on the first seat narrowed slightly as he stood up and kicked Zhang Tianyu's ass. The corner of his mouth hooked into a cold smile. Yeah, can't you falsify evidence if you don't have it? Tianyu what villain or not? Remember, Hua Luyun he colluded with the devil. He's the villain. The two men's eyes met with a knowing smile at the same time. Zhang Tianyu wiped his storage ring and dozens of sets of drawing books appeared in his hand. Forcing me to quit the clan and die. What do I regret for joining the devil's path? I was relegated to the mountains at the beginning of the game, and I became a god by farming. I'm not afraid of searching my house. Those who accuse me of wrongdoing should go to hell. He raised his hand to point at the talking book, his voice turning a little cold. Holy sun, I have 100 ways of framing people. Li Xinghe took the set of talking books, flipping them open and reading them for a while before frowning slightly and speaking with some hesitation. But I can't play green tea. Holy sun, this is easy. You look at me and act shy. Yes, eyes averted with that fearful feeling. Seeing the two practicing on the spot, the corners of Wan Fong's mouth twitched slightly. A holy son of a clan and the chief of a peak, pretending to be green tea to frame a foundation building cultivator from the village. It was really no face to see. He rushed forward and pulled the two apart, offering his valuable advice. City Lord, in the world of immortal cultivation, strength is honored. And now that all the forces from all sides have experts who have rushed to immortal-seeking city, why not use them? Speaking of which, Wan Fong made a neck-wiping motion. If they succeed, Hua Lu Yun is dead. Why do we need to frame? If they fail, then Hua Lu Yun will definitely reveal the 3 great techniques of the Flower God Palace. We can also take this opportunity to make trouble. The two men who were playing green tea slapped their foreheads. Yeah, it seems to make sense. 3 people immediately came together, began to discuss in a low voice. The room candlelight flickering, that hit the window paper on the shadow of the teeth and claws as evil spirits. From time to time we'll also send out jia 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 cold laughter. Early the next morning, the gates of Immortal Seeking City had just opened, and Hua Luyun led the bead curtain into the city. These days earn some small money. Naturally want to take the pearl curtain into the city to spend some money. The little guy has long been crying and want to go down the mountain shopping. The morning market of the Immortal Seeking City is exceptionally lively. This is the intersection of the mundane and the immortal. Not only do the immortals on the mountain trade immortal treasures here, but the mortals will also take some food into the city to sell. And now Hua Luyun is also considered a small success. At least there is no lack of money. Compared to when he first entered the city begging for a living, he still looks quite prosperous now. Eldest brother, I want to eat a candy cane. Buy. Elder brother, I want rice cakes. Buy. Elder brother, Sugarman, eat Sugarman. Buy. Eldest brother, what a beautiful long lifelock. Buy. Hey, curtain, wait, it's pure gold. Wait, I'll ask the price first. After a quick stroll he pulled the beaded curtain and left the morning market in a hurry, his steps slightly flustered. When he came in, his face was full of smiles, but now it was a look like he had lost his life. The smile had long since shifted to Pearl's small face by now. She was holding a candy man in one hand and an ice candy gourd in the other, and she had a solid gold long lifelock around her neck, and she walked with her chin tilted up, not to mention how imposing she was. When they arrived at the puffing fragrance courtyard, as soon as Hua Luyun entered, Li Qingqiu rushed to welcome him out. He was now Tang Kuei's disciple and was considered a big shot in this immortal-seeking city. Gu, Luyun you finally came. Sis, to tell you, in the heavenly prison time let that Li Xinghao whipped me, bullying me, insulting me, but I did not give you out. Hua Luyun was also full of excitement as she took Li Qingqiu's hand, tears welling up in her eyes. Sister Li, I understand you. You were the one who gave me a bite to eat in the first place. How could I possibly misunderstand you? He said and waved back. Jubilee, come over here. This is Sister Li, elder brother's boss. Come and kowtow to Sister Li. After shouting for a long time without seeing a response, Hua Luyun turned back with some doubts. She then saw Pearl Curtain standing frozen by the front door of the floating fragrance courtyard, her solid gold long life lock sucked to the door by a magnet. Chapter 34, Are we getting paid today? The atmosphere was awkward. Hua Luyun pursed his lips, his gaze rather averted in the face of Pearl Curtain's sultry eyes. Sisterly, you take care of the kids for me. I'll go find Sister Tinkerbell. He was in a hurry and panicked as he headed for the backyard. Past the vestibule, the long corridor was secluded, and he paused slightly in his footsteps after walking out tens of meters. Jingle bells. The sound of wind chimes rang out, and one golden wind chime on both sides of the long corridor shook against the shimmering light. Hearing this voice, Hua Luyun's face was delighted and he hurriedly knelt down on one knee with a resounding voice. Hearing Wind Pavilion Prosperity Division seeking Immortality City 3rd Class Bronze Bellflower Luyun. Meet Shangguan. At the end of the corridor, a handsome man walked slowly, his long hair cascading behind his head, 2 wind chime earrings fishing from his earlobes, and a slender dagger in his hand pulsing at his fingertips. Hearing Wind Pavilion First Class Golden Bell. Bai Shi. Arriving close. Seeing the kneeling regular Hua Luyun, Bai Shi frowned slightly. Bronze bells can be said to be the existence of the lowest level in the listening Wind Pavilion. He has seen no 1,000 or 800 bronze bells, or the first time to see such a respectful. Could such a person really be the murderer who exterminated the Seeking Immortality City branch? It doesn't look like much either way. Only the moment he saw Hua Luyun he knew that he had been tricked by Li Xinghe. Li Xinghe was merely trying to use him as a pawn in the infighting of the Easy Sect. Without waiting for him to think more, Hua Luyun had already excitedly come up. Sir, are you here to pay your wages? The dagger spinning in Bai Shi's hand clattered to the ground. Payroll? What paychecks? Ryun, right? You get up first. Hua Luyun frowned, holding some skepticism in his eyes. Your Excellency, I was supposed to receive my salary for last month yesterday, but the person in charge before that is no longer there. So aren't you here to make up for your salary? Bai Shi looked a little embarrassed. The entire Seeking Immortality City copper bells number countless. If all these salaries have to be made up by him, selling him is not enough. After determining that Hua Luyun was not the murderer, he turned around and took a step towards the end of the long corridor. What salary? Who recruited you to come in here to ask for it? Jingle bells. Right at this moment a wind bell rang. The gust of wind instantly lifted the corner of his coat. Bai Shi was completely too late to turn around. A slender long sword instantly penetrated out from his chest. 2 blood-red butterflies flew up and stopped landing on top of the blade of the sword. You. Blood dripped dribbling down the corners of his mouth, and as he tried to twist his head to see who had struck the sword, a palm was bracing his head. Who gave you the guts to deny me my paycheck? Listen to the Wind Pavilion. Right. Send money, you are the master. The palace to provide you with anything. Do not send money to listen to what the wind. Listen to the bells of reincarnation to go. Bai Shi still want to struggle, but feel all the limbs show weakness. A powerful sealing force will be his spirit dead sealed in the body. Sealing heavenly formation patterns. He had seen a sealing heavenly formation pattern for the first time. On the long sword that stabbed him in the chest, a sword chi kept drifting along the blood meridians and was rapidly destroying his vitality. Netherlands. Blood bubbled from his mouth, and his eyes felt death approaching a little. At the last moment that hand finally let go of him, Bai Shi's body fell backwards. Also at this moment he finally saw that face, and a wisp of red mist floating up from his chest. Yelp. Red color Hori plus 1 inch. Those were the last words he heard, after which silence fell forever. Jingle Bell Court. Zhao Tingling walked to the edge of the roof and reached out to pick up a drop of rainwater from the eaves. Behind her, Aya came up and gave her a trench coat. Miss, are you worried about young Master Luyun? Zhou Tinkerbell nodded. Aya, Luyun came from a small village. He is innocent and kind. He doesn't know the dangers of the Jianghu. I sometimes really regret dragging him into the net. He doesn't fit here. Just as she was sighing, Hua Luyun's figure could already be seen on the pathway outside the pavilion. He jumped up and shouted happily when he saw Zhao Tingling from a distance. Sister Tinkerbell! Sister Tinkerbell! When Zhao Tingling saw the joyfully running teenager, the corners of her mouth couldn't hide a smile. The net has always been to choose people and thirsty, born in which all the time is not like facing the abyss, such as walking on a tightrope. Flowers Luyun's appearance will be like a beam of sunshine into her life. He was so simple, so white and flawless, healing the 1,000 holes in her heart. Ryun, slow down, run slower, don't fall. Hua Luyun rushed to Zhao Tingling's side in a few steps, and he intimately raised his hand to hold the latter's shoulder with a happy smile on his face. Sister Tinkerbell, are you paying your salary today? Zhao Tingling dotingly rubbed his head. Hair, of course, hair. The Heavenly Fury Sword Master has not yet returned from his trip to the Southern Kingdom, so sister will privately make it up to you, okay? Yes, thanks Sister Tinkerbell. You don't know, I just recently raised a little sister. It's burning a hole in my pocket. The two of them walked into the attic with a smile on their faces. Zhao Dingling was not forgetting to exhort Hua Liuyun's cultivation at this moment. Lu Yun, have you practiced the assassination technique I taught you properly? Yes, I have been studying at all times, and I dare not forget for a moment the teachings of Sister Tinker Bell. Naughty, I can't believe you've learned to be poor. Aya huffed slightly when she saw the two enter the building. She seemed to smell a faint odor of blood as the breeze blew by just now, but she didn't think much of it, and she gently covered the door after walking into the room. Lu Yun, you shouldn't have come down the mountain. Just hide in 100 Flowers Peak. No one would dare to touch you. Inside the room, Zhao Tingling was filled with worry. She couldn't figure out what was going on in Li Xinghe's head to target Hua Luyun in such a way, even though she had inquired many times if she wanted to talk about grudges. She suddenly thought of the last time Li Xinghe came to Piu Xiang Yuan to drink flower wine. Lu Yun, how many spirit stones did you pit against City Lord Li last time? Come to think of it, this was the only reason. Who would dare to charge Li Xinghe spirit stones for spending money in immortal-seeking city? On the contrary, this brat's temper shafts, and he even dares to collect the City Lord's spirit stones. Speaking of spirit stones, Hua Liuyun's expression was slightly stunned. Sister Tinker Bell, truth be told, I came down the mountain this time to collect my wages. The mountain is clear and hard. Those easy sect disciples spend a buck and swish. They really can't earn a few spirit stones. My youngest sister is growing her body. With money I can buy her some old hand to make up for her size. My youngest brother is also in seclusion and hard training. With money I can buy him more chi gathering pills. You see, everywhere costs money. Zhao Tingling glared at Hua Luyun. At this juncture, this guy is even thinking about paychecks. Don't think she doesn't know. Flower Luyun earned money all existed in the small pocket on the blasphemy pants. Aya gave him to collect clothes to wash, all saw. A point didn't spare to spend. Buying old hands and buying chi gathering pills were nothing but lies from this guy. But as a knowing big sister she wouldn't try to expose Flower Luyun. Don't even think about the spirit stones of those families. The person in charge of the immortal-seeking city was killed before. If you go to ask for wages now you're just looking for death. Don't you want your little life? Zhao Tingling took Hua Liuyun's hand and just counted for a while. His face was full of anger, trying to persuade him to return to the mountain. She talked until midnight, and finally said she was so tired that she actually leaned back in her seat and fell asleep. Hearing Zhao Dingling's breathing gradually stabilize, Hua Luyun, who had pulled his ears together, raised his head as he unzipped his light blue flowing cloud jacket and covered it over Zhao Dingling's petite body. Hey, collect your paycheck, collect your paycheck. Chapter 35 Assassination, Remnants of the Devil Sect. Clunk, the main door was blown open. A cold wind poured into the house, and Li Xinghe raised his hand to block the sand from the oncoming wind. What time is it? Report, my lord of the city. It's the third night. Hearing this time, Li Xinghe abruptly stood up. Daisy hasn't come back yet. Regardless of whether the other party had killed Flower Luyun or not, he should be coming back for himself. Seemingly thinking of something, Li Xinghe hurriedly rushed to the door and leaned over the door bar to look at the entire immortal-seeking city. Early warning. Come on, early warning. Seeing Li Xinghe's face full of panic, the sergeant guarding the door hurriedly lit the fireworks in his hand, and a brilliant white light shot up into the sky. If it was only a suspicion before, then he was now certain that the heads of those forces were all killed by Flower Luyun. At this moment he couldn't help but think of the scene where he learned green tea with Zhang Tianyu in the daytime. There was no doubt that Hua Luyun was the true green tea everyone. His apparent harmlessness had always blinded the world. Rumble. 7 colored fireworks exploded over Seeking Immortality City. In a mansion, the emissary of the immortal Moon Kingdom who was meditating on his knees on the surface of the lake looked up at the sky. A disdainful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Not caring about Li Xinghe's warning, who wouldn't protect an emissary of the immortal Moon Kingdom wherever he went in the entire eastern region? If he died in the territory of the Easy Sect, it just gave the immortal Moon Kingdom a reason to attack the Easy Sect in the north. Just then, an underling ran to the lake to report. Lord Li Shuang, there's a scout from the Jinui who came to ask for his salary. Li Shuang looked frozen for a moment. A brocade ghost? Seeing the subordinate nodded, Li Shuang got up and walked slowly to the lake. The brocade guard's ghost came to him as the hands of the Ministry of Rights to ask for wages. He is still the first time to encounter such a groundbreaking thing. Just about to open the door, a sword light in the sky broke through the sky and stopped in the courtyard. Li Xinghe arrived here at the critical moment and drew his sword in front of Li Shuang. Messenger, beware of assassins. Li Xinghe's gaze was slightly condensed. His spirit instantly focused on the carved courtyard door, ready for a thunderous strike. Squeaky. The door was pushed open, and he saw Hua Luyun outside the door standing outside the courtyard with half a bag of peanuts in one hand and a large rooster in the other. His face was full of fawning and his demeanor was tinged with respect. And the moment he saw Li Shuang, he hastily bent down and saluted. The Immortal Moon Kingdom's Brocade Guard. Spectre. Meet Lord Li. Meet Senior Brother. Sir Li, I heard you came all the way here, and I even brought you a gift. The subordinate raised his hand to receive the gift. Hua Luyun hurriedly sidestepped him. If this gift was not delivered to the rightful owner, how could the rightful owner remember his kindness? What's the point of giving a gift if you don't expect anything in return? He appeared in front of Li Shuang with a single movement of the 100 battles killing god steps under his feet in a flash, and the large rooster and peanuts were stuffed into Li Shuang's arms at the same time. Seeing the large cock held under his left armpit and the bag of peanuts carried in his right hand, Li Shuang's pupils flared. It's too fast. He didn't react at all just now, and he couldn't see Hua Liuyun's cultivation at all. The other party was like a mortal in his eyes. Seeing such a scene, Li Xingha's sweaty hairs exploded. Once again a hand pulled Li Shuang behind himself, raised his sword to block Hua Liuyun's form, his voice cold. Senior Brother, you finally admitted it. Immortal Moon Kingdom Brocade Guard Spectre. What else do you have to say? Facing Li Xingha's questioning, Hua Luyun was not amused. Elder Brother, my second senior brother is still the prince of the Immortal Moon Kingdom. See what you're fussing about. We're not just getting an extra salary. If you're interested, I can be your referral. Nonsense. Am I short of those 3 dates? Yes. You're not lacking. Not lacking, get out of the way. I still have to catch up with Lord Li. As soon as Hua Luyun pulled away from Li Xingha, he looked at Li Shuang with a smile that was flattering, and looked at Li Shuang with creepy, goosebumps falling all over his body, thinking that it is just a business of a few spirit stones, and Hua Luyun is still the head of the 100 Flowers Peak. Li Shuang decisively gave the spirit stones, and Hua Luyun equally decisively turned around and walked away. After sitting in this courtyard for half an hour, the half bag of peanuts he had brought with him was almost eaten. And if he didn't leave, it would be time to stew the big rooster. Cluck, cluck more. Li Xingha angrily kicked the large rooster into the lake, his face turning blue with anger. He was pretty sure that he had once again been tricked by Fa Luyun. Back at the city lord's mansion, Wan Fong and Zheng Tianyu were waiting. Senior Brother, did Flower Luyun make a move? Humph. I blame myself for being too impulsive. I should have waited for him to make the first move and then caught him red-handed. So it didn't do it? Yeah. That motherfucker just went and gave a gift. The three sat in the lobby looking at each other. Obviously both sides were in the clear, but they always felt on edge what was going on. Hua Luyun exited the Immortal Moon country's embassy and once again visited the other forces' garrisons. This time, Li Xingha had learned to be smart. He just sent people to secretly follow and not show up. One piece of intel was sent to the case. Nothing out of the ordinary. The guy was really just there to ask for a paycheck. Until dawn, a ray of warm sunlight shone into the lobby. Li Xingha picked up the tea bowl and took a sip. The sound of hurried footsteps came from outside the door. Report, City Lord. Those forces that didn't pay Hua Liuyun's salary were slaughtered once again. Clunk. The tea bowl in Li Xingha's hand fell to the ground as he stumbled to his feet. The last time the forces were killed cleanly under his nose. This time he had been so vigilant. But something still went wrong again. What kind of power was this to stir up the storm clouds? And he felt that this immortal-seeking city was so strange and treacherous at this time. Not waiting for him to stand still. Once again one of the city guards barged in. Report, City Lord. Early in the morning, Flower Luyun went to the recruiting office to sign up to join the city guards. Li Xingha's heartbeat suddenly stopped for several seconds, and his voice broke a bit of defense. Come on, we can't invite him in. City Lord, it's too late. He's wearing his standard armor now and starting his patrols. Hearing this, Li Xingha's eyes went black and he nearly fell to the ground without standing still. After a long moment's reprieve, he lifted his hand feebly to take Wan Fong's arm and spoke bitterly. Commander Wan, remember, no matter how far I fight with him, don't ever owe him spirit stones. At this moment Wan Fong was drenched in cold sweat. Yesterday he was discussing how to deal with Flower Luyun, and today he's Flower Luyun's superior? The entrance to the puffy yard. Hua Luyun wore loose armor and clutched his long sword as he vigilantly watched an incoming crowd. Standing here and being able to take care of both the city guards patrolling and the Piu Xian courtyard picking up customers, he felt like he was simply a genius. Yo, if it isn't Ryu in shallow water, why are you wearing the city guard's iron armor today? Is this the launch of uniform service at the Piu Xian courtyard? Seeing an acquaintance, Hua Luyun gave her a sarcastic smile. If we weren't short of money, who would want to work their asses off? He's a working man's life. Sis, I'm in a regular job now. Don't be ridiculous. Ha, you're a bandit and a soldier at the same time. But your business is quite extensive. And you can catch a coworker when you're not doing anything to flush out your performance. Chapter 36, Cauliflower Beauty Plan. hearing that he could catch his colleagues rushing their performance. Hua Liuyun's gaze unconsciously looked towards Li Qingxiu and Zhang Jinpin in the store. Meeting the heat in his eyes, the two men's gazes averted slightly. What are they? The secret agent. Ah, the spy, is most afraid of soldiers. As a result, Hua Luyun the bastard is not only the chief of 100 Flowers Peak, but now he is also working on the city guards and wearing this official skin. Hiss. Sister Li has treated me like a mountain. How could I do this? Cursing himself for being worse than a pig or a dog, Hua Luyun pulled out the pamphlet from his pocket to check today's mission. Listening to the wind, monitoring the movements of the net of the law, checking the information of the Temple of Wrathful Blood, the Palace of Angry Blood, keeping an eye on the Easy Sect, Prosperity Sect, probing the Wind Pavilion. Hua Luyun studied it for a long time and happily ticked the boxes after the various tasks. Zhang Tianyu, who pretended to be passing by on the side, stretched his head to take a look and opened his mouth with some surprise. That's done? Hua Luyun inclined his head and saw that it was an acquaintance smiling a silly smile. Yes, I know the movements of all the families. I'm a professional scout. That's Senior Zhang. Are you here to spend money? Zhang Tianyu shook his head and pretended to pass by to continue walking forward. He was here to poke at Flower Liuyun's weaknesses. As the chief of Bright Moon Peak, he would always follow the pace of the Sacred Sun Lord and do a good job of positioning himself as a horse's foot soldier. Seeing Zhang Tianyu walking away, Hua Luyun placed the pamphlet into his arms suspiciously and walked towards the Immortal Moon Kingdom's embassy after glancing at the sky. And now that the person in charge of the Genie Way seeking Immortality City is newly deceased, and no one has been sent to take over from above, he can only keep a close eye on Li Shuang and the embassy. They're all from the Xianyu country anyway, so who to look for is not to look for. No one can stop him from going to work. He wants to get ahead so badly. Arriving at the embassy, he glanced around warily to make sure no one was following him before dodging into the courtyard. At this moment, Li Shuang, who was sitting in the courtyard drinking chicken soup, had a tremor of the spoon in his hand, and as he stiffly twisted his head around, he saw Hua Luyun, who was respectfully standing by the side. This guy, so fast, he just heard the sound of the door opening and the person had already arrived close by. Lord Li, it's me, the Jinui Spectre Hua Luyun. I have important information to report. Li Shuang faced some dull. He is the Ministry of Rights. Ah, is a diplomat. This Genie Way secret agent, how to rely on him. Glancing at the pot of chicken soup, Li Shuang forced down his displeasure. Gotta be. He deserves it for eating people's mouths. What do you want to report? Oh Luyun? Hua Luyun glanced around with a grave expression and came to Li Shuang's ear to speak in a whisper. My lord, in the morning, Zhang Tianyu peeked at my mission book. I suspect that Li Xingha is brewing a plot against my immortal moon kingdom. Li Shuang picked up the chicken soup and took a sip. 1,000 tenant of the brocade guards died in the city of seeking immortality. Li Xingha has not given him an account of the immortal moon kingdom so far, and he actually wanted to get his hands on Li Xingha and knock him around. Glancing at Hua Luyun, he felt that it would be a good idea to test this guy's sincerity on this. Luyun, truth be told, this official has long wanted to give Li Xingha some lessons. I wonder what good advice you have. Hearing Li Shuang ask for a plan, Hua Luyun's expression was solemn. Here we go. Finally triggered the mission mechanism. Oftentimes the higher-ups are blind, and as an employee you must be there to guide and to urge the leaders to be positive. He's in the right place today. Lord Li, I have a plan to town this city. Hua Luyun's gaze was tinged with shrewdness. He raised his hand and seemed to grasp the entire immortal-seeking city in the palm of his hand. Li Shuang was already aroused with curiosity at this point, wanting to know what kind of scheme Hua Luyun could actually come up with. Oh, I wonder what the scheme is. The U.S. People Plan. Upon hearing the 3 words of beauty plan, the sparkle that had just lit up in Li Shuang's eyes instantly went out. That's all there is to it? Okay. He shouldn't have gotten his hopes up for a little undercover agent at the bottom of the heap. A holy son of a clan. The Lord of Immortal Seeking City. What kind of beauty have I not seen before? Can I still fall for your pot calling the kettle black? Don't lose your money at the end of the day. The beauty gave others to sleep for nothing, and as a result, not a single wave could be turned over. Luyun, I heard that you came from the village. There may be some things that you don't quite understand. Beauty is very rare in your class, but in front of a holy son of a clan, it's nothing more than a plaything. Li Shuang spoke euphemistically, explicitly telling Hua Luyun that this ploy would not work. Yet at this moment, Hua Luyun once again added his opening. My lord, what if this beauty has cauliflower? Li Shuang froze for a moment, and the chicken soup in his mouth puffed all over the table. His face was full of stiffness as he inclined his head to look at Hua Luyun. Where do you go to find a beauty with cauliflower? Hua Luyun patted his chest. My lord, have you forgotten where I work? It's the puffy yard, where there are tons of beauties suffering from cauliflower. Hearing this, Li Shuang's face instantly turned from red to white. He sprang to his feet and ran at the bathhouse. "I Tai! What the hell are you guys in Piaoxiang Yuan? How can you defraud customers like this?" Shaowen, quickly boil water. I want to take a bath." Seeing the panicked Li Shuang fleeing, Hua Luyun was filled with confusion. "That's what's going on. I was just talking nicely. Why do I have to take a shower? Do all the big shots have a cleanliness fetish?" Waiting in place for half an hour still did not see Li Shuang back. Hua Luyun can only helplessly leave. The other party did not object to think that is agreed. He still have to go back to select the beauty. In terms of how to hold a man, it's still necessary to consult Zhang Jinping, Prince's mansion. Li Xinghe shivered without reason, wrapping the sable fur around his body. He looked with a sad face to the icicles hanging upside down on the eaves outside the house. The day is cold, and the demons of the Forgotten River mountain range should also retreat. After all, the snakes and bears have to hibernate, and the migratory birds have to fly south. And if it were not for these, the prosperity sect would have fallen 1,000 times. Master and the others will be back soon. We must take care of Flower Luyun before then. Some eagerness flashed across his face. Once Tang Kuwei returned, it would be as hard as heaven to take away Hua Luyun's chi again. That bitch is bad in the head and strong as hell. Right at this moment, Zhang Tianyu just happened to walk outside the hall, and he hastily waved at him. "Tianyu, do you have any good ideas regarding the matter of Flower Luyun?" Zhang Tianyu, as Li Xinghe's wise counselor, was naturally not a waste of time. Today, some considerations. He has a preliminary plan in his mind. Immediately the corner of his mouth hooked up a sinister smile, came to Li Xinghe's ear to whisper to offer a plan. "Holy Sun, I have a plan to disperse the flowing clouds." Li Xinghe's eyes lit up as he immediately asked, "Oh, I wonder what the scheme is." Zhang Tianyu's crafty eyes looked around to make sure it was safe before speaking again. "I stepped on the spot today and found that Hua Luyun residence windowsill planted a tree of wealth. He must get up early every day to worship devoutly. We can take advantage of the darkness of the night and the wind." The corners of Li Xinghe's mouth similarly hooked up in a sinister smile. He understood and immediately took over. Pour boiling water on his fortune tree and break his Taoist heart? Ha ha ha, Tian Yu. It's still you. This is a wonderful plan. Zhang Tianyu looked toward the red-faced Li Xinghe and swallowed back the latter words raw. What he wanted to say was to replace the fortune tree with an evil god statue and record the screen to denounce the easy sect while Hua Luyun was worshipping. But now that he saw Li Xinghe's expression, he felt that it didn't matter what scheme was in place, and that it was most important for the Holy Sun Lord to be happy. Just then, a sergeant suddenly ran in from outside the door. "Report, City Lord. A Western medicine merchant is passing through our city, saying that he wants to offer you exotic beauties." Chapter 37 Exotic Beauty. Upon hearing the exotic beauty, Li Xinghe skimmed his lips rather disdainfully. He had come from the Blue Star and was honored as the saint son of the Easy Sect. What kind of beauty hadn't he seen? High and cold, luscious and lively, he had long ago taken in the supreme scenery of this world, and now he was bent on nothing but the great Tao. Standing up gracefully, he then saw a woman coming through the door. Seeing the woman instantly, Li Xinghe's pupils suddenly shrunk. His eyeballs burst out and almost glared at the woman. What? The woman was seen wearing a deep V on top, with her shoulders exposed, while on the bottom, she was wearing a short pink wraparound skirt, so short that it almost showed the roots of her legs. The white silk on her slender legs dazzled, and the crystal heels accentuated those tall proportions. Zhang Tianyu wiped a nosebleed and hastily averted his eyes. He used to think that clothes hid the vast majority of women's beauty, but now he realized the folly of it, and that this kind of desire to refuse, half-covered, half-transparent wear is what really hits the heart. "My slave, Zhang Yingxue, meet Lord Saint's son." Her voice was fluffy and straight to the soul, and Li Xinghe instantly fell. It wasn't that he was horny, but goodbye Blue Star wearer, nostalgic for that one hot summer. And so what if you're horny? Since ancient times heroes love beautiful people. He, Li Xinghe, is the biggest hero, so naturally he should love the most beautiful woman. "Miss Ying Shui, quick, sit over here. Ying Shui, who taught you to dress like that? But it's so beautiful. Snow, have you eaten yet? I'll have my servant make you a chicken soup to nourish your body." "Shu Ebo, ouch, where's everyone? Quickly serve tea to my Shu Ebo." Li Xinghe surrounded Zhang Yingxue and offered his attentions. His eyes almost melted into two peach hearts. Zhang Tianyu reluctantly walked out of the great hall, gently closing the door of the room in the process. Wan Fong stood outside the hall and saw Zhang Tianyu come out and nudge towards the inside. "What's going on?" Zhang Tianyu swallowed his saliva. "Here comes a beauty. TSK, that body, that waist, my god, ouch, can't stand it." Wan Fong frowned. He glanced hastily at the woman when she went in just now. Look at the appearance, is a bit like the floating incense courtyard Zhang Jin Needle's sister. Seems to have heard that the cauliflower retired. The past is too fast. He did not see much. Hearing the voice inside, Wanfang didn't think any more about it and turned around to find a place to drink flower wine. For several days in a row, Immortal Seeking City was calm. Hua Luyun got up very early. That's how it is in the village. You can't sleep a minute longer. As in the past, he shuffled over to the hairy tree by the window and reverently bowed 3 times with folded hands while kneeling on the ground to kowtow one more time. The god of fortune blesses me to make money this year, to be rich, to prosper in my career, to live a great life, to live tomorrow. After some devotional prayers, he carried the water pot and was about to water the fortune tree, but a withered yellow leaf suddenly fell in front of him. Hua Luyun trembled and hurriedly picked up the leaves with a more pious expression. Thank you, thank you, thank you to the god of fortune for giving back. Before the words were finished, a breeze blew by and once again a large leaf fell. Snap! The water bottle in his hand fell to the ground, and with a stiff expression, he reached out and probed the roots of the fortune tree. Dead. Dead? Yes, dead through and through. Hua Luyun's nose twitched. His face streaked with veins as he smelled the poor sour odor of Zhang Tianyu's body. There was no doubt that this was a sinister layout against him. Li Xinghe's first step was to cut off his financial fortune. Standing by the window for a long time, Hua Luyun smashed the dead fortune tree with a palm. He raised his eyes and looked in the direction of the city lord's mansion in a ghostly manner. A blue star? If you think you're so powerful, I don't mind playing with you. Midwinter is closer, and snow is drifting down the streets. Pearl Curtain was running madly on the street in her new cotton jacket, and she had recently heard that the subordinates of the city lord's residence had contracted wind chill, and that famous doctors were constantly being invited into the residence. When they went, they swore, but when they returned, they were downcast, and outsiders only shook their heads frequently and were silent when asked. If they had pursued the matter more, they would only have whispered inside. This wind chill is too great for good medicine. People naturally know that it is not good to heal. After all, most of the people in the city lord's mansion are cultivators, and the wind chill that can erode the cultivator's body is not simple. Eldest brother, look, here's a snowman I built in your mold. Pearl Curtain stood in the snow, happily waving towards Flower Luyun. Under the sunlight, the snowman was somewhat dazzlingly white, and just like the flowers and clouds, it was out of the mud in this immortal cultivation world. He threw a wide smile toward Pearl Curtain, and the little girl blushed and embraced on top of the snowman. Once again, a famous doctor came out of the city lord's mansion. His expression was generally the same as the other famous doctors when they came out, full of melancholy, even with some trepidation. When he passed by the wrong side of Hua Luyun, this doctor slightly flicked his finger, and a shadow-retaining stone flew into Hua Luyun's sleeve without moving. They didn't communicate with each other throughout the whole process, seeming to be two strangers who have no interactions with each other without any meaningful encounters. Curtain, let's go. Go back. A large and small 2 figures walked away, leaving that lonely snowman facing the cold wind in the small square. On the tower of the city lord's mansion, a flowery window slowly opened. Li Xinghe held the window and looked at the 2 distant silhouettes, his face already somewhat distorted. Damn, is he here to see me laugh? Vile and nasty. Yes, Li Xinghe infected cauliflower. It was very serious. It had rotted halfway through his life. Inside the tower, Wanfang and Zhang Tianyu were both present, except that they were far away from Li Xinghe at this time, for fear of being tainted with the unknown. Come here and help me. Lord Saint's son, didn't you always have to let Missing Shui support you before? Hearing Wanfang's whichever pot he was talking about, Li Xinghe was so angry that green smoke curled up from his head. Soul, don't give me that. I'm not asking you to hold me down. I'm asking you to help me over to sit over there. Wanfang reluctantly came forward and raised his hand to slowly help Li Xinghe to his seat. Slow down. Slow down. Ouch. That's a bad old offense. Zhang Tianyu lightly coughed twice after seeing Li Xinghe sitting down, and fished out a few confessions from his arms and put them in front of the case. It's clear. Zhang Yingshui is from the Puffing Fragrance Courtyard. Zhang Jinping's younger sister. She has already explained that it was Flower Luyun who compelled her to approach you, saying that she could guarantee that she would become the city lord's wife. Hearing this, Li Xinghe's teeth were about to be clenched. Damn Hua Luyun. He even poisoned the ditch and even promised him the position of the city lord's wife. In his previous life plus this life, he had met such a vicious person for the first time. Comparing to Flower Luyun's tactics, the act of pouring boiling water on the hair tree was simply weak to the point of dregs. By the way, I think that doctor just gave him something. Hearing Zhang Tianyu muttering, the alarm bells in Li Xinghe's heart, who had just sat down, violently stood up again. Bad. He thought the other man was sneaky when that doctor examined him. Thinking about it at this point does reveal that something is wrong everywhere. Quickly, go after that doctor. Whatever he gave to Flower Luyun, Snatch it back for me, all of it. Chapter 38, Getting to the bottom of him. Seeing Wan Fong hurriedly chasing out, Li Xinghe moved to the window again with his legs spread. He looked at his eyes and kept staring at the avenue in front of the city lord's mansion with anticipation in his heart. After a long time, Wan Fong went and returned empty-handed. Obviously the doctor has gotten away with it. Finished, Li Xinghe's eyes were filled with despair and he fell to the ground powerlessly. Zhang Tianyu sighed and picked up a pile of scrolls and set them in front of Li Xinghe. Saint's son, this is all the information on Flower Lu Yun. In addition this time, when the immortal seeking city appeared with the knocking immortal talisman, 10,000 elephants soared Dao, and heaven-sealing formation patterns. I sought out the elders of the clan to beg for this book of Flower God Palace's secret stories. Li Xinghe pushed away the Flower Lu Yun information. This thing he was turning over. How that guy looked like he was from the village. There was no hiding. On the contrary, he was somewhat interested in the secret of the Flower God Palace, which was a devilish force that had once swept through the entire eastern region. The strength of its power was so great that it crushed a number of sects and dynasties to bow down and killed all the immortals, yet it quickly fell at its peak, and even the demon emperor Flower Language and her crusaders were sealed into the sea of buried flowers. The brocade book opened, and the first page was a portrait, on which the woman had a stunningly beautiful appearance, a shapely figure, with a crimson pisan dotted on her brow, mature, sensual, and feminine, and no matter how you look at it, it didn't look like a giant of the devil's path. This demon emperor Flower Whisperer has some good looks. Judging a sentence, Li Xinghe continued to turn the second page. This page also depicts a woman holding a long zither, her white clothes flowing, but without a face. How come this one doesn't have a painted face? The corners of Zhang Tianyu's mouth twitched slightly. Good guy, all rotten, but still so horny, full of eyes only staring at the beauty in the portrait. Holy Sun, this is the second female emperor of the Flower God Palace, named Tian-Yin. She hides in the shadows. No one has seen her face, so she doesn't have her face painted. Li Xinghe nodded and continued to flip through the brocade book. The Prosperity sect was also considered a large sect and knew many secret stories, and had extremely detailed records of the Flower God Palace. Records of the Flower God Palaces from outside the sky. They are brave, obsessed with war, like to grab the territory. They not only fight the human race, the demon race also fight. The demon race also fight. Anyway, see who do who. In the end, it was only through the joint suppression of dozens of saints, including the old ancestor of the Free Sect, the Holy Lord of the Holy Land of the Flying Immortals, the first Emperor of the Immortal Moon Kingdom, and the Kirin Heavenly Father of the Demon Race, that the scourge of the Flower God Palace was resolved. Li Xinghe licked his fingers and watched with great interest. The person who wrote this book is definitely a great talent. Buried ambushes everywhere, and the end of the page with a hook. Wonderful, wonderful. Demon Emperor Flower Language. One man alone battles the world and kills 10,000 immortals. Truly powerful. The entire biography depicts the splendor of an era and tells the story of the rise and fall of a dynasty. Spilling hundreds of thousands of words, Li Xinghe did not finish reading until the moon was on the branch. He frowned and flipped back to one of the pages, only to see an ambiguous passage written on it as well. When the Devil Emperor Huayu invaded this realm, he seemed to be holding a baby in his arms, and that young son was born with a lack of innate talent, only relying on a body of luck to hang on to life. And the good people looked at his face and concluded that he was sure to die early. Criticism: where in the world is the Devil Emperor's Flower Language? It's just a mother who has lost her child, angry at the injustice of heaven and taking revenge on society. Seeing this, Li Xinghe was also quite emotional. What a nice guy. Too bad he's married. Zhang Yingxue is a firefly compared to the moon. Upon hearing Li Xinghe's exclamation, Zhang Tianyu, who was eating noodles on the side, snorted, and the noodles went straight out along his nostrils. He really couldn't hold it in, showing Li Xinghe the secret stories of the Flower God Palace to find clues. Combined with this guy only saw the Devil Emperor Flower Language's poise. Right? Saint's son. We still need to pay more attention to whether or not the Flower God Palace and Flower Lu Yun are colluding. Ah, yes, yes, yes. Li Xinghe hastily withdrew his mind and looked at Jinshu's eyes slightly. Tianyu, do you think the baby held in the arms of this demon emperor Flower Language could be Hua Lu Yun? Look at them both surnamed Flower. There aren't many people with this surname. The two men's eyes met, and the more they thought about it, the more likely it seemed. Hua Luyun had only just appeared in Immortal Seeking City when the identities of the Shui families Shui Ji and his wife Bai Luoi, the remaining members of the Flower God Palace, were blown out of proportion, followed by the disappearance of the Shangba village and the emergence of the Flower God Palace's three great techniques. Tianyu, there is a custom in my hometown that those with a surplus of innate need to take a cheap name to prevent heavenly jealousy, while those with a deficiency of innate need to eat 100 meals and seek 100 destinies to make up for the deficiencies. This brochure says that the baby was born with a birth defect. The two men's eyes lighted up. Hua Luoyun had been fatherless and motherless since he was a child, and was picked up by a single old man in the village, and grew up eating 100 milks, and now it is in the city of seeking immortality, also doing a dozen jobs. Is he really that short of spirit stones? Or is the spirit stone just his disguise, and his real purpose is to use the fortunes of many powers to make up for the defects of his destiny? Holy Sun, it's just a guess. Let me try him tomorrow. The two quickly finalized their plan to strip Hua Luoyun's bottom clean. It should be known that the Flower God Palace had offended the entire world in the first place, and countless people had died in the hands of the Flower God Palace. Once the identity of Flower Luoyun was confirmed, even if he was carrying monstrous fortune, how would he face a world crusade? Leaving the main street of the city lord's mansion, Hua Luoyun once again scurried into the Immortal Moon Kingdom's embassy. Li Shuang turned around and left when he saw Hua Luoyun coming. He now didn't want to deal with the people of Pao Xiang Yuan at all, and even more so, he didn't want to be involved in the case of Li Xinghe dying cauliflower. The outside world is rumored that the city master's mansion is the subordinate infected with wind chill. Only Li Shuang knows. That which is the wind chill that is Li Xinghe was hit by the poisonous plan of the Flower Luoyun. If Li Xinghe knows that this is related to him, 10 heads will not be enough to cut. Hey, Lord Li, the kid has come to visit you. Hua Luoyun took 3 steps to catch up with Li Shuang and climbed familiarly into friendship. My lord, the boy has brought you a gift this time. Feeling what was shoved into his hand, Li Shuang suspiciously looked at Hua Luoyun. A shadow stone? Luoyun, you are a genie way specter and I am the ambassador of the Ministry of Ceremony to the Free Sect. We need to interact less in the future and avoid suspicion more often. He spoke out in admonishment, wanting to clear the air with Flower Luoyun, while injecting mana into the shadow retaining stone. Fluorescent light flickered in the small courtyard and an image was projected onto the canopy. It was an elegant pavilion. The building was lit with incense. The candles were slightly dark, but despite this, you could still see the sacred son of the Free Sect, Li Xinghe, who was half lying on the bed. His face was ashen and desperate. His pants were back down to his knees, and where the grass nested, it rotted, and the sides of his thighs were covered in a red rash. Snap! Li Shuang trembled in fear, and the shadow retaining stone fell to the ground. How did you get this portrait? Egu, Luoyun. From now on, no matter who asks, you'll say you don't know me, okay? I'm begging you. Hua Luoyun's expression looked bewildered. No, Lord Li, why do you look less than happy that your ploy has succeeded? This. Flower Luoyun. Speak with your conscience, This matter is your own initiative. The old man did not participate, Chapter 39, Sealing the City. Hua Luoyun had a tug-of-war with Li Shuang at the Immortal Moon Kingdom's embassy and was eventually kicked out. He leaned against the embassy door. The corners of his mouth hooked up slightly. Since he had been cultivating, his memories were getting cloudier and cloudier. Remembering more old stories. That piece of shadow retaining stone in his fingertips keep turning. This is the second step against Li Xinghe. If dealing with ordinary cultivators, win to kill for the top. But Li Xinghe is the saint son of the Free Sect. A body of the transformation of God stage of the cultivation of the strong and unparalleled. Therefore, attacking the heart is the best strategy, and he wants to use this to break Li Xinghe's Taoist heart. Pearl, let's go. Go home. Picking up the little senior sister who had fallen asleep on the stone lion, the two of them walked all the way towards the direction of the puffing fragrance courtyard. The shadow retaining stone continued to pulsate in his hand, gradually fastening out the remnants, and then one piece became 2, 2 became 4, and 4 became 8. He walked all the way, and the rock fell all the way. As he walked he ran, and behind him one of the shadow retaining stones fell and smashed up a small puddle in the snow. Ha 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 ha, come and see. The holy sun Li Xinghe's crotch is rotten. 1, 2, 3, 4, 2, 2, 3, 4, gifted boy knows no restraint. Ha ha ha, funny, so funny. He raised his hand and threw it, and countless shadow retaining stones sprinkled everywhere like a heavenly maiden. Crackling, rows of green tiles were knocked clunking. By now the night was late, and the early sleepers pushed open their windows and broke into a rage. Where did the psycho come from? Don't the city guards care? Mind me? I'm the city guard. Ha ha ha. Regardless, he continued to throw the shadow retaining stones. Ding 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 ding. A bell rang and Hua Luoyun perked up his ears. Air. Misunderstanding. Also think it is listening to the wind pavilion again came to the killer. It turns out to be the sound of the bell on my own head. Ha ha ha. Where's the killer? I'm the killer. Turning the corner of the street, a few steps ahead, he was greeted by a man in a black robe and hood who was walking slowly. As the two gradually approached, the man's hood slipped off his head, revealing Zhang Tianyu's slightly hazy face. They looked towards each other, And Hua Luyun smiled as he passed a shadow-retaining stone towards Zhang Tianyu. He smiled a goofy, harmless-looking smile. Here you go, Senior Zhang. A small gift specializing in immortal-seeking city. The corners of Zhang Tianyu's mouth curled up slightly, and he took the shadow-retaining stone very calmly, before handing over the Flower God Palace secret book towards Flower Luyun. Senior Flower Brother, this is a return gift. A collection of stories from the Flower God Palace. The two men staggered past each other, both with smiles on their faces. By the way, small gifts remember to open in front of brotherly. Happiness can be doubled yo. Zhang Tianyu paused for a moment. He picked up the shadow-retaining stone and glanced at it, his mouth tinged with disdain. A piece of broken stone is just a piece of stone. How much of a wave can it make? Once Hua Luyun's identity was confirmed, no one could save him. Ah, Senior Brother Luyun, are you innately deficient? Rumor has it that people with a defect in their innate nature need to be fed by the lights of 10,000 families, eat 100 meals, and cultivate the way of all beings in order to renew their lives at an early age. TSK is really pathetic, and there is nothing you can do about it if the Devil Emperor Flower language takes it. As soon as Zhang Tianyu finished speaking, the shadow-retaining stone in his hand fluorescently lit up, and the stunning image was instantly projected. Hua Luyun stopped laughing, and Zhang Tianyu also stopped laughing. Is it a lack of laughter? Of course not. Hua Luyun's face sank like a cold pool. Zhang Tianyu knew then that meant Li Xinghe knew. That meant Wan Fong knew. That meant many people within the immortal-seeking city probably knew. The identity of the Flower God Palace was his most sensitive secret, and in order to avoid the prying eyes of mind readers, he was even deceiving himself, but now he was still being raked over the coals. Pure and extreme murderous intent was vented. Frost spread and condensed along his feet, and the sudden gust of wind on the street blew the half-hidden doors and windows of the attic crackling. Feeling this sudden rise of hostility, Zhang Tianyu did not know that he had guessed correctly. This time it really blew up a big melon, and also poked the biggest soft underbelly of the Flower Luyun. But he couldn't be happier now. Snap! The shadow-retaining stone in his hand was crushed to smithereens. As his divine sense spread out and he saw the shadow-retaining stones scattered all over the ground, his face became more and more rigid. It's over. It's really over this time. A number of the retention stones have been picked up. Hua Luyun, this thing went all the way and threw it all away. No one knew how much he threw out. This thing, even if he missed one, it was enough to ruin Li Xinghe's reputation. The Hall of the Free Sex Saint Rotten Crotch. This is not laughing at the death of the other sex. The future free sect people go out who can still hold up their heads. Close the gates. Close the gates. Two icy voices sounded at the same time. And at this moment, the two of them had an extraordinarily tacit understanding. Seeking Immortality City has a total of 4 gates, divided into east, west, south, north and south. And when the 4 gates are closed at the same time, the city guard formation will be opened. As the gates closed, 4 pillars of rushing light awakened the majestic city. The residents of the city rushed out of their houses in a panic. They were full of panic and even more confused, completely unaware of what was happening. Zhang Tianyu coldly glanced at Hua Luyun and immediately rushed towards the city lord's mansion. He had to retrieve all of the staying shadow stones that Hua Luyun had scattered as much as possible, not allowing any of them to leave immortal-seeking city. Looking at Zhang Tianyu who flew away, Hua Luyun stood in place for a long time. After a long time holding the beaded curtains, he continued to walk towards the puffy fragrance courtyard. Due to the impact of the sudden mobilization of the city guards, the Piu Xiang courtyard, which was still brightly lit at this time of the day, turned off its lights early. Behind the half-hidden door, seeing Hua Luyun return, Li Qingqiu hurriedly whispered her voice. Luyun, come back quickly, it's dangerous outside. A naive smile appeared on Hua Luyun's face as he gently passed the beaded curtain through the doorway into the room. Sister Li, you forgot. I'm a city guard. There are thieves in the city. I still need to catch them. You help me take care of my sister first. Li Qingqiu took the bead curtain, full of sighs, and no longer persuade each other. No one knew Flower Luyun better than she did. The lad is too responsible, cynical, and one-track minded to know how to turn a corner. Alright, Luyun, remember, safety first, hide behind in danger. There are many city guards here. There is no shortage of you. Hua Luyun nodded obediently. Sister Li, don't go out tonight, he said and turned around. The meteor butterfly sword slowly sheathed, a flash of silver light illuminating the path ahead. At the same time, Li Xinghe, who was practicing inside the city lord's mansion, rushed out of the house and looked at the upside-down city guard formation with a confused face. What happened? He didn't order the city to be sealed. Manfred, what's going on? City lord, I don't know. I was just training the city guards when Zhang Tianyu suddenly ordered the activation of the city guard formation. Li Xinghe's heart shrunk violently. Since he became a holy son, Zhang Tianyu had been following him around. The other party had always done things calmly, and now he suddenly ordered the opening of the city guard array. It was evident that the situation was urgent. He raised his steps toward the outside of the city lord's mansion, but he happened to bump into Zhang Tianyu, who was fleeing head-on. The latter's pace is now floating, and as he runs, the long hair on his head is continuously falling off, and his vitality is dissipating with the breeze. A kowtow talisman? Li Xinghe immediately pointed a finger at Zhang Tianyu's brow, and a transparent talisman was shaken out by this finger. Rumble! The talisman just flew out a few meters before it exploded, rolling waves of air lifting everything around it. In the smoke and fire, a dark shadow walked slowly in the direction of the city lord's mansion. Chapter 40, Are you worthy of this armor? The firelight reddened the wind and snow, and illuminated the dimly lit streets of the city lord's mansion. The visitor was wrapped in a bloody coat, and the white snow was dyed scarlet where the hem of the bright red coat trailed over. He wore an exquisite butterfly mask that concealed most of his face, but judging from the sword held in his hand, this person was none other than Hua Luyun. After all, he usually went out with this sword. Hua Luyun. In fact, you could have avoided wearing a mask. I recognized you. Behind Li Xinghe, a single city guard rushed up into the sky, and on the watchtower, huge bows and crossbows were pulled by the formation, and the psychic cannons were lit up with shimmering light. This is the actual power of the Saint Sun. The entire city of immortal seeking tens of thousands of immortal soldiers, full of city defense, can be subject to his word mobilization. Even if it was the peak master of the Easy sect, few people would dare to take liberties with him in this immortal seeking city. Li Xinghe couldn't figure it out. Couldn't figure out what kind of backbone Hua Luyun had that he dared to make a move against him in this immortal seeking city. Hearing that he was recognized, the masked man raised his hand and touched the butterfly mask. The faint light of the storage ring lit up, and he put another ghost face mask over the butterfly mask. Compared to the butterfly mask, this one is a little more tightly covered. Your Excellency has mistaken me for someone else. This palace, meteor shower. He sighted to the sky full of city guards. Raising his head, he opened his mouth and blew gently. Phew! The snowflakes falling from the sky suddenly stalled, and a rune lit up on the hexagonal pattern of the snowflakes. At this moment, the entire immortal seeking city lit up. The sky flashed with fluorescent light like a sky full of stars, and a snowflake bloomed, eventually connecting into a dazzling snowy white. The world says that it's not the amount of magic that counts, but the precision. But the knocking immortal talisman is the opposite. So why bother with precision? It's just a matter of quantity. Talisman. This sky full of snowflakes was surprisingly full of a single floating down talisman. These talismans have a very weak aura, and can barely reach the foundation establishment stage, which is in line with the previous information on Hua Luyun's cultivation. But the problem is that there are too many of them. They are all over the sky. There are sword-starting talismans, air explosion talismans, poison-attracting talismans, fire talismans, water talismans, and there are all kinds of talismans. If it was a single talisman that would be much better to cope with. Everything under the sun, mutually exclusive. But now this sky full of talismans, even different kinds, is simply off the mark. Come back. Wan Fang's face changed drastically and he shouted towards the city guards who stayed in the sky dome. Without waiting for the crowd of city guards to react, a fierce wind kicked up. Ding 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 ding. Masked man bundle of long hair of the bell was blown and the wind kept shaking. The sky full of fire and light sword gas whistling. The entire seeking immortality city sky dome of 5 light color explosions. As if the chaos began to open, the power of the 5 elements fell. Lightning and sword light weaved in and out of the clouds, and one by one, the city guards planted themselves from the dome of the sky in the color of blood. Boom boom boom. The heavy armor smashed into the earth like a falling meteor. 10,000 men are not a formation, but a mess. Hearing the masked man mocking, Wan Fang trembled with anger. The city guards naturally trained in combined attack grand formation, but it was simply too late to use it. Seeing the snowflakes continue to roll down, a spiritual light lit up within the immortal seeking city. The entire immortal seeking city had a population of nearly 1 million people, and cultivators accounted for half of them. Those snowflakes don't aim. They're free to float as they please. Houses were set ablaze and rows of buildings were destroyed. Li Xinghe was trembling with anger. Devilish deeds. This is devilish deeds. Seeking Immortality City is a city that he has been operating for decades. It is his private property. Flower Lu Yun, you've completely pissed me off. Seeing Li Xinghe's violent anger, Zhang Tianyu and Wan Fang frantically retreated. There were countless heavenly prides in the Easy sect, but Li Xinghe was the undisputed number one. He didn't beg for this holy son, but actually killed his way to the throne. Hua Lu Yun, have you ever seen the desert? Hearing Li Xinghe speak, the masked man's expression froze, and as far as he could see, The scene in front of him transformed into a sea of sand, with a scorching aura spreading out. Deep in the desert, a cooking smoke curls up. The smoke is straight and drifting, straight up to the clouds, straight up to the sea of stars. The smoke stretches to the end of the line of sight, slicing what he sees in half. Too late to think about it, the masked man stepped back abruptly with his feet on the earth. Rumble! Behind him a house was smashed into pieces and the ghostly mask on his face split in two. The butterfly mask similarly exploded in an instant, and a piece of the black silk scarf that covered the entire face under the mask was poured into the skull through the center by the long sword. Li Xinghe gripped the hilt of the sword and raised his hand to grab the piece of black silk scarf to wrap around the silver-white sword body, while slowly drawing the sword out inch by inch. Ha ha ha, Flower Lu Yun, you owe me this. You deserve it. The long sword was drawn, and the black silk scarf that covered the masked man's face was rolled away by the wind pressure, revealing a face that was snow-white to the core. Snow? Snowman? Li Xinghe was startled. He had seen this snowman before. The one pearl curtain had piled up in the small square during the day. Disease. He pinched his knuckles and was about to retreat, only to see that the snowman's abdomen was glowing, and every snowflake on this snowman's body was all composed of detonation charms. Rumble! A roar resounded through the heavens and earth. The entire seeking immortality city was collapsing. Half of the city lord's mansion was reduced to rubble in the explosion, and one of the watchtowers and archery towers that stood within the mansion tumbled down one after another. At the center of the explosion, Li Xinghe climbed out of the big pit with great difficulty. His clothes were tattered. His face was pitch black, blood kept flowing down the side of his mouth, and there were scarlet cracks all over his arms, chest, and abdomen. It's not like that. It shouldn't be like that. I've seen it before. I've seen it before. Li Xinghe didn't understand, was completely unable to understand. The Flower God Palace, as a great power that had once ruled over the entire eastern region, the knocking immortal talisman was not a secret, and he admitted that this talisman Dao's sacred cannon was formidable, but it wasn't that strong at all. Find Flower Lu Yun for me. A sword light lit up as Wan Fang and Zhang Tianyu began their search with the remaining city guards. Immortal Seeking City was sealed. There was no way that guy could escape. He must be hiding in some dark corner, ready to strike a fatal blow. At the same time, countless refugees were crowding at the entrance of the East City. They looked panicked and full of fear. The wave of explosions just now had completely destroyed their sanity. Let us out. Help. Master Saint. We're innocent. Yes. Lord Saint's son. I didn't pick up your staying stone. Let me go. They were pleading and rapping on the gates over and over again. And of these, by several a young lad looked the most fearful, his face white and trembling, pushed and shoved forward by the crowd. Officer, let me out. I have 70 or 80 old people to feed and Auntie Zhao's unborn daughter to bring up. I can't die here. Sir, let me go out of the city. I'm the only child of Shangba village. Without me, the dozens of acres of land in Shangba village will be abandoned. In the midst of pushing and yelling, Hua Luyun bumped into 100 tenant of the city guards. The eyes of Li Baihu, who was maintaining order, glared as he raised his hand and pulled Hua Luyun out of the crowd. His eyes flashed with an appalling light and his aura was overwhelming. Fa Luyun, what are you doing? Are you worthy of this armor on you? I just recruited you into the city guard today, so don't disgrace me. Quick, go over there and keep order. Chapter 41, The Four Male Gods of Piu Xiang Yuan. After being lectured, Hua Luyun deflated his mouth and reluctantly began to follow the city guards to deal with the mess. Poverty makes you grow, and sure enough, after he switched roles, his heart was suddenly less afraid. On the dome of the sky, after the sky full of city guards smashed into the earth, a snowflake wrapped in flames fell down and ignited the attic building. At the critical moment, several white lights rushed up to the sky. Li Shuang, emissary of the immortal Moon Kingdom, Zhou Miao, hallmaster of the Hall of Angry Blood, Sumu Feng of the House of Floating Fragrance, Meng Fian, and Yi Tianju. 5 figures with strong auras struck out endless divine light, and the 5 transformation deities hardened a canopy of heaven, carrying that sky full of snowflakes. Look, it's the 4 male gods of the Piu Xiang Yuan. The people of the city looked up in shock. No one could have imagined that the 4 male gods introduced by the puffing fragrance courtyard, Mu Feng Bingyin, Flying Swallow Holding Flowers, and Paper and Sky Bamboo were all god of transformation powerhouses. I go. Is the threshold for selling art this high these days? Thanks to Li Qingqiu's vigorous publicity, there was no one in the entire immortal seeking city who didn't recognize the 4 male gods of the Puffing Fragrance Academy. Seeing the 3 of them strike at this moment, the public's enthusiasm was instantly ignited. They all know that the 4 male gods of the Piu Xiang courtyard have a durable face and are good at music, chess, calligraphy and painting, but they don't know that their cultivation is also so strong. Tian, Mufeng Evening In is so cool. Look guys, That's his self-created Mufong sword technique. The paper exhausts the sky bamboo as the first face. Brother, I love you. Fei Yin Fei Yin. The jade tree is in the sky. Fei Yin Fei Yin. The elegant style. A group of little fangirls shouted at the top of their lungs, eager to rush up and ask for autographs right now. Those who usually don't give a damn about the four male gods were also blown away. Good one Piu Xian Yuan. When it is really a whole lot of work. If it wasn't for this crisis in Immortal Seeking City, these three transformers wouldn't know how long they would have to hide. Some city folk couldn't help but sigh at the sight. What a four male gods. The other three are so strong. Then wouldn't the top-ranked Luyun Shallow Water be? Before he could finish his sentence, it was someone who interrupted the man's exclamation. LOL, isn't Ryuan Shallow Water right there? Just running away with us, running faster than me, with less guts than me. The man's expression stiffened, and when he inclined his head to look, he was able to see Luyun Shallow Water, who was currently in a daze. Che, who knows if he's a hidden expert? Those three didn't make a move before, and which of you knew that people were transformation gods? Even after seeing such a scene, the man muttered with a stiff upper lip. By the city gates, as if he heard the discussion over here, Hua Luyun turned his head towards the man looking at him and revealed a shallow smile. Seeing that Hua Luyun was smiling at himself, the man returned a warm smile. The corners of Hua Luyun's mouth grinned wider and wider as he gently pinched his fingers. Countless snowflakes condensed out of thin air in front of him before being sprinkled into the air. The man froze, his mouth becoming twisted in a stiff smile as he raised his arm to point at Flower Luyun, his fingers shaking out remnants. He stammered but couldn't get a complete sentence out. He? Quickly look. Lord Saint's sun has struck. What a strong sword intent. In the direction of the city lord's mansion, Li Xinghe finally slowed down, and he stepped into the void. His sword chi around him traversing the sky, twisting and shattering the snowy white sky. His divine sense kept covering over one street mansion after another, in a vain attempt to clear out all the talismans. Hua Luyun could be reckless and could wreak havoc, but he couldn't. This immortal seeking city was his. And the street shattered a brick was his. Flower Luyun, don't let me catch you or I'll make your life worse than death. Li Xinghe raised his hand and held it. A compartment in the puffing fragrance courtyard collapsed, and a little girl was grabbed into the sky dome through the air. Quicksilver, come out and talk. Why do we need to lose each other? You and I will each keep each other's secrets, and we will all take the heavenly Tao oath not to hold each other accountable. How about it? Li Xinghe's voice was wrapped in spiritual energy and spread throughout the entire Immortal Seeking City. And it was not until this moment that the citizens of the city realized who had attacked Immortal Seeking City. It was foreseeable that after today, the name of Meteor Rain would eventually spread throughout the eastern region. This was a ruthless person who dared to confront the holy son of the Easy Sect in front of the Easy Sect's mountain gate, and listening to Li Xinghe's tone, it seemed to have the implication of compromise. By the city gates, seeing the beaded curtains being grabbed high into the air, Hua Luyun pulled out a shadow-retaining stone to record an image. The holy son of the Free and Easy Sect, bullying the young junior sister of 100 Flower Peak who had just been initiated. What kind of behavior was this? He wanted to leave evidence to facilitate going in front of the Patriarch's Hall to sue the royal court in the future. Meteor shower, come out. Li Xinghe swept his sword across the sky, and countless snowflakes were swept by the gusts of wind and vaporized into white mist. The beaded curtain was also in his grasp. Su Mufeng, Meng Fian, and Yi Tianju, who were fighting against the snow talisman, stopped their movements at the same time, and their grim eyes looked at Li Xinghe. The pearl curtain is Flower Luyun brought back to the floating fragrance courtyard. These days early with a few people mixed familiar. At this time to see Li Xinghe hostage pearl curtain. 3 people in the eyes are frequently issued cold killing machine. Lord Saint's son. If you're looking for meteor shower, then look for meteor shower. Why are you holding pearl curtain hostage? Li Xinghe's eyes were grim. Could he say that the meteor shower was Hua Luyun? By saying that he would lose the leverage to exchange with Flower Luyun. Right at this moment, the snowflakes that filled the sky steeply vibrated, and an emotionless voice resounded in the sky. Yeah, you swear first. Li Xinghe narrowed his eyes slightly, his divine sense spreading wildly, trying to determine Hua Luyun's location through the aura fluctuation of this voice. But he failed. There were no aura fluctuations, only vibrations of the air. Damn it, can't he be cultivating with air? Li Xinghe cursed angrily and spoke coldly with his fingers joined to the sky. I, Li Xinghe, the saint's son of the Free Sect, the Lord of Immortal Seeking City, hereby make an oath to ask the heaven to judge. As long as meteor shower stops massacring the people of my Immortal Seeking City, and stops leaking my top secrets, this saint's son is willing to keep the secret of the devil's path for him, and if I disobey this oath, the gods and mankind will all be killed. After the words were spoken, a lightning bolt slid across the sky above the dark clouds in the sky. This was the heavenly Tao having a sense that the rules of cause and effect were intertwining. Li Xinghe coldly scanned the city below and silently ordered in his heart. System, consume 3,000 chi values to shield the heavenly Tao's perception and erase the oath karma. Ding! Congratulations to the host. We've blocked the oath karma for the host. Hearing the voice in his head, the corner of Li Xinghe's mouth hooked up slightly. He has the system endorsement. He would like to see Flower Luyun with what he fights. With that, a body of luck is not qualified. Meteor shower. I've made my vows. It's your turn. The air shook again, and Meteor Shower didn't drag his feet, opening his mouth to swear the same. Meteor Rain, Assassin of the Luo Net, Wind Chime of the Listening Wind Pavilion, Spectre of the Brocade Guards, Blood Rune of the Angry Blood Temple. Ha ha ha, I have more identities than you. Hearing that smug laughter, Li Xinghe responded coldly. Childish, hurry up. I don't have time to babble with you. The voice continued to ring. This palace hereby makes an oath not to move a single person in Immortal Seeking City. Not to leak the secret of Li Xinghe's rotten crotch. If I violate this oath, heaven will send down a death sentence and exterminate my sanity. Rumble. The sky full of lightning illuminated the heavens, and the great Tao trembled above the endless void. This vow was broken just as soon as it was initiated. The hearts of the entire populace of Immortal Seeking City stuttered. Li Xinghe's rotten crotch? What's going on? Chapter 42. Brother, don't make any more mistakes. Rotten crotch, rotten crotch, rotten crotch, rotten crotch. Endless echoes resounded in the vault of heaven, and the citizens of the city on the earth were filled with wonderful faces, those who were puzzled, those who were skeptical, those who didn't understand, and those who were kind enough to speak out and explain. It's cauliflower. The lord of the city is infected with cauliflower. It's half rotten. How do you know? I picked up the retained shadowstone in the west of the city. A lot of people have picked it up. Didn't the city lord's mansion invite a lot of famous doctors recently? It's for the lord of the city to cure the cauliflower. The entire Immortal Seeking City was buzzing with talk, and some even went so far as to sell the shadow-retaining stones in public. Curiosity drove people to keep exploring, and countless shadow stones were projected, and a scene was presented to the world. Hiss, where's the rest of the half? Why didn't I find it? Oh, see, that's all that's left? That's not the right circumference either. Shoo, keep your voice down. Save some face for the lord of the city. You can see he's about to blow a gasket. On the dome of the sky, Li Xinghe's face rose red, which then turned from red to purple, and finally from purple to black. Some people live, but their roots are rotten and their hearts are dead. Hua Lu Yun, you seek death. Ah, you seek death. Ah. Li Xinghe was furious, his scarlet eyes staring deathly into the void. According to reason, Flower Flow Cloud violated the oath. Should be heaven's wrath will be killed only right, but let that sky lightning and thunder is not down any punishment. Even that thundercloud hidden trend of dispersal. Shit. Could he have a system too? It was only at this moment that Li Xinghe realized that apart from that monstrous fortune, Hua Luyun definitely had other secrets on him. A secret that was even more terrifying than that monstrous fortune. Moreover, Hua Luyun had never thought of reconciliation. The other party didn't care about exposing the secrets of the Flower God Palace, or he wanted to bury the entire Immortal Seeking City from the start. He wasn't sure how many people knew about his identity as a remnant of the Devil sect, and he wanted to silence a city. Li Xinghe hesitantly looked up into the snow-filled sky, his gloomy expression sweeping across the entire side of the city, listening to the relentless jeers as he similarly pondered the possibility of killing all those who knew the secret. Teaming up with Flower Flowing Cloud might work, and afterward, he would fight with it. The scandal of his prosperity sect Saint's son could never be leaked. It was related to the face of the entire sect and his face. Damn it, it's all because Hua Luyun forced me. It's all because he forced me. Don't blame me. If you want to blame me, blame it on Hua Luyun. He's an unmitigated evil. After Li Xinghe finished speaking, he suddenly withdrew the sword chi that was blocking the snowflakes above his head. He raised his hand and his palm violently struck towards the 5 transformation deities in the dome of the sky. Great desolate demon sealing palm. Shin. Rumble. A monstrous palm manifested. The 5 transformation deities in the celestial dome were unprepared, and no one expected Li Xinghe to suddenly strike at them. It was too sudden, and without any defense the 5 transformation deities were simultaneously suppressed by a palm. On the ground, the city was full of people who looked stunned. Has the city lord gone crazy? Why would he suddenly strike out at other transformation god powerhouses? Lord of the city, don't think about it. There's nothing wrong with being a woman. No one cares about you. Brother cares about you. Seeing the panic-stricken people all over the city, Li Xinghe's eyes were ice cold. As long as he killed all these people, there would be no one who knew about his embarrassing story, and no one would dare to laugh at him anymore. Nope, he didn't kill these people. It was Hua Luyun. It was the knocking immortal talisman. What did it have to do with him? Li Xinghe? Ha ha ha, destroy this ridiculous world. He was laughing, wanting to witness the destruction of this side of the city amidst a sky full of talismans. When he saw the snowflakes turn into drops of rain in the dome of the sky before they even hit the ground, the charm fell apart. The rain beat down on people's cheeks and hit the city mud, splattering a bit of smoke and dust. A winter rain for the city of seeking immortality in the midst of blood and fire. Li Xinghe's smile froze on his face. He was ready to knock on the immortal talisman to burn out everything, but he didn't want Hua Luyun to play a big joke on him once again. His face gradually became hideous, gradually became crazy and twisted. Good. Hua Luyun wants him to personally slaughter his own citizens. It's a murder and a death sentence. You win. You're ruthless. I underestimated you. I'll raise this butcher knife. City guards, listen to the order. Kill all those who are presuming to talk about me. Not one of them will be left behind. Laugh. I'll let you laugh. Go to hell and laugh. Ha ha ha. In front of the city lord's mansion, a team of city guards swooped down in all directions. These were Li Xinghe's personal troops, absolutely loyal to him. Screams and explosions rose in all directions. For a while everywhere is the sound of killing. The prosperous and rich city of seeking immortality, more fire. Blood-stained four walls, full of streets in a mess. Zhang Tianyu looked gloomily at the insane Li Xinghe in the sky dome, his expression surging with bewilderment. It shouldn't be like this. It shouldn't be like this. They are on the side of justice. They are the righteous disciples who are apprehending the remnants of the Flower God Palace. Why have things evolved into this? Holy Sun, stop. Don't fall for Hua Luyun's cunning plan. He might be deliberately provoking you. Zhang Tianyu shouted loudly, trying to persuade. Li Xinghe's ice-cold eyes swept Zhang Tianyu, and the cold light in his eyes intensified. Treachery? In the face of absolute strength, all schemes are just additions to accelerate their deaths. And today he, Li Xinghe, will break it with one force. The long sword in his hand was raised high, and the light of the sky was absorbed by the blade, darkening the entire immortal-seeking city. I have a sword, the great dark sky, requesting that the immortal city monarchs share in its appreciation, and I ask senior brother Luyun to break it. As soon as the sword light slashed down, those absorbed rays of light turned into purple and black sword chi, like a long needle stabbing into the earth. Whoosh! In a flash of light, countless purple and black sword chi spread over the city. Blood flowed down the road. There were screams and wails, cries and abuse everywhere. The night grew deeper and darker, and even the fires burning all over the city were compressed and collapsed into a single corner, illuminating no farther. On the horizon, a furious and vast aura was coalescing silently, as if some ferocious beast was awakening in the void. An eye that blocked the light of the sky opened in the dome of the sky, gazing coldly and mercilessly at the beings below. People looked up in horror. They had never seen such a sword skill before. It seemed like the place where those eyes were gazing, there was nowhere to run but death. Ka-ching! Those eyes shattered one by one, and countless places throughout the immortal-seeking city suddenly tore open spatial cracks like exploding crystals, as patches of cultivators died silently, and pungent fishy odors rolled up. Despair was spreading. Although Li Xinghe was only at the cultivation level of God of Transformation, his strength was even stronger than that of practicing void, and who in today's immortal-seeking city could hold him back? Right at this moment, a bright light suddenly shot up into the sky, piercing through the dark canopy. In that bright light a handsome young man stood with his sword drawn. His eyes were resolute, determined, but also with a little bit of simplicity. His face was full of pain, full of disappointment, full of incomprehensibility. Elder brother, don't make any more mistakes. Luyun knows you hate me. It's the beautiful woman I found for you that's sick and caused you to contract cauliflower. But the people of this whole city, they're innocent. If you have a grudge in your heart, can you kill me alone and spare the people of this city? Chapter 43, They're Fighting. Hearing Hua Luyun's words, Li Xinghe was confused. The situation didn't seem right. Shouldn't it be Hua Luyun who wanted to slaughter the city to silence him in order to conceal his identity as the remaining member of the Flower God Palace? How come he was persuading him instead? Zhang Tianyu fell to the ground in front of the city lord's mansion, his face ashen. It's over. It's all over. Li Xinghe had been counted, and the whole city had been counted. It's hard to tell right from wrong when it's black and white. The person who had raised the butcher knife had turned into Li Xinghe at some point. He looked at Flower Luyun in shock, somewhat at a loss for words. Hua Luyun, what are you talking about? You don't have to act. Let's come together. Let's kill all the know-it-alls together. Then the two of us will duke it out. And whoever fucking loses, he's the one who killed all the people in this town. Okay? Not good. Hua Luyun shook his head in pain. His lips were a little blue from fear, but he still stood before the thousands of people. The living dawn. Senior brother, we are immortals on the mountain. chiefs of the peaks of the Easy sect, standard bearers for upholding justice. How can we raise a butcher's knife against our own people? Elder brother, wake up and stop. If you must kill innocents indiscriminately, even if there is only one senior brother, who is only a foundation builder, he will still turn his sword to the sky and fight with you over the length of the battle, fighting for life and death. In Immortal-Seeking City, countless cultivators watched this scene in shock as they silently rose up with their swords and stood behind Flower Luyun. Most of them were at Jindan cultivation level, slightly higher but yuaning, slightly lower or even just chi refining. They were like mole crickets before the goddess of transformation cultivators, and like floating weeds before the city guards. But, at this moment, there was a foundation establishment cultivator. He gave the beings courage and the faith to desperately live. Lord Luyun, we are with you. You are not alone. Yes, you're not alone. We'll work together to overthrow the Li traitors and return peace to the Immortal City. Swear to defend the city of immortal seekers to the death. A sword light lit up as one cultivator raised his sword to the sky. They met the dim light in the darkness and kept gathering. At this moment, behind Hua Luyun, 10,000 lights were lit up, illuminating the entire sky. And it was also at this moment that a ray of soft sunlight rose up from a gap in the distant mountains. The sky, it's light. That sunlight hit Hua Luyun's face obliquely, making him look more and more handsome with his beautiful brows. In the sky dome, Li Xinghe was silent. He had cultivated for dozens of years and experienced 2 lives. And even though his Taoist heart was harder than a stainless steel basin, he was in the mood to die at this moment. He didn't know how to defend himself or what to do in response. He just raised his sword full of confusion and pointed it at Hua Luyun, cursing with his mouth. Ha ha ha, inverted Big Dipper, ah. Put. A mouthful of his blood sprayed down, and the essence blood of the transformation god power met the sunlight and dispersed into a red mist that filled the sky. Seeing Li Xinghe spitting out blood, the gazes of the crowd of loose cultivators lit up as they scrambled to kill Li Xinghe first. At the same time, Li Xinghe's city guards also moved. Thousands of city guards drew their swords and blocked in front of Li Xinghe. With determination in their eyes, they were ready to fight to the death here. Cold sweat broke out on Zhang Tianyu's forehead on the earth, and when he saw one cultivator falling from the sky, he did not get involved in the chaotic battle, but hurriedly rushed towards the city gate. Wan Feng, open the city guard formation by a sliver, so that I can return to the clan to ask for help. Wan Feng, who was commanding the defense of the city guards, glanced at the direction Zhang Tianyu was running away from, and without hesitation, he controlled the array plate to open a sliver of the city guard array. Fleeing out of the city, he glanced back, and amidst the shroud of the formation, he could vaguely see Li Xinghe, his hair disheveled and full of madness, being chased and slashed by tens of thousands of people. Although he was able to cut down a large number of cultivators with a casual sword, he could not resist the fact that there were too many citizens of the Immortal-Seeking City, and in just a few moments, he was in a terrible mess with his robes infested with blood and his back full of slashes. Holy Sun, you must hold on. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Tianyu rode up with his sword and hurriedly headed in the direction of the Easy Sect. At this moment, the Easy Sect, a battleship landed in front of the Heavenly Peak Prosperity Hall. Dao Dao sword light flew up from the battleship, and countless seriously injured cultivators were hurriedly carried to the Alchemy Peak for treatment. This time, despite the fact that the 7 peak masters of the Free Sect were all deployed, and even mobilized several cultivators from the surrounding cities, they still suffered a big loss. Those demon clans were as crazy as if they were crazy, going forward and backward as if someone had stabbed them in the butthole. Everyone, this battle we once again drove the demon race back to the Forgotten River mountain range, all thanks to the death-defying fight of your fellow disciples. The sect will surely reward you for your achievements, and will not forget each and every one of our fellow disciples who have spared blood for the sect. Patriarch Tang Kashen smiled broadly and walked off the deck. Having won the battle, he appeared to be in high spirits. Of course, many of my fellow disciples who stayed behind in the clan have also worked hard. It was they who ensured the stability of the rear. By the way, where's Xinghe? Why haven't we seen him? Upon hearing the Patriarch's inquiry, an elder immediately rushed forward to report. Patriarch, the Holy Sun is dealing with matters under the mountain. I have sent the sword order to the Immortal-Seeking City, so I think he will be back soon. Tunchen nodded. The one who had satisfied him the most over the years was Li Xinghe, who already had the appearance of a majestic lord at a young age. Not only was his strength directly after the older generation of cultivators, but he also had an extraordinary demeanor, quite like his younger days. Getting off the flying boat, seemingly thinking of something, he turned his head to look at Tang Kuwei behind him and somewhat bitterly persuaded. Kuwei, you still need to be more attentive when it comes to cultivating your descendants. Look at my brother now. All the affairs are handled by Xinghe. It's very easy. I feel much younger. My brother heard that you have taken in 3 disciples. Some other day lead me to my heavenly peak to stroll around. I'll let Xinghe help you teach. The more Tang Kaichen said, the more pleased he became, itching for the whole world to know that he had taught a good disciple. Speaking on the spur of the moment, he even pulled the advocate of Bright Moon Peak, Bai Shu, over. Look at Bai Shu. That boy of his family followed Xinghe. How fast he has improved over the years, and his whole person has become mature and stable. Beep, 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 beep. Several people walked into the free hall, just sat down, was about to discuss the post-war matters, but at this time full of woe Zhang Tianyu suddenly rushed into the hall. He was flustered, pudgy, and had lost one of his shoes running. Patriarch is not well. Tang Kachen's face sank as he took over. Master was captured by a demon? Zhang Tianyu froze for a moment, hastily shaking his head. No. So it's the second brother and the master who were both captured by demons? Seeing that this sovereign lord was still in the skin, Yu Linglong, who had her eyes slightly closed on the side, lifted her eyes lightly and glanced faintly at Tang Kachen, who instantly shivered and hurriedly opened her mouth. Zhang Xinyan, what happened? Tell me quickly. Patriarch, Peak Masters, Sacred Sun Li Xinghe and 100 Flower Peak Chief are fighting in Immortal Seeking City. Chapter 44, I deserve this. Hearing Zhang Tianyu's words, the lords of the peaks on the seat let out a sigh of relief. Still think it is what big deal it. The original is between the door strangled a frame. It is not very normal it. A large clan, where there will be no bumps and bruises. Zhang Xian nephew, don't worry. Xinghe has a sense of propriety. He won't break Ku Wei's apprentice. Tang Kashan waved his hand without a care in the world. Li Xinghe was a god of transformation cultivation. Not just any god of transformation. And as far as he knew, that disciple of Tang Kuwei was only a foundation establishment. And even more critically, it's still a singing cellar foundation establishment. With such a gap, even if there were some conflicts, they wouldn't make much of a ripple, and Flower Luyun would at most be over by being arrested and taught a lesson by Li Xinghe. For the sake of the chief of 100 Flower Peak, it probably wouldn't be too difficult. Go down. We still have to discuss the matter of the demon race between our peaks. Zhang Tianyu was so anxious to see a group of peak masters start chatting again that he was on the verge of crying. Gu, Patriarch, if you guys don't try to persuade me, the Saint's son should be replaced by me. Flower Luyun has incited hundreds of thousands of loose cultivators in Immortal Seeking City, and they are besieging the Saint's son and his city guards. And now that Seeking Immortality City is flowing with blood and corpses everywhere, if we don't stop it, it's really too late. Seeing Zhang Tianyu pounding his chest and looking anxious, the group of peak masters looked at him with skepticism. What kind of dream talk is that? Immortal Seeking City was Li Xinghe's city. Hua Luyun incited hundreds of thousands of loose cultivators in Immortal Seeking City to hunt down Li Xinghe? Sure this isn't a joke? Tian Yu. This is the Palace of Prosperity. How can you be allowed to talk nonsense here? Zhang Baishu's face sank as he opened his mouth and shouted harshly. It wasn't that he didn't believe in his son, but what Zhang Tianyu said about this was so outrageous that it had gone beyond their imagination. Seeing the crowd's indifference, Zhang Tianyu had no choice but to swear to heaven. I, Zhang Tianyu, the chief of Bright Moon Peak, swear here that every word I say is true, and if there is any lie, the heavens and the earth will kill me. As soon as he finished speaking, the 7 great peak masters rose up boldly. What? Really? Ouch. They are all loving family. How can they be like this? Quickly, go to the city of Immortal Seeking. A few people didn't even have time to ask Zhang Tianyu for the reason, and immediately rose up with their swords and rushed towards Immortal Seeking City. Li Xinghe is the saint son of the Easy Sect. If this falls, it is a great loss to the entire Easy Sect. The Immortal Seeking City is also one of the main economic sources of the Easy Sect. If it is crippled, it is also an unbearable weight. Thinking of hundreds of thousands of cultivators rioting in a city, Tang Kashan didn't forget to give orders after flying out of the Easy Hall. All Easy Sect disciples, follow me down the mountain to persuade the fight. Quick, quick, quick. The other peak masters also hurriedly called out. Everest elders and disciples, follow me down the mountain. Bright Moon Peak, stay close to your senior brother Zhang Tianyu. Divine Seal Peak, Yuer, bring your senior brothers and sisters along. A sword light lit up from all the peaks, and the majority of the Easy Sect's disciples and elders almost came out in full force. Some of them were thinking of going to talk out the fight, while many more wanted to go and watch the fun. After all, Immortal Seeking City was just down the hill, a few steps away without delay. Seeing that all the peaks were packed with people, Tang Kuwei couldn't help but transmit his voice to speak. 100 Flower Peak, come with me to fetch your senior brother. Yu Chen, who was in seclusion, heard the voice transmission and reluctantly walked out of the pavilion. He actually didn't want to go. Flowering Lu Yun was a pit, a sinkhole, between the mountain ranges. Yun Duo, who was instructing the handyman to pick flowers and make cakes, heard the transmission, and she hurriedly put down her backpack and commanded the crowd of handymen to rise up with their swords. Dozens and hundreds of swordlights swept across the mountains, catching up with Tang Kewei's flying sword. Yu Chen, greetings to master. In the face of Yu Chen's salute, Tang Kewei only nodded gently as she turned back to look at the sword light behind her with some confusion. Usually when the peaks traveled, she 100 Flowers Peak was the most cold and quiet, but now she was actually followed by hundreds of swordlights, which was very strange. These disciples seemed to be in the wrong formation. Tancredi was heard muttering. Yu Chen wiped his cold sweat and explained. Master, there's no mistake, they are indeed from my 100 Flowers Peak. Tang Kovic froze. She's only been out for a few days? How did so many more people come out of 100 Flowers Peak? Did some bandits come to her 100 Flowers Peak to take over the mountain? Master, you are not in these days. The eldest senior brother sells flower cakes on the mountain. Recruited many handymen to do labor. Now the sect disciples do not call the senior brother seller, but call him the flower boss, the king of flower cakes. In flight, Tang Kewei stumbled on her feet and nearly fell from her flying sword. What kind of flowers were used? The flowers you planted. Just as Yu Chen finished his words, he only felt a coldness on his spine, and as he stiffly twisted his head to look behind him, he saw a pair of spiteful eyes staring at him. Yun Duo's lips were slightly open and did not make a sound, but through the shape of his mouth Yu Chen was able to read a warning. If you dare to tattle again, you'll be killed and beaten to a pulp and filled with flower cakes. He retracted his sight with a disturbed mind and stopped talking. It was not that he was afraid of Yun Duo, but he did not want to get into a fight with a little girl. It was too embarrassing. He was a prince. That asshole. Tang Kewei cursed angrily and accelerated the speed of the imperial sword. Millions of immortals descended from the mountain. The momentum frightened the flying birds to run. The clouds scattered. Seeking immortality, city guard formation trembling rustling crashed, turned into a sky full of aura, disappeared in the sky and the earth. Li Xinghe was blocked in an alleyway. He was drenched in blood. His clothes were broken, and he was covered in shocking wounds. Corpses were piled layer after layer under his feet, and it was unknown how many cultivators had been decapitated here. One could only say that he was worthy of being the saint son of the free sect. Despite the exhaustion of his aura, he still relied on the favorable terrain to block the siege of hundreds of thousands of cultivators despite that strong physique alone. Unfortunately, the city guards who were loyal to him were all killed in battle, and the money he had saved for decades was depleted in one night. In his blurred vision, he saw the crowd of people holding long swords that kept approaching, and endless sadness welled up in his heart. Are we going to die? He was a hero for a lifetime, killing his way out of the endless heavenly pride and ascending to the position of saint son of the easy sect. But I didn't want to end up in the hands of a woman. He hates it. The last of the aura in his body was churning, his blood was boiling, and his heart was roaring violently. System, I'm going to detonate my flesh and blood, consume all my chi and exchange it for a one-time skill. Supercore Heavenly Meteor Burst Star. Ha ha ha, you, all of you, will be martyred with me. He shouted frantically, his aura getting more and more furious. Retreat, he's going to blow himself up. Run, can you run? Li Xinghe laughed more and more indulgently. Under the heavenly meteorite exploding star, within dozens of miles of the immortal-seeking city, all existences would be completely shrouded in death. But at that moment, a soft call came from the retreating crowd. Xinghe, I'm sorry I'm late. A flash of white dress ignored the raging energy, ignored the killing intent in the eyes of the world, and resolutely rushed closer, leaning down to take Li Xinghe into his arms. Li Xinghe froze, and he stiffly looked up at the haggard face. Shall snow? His voice trembled. This woman who dragged him into hell. He should have hated her to the bone. But why? Why he just couldn't bring himself to kill her? Li Xinghe tilted his head, his berserk aura gradually falling silent. Go away. Don't show up in front of me. You go away. He murmured, a clear tear sliding down his cheek. Ha ha ha. Serves me right. I really do deserve it. I deserve this. I deserve to die. Serves you right. Serves you right. Chapter 45, The Sect Persuades a Fight. It's okay, Xinghe. It's okay. I'm here. Zhang Yingshua's palm gently caressed Li Xinghe's blood-stained long hair. Her voice was soft, but it overrode the battlefield clamor. Clunk! The longsword crashed to the ground, and Li Xinghe's eyes closed slightly. At this moment he gave up all resistance. Let go of all the hate in your heart. Flower Lu Yun. You've won. He opened his mouth indifferently. The aura sealing his injuries dispersed, and blood flowed out along a knife wound and sword mark on his torso. In a flash, it dyed red Zhang Ying's snow-white dress. Red mud all over the ground. Outside the alley. Across the street. Hua Liuyun's forehead was covered in black mist. His eyebrow crack ripped open to the tip of his nose, and his entire face looked somewhat deformed. He patted Zhang Jin Needle on the shoulder, raised his hand and cupped his forehead, forcing that crack to close. You see, I wasn't wrong when I said I could make your sister the city lord's wife. Relationships, sometimes they need some trials and tribulations. Zhang Jinping twisted his head to look at Hua Luyun. His heart welled up with a morose chill. Which is what the hell is the shallow water of the Luyun? This is the deep water of the Luyun. When Hua Luyun came to him to borrow Zhang Yingxue, he gave him the word to ensure that his sister would be the wife of the city lord. He only took it as a joke at that time. After all, after his sister dyed cauliflower, even the people in the puffy fragrance courtyard were disliking it, not to mention that high and mighty saint's son, but he didn't want things to develop to this point. Hey, it's just a relationship now. It's still the last step. Hua Luyun dragged his long sword and walked step by step in the direction of Li Xinghe, and a crowd of cultivators on the street made way for him. Before, they had to fight back in order to stay alive, but now that Li Xinghe was seriously injured, these cultivators had calmed down, and they didn't dare to kill the sacred son of the Easy sect. Arriving in front of Li Xinghe, Hua Luyun squatted down. His gaze once again became clear as he looked towards Li Xinghe, who was kneeling on the ground, his eyes showing a faint sadness. Elder brother, I thought that you contracted cauliflower because of your lust for sex and desire, and that it was your own fault. Speaking here, Hua Luyun glanced at Zhang Yingxue with a face full of complexity. Sigh out loud. But I didn't think you'd risk your life for the love of your life. Hearing this, the surrounding group of cultivators came to a realization, and complex emotions immediately rose on their faces. If a man is infected by greed for money and sex, he will only attract ridicule, but if he is in love and does not give up what he thinks in his heart, people will only sympathize with him and will only marvel at his love. At this moment, everyone couldn't help but look at Zhang Yingxue, who was protecting Li Xinghe under her body, and actually felt some intolerance towards Li Xinghe. What? Li Xinghe was stunned. 2 words from Flower Luyun. Just these 2 words instantly reversed his popularity. That completely collapsed reputation was once again saved a little bit back. That ridiculous cauliflower turned out to be the witness of love till death do us part. Ridiculous? Just ridiculous. No. Are you guys crazy? Do you guys believe whatever Flower Luyun says? You guys drop your wits too badly. Bullshit love. I'm just horny to dye cauliflower. I just want to kill the whole city to silence. Ha ha ha, come kill me ah. You guys come kill me ah. Li Xinghe roared madly as he ripped off his tattered top and pointed at his heart, looking like a madman. He is dead even if he loses. He also didn't want Flowering Luyun's pity, nor did he want his enemy's charity. Ha ha ha, come kill me. Come on. Weren't you all so fierce just now? Hua Luyun stood in front of Li Xinghe, letting him go wild. Elder brother, stop it. Marry my sister Yingxue, and this calamity will be solved. The corners of his mouth hooked up slightly in a warm smile. You must not dislike her past. It was only natural for her to fall to this state, and you must not blame me for targeting my essence at every turn and striking out at you. Buzz. The air trembled. Hua Luyun inclined his head to look outside the city. A sword light lit up in the sky. It was the arrival of the Easy Sect's support. Dozens and millions of Easy Sect disciples were like a torrent, and within a few breaths, they surrounded Immortal-seeking City into an iron bucket, and a group of rebellious cultivators put down their weapons and raised their hands in surrender. After a long time the sky sword light hurriedly arrived at the alley. Zhang Tianyu rushed to Li Xinghe in a panic and stuffed a few pills into his mouth to hang on to his life. Arrested. All of them. Law Enforcement Hall Master Wei Jing greeted his disciples and escorted one cultivator after another onto the flying boat. He hadn't encountered such a big case in a long time, and that flying boat of detained prisoners was loaded to the brim, and this net went down for several years of KPIs. As one looked in, the crowd was packed, and the disciple in charge of the arrest was busy. #Oh, hey, go down ah. This flying boat is to lock up the prisoners. That Easy Sect disciple. Do not blindly get together. A sharp-eyed disciple saw Hua Luyun, who was crammed on the deck of the flying boat, and opened his mouth to repel him. Hua Luyun stood in the crowd at a loss for words. His head was now a muddle. He only knew that this time he was afraid of getting into big trouble. I surrendered myself. Senior brother. I surrendered myself. I was in a hot head and incited the city folk to resist Li Xinghe. Ouch. I'm so confused. How did I end up on this criminal path of no return? He kept shouting loudly while the other cultivators on the flying boat were arguing for him. My lord. It has nothing to do with senior brother Luyun. It's because City Lord Li wants to kill us that we have risen up to resist. Senior brother Luyun. Leave us alone. The flying boat was noisy and chaotic. The disciples of the law enforcement hall were completely busy, and the disciples of the other peaks were also helping out. Everyone on the boat. In a moment I will send down a pen and paper. you will truthfully explain your crimes, and then those in the cheap practicing stage will be able to get off the flying boat. But don't leave seeking immortality city in the near future. All men, come to me to receive a confession of guilt, and do not conceal it. If you conceal a significant circumstance, you will not be spared if it is found out. Yu Yuchen stood on tiptoe and kept yelling, greeting the cultivators who came to turn themselves in to receive paper and pens. The crowd of cultivators were also very cooperative. This matter was said to be that they were also just implicated, so naturally they were all very active. Give me one, don't grab it. People take paper, find a place to squat and start writing about the incident. Yu Yuchen was in the middle of handing out papers when he suddenly saw a familiar face. Eldest brother, why are you here? Master is looking for you everywhere? Hua Lu Yun, who had come to collect the confession, frowned and snatched the paper from Yu Yuchen's hand. Taking one, he felt that it was not enough and grabbed a few more. I'm a criminal. If not here, where? Second brother. You're funny, Lu. Seeing Hua Lu Yun, who took the confession and found a corner to squat up and write furiously, Yu Yuchen's person went numb. That big brother. How do you write the word admit in a confession? He asked the monk beside him for advice as he wrote. The monk took the pen and gave him a sample. Brother, where is the word sin in the confession? Big brother hit the sample again. Big brother, how to write the word book. Go. You can't write a word. What are you grabbing all that paper for? Hua Lu Yun, face full of constipation. Originally he can write. The result of a nervousness before Mr. Bai Tao taught him to recognize the words all forgotten. On the other side, Tang Kitchen and a group of other peak masters rushed to Li Xinghe's side. The latter's eyes were hollow at this point, as if he had lost his soul. Where's Flower Lu Yun? Have you found it yet? Tang Kuei's brows knit tightly. He desperately needed to find Hua Lu Yun and understand the ins and outs of the matter so that he could give an explanation to the clan. Peak Master Tang, we didn't find it, but we picked up the bead curtain in the snow pile. A disciple came up carrying a little girl. Jubilee had fainted at this point, but fortunately there was no fear for her life. She had merely fainted from fear. Underneath her tattered, shredded dress, an aura flickered on her red belly band. It's not just a bib, it's a complicated talisman. It was the key to protecting her life. Chapter 46. With the testimony of the millions of people of the immortal-seeking city, after several days of combing, the Li Xinghe massacre case was finally sorted out from the beginning to the end. A Western medicine merchant passed by and offered a beauty to the city lord Li Xinghe, not realizing that this beauty was bought from the Puffy Fragrance Pavilion. This incident directly led to Li Xinghe contracting cauliflower and rotting his roots. Li Xinghe seeks a famous doctor to enter the city master's mansion to cure his illness, but he does not want to be Quack's recorded stay stone and proclaimed all over the city. This also directly led to the fact that Li Xinghe sealed off the city and wanted to kill the entire city's population to silence them under the broken heart of Tao. The controversy lies in Hua Lu Yun. Zhang Tianyu believes that everything is led by Hua Lu Yun and accuses him of being a remnant of the Flower God Palace. After clearing up the ins and outs, a group of easy sex executives were in trouble. Is Li Xinghe wronged? It's very wrongful, but after all, he has committed murder. Cannot not be punished. How heavy the punishment? This is very difficult to characterize. That is the saint son of the free sect. Here there is no son of heaven to violate the law and the common people the same crime that set. Here the weak and the strong. But you can't be too biased. The face of the righteous can't be ignored. In favor of now, Hua Lu Yun was chosen to represent the people of Immortal Seeking City. If one were to delve into the relationship between Flower Lu Yun and the Flower God Palace now, then the millions of people in this Immortal Seeking City would surely think that this was the easy sect purposely framing Li Xinghe in order to harbor him. It's a phallic scheme, an unresolved bureau. In the Law Enforcement Hall, Divine Seal Peak, 100 Flowers Peak, Pearl Peak, Bright Moon Peak, Heaven Peak, Alchemy Peak, and Alchemy Peak. The 7 Peak Masters were all present. The Hall of Elders, the Hall of Deacons, the Hall of Law Enforcement, and the representatives of each city observed the proceedings. As the incident was extremely bad, Patriarch Tang Keshen personally tried the case. Hall Master Wei, where is Hua Lu Yun? Tang Kitchen glanced at Law Enforcement Hall Master Wei Jing and spoke coldly. Hearing the Patriarch's words, Wei Jing hurriedly clasped his fists and saluted. Patriarch, Hua Lu Yun and Li Xinghe are both detained in the Law Enforcement Hall's Devil Suppressor Tower. Tunchen nodded. Bring up the 2 principals. With a command, several Law Enforcement Hall disciples escorted Hua Lu Yun and Li Xinghe into the hall. He only saw that at this moment, Hua Lu Yun was still in high spirits and red in color, while Li Xinghe had a withered description and a dull expression. Tang Keshen couldn't bear to avert his eyes and look at the side door. Plaintiffs enter. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Tianyu rushed into the hall with the hem of his coat, wiping tears from his eyes, and he fell to the ground with his knees weak, his sobs breaking out. That look, That performance, the sense of victim atmosphere is directly pulled full. Anyone who looks at it will unconsciously sympathize with him 3 times. I beg the sect to do something. Flower Luyun poisoned the saint's son and damaged the saint's son's honor. He is a remaining member of the Flower God Palace. Tang Kechen stroked his chin and opened his mouth to ask, "Do you have proof?" Zhang Tianyu gritted his teeth. "Yes, please, Patriarch. Summon Zhang Yingxue of the Puffing Fragrance Pavilion." Tunchen nodded. Zhang Yingxue was immediately escorted into the hall by 2 disciples. She swept a glance and did not care about the crowd of Easy Sect executives seated in the hall, but instead, her eyes were slightly red and she looked caring as she pounced to Li Xinghe's side. "Xinghe, why are you so thin? Don't torture yourself. It's all my fault. It's all my fault. If you hate me then kill me. Xinghe, kill me. I don't blame you." Boo! Tang Kechen slammed the table in front of him, and his cold aura was released. "Zhang Yingxue, let me ask you, can you conspire with Hua Luyun to poison and murder the sacred son of the Easy Sect, Li Xinghe?" Hearing the question, Zhang Yingxue shook her head frantically. "Sovereign Lord, Xinghe and I truly love each other and are not conspiring with anyone." Zhang Tianyu was so angry that he was trembling. He raised his hand and pointed at Zhang Yingxue and shouted angrily, "Demonis, still not admitting it? Patriarch, disciple requests to be tortured. I'll see if she confesses or not." Tang Kechen frowned. If he used torture, then there was a suspicion of torture to force a confession. For Li Xinghe to force Hua Luyun to confess. The cold was the hearts of the many city lords as well as the people of Seeking Immortality City. "Li Xinghe, what do you say about this matter?" He inclined his head towards Li Xinghe, looking for a result. Hearing the question, Li Xinghe raised his dead eyes to glance at Hua Luyun and finally weakly answered, reporting back to the Patriarch, "Yingxue and I, we do truly love each other. I would like to take Yingxue as my wife and become a Taoist couple." In the hall, Tang Kechen froze. The 7 peak masters froze. Zhang Tianyu also froze. He staggered to his feet. His hand pointing at Li Xinghe couldn't stop trembling, and his eyes looking at Li Xinghe were full of disbelief as if he had suffered the betrayal of his beloved. "Holy Son, it's not like that. It's not like that. What's wrong with you? What's wrong with you? She's a bitch and a liar." Li Xinghe's expression was solemn as he opened his mouth and shouted coldly, "Shut up." Zhang Tianyu stiffened and fell to the ground, his eyes filled with sadness. "You yelled at me? You yell at me for her being struck?" Zhang Tianyu wiped her tears and rushed out of the hall, leaving a group of peak master elders and disciple representatives messing in the wind. Li Xinghe glanced at Zhang Tianyu's departing direction and took a long breath before retracting his gaze. "Master, I confess my sins. I was in love with Yingxue and was infected with a disease, but I didn't want a healer to leak out my symptoms." Disciple has no fear of the world's ridicule, but disciple can't allow Yingxue to suffer the indignity. So evil comes from the heart and did the wrong thing. Please punish me, Master. After Li Xinghe finished, he knocked his head heavily on the ground. People can die. The stigma of horny infected cauliflower must be cleansed. 2 lines of bloody tears ran down his cheeks. Humiliating. This was the most humiliating moment in his 2 lives. In spite of all his reluctance, in spite of all his discontent, he had no choice but to go on the course that the enemy had mapped out for him. The path was not thick with thorns, but it was dirty. Disgusting. Disgusting. Master, I know I'm wrong. Hearing Li Xinghe's guilty plea, Tang Kechen on the first seat leaned back helplessly in his seat as he looked back at the whole incident. It seemed that Li Xinghe had no choice if he wanted to salvage his reputation. He was forced step by step to marry this windbag. He had no second choice. Tang Kechen looked at Hua Luyun with a palpitating heart and asked coldly, "Flower Luyun, do you have anything to say about Zhang Tianyu's accusation that you are a remaining member of the Flower God Palace?" Hearing himself being called, Hua Luyun shivered in fear. It was his first time being the defendant, and he was more or less a little nervous. "Sovereign, what is the Flower God Palace? Don't pretend. You would have never heard of the Flower God Palace? Don't recognize. Then how do you know how to kowtow to the immortal talisman? This is the method of the Flower God Palace." Hua Luyun raised his finger and a talisman slowly coalesced in his hand as a breeze swept through the hall. "This is what Yundo taught me. She used to be a servant of the Water Mansion. Then the Water Mansion was destroyed and she followed me." Speaking here, Tang Kechen's eyes narrowed slightly and his aura drew up steeply. "That sky full of snowflakes within the immortal seeking city, is that your masterpiece?" This incident, there is still the most critical point. That is, who in the dark hand, with a sky full of snowflakes as a talisman, gave Li Xinghe the bottom of the destruction of the city? "Your Highness, I am indeed responsible for all the snow in the sky." Hearing this, the peak masters in the audience rose up with a cold light in their eyes. But at that moment, Hua Luyun continued, "That day my youngest sister, Pearl Curtain, wanted to build a snowman, so I went to the temple of Yusi to beg for snow. Hey, guess what? It really snowed. Hearing such an absurd reason, Zhu Qianming, the Everest Peak Master, came to Tang Qiqin's ear. Patriarch, he's playing Yulu. Chapter 47, they're really a pair of rivals. In the law enforcement hall, everyone had red faces, thinking that Hua Luyun was teasing the crowd. Only Li Xinghe buried his head low. He didn't feel that Hua Luyun was lying. That monstrous fortune on the other side. Not to mention begging for a snowfall. Begging for a knife to fall from the sky is possible. He had previously just underestimated flowering Liu Yun's chi so much that he had been defeated. Tang Kashen took a deep breath and picked up another piece of pleating paper. The face couldn't help but darken even more. This flower Liu Yun record is also only in the foundation building. How come there is something about him everywhere? Flower Liu Yun. Wan Fong has accused you of being a scout of the Hearing Wind Pavilion, Luo Net, Angry Blood Hall, and a dozen other forces. Do you plead guilty? Hua Luyun, I recognize. Hundreds of disciples have joined together to accuse you of coaxing your senior brothers and sisters to spend money at the Puffing Fragrance Courtyard and selling overpriced alcohol in your capacity as the chief of the 100 Flowers Peak of the Free Sect. Do you plead guilty? Hua Luyun, I recognize. Very well. There's also this. Flower Luyun sued you for selling flour cakes mixed with flavorings. And when you were mixing the dough it was Cloud who stepped on it with his foot. Do you plead guilty? Just after Tang Qiqin finished speaking, the eyebrows of the elder disciples in the hall jumped slightly, and they unanimously looked at Tang Qiqin. Are you sure you're reading this correctly? That Fa Liu Yun is suing himself? At this time, outside the temple, heard the content of this pleading paper. Onlooker disciples instantly exploded pot. Flower Liu Yun is sick. Why is he suing himself? No, didn't you guys hear me? Flower pies are made by clouds with their feet. Assholes, how can they be so unhygienic, unmanly and filthy? People were cursing and swearing, scrambling to verbally attack Hua Luyun, but some of the disciples had already quietly exited the crowd and went towards 100 Flowers Peak to buy cakes. Hua Luyun raised his hand and raised his voice a bit. I plead guilty. The flower cakes are indeed flavored, and the flowers are personally picked by a woman of 2 or 8 years of age, and then mashed, and finally a beautiful woman of good looks is selected. And after purifying her feet, she treads on the dough, and then steams and bakes it in a cage. Each cage of flour cakes also picks out 3 of them, and after the beautiful woman imprints her lips with red lips and mixes them into other clean cakes, and then randomly the lucky audience will be chosen randomly. Seeing Hua Luyun chattering and starting to explain, Tang Qiqin hurriedly stopped it. Stop. Hua Luyun wasn't annoyed at being interrupted. He just stood still and waited for the clan to judge him, looking unusually naive and well-behaved. The peak masters and elders in the hall, and the disciples and handymen, were all derisive, thought this guy was blowing his own cover, and was here to advertise and promote his flour cakes. Damn it, how can he be so uptight? After the trial, the representatives of the city lords and the elder peak masters began to discuss the punishment. Half a day later, after some arguments, the final verdict was to remove Li Xinghe's name of Saint Sun, deprive him of his position as the Lord of Immortal Seeking City, and banish him to the Forgotten River Tower. Flowers Flow Cloud although did not commit any major crimes, but the small crime is not broken. Collusion with the Devil's Way. The idea of it's just out of the village. Not know the world. The same banishment of forgetfulness of the tower punished him to go with Li Xinghe partner life. Hearing this punishment, Li Xinghe was shocked. He had nothing to say about exiling him to guard the Forgetfulness Tower. But with flowering Liu Yun, didn't he know they had just had a fight? How dare you lock them up together? Tang Qiqin looked at Li Xinghe and persuaded him bitterly. Arranging you all together is to let you learn to tolerate your fellow disciples and learn to help each other. You know, Xinghe, you have to understand the bitter heart of your teacher. Liu Yun is the chief of 100 Flowers Peak, and you are my disciple. You are not only from the same sect but also from the same lineage. All of you are related to each other and love each other as a family. You must learn to put it down, or else how can I rest assured that I will entrust Heavenly Peak to you in the future? Li Xinghe had scarlet eyes and clenched his teeth. He endured. Having endured the most humiliating things, these storms are nothing, contrasted with Li Xinghe's suffocation. For off where Hua Luyun with the original does not care, he happily packed his luggage, arranging the size of the 100 Flowers Peak affairs. A look of going out on vacation. Yu Chen when I'm not here, you have to cultivate hard. Don't bully your senior sister. Be tolerant, and help each other. Understand? Yu Chen buried his head low, seeing Li Xinghe go down. He didn't dare to retort in the slightest. Alright, senior brother, Julien, don't run to the flour cake factory all the time. You're too greedy. It'll affect 100 Flower Peak's revenue. The little girl deflated, and that was too much for her to eat? But seeing as how elder brother was going to jail, she agreed. Okay, elder brother, Yundo, help me guard the industry. If you can't keep busy, go to the city and recruit more people. But don't get tired. Cloudy, okay, elder brother. Kuwei flowers planting still have to expand the scale. Raw materials limit the development of my factory. You still need to be more attentive Tang Kuwei, okay, senior brother. A ghost The words came to his lips, half spoken, and Tang Kuwei reacted. Holy shit, when did it become this kid's turn to lecture himself? Seeing her two disciples with strange eyes, she was instantly enraged and glared at Hua Luyun with a face full of shame. You piss me off. She pointed at Hua Luyun's nose, her showy fists clenched, itching to violently beat this guy up right now. But then she saw the teenager's clear eyes and slightly naive look of panic, and her heart softened. It was undeniable that Flower Luyun had indeed disgraced 100 Flower Peak by joining the Puppy Fragrance Pavilion and begging, selling, and swindling in Immortal-seeking city. But after all was said and done, she, Tang Kuwei, was also to blame. She shouldn't have thrown him in the accepted apprentice square. Everything was blamed on the fact that Hua Luyun was too innocent and easily tainted with the undertones of society. After self-regulating her emotions, Tang Kuwei pulled out a gongfu from her bosom and stuffed it into Hua Luyun's arms. Here, this is the technique of our lineage, the nourishing elemental concept. And now Li Xinghe and you have a grudge. In the Forgetful River Tower still need to beware of some, although he does not dare to harm your life, cannot be guaranteed to do some small action. Harming people's heart cannot have, prevent people's heart cannot be. No? Hua Luyun received the gongfu with a face full of simplicity and smiled two shallow dimples. I will follow the teachings of my master. Tang Kuwei sighed. This disciple of hers was really naive, easy to be taken advantage of and even easier to be bullied. She was really afraid that when she went to the Forgetfulness Tower, this kid would be counted by Li Xinghe. Just as soon as she finished her explanation on her side, an aggrieved growl came from Li Xinghe's side. Master, I really don't want to be locked up with that dog. I'm afraid he'll harm me. I'm afraid. How dare you? That's your senior. After a lot of commotion, this trial meeting of making peace finally ended successfully, and the disciples of each peak left with their swords after eating their melons contentedly. The Free Sect had also dispatched their refiner peak disciples down the mountain to assist Yu Yuchen in starting to rebuild the Immortal-seeking city, as the Immortal-seeking city had been awarded to Hua Luyun, and was handed over to Yu Yuchen to temporarily manage while he served his sentence. 2 days later, a willow leaf boat took off from the law enforcement hall and headed for the Oblivion mountain range. On the flying boat, Li Xinghe and Hua Luyun stood side by side at the bow. They looked at the landscape at their feet and appeared calm and indifferent. Senior brother the demonic beast riot last month had something to do with you, didn't it? What did you do? Hua Luyun inclined his head towards the faintly calm Li Xinghe and spoke with a naive smile. I killed a couple of king beast cubs. Li Xinghe stumbled on his feet, turned around and ran towards the cabin. Turn around I'm not going to the Tower of Forgetfulness. Put me back. I want to go home. I want to go home. Chapter 48, The Tower of Forgetfulness. Hearing the ghosts shouting and spicy screams on the deck, Law Enforcement Hall Master Wei Jing walked out of the cabin and raised his hand to give Li Xinghe a violent chestnut. What's all the fuss about? There's no end to it. Li Xinghe covered his head and looked at Hua Luyun with an aggrieved face. He was still standing at the bow of the boat, grinning lightly. Hall Master Wei, we can't go to the Forgotten River Tower. The demonic beast riot there hasn't ended yet. It was just the beginning before. This dog thief Hua Luyun killed a few king beast cubs of others. The demon clan won't let it go. Can't go Wei Jing frowned at Hua Luyun, not believing a single word of Li Xinghe's words. Anyone with eyes could see that he was at odds with Flower Luyun, and he had never seen such a lowly plant. That young man stood in the wind, his eyes clear, despite being unjustly wronged and punished to subdue the demon pass, and despite his senior brother denigrating him in front of him, he still smiled in a very light and sunny manner. Luyun has met Hall Master Wei, because of the kid's fault. I've bothered the Hall Master to work hard to send him off. The kid is terrified. Hua Luyun held his sword and bowed his head slightly. Wei Jing raised his hand to support him falsely and nodded with satisfaction. At such a young age, he really felt that the more he looked at Hua Luyun, the more he felt that Hua Luyun was easy on the eyes. Xinghe, learn more from your senior. Look at you now. Feeling Wei Jing's dislike, Li Xinghe sucked in his nose in aggravation and kept adjusting his mind. He did get a little stressed. Isn't it just a few dead king beast cubs? Isn't it just offending a few king beasts? Isn't it just dying without a burial place? No big deal. Is there anything more stifling than being forced to marry a cauliflower girl? No more. He, Li Xinghe, had walked through the most horrifying hell, and the road ahead was already fearless even if it was an endless abyss. He blithely walked to Hua Luyun's side once again and gazed at the vast expanse of land. At this moment, his mind was elevated. Forgettable towers, the place as its name suggests. is a deserted village deep in the mountains. There were only a few dilapidated stone houses and a tower. It was the sentry post used by the Easy sect to monitor the demon race in the Forgotten River mountain range, and it was the frontline battlefield for resisting the demon race. In half a day Wei Jing's flying boat arrived here. Looking at the dilapidated environment, the courtyard covered with fallen leaves, Li Xinghe was as if he had lost his life. And living here was no different from living in the wilderness. The conditions are really bad. Elder Oblivious Cultivator, the offending disciples, Li Xinghe and Hua Luyun, have both been brought here. I will leave. Wei Jing respectfully bowed towards that ancient tower with an extremely respectful expression. The person within this ancient tower was obviously of an extremely high generation, and in the immortal cultivation world, the higher the seniority usually means the stronger the strength. Hua Luyun and Li Xinghe both stood on their tiptoes to look at the ancient tower, somewhat curious as to what strength this forgotten cultivation elder actually had. At that moment a pale response came from within the tower. Got it. Wei Jing straightened up and once again admonished Li Xinghe and Hua Luyun. You two, get along well here, okay? Don't disturb Elder Forgotten Cultivation's cultivation when there's nothing to do. And don't think about running around, the patriarch said. Xinghe can return to the clan if he steps into practicing emptiness. Lu Yun, you are less qualified. You can leave by conjugating the Dan. Do you understand? Quiet your mind. Cultivate well. Don't let down the patriarch's hard work. After a lecture, Wei Jing left in his flying boat. The scene left Hua Luyun and Li Xinghe alone, wide-eyed, with a rather awkward atmosphere. What are you looking at me for? Humph. Flower. This holy sun tells you, only a few years I can break through to practicing emptiness. Ha ha ha. When that time comes, you'll be feeding mosquitoes here all by yourself. Hearing the conditions for leaving, Li Xinghe turned around with a big smile and went to find a broom to clean up the yard. A dozen or so stone houses. Li Xinghe picked the largest one, and after spending half a day organizing it, he nodded with satisfaction. In order to prevent the demon race from sneaking in, he had set up formation after formation within the small courtyard. There are defenses, alerts, attacks, and security. In terms of wilderness survival, there is no one more professional than him. Knowing that this is the border of the demon race, and that the slightest mishap will lead to falling into the rations of the demon race, a safe shelter can be considered a top priority. Humph. Flower Lu Yun, when the demon clan kills, even if you beg me on your knees, I won't let you take refuge in my place. Thinking of this, he swept his divine sense over the residence chosen by Hua Luyun, only to see that Hua Luyun didn't choose a stone house to live in, but instead ran to the entrance of the tower to build a guard post. That post was only 7 or 8 square meters in size. There were no formations, and even the walls were a bit leaky, but it was a sense of security because it was so close to the tower where Elder Forgetfulness cultivation was in seclusion. Once there was a slight breeze, Hua Luyun would ironically be able to drill into the tower in an instant to seek shelter from the elders. Damn! Why didn't I think of that? Li Xinghe was filled with remorse. He really did hate Hua Luyun more and more. Green tea man. He had never seen such a tea man. It was disgusting. Elder. Hello, my name is Lu Yun. I can go up to the hall and down to the kitchen. I can plow the fields and plant the land. I'll be living right next to you. If there's anything you need, just ask. Got it. Hearing Forgetful Cultivation's faint voice from within the tower, Hua Luyun once again revealed that trademark naive smile. In the stone house, Li Xinghe pinched his nose and imitated the tone of the flower Luyun, Sr. Hello, Kerr called Luyun. To pretend. Pretend your mom's botsy pretend. Bah. He cursed and walked back inside, sat on his bed with his knees crossed and began to cultivate, practicing void stage. As long as he reached the practicing void stage, he would be able to get rid of this hellish place. The cold wind poured in along the mountain ridge, and the winter in the Tower of Forgetfulness was getting more and more freezing, and the biting demonic aura mixed in with the cold wind made every day here extremely difficult. Li Xinghe and Elder Forgotten Cultivation were in seclusion most of the time, while Hua Luyun was drawing talismans. He drew charms on leaves, charms on dead grass, charms on stone walls, drawing charms on Li Xinghe's cheeks. He's going to go for a couple of drawings wherever he can. Time seemed to have quieted down, except within the Easy sect where Tang Kitchen would receive a transmission from Li Xinghe from time to time. Master, give me a different place, will you? Flower Luyun and Elder Forgetfulness Cultivation have ostracized me together. Master, Hua Luyun, he's not a proper son. He smeared shit in my tea bowl. Master, please, Hua Luyun, he's not human. He used a 7-colored brush to draw turtles on my face. Tang Kachen's head was as big as a bucket whenever he received these transmissions. If Hua Luyun's cultivation was higher than Li Xinghe's, then forget about it. You're a harmonized spirit cultivator. You were bullied by a foundation cultivator, and you still have the face to complain? What a contraption he is teaching. Right at this moment, Two disciples brought an old man into the prosperity hall, and that old man was so scared when he saw Tankachan that he hastened to kneel on the ground. My humble servant, meet the sovereign lord. Tunchan nodded. I heard that you met the person who drew the sky full of killing talismans in the immortal-seeking city that day? Fear flashed in the old man's eyes as he took out a shadow-retaining stone, and with the input of a faint aura, the stone lit up. A bizarre face appeared in the projection. This face was twisted and struggling with no nose or mouth visible. A huge crack split from its brow and extended to its chin. Chapter 49, I don't want to be in the same pod with him. Tankachan's face was slightly sunken, and the horrible cracks on this face were filled with dense eyes and depths, like the dark and vast sky. Cluck, 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 cluck. With money, I no longer have to be a parasite, no longer have to curry favor, no longer have to wag my tail. Ha ha ha, ah ha 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 ha. That one eyeball was filled with greed and rampage, filled with madness and depression. There was no doubt that this was a demon, from the most repressed darkness in the heart. Unfortunately, this demon's cheeks were split to destroy the face, and Tankachan was unable to see through the other side's face. Could it be him? The image flickered and went out, and as the man in the projection turned around, the sky was filled with snow, gradually drowning the eerie figure in the blizzard. Tankachan's face was cloudy as he held the retention stone. Cultivators, many times the real danger is not from the outside world, but from their own heart. The Taoist heart is not strong, the heart of the devil breeding, devouring their own body. Dark shadow, go to the Forgotten River Tower and keep an eye on Flower Lu Yun. I always feel that this figure is quite similar to him. In the shadows of the hall, a man hidden in the darkness received the order, bowed his head and made a slight bow before disappearing into the hall. This is the Shadow Hall of the Easy Sect, a department that specializes in dirty work and is the best at sneaking and assassination. After receiving the order, he walked out of the free hall. His body turned into a black recluse light straight to the forgetful river and went. After walking for half an hour, he suddenly stopped his body and looked at the sky in front with a heavy face, only to see the rolling black clouds covering the sky, the fierce winds raging in the forest, the black fog in the mountains, the fishy and demonic smell on the face. Demonic energy? The shadow's face changed. Oh no! The Tower of Forgetfulness is surrounded. He pulled out his communication magic treasure and hurriedly sent a message to the sect. No one expected that the Easy Sect had only just retreated, and the demon race, which did not speak of martial virtues, had killed back. And now that the entire Forgetfulness Tower only has 3 people, it can be said that it is more likely than not. Even if there is a Forgetfulness cultivation elder sitting in the town, it is not possible to hold back the demon race's large-scale invasion. Damn demon race! After sending the message, Shadow transformed into a black shadow and cautiously felt toward the front, wanting to probe for information. It was hard for him to imagine what kind of great battle the 3 of them were suffering in the Tower of Forgetfulness at this moment. What a life and death crisis to face! As he thought, at this time, in front of the Forgotten River Tower, it was densely packed with demonic beasts. In the broken-down village, in front of the tower, 3 human figures were at that moment crouching in the small courtyard dam with their heads in their hands, as well-behaved as quails. Li Xinghe inclined his head to look at Hua Lu Yun, his face unsightly. Flower, didn't you draw a mountain of talismans? Why have you shriveled up? Go ahead, you trash who only knows how to harbor a sword. Hua Lu Yun inclined his head towards Forgetting Xiu, his face equally bad. Elder Forgotten Cultivation, aren't you the senior? How come you're only a transformation spirit? You've caused me so much pain. So you're just the seniority. Forgetting Xiu deflated his mouth. Who said that a higher generation necessarily meant a higher cultivation level? He glared viciously at Li Xinghe. Li Xinghe, aren't you able to fight across the border? Why don't you get on? Li Xinghe sniffled, his expression dead. I cross your grandfather. I transformation of God cross the ferry robbery. Do you think I am this group of demonic beasts its father? Ah? The 3 cursed and shifted the blame to each other. When the demonic beasts first came, the 3 of them were one counting on the other, and no one made a move, and then they all fell into the net. In front of them was a tiger demon with a terrifying and appalling aura. Its demonic aura was sticky as hell, and its body was tall and powerful, strong to the extreme. Come on, knock it off. It's all food, why can't we all just get along? Wang Kai, go and smell who actually killed the king's heir. A cultivated dog walked out beside the tiger demon. His pace was calm and steady as he walked up to Li Xinghe. The dog's nose came up to its body and sniffed, a hint of doubt on his face. Seemingly discovering something, he shocked closer, his nose almost against Li Xinghe's mouth. Hiss, Your Excellency, could it be that you are of my kind? Li Xinghe moved back in disgust. Brother demon, I am a proper human. Hearing this result, the dog demon was obviously even more shocked, his eyes glaring round, somewhat skeptical of Dog Shang. Humans eat that stuff too? But it's really a big world. With a skeptical attitude, he took 2 steps forward and came before Hua Luyun. Just as he approached, the pungent smell of blood instantly exploded in his nostrils, which not only smelled of the Tiger King's bloodline, but even other Demon King's bloodlines. There was no doubt that the Demon King's heir was slaughtered by this bastard. Cultivating the dog's pupils suddenly shrunk, and was about to open his mouth to woof twice, when a storage ring was immovably stuffed into his mouth. It moved its tongue and swallowed the storage ring. Its small eyes turned vigilantly to look at the Tiger King. Seeing that it didn't pay attention to this side, it continued to walk towards forgetfulness cultivation. Woof woof woof. Hearing this sudden explosion of wild barking, forgetting Xiao froze. It's not. This dog bastard wronged himself. Goo. I'm in fucking seclusion in the Tower of Forgetfulness all year round. Where would I have the time to kill your heirs? Hearing that, Fix the dog froze, and that was really the point. The Forgetfulness Tower was monitoring the demon race. The demon race was likewise monitoring the Forgetfulness Tower. Forgetfulness Xiao had no time to commit a crime. It instantly turned its dog head and bit Li Xingha on the butt with one mouth. Woof woof woof. The barking started again. Li Xingha people numb. He knew it was this result. People are unlucky to drink water and stuff their teeth. The stupid things that Hua Luyun did were somehow counted on his head. Damn green tea. Damn it. Master Tiger. I'm innocent. It's all because of Flower Luyun. He killed them all. This guy came to the Forgotten River mountain range last time and stayed for more than a month before he went back. He did an unknown number of bad things. It doesn't matter if I die or not. I can't let him go. The tiger demon frowned, his eyes sweeping over Hua Luyun. The latter was quite nervous at this time, full of fear in the face of Li Xingha's accusation. Cowardly, timid and naive, and could not even organize words to retort. Such a man could kill his heir. No way. Absolutely no way. Killing opportunities flashed in the Tiger King's eyes as he raised his hand and waved it, and the demon generals under his command carried up a large iron pot. Fill it up with water and stew it for 3. Xiaodog glanced at Hua Luyun with a face full of apologies and hurriedly went to move stones to build the stove. A fire was started. Water was added, and the 3 men were bundled together and thrown into the pot. 2 lines of tears slid down Li Xingha's cheeks. He hadn't had a single thing go his way since he met Flower Luyun, and this guy was his nemesis. Ooh-hoo. I don't want to stew in the same pot as him. Xiaodog doesn't care about him that much. He just knows to keep adding firewood to the bottom of the pot. On top of the cauldron, a precious pearl emitted a 7-colored halo of light, working with the large fire to refine the 3 people in the cauldron. Feeling the water in the pot getting hotter and hotter, Li Xingha's face was ashen. Am I really going to be cooked? He was trembling, but at that moment a stubborn voice rang in his ears. Senior Li, you're my good friend. I want to protect you. Li Xingha's neck and ankles were grabbed, and then he was lifted out of the water a little bit. Hot hot hot. Throughout the cauldron, the real threat came from that precious pearl, and now although he was lifted out of the water by Hua Luyun, he was blocked below the pearl. Dying. Put me down. Chapter 50. A rat turd spoils the pot of soup. The Xiao dog who was burning the fire raised his head, the Tiger King who was napping turned his eyes, and the demon generals who were patrolling looked at the iron pot at the same time. The man's face was sweaty, his cheeks were red, and his hair was sticking to his forehead, but he was carrying the boiling water and holding his senior brother above his head to save him from the cooking pain. In the world, there is such an affectionate and righteous person? Yeah, he's trying to save elder brother even at the expense of himself. The crowd of demonic beasts were shocked. Some even drooled with emotion. The only one present who wasn't touched was Li Xingha, who was rolling his eyes, foaming at the mouth, with a large amount of white smoke rising from his chest, and the light from that precious pearl was constantly baking his skin. Nay, but now that all 3 of them were confined in their cultivation, he was completely unable to break free from the dog thief's hold. System, help, ding, the host has no more chi. Is the loan service opened? Turn it on. Faster. I can't hold it much longer. Congratulations to the host for successfully opening the loan service and borrowing 20,000 points of chi. Sensing the arrival of chi luck, Li Xingha hurriedly purchased a shield, finally returning a mouthful of blood and hanging on for dear life. Meanwhile, the city of immortal seeking, Tianru, who had run a trip to the southern country, had finally rushed back, and this trip had yielded no results, making him very irritated. Passing through the layers of attics, he glanced at the floating fragrance courtyard and dodged into the Tinker Bell Pavilion. Zhao Tingling, who was in the middle of knitting a sweater, looked up to see Heaven's Wrath and stood up with considerable trepidation. My subordinates have met Lord Heaven's Wrath. Heaven's Wrath waved his hand and casually found a seat. Where's Hua Luyun? Did he finish off Yu Chen yet? Zhao Tingling's hand holding the sweater trembled slightly. Done. She forgot about it. My lord. Flower Luyun exposed his identity when he assassinated and was exiled by the Easy sect to the Forgotten River Tower. Heaven's Wrath frowned. He didn't look surprised when the assassination failed. That's the kind of guy who kills you, Yu-chen? Killing a chicken is too much. He had also arranged this task for him in the first place because Yu-chen was Hua Liuyun's senior brother, making it convenient to approach the target. It doesn't matter if it fails. Let him refund the money. Zhao Tingling nodded honestly and without hesitation. She pulled out 50 spirit stones from her bosom and handed them over. Heaven's Wrath frowned slightly and didn't reach for it. Why did Hua Luyun accept the spirit stones and refund the money to make Zhao Tingling refund? He can't eat soft food. So he hates this kind of man who eats soft food. Tinkerbell, take it back. This 50 spirit stones of yours is not the 50 spirit stones I gave out. I want the original. Zhao Tingling froze for a moment. Her feet didn't move and she retreated 2 steps, moving closer to the long sword that was placed on the case table. Which one of these guys wants the original? Do spirit stones have originals? This is coming to a head. Seeing Zhao Tingling move, Tianru narrowed his eyes and stood up. His voice turned cold as he raised his hand on the hilt of the sword at his waist. Hua Luyun is your protege. The mission was assigned by the organization. If he can't handle it, you take care of it or don't blame me for being unsympathetic. With a cold snort, Heaven's Wrath threw a Moon Yuchen portrait in Zhao Tingling's face and pushed the door toward the Forgotten River mountain range. His heavenly fury is called the Sword of Vengeance. Most of all, he holds a grudge. He ran a trip to the southern country for nothing, not to mention the chance. Even the shadow of the upper dam village was not found. This grudge he remembered in the account of the Flower Luyun. Humph. Don't think you can rest on your laurels after hiding in the Forgetfulness Pagoda. This honored one will go and pull you out now, receiving spirit stones and not working, simply looking for death. In this world, no one can blame me for Heaven's Wrath. He cursed his way out of the floating fragrance courtyard, cursed his way out of the immortal-seeking city, and cursed his way out of the royal sword. After most of the day, he cursed and stopped his imperial sword in front of the Forgotten River Tower. Hua Luyun, come out here. You have the ability to collect spirit stones. You have the ability to do it yourself. Let Zhao Tingling help you to cover the bottom. What are you? East? West? Heaven's Wrath cursed as he walked into the village. The small, shabby village, where a strange presence twisted its head and a pair of scarlet eyes looked toward him. His voice grew fainter, his pace slower and slower, the cold wind whistling in his face. It was cold, but not as cold as his heart. Demons, on both sides of the trail, all demons. Some were holding firewood, some were cleaning wild vegetables, and some were distributing dishes and setting up tables and benches, all in the manner of a picnic gathering. At the end of his line of sight, a cauldron was set over the fire, boiling water steaming, and 4 pairs of eyes in the cauldron looked toward him at the same time. The hazy and clear one was Hua Luyun, the resentful and vicious one was Li Xinghe, the posh and bland one was Forgetting Xiao, and there was also a despairing and terrified dark shadow. Yoo-hoo! Here comes another one. Hearing the tiger demon's voice, Heaven's fury trembled. This was a demon king, equivalent to the human transition stage. I'm Niet, going the wrong way. He immediately turned his head to leave. Only the path he came from was already filled with a single demonic beast. A big slap bang knocked him to the ground, and the Tiger King wrung his neck and dragged him towards the big iron pot. A transformation god was completely defenseless against a transition. In the iron pot, Li Xinghe, Forgetting Xiao, and Dark Shadow all looked as if they had lost their lives, and no matter how much they thought about it, they couldn't find a way to break the game. The Tiger King is determined to eat them. So many big demons. The Free Clan organization rescue needs time, and so support arrived earlier stewed. It's over. I can't imagine that after a lifetime of cultivating the Tao, this immortal would end up in such a miserable situation. Alas, if you don't make an effort to cultivate immortality, you'll get a stewed carcass in an iron pot. It's all Fa Liuyun's fault. It's all his fault. Let me out. I don't want to stew in the same pot with him. The Tiger King walked over to the pot and copied the ladle to scoop up a spoonful of soup and sip it. It squinted slightly, as if enjoying itself. However, at this moment, Flower Luyun spoke up. Elder, Li Xinghe, he's infected with cauliflower. Will it be contagious if you drink this? The few people in the pot froze, and the crowd of demons gathered around the pot likewise froze. The Tiger King's eyes erupted with refined light toward Li Xinghe in the pot, and the expression of enjoyment on his face gradually became horrified and appalled. Blah blah blah. His big tongue stuck out and kept spitting, and his figure took big steps backward, pulling away from Li Xinghe. It's dirty. One rat turd spoils the broth. The thought of that bite of cauliflower soup just now phased him to the core. A cauliflower that can infect a cultivator. Can that be an ordinary cauliflower? That's the dirtiest cauliflower with cursed attributes. Retreat, back to the mountain. The Tiger King raised his paw and slammed it on top of the large iron pot, not bothering to see how it turned out. He flew up with the heavenly fury in his hand and crossed the mountains towards the depths of the jungle. It's also a good thing he didn't put heaven's wrath in the stew with him, or he wouldn't have been able to keep even that. Seeing the Tiger King leave, the rest of the demon congregation hurriedly followed, and the forgetful river tower was suddenly quiet once again, leaving behind only a large pit to witness that the demon race had come. At the bottom of the big pit, four silhouettes were covered in blood. They looked at each other with expressions full of strangeness as they looked at Li Xinghe. Such a desperate situation. A desperate situation where even a refined void or even a fairying cultivator would surely die if he came. But he just got through it? Senior nephew, why don't you stop treating this cauliflower? I feel like sometimes, I guess, there's an upside to being dirty. Li Xinghe looked viciously at the other three. Don't forget, we just stewed in the same pot. Ha, I'm done rotting anyway. I'm not afraid. Chapter 51, Sneaky Schemes. Li Xinghe inclined his head to look at Hua Luyun. Having received a slap from the Tiger King, the two spirit transformation stages present, and one refining void stage were all quite heavily injured. The only one who was different was Flower Luyun, whose body was cracked with countless cracks, but it was repairing itself. A foundation establishment stage had actually resisted a palm from a transitional demon king, even though it was just a random slap. This was extremely metaphysical. Something's not right. The technique that Flower Luyun cultivates is not right. Li Xinghe narrowed his eyes slightly. The one he cultivated was the Great Emperor technique, the best technique in this world, from the system rewards. Despite this, he barely resisted the Tiger King's palm. What right did Hua Luyun have? With his shamelessness, Li Xinghe's eyes lit up with a brilliant light. If he remembered correctly, Hua Luyun seemed to have a bad memory and had copied all the feats on the walls of the stone house. This is a big opportunity. With his mind made up, he climbed out of the large pit and dragged his heavy body toward his cabin. Shadow and Forgetfulness Xiao helped Flower Luyun up in the pit. The two men looked gloomily at the departing Li Xinghe. Everyone was a 1,000-year-old fox. Li Xinghe's eyes, they clearly read greed in them. Ryun, are you okay? I'll help you back. The flower-flowing cloud stone house was small, built against the tower, and looked like a small post. Inside the house was very simple. There was just a wooden bed, while the four walls were filled with strange writing and painted with images of little people. Dark Shadow and Forgetful Cultivation exchanged a glance, and both of them saw stealing joy in each other's eyes. Jesus! The technique that could carry a slap from the ferrying stage without dying at the foundation establishment stage was just written on these stone walls. What kind of luck did they have? Luyun, is this the technique you cultivate? Shadow asked out loud, pretending not to care. Hua Luyun froze for a moment, looked up and glanced at the wall full of text. And now that a few people have also been considered to have suffered together, eaten from a bowl and stewed in a pot, he didn't mind sharing his feats. Yes, this is a divine skill given to me by the fairy. It can be cultivated to the Great Emperor realm. Shadow and Forgetful Cultivator's pupils suddenly shrunk. Geez, Great Emperor inheritance. And now in this world, saints don't come out, and transitions are claimed. The Great Emperor inheritance is not even heard of, not to mention seen. But now this stone house has recorded a Great Emperor technique. The two of them exchanged glances and slightly pacified Flower Luyun before exiting the stone house in unison. Do you think this feat is real or fake? Forgetting Xiao was a bit hesitant and transmitted his voice towards Shadow. If it were someone else, it would most likely be a trap. But Flower Luyun is pure in nature and hasn't been tainted by the world of immortal cultivation's deceitfulness. Nor does he have any flamboyance. So it's likely to be true. The Shadow hesitated, still wary despite the real possibility. You have to know that cultivating the wrong gong method is the same as marrying the wrong person. That can affect your whole life. You might even get carried away and die. Elder Oblivious Cultivator. Let's observe for these 2 days and memorize the details of Hua Luyun's cultivation. Compare it with the gongfa on the stone wall. Then we'll know if it's true or not. Gao, that's a great idea. After some discussion, the two quickly finalized their plan. As long as they got this gongfu, they might be able to certify as a great emperor, become the CEO of the Prosperity Sect, marry the Empress of the Immortal Moon Kingdom, defeat the flying immortal Sacred Land's old ancestor, and from then on, go to the peak of their life and live a life of left and right. Cluck, 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 cluck. Keep your voice down, don't let him notice in advance. Hearing the sound from outside the house, Hua Luyun suspiciously lifted the curtains. Then he saw Forgetting Xiao and Shadow hooking up, their bodies red and swollen, full of burns after being stewed in the iron pot, and their shoulders were still poofing out blood, but they were laughing and shaking with joy. There was a feeling of wanting to forcefully hold back laughter, but being completely unable to suppress the ecstasy in his heart. Seeing this scene, Hua Luyun also had a light smile on his face. Despite this catastrophe, despite nearly being cooked alive, the sunshine of the seniors of the immortal cultivation world remained, and their smiles healed their fellow seniors as they were covered in wounds. This was the realm that really made him feel admired. Twilight time. The flying boat supported by the easy sect arrived at the forgetful river tower in a flurry of wind and fire, and a group of elder disciples slipped around with their long swords before cursing and getting back on the flying boat. Elder forgotten cultivation. If that bunch of Yakuza demons come back again, continue to detain me, and see if I don't fuck up this bunch of Elder Shadow. We'll leave first. Senior brother Shingha, I heard that this time it was all thanks to your cauliflower to retreat from the enemy. We are so impressed. This is the benefit of having the clan at your back. When you are bullied outside, a cloud-piercing arrow, 1,000 armies come to meet you. These flying boats came from clans and also from affiliated cities. Even the immortal seeking city had sent a representative. Su Mufeng personally led the team, assisted by Meng Fian and Yi Tianju, and strongly supported by the 3 transformation spirits of the puffing fragrance courtyard. It could be said to be full of style. Brother Lu Yun, you still need to achieve Dan as soon as possible. The sisters in the courtyard miss you a lot. Sister Dingling also misses you all day long. Yes, especially Zhang Jinpin. He's lost a lot of weight in your absence. Everyone chatted about one thing or another, and soon the flying boat started up, the group of support coming and going quickly. In just half an hour, the building was once again empty. The following morning dawned slightly. Hua Lu Yun, who was meditating and practicing, his ears twitched as he lifted the curtains to look outside the house, only to see Forgetfulness Shio and Dark Shadow, each carrying a hoe, coming down from the mountain in a sneaky manner. They were originally talking about something, and when they saw the curtains that Hua Luyun lifted, the two of them hurriedly stowed their hoes in their storage rings and whistled as they walked into the tower. Hua Luyun closed his eyes and continued to cultivate, but it was a little unsettled and difficult to settle down. After another day, still early in the morning, forgetting Shio and Shadow still carried hoes down the mountain, but this time early Hua Luyun guarded outside the house. When he saw the two men approaching, he was a little curious and came up to them. Two seniors, what are you doing in the mountains so early in the morning? Forgetting Shio's eyes averted and a false smile appeared on his face. Ha ha, Luyun nothing, you mustn't think too much. Elder Shadow and I were bored with our leisure. We got up early to dig some herbs in the mountains. Shadow on the sidelines rushed to help. Yes, digging for herbs and wandering around. Seeing the pace at which the two hurriedly left, Hua Liuyun's heart became more and more suspicious. It's not right. It's just so wrong. Do you need to get up so early to dig for herbs? He inclined his head towards Li Xinghe, who was meditating in the courtyard, and couldn't help but ask out loud. Senior brother Xinghe, do you know what they went for? Li Xinghe impatiently glared at Hua Luyun, turned around and walked into the house, and a long time later he carried a hoe and headed for the mountain in the same sneaky manner. Returning to the stone house, the more Hua Luyun thought about it, the less he felt. His heart was like a cat scratching, and he didn't have the heart to cultivate for a whole day. In the afternoon, he went up the mountain with his hand on his back, and circled the nearby mountains, and heartily failed to see where there was any sign of having been dug up. He had no choice but to return to the Forgetfulness Tower once again. In the middle of the night, while the moon was shining, he sat by the window, his eyes fixed dead on the tower, trying to see when the two men would go out. However, he had kept watch for 2 days, but Shadow and Forgetfulness Shio had not acted again. Murphy, it's really to dig for herbs. He was in the midst of his suspicions when he saw the three men once again carrying their hoes and wanting to go out. Chapter 52 Hua Liuyun's Technique. Hua Liuyun's expression was solemn as he hurriedly rushed out of the house, pretending to have risen early for a walk. Yo, Elder Forgotten Cultivation, Hall Master Shadow, and Senior Brother Xinghe, where are we going? Caught red-handed, the three men looked at each other and panicked, hiding their hoes, looking at Hua Liuyun's face full of curiosity and lust. In the end, it was Forget Shio who sighed and narrated the matter. Lu Yun before the demon clan came to invade, a small demon revealed to me that there was a vein of spirit stones hidden in the mountains ahead. I discussed this with the Shadow Hall Master and went to find out if it was true. In the past few days, after rummaging through the surrounding mountains, not to mention the spirit stone veins, there isn't even a single hair. I think I've been cheated by that little demon. Hua Luyun looked at Li Xinghe with some suspicion. The latter snorted coldly and spoke faintly. As the sacred son of the free sect, I know some of the secrets. Rumor has it that there is indeed a vein of spirit stones here, and my master has punished me for guarding this place in order to see if the rumors are true. Originally I planned to search again in the coming spring, but the actions of the Shadow Hall Master and the Forgotten Cultivation Elder forced me to move ahead. But I've scoured the mountains in the past few days and have not seen any veins. so I think the rumors are wrong, the three of them said, sighing and going back inside. A look of regret filled his eyes. Hua Liuyun's eyes kept turning as he forcefully suppressed the excitement in his heart and similarly acted like it was a pity. Alas, these rumors are mostly false. If there were really spirit stone veins, where would the three of you get a turn? How many spirit stones does a spirit stone vein roughly have? Upon hearing the inquiry, the shadow, who had reached the door of the tower, sighed and returned. If it's less, at least tens of thousands. If it's more, it's hard to say. It might be able to dig out tens of millions of spirit stones, or even soul crystals. Pity, after all, it's because we don't have enough chances. Seeing that all three of them had returned to the stone house, Hua Luyun also strolled back into the room. He sat down on his knees and pretended to settle down to cultivate. But although people are still in the house, the mind has long been flying between the mountains, exploring the spirit stone veins to go. Tens of millions of spirit stones, buried in the ground like that, can it not make one's heart ache? The sun rose high, set in the west, and the moon rose, and every second was difficult and unusual, until the middle of the night, when the sound of the crickets was heard and the forest toads were asleep. Hua Luyun opened his eyes. He pulled a hoe out from under the bed, slung it over his shoulder, and stepped gingerly out of the wooden bed, pushing open the door to his room. His eyes first glanced in the direction of the tower. That's good. The lights are out there. He twisted his head and looked toward Li Xinghe's stone house. It was equally good. A ball of qi rotated on Li Xinghe's roof, and that guy was still absorbing aura to cultivate. Cluck, 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 cluck. He smiled wickedly and tiptoed out of the house, but not before stepping on a piece of dry lumber twice. Ka-ching! The subtle sound of dry wood breaking was especially shrill in the night, and his entire mind was in his throat, so frightened that he stood still for a long time, not daring to move. It wasn't until he was sure that neither the tower nor the stone house was moving that he lifted his foot again and felt his way forward. But he didn't take 2 steps. Quack! He stepped on a toad. At this moment, inside Li Xinghe's stone house, the corner of Li Xinghe's mouth, who was lying by the window, twitched slightly. He reached out and scratched his crotch, itching to rush out and kick Flower Luyun off into the mountains. I can't believe I lost to such a thing. In the tower, forgetting Shio and Shadow were similarly crouched by the window, their dark eyes staring at the sneaky Flower Luyun in the darkness. Prepare the shadow retaining stone. When you enter his house in a while, first use the shadow retaining stone to record your feats. Don't leave anything out. Don't worry, it's all set. The two men's faces were grave. This thing called gong method, 1 word difference, 1,000 miles lost. No more caution is too much. After waiting for tens of breaths of time, the figure carrying the hoe disappeared at the entrance of the village. The three of them couldn't wait to get out of the house before Hua Luyun left, and hurriedly headed towards Hua Liuyun's stone house. The room was dimly lit, and the flickering light of the fire in forgetting Shio's hand illuminated a single writing on the stone wall. Shadow, on the other hand, pulled out a shadow retention stone and used his mana to include the wall images. Li Xinghe was the only one on the scene who froze in place, his pupils bursting, his sweaty hairs exploding, and some fear in his heart for no reason. Kanji, how can it be kanji? I know all the travelers from the blue planet. There can't be a Flower Luyun, right? System, what's going on? The system in his head fell into silence. Li Xinghe didn't know. It equally didn't know. Without much time to think, Li Xinghe similarly pulled out the photo retention stone and recorded one image after another. The three of them moved away from the wooden bed and carefully checked all the corners, fearing that recording one less word would cause the gong method to be incomplete and eventually go off the deep end. After stealing the merit law and cleaning up the scene of the crime, the three of them exited the stone house and left individually. All of them were a little impatient to go back and study the merit law. In the mountains, Hua Luyun carried a hoe. He didn't dare to play a torch for fear of attracting demonic beasts. Every step was timid and minimal. Through a mountain and a river. He hadn't seen what kind of soil a spirit stone mine was, and looked a little confused for a moment. Hiss, why don't we just dig a couple hoes? Muttering a few words, he chose an open grassy area, spat twice toward the hoe handle, and raised his hand to dig. Clunk! A crunching sound spread out, and a corner of the hoe was instantly chipped away. He knelt down and reached down to plow through the dirt. Only a little fluorescent light shone out of the earth beneath the darkened muck, illuminating his eyes. Spirit stones. The rock layer below was surprisingly studded with a finger-sized spirit stone. Hua Liuyun's heart clanked, hastily picking at the dirt to cover the spirit stone, and glancing around warily. He was trembling all over. Rich, really rich this time. The spirit stones here were enough to clothe and feed him in the future. The only problem was that this place belonged to the Forgotten River mountain range, which was the territory of the demon clan, making it extremely difficult to mine. He moved a mountain stone and built a mound where he had just plowed to cover the mining, and worked all night until the faintest light of day when he was reluctant to leave. In the village, seeing Hua Luyun return covered in dirt, the three people sitting by the tower drinking tea looked over with derisive faces. Yo, where is Ryuan off to so early in the morning? Hiss, you're carrying a hoe. You're not going to dig for spirit stones, are you? Ha ha ha, Luyun, you're not kind, advising us not to dig, but you kids secretly carried the hoe up the mountain yourself. Hearing Dark Shadow and Forgetful Cultivation scoffing, Flower Luyun blushed slightly. He was so excited that he lost track of time and came back too late just in time to be caught. The matter is indeed a bit ungenerous. Elder, I've found the spirit stones. When I dig them out, I'll give you all some. The shadow waved his hand playfully. Forget it, Luyun. We don't need it. Keep it for your own wife. Forgetting Xiao also laughed lightly and opened his mouth. Yes, Ryun, it's your skill to find it. Li Xinghe snorted coldly. Not rare. Finding the spirit stones? Do they still not know if there are spirit stones on this mountain? Everything was just a setup to coax Flower Luyun out of the house. There are spirit stones. Li Xinghe eat shit upside down. Chapter 53, waiting for the three of us to achieve great success in our divine powers, and to take a step back. Even if he really let Hua Luyun find a spirit stone vein, it would be impossible to mine it. This is the territory of the Tiger King of the Demon Clan. If you dare to dig up his mountain, your legs will be removed. Seeing the three's unconcerned expression, Hua Luyun felt more and more guilty. In the end, he was able to find the spirit stones all thanks to the information they provided, while he was treating the gentleman's heart with a small man's heart. Shame, shame, shame. Sighing twice, he saluted one by one and then returned to the stone house. It was really tiring after working all night, and that spirit stone vein was exceptionally hard. Not that good to mine. Seeing that Hua Luyun had just returned to the stone house, snoring sounded inside. The three people present all shook their heads somewhat helplessly. I thought he'd find something, but he came back and fell asleep. That's a little too much vigilance. Who says it isn't? The house was turned over like that, but they didn't even realize it. The disciples that my free sect accepts are really not as good as the others, the three of them said, laying the stolen feats on the table and studying them together. They corroborated each other's gains and explained their respective understandings. Forget the cultivation, elder, you see, this Gongfu villain figure Koan clearly visible. This is not a dual cultivation Gongfu? So that's how it is. No wonder Flower Luyun would go to the puppy fragrance courtyard to pick up clients. He's borrowing John's for double cultivation. The two of them, Dark Shadow and Forgetful Cultivation, realized that they had found the key clue. Their gazes looked at Li Xinghe at the same time. If it was really a dual cultivation technique, Li Xinghe was afraid that he would have to work for nothing. He couldn't dual cultivate with it. Seeing that the topic suddenly veered towards himself, Li Xinghe's forehead veins rippled. You're going to talk about your cauliflower again, aren't you? It's over. What are you looking at me for? It's not a dual cultivation technique. It's an air-absorbing cultivation spell. Only Li Xinghe in the audience knew Chinese characters, and he naturally had to understand this Xian Tian breathing method version 5.0 a bit more thoroughly. Absorbing air? Forgetting Xiao and Shadow both froze, their faces filled with skepticism. Is there really an air-absorbing cultivation technique in this world? Seeing that the two didn't believe in it, Li Xinghe snorted coldly. As he sucked in a mouthful of air, he wanted to show the essence of the gong method. Vomit. Who the fuck farted? Meeting Li Xinghe's gaze that wanted to kill, forgetting Xiao and Shadow's eyes dodged. It wasn't me. I didn't. Yes, nephew Xinghe, don't wrong a good person. Li Xinghe snorted coldly, grabbed the gongfu and got up, heading for his stone house. Forgetting Xiao and Shadow glanced at each other, and likewise each took their own feats back to the tower. The first gongfu seminar meeting ended hastily like this because of a fart. For the next few days, Hua Luyun continued to carry a hoe up the mountain every day, and didn't need to sneak around at night, so everyone knew about it anyway. Whenever Flower Luyun left, the three people who stayed behind at the Forgotten River Tower would begin to come out to discuss their feats. The same gongfu, because of different understandings, was hard to cultivate in three directions. Each of the three held their own views, and each felt that the other had made a mistake in refining. Xinghe, why do I feel that you've become much more cranky lately? Don't go off the deep end. You're definitely not cultivating in the right direction. Li Xinghe's face was full of fury, his forehead clouded over. His grim eyes looked to the dark shadows in a patch of light overhead. Since this guy cultivated Xian Tian breathing method version 5.0, his previous handsome image had completely disappeared. Not only was his head bald, but his figure had also blossomed with the naked eye. Shadow Hall Master, it's clear who's right and who's wrong. Look at you now. You're almost as fat as a pig. Oblivious Xiao nodded approvingly. Yeah, Shadow, you're so fat now. do you still use the shadow escape technique? Hearing Forgetfulness Shio speak, Li Xinghe and Dark Shadow simultaneously turned their heads to look at Forgetfulness Shio with extremely complicated gazes. Li Xinghe had just changed his personality a bit and had a hard time collecting his temper. And Dark Shadow was okay. Just a lot greasier. Forgetting to fix it can be a big deal. He had long tentacles on top of his head and a tail behind him. His head was as big as a bucket. His eyes were like bags. His limbs were dry and thin. And he was on the verge of cultivating into an alien. What are you looking at me for? I'm telling you, you're going the wrong way. You're gonna have to do it my way. Dark Shadow and Li Xinghe nodded and hurriedly responded. Ah yes. It's still Elder Forgetful Cultivation's method that's reliable and ironically the right route. The two bragged about forgetting Shio. There was no way. They didn't even dare to irritate this guy now. You guys listen to me? First vibrate the Tiankai acupoint with your aura. Then flow to the Zhongqing acupoint. And finally settle down to the Nine Peaks acupoint. Nine Peaks point? Where is it? Why haven't I heard of this point? Puzzled, Oblivious Shio raised his hand to point at his tentacles. What about here? You guys didn't? Shadow and Li Xinghe were silent once again. Okay. Forgetting cultivation was no longer a species with them. The acupoints were different. So what was the point of discussing it? Right at that moment, the wooden door of Flower Lu Yun opened. He was carrying a hoe, yawning, and looked like he was going to continue up the hill. This kid wouldn't really have dug up a spirit stone, would he? No way. I guess he just couldn't save face and made a show of it. Shit. Who cares if we dug up a spirit stone or not? We can use air to cultivate. What's the point of needing that spirit stone? What we need to look for now is an empty stone. Although the three said so, they were actually extremely curious in their hearts. Although they are now cultivating and consuming air, but the biggest use of spirit stones is not to provide spiritual chi, catalyze formations, buy magic treasures, form forces. What place do not need to use to spirit stones? Yo, Lu Yun, going up the mountain to dig for spirit stones again? Hearing Forgetting Shio greet him, Hua Lu Yun raised his head and revealed a naive smile. Senior Xinghe, 2 seniors, I recently hired a group of workers to help with the mining. I'll go keep an eye on them some. In the face of Hua Lu Yun's words, the three of them laughed coldly in their hearts, and hired a bunch of workers. What's all the bragging about? This is the front line of the demon race. Who the hell would dare to work here? Where to hire workers? Seeing Flower Lu Yun walk away, the three of them exchanged glances, their gazes simultaneously looking towards his stone house. The last time he copied the Gongfu, there was definitely an oversight. Hua Lu Yun was also cultivating the Xian Tian breathing technique 5.0, but his personality and appearance were normal, but the three of them were each having problems. This was obviously not right. After some hesitation, the three of them stood up and once again sneaked into the Flower Lu Yun stone house. It was still the same house, still the same furnishings, but Li Xinghe froze on the spot when he inclined his head to look at the stone wall. The shadow retaining stone he was holding clattered to the ground. Shadow and Forgetfulness Shio looked up at the stone wall, and both of them froze in place at the same time. No, this gong method isn't the same as last time either. There aren't many differences in the general aspects, but the details are quite different. Is this the same gongfu? Li Xinghe gritted his teeth and looked at the writing on the wall. It's not the same gong method. The one we practiced is Xian Tian breathing method 5.0. This one is version 5.0 Pro. The three of them looked at each other, not knowing what to do for a moment. Forgetting Shio frowned and opened his mouth. So, should we fix version 5.0 Pro instead? Shadow and Li Xinghe gritted their teeth. This was the only technique in the world that absorbed air to cultivate. How could they give it up? Fix it. Of course. Chapter 54, I was so scared. Determined. The trio took out their small books and began transcribing. Now that Hua Lu Yun was living a very regular life, he wouldn't be coming back for a while, so he wasn't in a big hurry. Look at this one. I feel a little out of place. Cultivate the sorrows and joys of love. This world of ours is not simple. Joy refined into tears is a kind of bravery. How is this the sorrow and joy of love cultivated? The shadow inclined his head to look away, and he was once again certain. I told you that this is a dual cultivation technique, right? You guys still don't believe me. Forgetful Fix glared at Shadow. Humph. Bullshit dual cultivation technique. We live together in the tower. Are you not hitting on me? Move out tomorrow. Don't come to the tower to squeeze me. Piss off. Move it. Li Xinghe frowned, and the movement of transcribing the gongfu stopped at once. If Shadow and Forgetfulness Shio didn't know each other, didn't he know them? Where the hell was this gongfu? This was a lyric mixed in, but he wasn't going to remind the two of them. Refine it. It's best to go crazy. After transcribing the gong method, the three of them left. The 5.0 version has not been studied clearly, and now there is a 5.0 Pro version. The next can be busy. Winter fades and spring blossoms. The geese returned to the south. And Hua Luyun also ushered in his first visit to the prison. The huge flying boat stopped at the entrance of the village. And Zhu Xi flew and jumped into Hua Luyun's arms. The little girl has grown much taller. She wore a big flower cotton jacket with the word Fu tattooed on it, with a long life lock around her neck. Her little face was red from freezing, and she looked quite a bit like the silly son of the landlord's family. Eldest brother, I've come to see you. Have you missed Pearl Curtain? Hua Luyun pinched her round cheeks and smiled happily. Think, ouch, elder brother misses you the most. Yun Duo straightened her hair, looking at the playful senior sibling's shallow smile. She was holding a stack of account books in her arms, dressed cleanly, followed by 3 or 4 followers behind her. Proper senior secretary sense of vision. Hua Luyun lowered the beaded curtain and welcomed Yun Duo's few people into the house. Lu Yun, this is the income ledger for the flour cakes. This is for the osmanthus wine, and for the 100 Flowers brand honey. And this last one is hidden in the records of the salaries paid to you by the various forces in Immortal Seeking City. Now that you're the city lord, they're still active in paying their salaries, except for the Hearing Wing Pavilion and the Palace of Angry Blood, which have been in arrears for 2 months. Hua Luyun hugged the ledger and put it on the bed. He pulled Yun Duo to ask with concern. Cloudy, are you used to living in the mountains? Did my master bully you? Cloud shook his head. Our income Tang Peak master shared 10% of the net profit. She is now very active. When I came, Tang Peak master was going to Divine Seal Peak and Bright Moon Peak to discuss land contracting matters. It should be to expand the flower planting. The corner of Hua Luyun's mouth hooked up slightly. Everything was under control. He told me. How could there be anyone in this world who didn't love spirit stones? Behind Cloud, several followers came up and reported on the boards they were responsible for. Right now, rumble. A shocking sound suddenly came from outside the house, and he saw the stone house where Li Xinghe lived explode. Countless debris splashed away, and a figure rose up in the air in the explosion. He was dressed in rags, with only a few rags hanging from his waist and chest. He turned 2 somersaults and stepped on a white cloud, his loud laughter echoing through heaven and earth. My old grandson came out. Ah bah! I Li Xinghe practiced emptiness. Ha ha ha, once I achieved the Tao into the heavenly realm, and then see the world all mole dust. Dark Shadow and Forgetful Cultivator rushed out of the tower, their faces horrified as they looked at the arrogant figure in the sky dome. Hua Luyun also walked out of the stone house with a yearning expression, practicing the void stage. In this continent can be called a party of great masters. To know that the patriarch Tang Kashan is only at the ferrying stage. Of the 7 peak masters, there was still someone who had not yet stepped into the transition, and was only at the peak of practicing void. But how old is Li Xinghe? At such an age to have already reached practicing void. This cultivation speed was simply appalling. Lu Yun wishes brother Xinghe great success in his divine endeavors. Hua Luyun hurriedly clasped his fists in obeisance, his face showing all the respect and admiration, giving to Li Xinghe a full emotional value. Above the sky dome, Li Xinghe's gaze was overwhelming. At this time, his line of sight from above and below, the dark shadow, forget to repair, flowers flow cloud stream. In this vast land is on is so small and humble, as if a drop in the ocean. Then look at this forgettable mountain range, rolling in the demonic gas swirling, before a place in the forbidden area of the human race. And now look again, but it's just a few cute little animals coiled in it. What Tiger King? What 9ni? What Demon Phoenix? Insert the label and sell the head. Ha ha ha. Today, let's see the Saint Sun capture the scaly dragon from below, destroy the phoenix scales from above, and raise his hand to suppress this oblivion mountain range. Li Xinghe laughed and disappeared into the sky with a somersault cloud. Only half a moment later, the sound of shock and fury came from the depths of the forgotten river mountain range. Go away, you cauliflower snake. Go away. Egu, what are you doing blasting at that rock? Don't chase my dog away. Forgetfulness Tower. A group of people looked at each other in disbelief. It happened so fast that they didn't react at all. And Li Xinghe disliked into the demon clan's lair like this. Dark Shadow hesitated for a moment and transformed into a black shadow to similarly vanish into the forgotten river mountain range. Li Xinghe was at least a former saint's son and the first heir to the patriarch. He had to go and keep an eye on something. In the Tiger King's territory, chickens flew and dogs jumped, and the Tiger King had no choice but to whisk Li Xinghe away to another Demon King Jioni's territory. Facing Li Xinghe, who kept destroying trees, wildly smashing rocks, and hard-charging river dolphins, the 9ni Demon King grabbed him and beat him violently. Nay, Li Xinghe didn't know what kind of fierce medicine he had taken, but it was very difficult to kill, and he was completely tireless and energetic, so he was driven to the Demon Phoenix territory again. Afterward, people who didn't know the details interviewed the demon in question. I was terrified. He was naked, rushing after my back but, I was whisked away for dozens of hills, thanks to the arrival of Lord Tiger King. Otherwise the consequences would have been unimaginable. The Xiao dog faced the staying stone camera, and it blew on the amplifying stone that was stretched to its mouth, recounting the process of being chased by Li Xinghe. When the dog in question mentioned the frenzied Li Xinghe, it still had palpitations and trembled with fear, which shows how deep a psychological shadow the incident has caused it. Yeah, dog was the first to rush out of the cave woofing twice when he heard the rattling, and he ended up being targeted by him. The interviewer, Flower Flowing Cloud, nodded gruffly and asked the more sensitive questions. May I ask, brother dog? We heard the blowfish howling at that time. Can you tell us the details of that time? Or can I directly interview the pufferfish itself? Here's the thing. That blowfish is now suicidal. Or should I give you the details? On the mountain range, Yun Duo looked at the crowd of demons gathering around Hua Luyun, his mouth wide open in shock, his eyes glazed over. What's the situation? How did the selfsame little beggar get mixed up with these demons? Early this morning, Hua Luyun brought her up the mountain, saying it was to look at the new property, and she thought it was to dig for medicinal herbs. Instead, Hua Luyun had brought her here. In the deep pit, a bull demon was moving out raw spirit ore. On the mountains, dozens of wolf demons were on guard. A processing plant for extracting spirit stones was also built on the peak next to it. Cloudy, what are you waiting for? Come on, I'll introduce you. This is my new partner, His Excellency Shugdog. Chapter 55, The Troubadour's Apprentice. Focusing on participation. Seeing Shugdog, who stretched out his paw like a gentleman to shake his hand, a cold sweat broke out furiously on Cloud's forehead. The selfsame little beggar really has no inhibitions. Join the devil, victimize the Holy Sun, and now collude with the demon race. He is all dua, change the head of other people have to die dozens of times. He can still be here alive and kicking to do the interview. Shaking hands with Xiaodog, Yun Duo moved to Hua Liuyun's ear and spoke in a low voice. Lu Yun, recently when the spring flowers bloomed, there were demons posing as people entering the mountains to look for treasures, secretly victimizing and pitting cultivators of the murderous clans. They kill people, use their communication magic treasure to contact the victims' relatives and friends, trick them into the mountain again mutilation. The human race and now the loss of Heavy, the patriarch said, who can avenge this revenge, can be elevated to the Saint's Son candidate. Hearing this news, Hua Liuyun's eyes suddenly lit up. Now that Li Xinghe had been jerked around and countless people were eyeing the position of Saint's Son, he was actually very moved. Slightly inclining his head towards the Xiao dog on the side, Hua Luyun stuck out his tongue and licked his lips. Cloud, I want to be a saint. In the face of this undisguised desire, Cloud raised his sleeve and held his forehead. Lu Yun, you're colluding with the demon race now. If you're found out, not to mention being a saint's son, you won't necessarily be able to save your little life. And with spring coming, there will be a large number of cultivators entering the mountain. You and the demons can't hide it by digging for spirit stones here in plain sight. Hua Luyun frowned at Xiao Dog as his face twisted. Let him give up the spirit stone vein here, he cannot give up. But that is the Holy Sun, alas. Later back to the village, how awesome. Other little friends are chief. He is the Holy Sun, ah. Fix the dog. Do we have human-demon collusion? The repair dog denied it with a quick shake of his paw. No, absolutely not. The corner of Yun Duo's mouth twitched slightly. He could sort of see that Hua Luyun really wanted to be a saintly son. This was all starting to deceive himself. In the evening, Cloud went back, and along with the visiting flying boat were Dark Shadow and the unconscious Li Xinghe. That guy made a trip into the depths of the mountain range and was beaten half to death. In the end, it was Dark Shadow who risked his fall and saved him with his superior recluse technique. But now he was also more in than out of breath, and urgently needed to return to the clan for treatment. The weather is getting warmer and warmer. Small colorful flowers are blooming by the Forgetfulness Tower, and this off-the-beaten-path mountain range is gradually buzzing with activity. Sword lights flew across the sky dome from time to time, and human and demon fights could be heard in the mountains from time to time. The Free Sect promulgated the order to kill the demon. All the cultivators within the sect, after killing the demon, cut off the right ear, can go to the Free Temple in exchange for cultivation resources. If you make a great achievement, but also can become one of the Saint's Son candidates. Due to the issuance of this order, the feud between the Free Sect and the demon race became more and more unmanageable, and the entire Forgotten River mountain range was overwhelmed by black clouds, with a hidden tendency to erupt into a great war once again. In order to wait for the Holy Sonship slot, a bunch of clan prides were also showing their abilities. A disciple spent a great deal of money to acquire demon ears to substitute for military labor. A disciple assembled a team of 100 people and went into the mountains to hunt demons. There were also disciples who set fire to mountains and poisoned streams by all means. In the Palace of Prosperity, Zhang Tianyu recorded the merits of one disciple after another and was too busy to touch the ground. Divine Seal Peak Morong Yu. Hunted 10 demon soldiers and 3 Jindan demonic beasts. Shu Qianming of Mount Everest. Hunted and killed 15 demon soldiers, 8 Jindan demonic beasts, and 1 Yuanyin demonic beast. Dao Dust of Alchemy Peak. Hunted and killed 8 demon soldiers and 1 Jindan demon beast. Zhang Tianyu was constantly updating the hunting rankings. The top 10 on the list were changing at all times, and the competition was extremely fierce. The most likely candidates to enter the Sacred Sun candidates are the 3 people from Divine Seal Peak Morong Yu, Shu Qianming from Pearl Peak, and Wang Yu from Heaven Peak. 100 Flower Peak Flower Lu Yun. Hunted and killed 500 demon soldiers, 18 Jindan demonic beasts, 9 Yuaning demonic beasts, 3 Spirit Transformation demonic beasts, 1 Void Practicing Stage Demon General, and 1 Transitional Demon King. The arm of Zhang Tianyu, who was recording, trembled, and the soft brush immediately poked a big hole in the rice paper. How much? He stretched his neck in dismay and snatched the bag of merits that Hua Luyan had submitted up as soon as he could. What animal war record? And now the Great War has not yet started. The edge of the stray demonic beasts are not much. Ordinary people are not likely to be able to hunt and kill so many demonic beasts, not to mention that there is even a transition stage. Opening the bag of merit, it was filled with demon ears. There was also a sack of spirit stones used for bribery underneath the demon's ear, with a note attached to it. Brother in charge of recording. This is a tribute from Lu Yun. Just record it truthfully. Don't be partial to Lu Yun. The corners of Zhang Tianyu's mouth twitched slightly. He didn't know where Hua Luyan had gotten so many demon ears from, but this was definitely not right. Without hesitation he took the demon ear and entered the Prosperity Hall. A group of peak masters in the hall are all in. This Saint Sun candidate selection can be said to be the easy sect 100 years once in a great event. Everyone is enthusiastic. Hope that their own line of disciples can be in the main this easy hall. Everest Zhu Qianming is confident. My son has assembled the Demon Execution Alliance this time. Gathering dozens of heavenly pride has killed into the depths of the forgotten river mountain range. Like a sharp knife plunged straight into the nest of the demon race, but also hunted and killed the Yuaning stage of the demonic beasts. Yu Linglong snorted coldly. Relying on the number of people is considered a skill? My Yuer single-handedly killed the demon race and begged for forgiveness. My father doesn't know how to use euphemisms. This time, I'll take the Holy Sonship candidate. I'll take Divine Seal Peak for sure. Law Enforcement Hall Wei Jing laughed softly as he picked up his tea and took a sip. I'm still more optimistic about Wang Yu, bearing in mind that back then, when he fought with Xinghe for the position of Saint Sun, he only lost by half a move. Wei Jing said and looked at Tang Kuei. By the way, Peak Master Tang, your 100 Flower Peak disciple Hua Luyan is quite talented. What are his accomplishments today? Tang Kuei, who was nibbling on a flower cake, froze for a moment, her mouth full and bulging as she ate the cake, her speech a little muffled. Curd 100 Hair Boom, the Bardic Apprentice. The emphasis is on participation. Ahem. Water, give me water. Everyone was in the middle of their discussion when they saw Zhang Tianyu hurriedly barging in, and everyone couldn't help but curiously turn their heads toward him. Tianyu, what happened in such a hurry? Zhang Tianyu took a deep breath and placed Hua Liuyun's merit bag in the center of the hall. Patriarch, all peak masters, 100 Flower Peak Chief Flower Liuyun's achievements are a bit outrageous. Disciples dare not jump to conclusions, and have come here to ask you to make a decision. Hearing this, the group of peak masters all shook their heads in a rather amused manner. It's just killing a demon and cutting off its ear. How far can it go? Couldn't Hua Luyun still finish off the Tiger King? Seeing the bashful expressions of the crowd, Zhang Tianyu lifted the bag and poured out the countless demonic beast ears. The smell of blood spread out at once, and furry demon ears fell all over the place. Through the chi and blood sensing, there were at least thousands of ordinary demonic beasts among them, and there were quite a few Jindan Yuaning, and even more horrifyingly, there were even void practicing and transitioning. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The group of peak masters in the hall rose up with open arms, their eyes staring at the golden tiger's ear in death. He really took out the Tiger King? Tang Kashan immediately took out his communication stone to contact Forgetfulness Xiao. He had never seen anything so outrageous in all his life. Hey, oblivious Xiao, go and probe to see if the Tiger King is still alive. What? That tiger's ear was given to Flower Lu Yun by a dog demon? This bastard. I let him go to the Forgetfulness Tower to gild the lily. How dare he openly collude with the demon race? Chapter 56, Killer Civet. Upon hearing the intelligence from Forgetfulness Cultivation, the group of clan executives in the hall couldn't sit still. Hua Luyun, no matter how to say, is also a peak chief, and now kill the demon order issued when burst out such a scandal, is simply in the face of the entire free sect. Punished severely, must be punished severely. The demon race is victimizing my human race, and Flower Luyun, as the chief of a peak, doesn't set an example. but instead aids and abets the evil. At this time of outrage, Yu Linglong was frowning and opened her mouth. Aren't you all curious as to how he got so many demon ears? As these words were spoken, the hall once again fell silent. Yes, even if Hua Luoyun had colluded with the demon race, but where did he get these demon ears? And was that Tiger King sick in the head to give one of his ears to Hua Luoyun? Weird. This matter reveals weirdness everywhere, and it involves a transitional demon king, so there is no room for the slightest mistake. Could he have opened the greenhouse to the demon race, and after picking up customers, cut off the ears of the demonic beasts while they were asleep? The crowd's gazes strangely looked at Tankaway at the same time. Oh, Ice Fairy, do you want to see what you're talking about? Can you maintain your persona? Man and demonler, and open a greenhouse? Ku Wei, don't be ridiculous. Tang Kashen promptly interrupted the reverie of the people in the temple and gave his guiding guess. In these half a year Hua Luoyun has earned a large amount of spirit stones. I think he should be using them to go to the demon race to buy ears. Demonic beasts recover extremely quickly. It's not unlikely that there will be fallen demonic beasts that will sell one of their ears to him. Upon hearing Tom Kachan speak, the group began to brainstorm and inspiration broke out. Yu Linglong, I think Luoyun must have killed to the demon hinterland. Through heavy ordeals, hand up, hand down, hand up, hand down, killed a river of blood. Alchemy Peak Xiao Su, alas. No, 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 no. He should have taken half an inch of 9 heavy floor, 10 tails of winter snow, with orange stalks. Funeral safflower, slowly stewed over a small fire. Shu Ziwei, stop. You directly say poisoned it. Engage in so much foreplay. I agree with Kuwei point of view. There must be what unseemly power in color transactions. Zhang Baishu, could it be? Alchemy Peak Xiao Si, no, absolutely not. Zhang Baishu, can you wait until I'm finished before objecting? What? Did I say something? What? Zhao Pai, you're looking for a fight, aren't you? Come on, whip me hard. Zhang Tianyu looked at the noisy hall and only felt that he had 2 big heads. He rather helplessly picked up one demon ear back into the bag. Now that this was inconclusive, what should be recorded he still had to record truthfully. As for what kind of shock it would cause, that was out of his hands. As expected, when Xu Qianming's first was squeezed out and Hua Luoyun ascended to the top with an absolute high score, the entire Easy sect exploded. Countless people cried out that there was something shady going on. It was absolutely impossible for a foundation establishment stage to be able to ascend to the first place, and to do so in a crushing manner. People were clamoring to confront Flower Luoyun and expose his ugly face. It's true that you don't even want to lose your face to be a holy son. A large number of elder peak masters led the group and flooded into the Forgotten River mountain range, wanting to find evidence of Flower Luoyun's collusion with the demon race. On the 100 Flowers Peak, Pearl Curtain looked somewhat worriedly at the countless sword lights running towards the forgetful river. Pinching the corners of her coat rather nervously, this time, Flower Luoyun seemed to have incurred the wrath of the crowd. Second senior brother. Would eldest senior brother really collude with the demon race? Yu Yuchen's expression was grave. If it's someone else, the rumors are mostly false. But if it's your eldest brother, I'm afraid it's not an empty story. Sighing, Yu Yuchen withdrew his sight to look towards the mountains. On the peach blossom path, a woman in a pink dress was walking up the hill. She had a voluptuous figure, and her long skirt was blown up by the wind to cling to the top of her delicate body. Looking seductive, the woman's face was painted with strange makeup, and the thick foundation covered all of her face. But even so, it could make people think that after she washed off the red makeup, she definitely looked like a heavenly fairy. Curtain, is this person among the flower pickers hired by Cloud? Pearl Curtain narrowed her eyes at the mountain path when she saw the woman raise a hand to her cheek and a civet mask covered along her chin. No, the flower pickers are all pretty ladies. No kittens. Yo! Hearing these words, Yu Yuchen's heart beat wildly and his face changed greatly. Lohan Assassin. It's definitely the Roulette Assassin. And now that all the peak masters were gathered at the Heavenly Peak Prosperity Hall, a large number of elder disciples were rushing to the Forgotten River mountain range, and a group of disciples were in chaos because of the competition for the Saint's Son candidate quota. It was the best time for the Luo Net assassins to strike. He shakily rose up with his sword and turned into a red light in the direction of Sky Peak. Damn it! Help! There's an assassin. Seeing her own senior brother fleeing without her, Pearl Curtain was terrified. Brother, don't leave me behind. Curtain, stay where you are. She's coming toward me. Don't be afraid. Pearl Curtain's face was unsightly. She was unable to fly with her low cultivation and couldn't catch up with Yu Yuchen at all. Seeing that the long-skirted woman was already close, her knees went weak and she prostrated herself under the woman's skirt with a slip of the knee. Fairy, forgive me. The youngest daughter is just what they picked up. She has no feelings with her second senior brother, and my cultivation is low. Killing it will not accomplish anything. It will only add to my sins. Spare my life, I kowtow to you. The woman rounded the beaded curtain and drew her sword towards the vault of heaven with a single stroke. The pink sword light sliced through the clouds, and Yu Chen plunged headlong into the mountain forest ahead like a kite with broken strings. Clank! The sound of the zither resounded in the mountains and forests, and countless tall trees burst into pieces, revealing the terrified and seriously injured Yu Chen below. Yuaning versus Foundation Establishment. This was a battle without any suspense. From the time the civet cat crossed the layers of protection of the Easy Sect and walked to this 100 Flowers Peak, it was already destined to end. Yu Chen covered the sword wound on his chest and struggled to crawl in the direction of Tian Peak. He was unwilling. He had not yet avenged his great hatred, but he was going to die here today. Seeing the thin veil floating up from the forest, he gritted his teeth and spoke. Your Excellency, I am Master Hua Luyun. If you kill me, he won't let you go. Yu Chen was gambling that this assassin was acquainted with Flower Luyun. The mission to assassinate him was logically taken over by Flower Luyun, and now that Luo Net had once again struck out at him, this person was touting for Flower Luyun. The jungle parted and the civet cat came stomping through the fallen leaves, his long sword dragging across the ground and pulling out a thin gully. Luo Net rules, when you take a mission, the target must die. For the sake of Luyun, I can only send you on your way. The sound of the zither sounded again. Countless strings crisscrossed between the mountains and forests towards Yu Chen and strangled him. Right at this critical moment, a sword light in the sky sped up, and with a loud clang, a water-blue longsword was inserted in front of Yu Chen. The strings that covered the entire mountain forest were taut in unison, and the strings bounced back and swept across, scraping out sword marks all over the mountains in this part of the world. Daring madman, how dare you enter my mountain gate to kill? Die! With the sword came Morong Yu's angry roar as the scabbard in her hand blasted through the layers of strings and slammed into the civet cat's chest. Put! The latter's mouthful of blood spurted out, and his entire body was sent flying hundreds of meters away, smashing into the steep cliff face. Senior, are you okay? With a wave of her hand, the scabbard and the longsword flew back into her hand at the same time. Chapter 57 Wawazin Park. Morong Yu's long sword rotated in her hand, and a sword chi roamed through the mountains like a silver snake, killing the civet cat towards the place where it fell. That pink muslin was torn, and the civet mask split from the center of the brow revealing Zhao Tingling's miserable white face. Sister, have mercy, Yu Chen spoke in a loud voice, and the sword light grazed the tip of Zhao Tingling's nose, chopping off a strand of green silk from her temples. She staggered to her feet and disappeared into the forest in a few leaps, and where she passed, dots of scarlet dotted the earth, so she should have been extremely injured. Morong Yu raised her hand and grabbed it. The half of the civet cat mask was taken into her hand. Senior Yu Chen, this person is here to kill you. Why are you still pleading for her? Yu Chen painstakingly pulled out a pill and put it into his mouth. This person should be Liu Yun's senior brother's lover. If he dies here, his senior brother will inevitably hold a grudge against me in the future. She should be forced by the Luo Net, so she had no choice but to take action against me. Morong Yu's face was gloomy. Luo Net dared to assassinate the disciples of the Easy Sect. She would definitely make them pay the price. In the distance, Pearl Curtain ran backwards and forwards on her short legs. Second brother, are you dead yet? Ouch! Because she ran too fast, she tripped over a tree vine and fell in a big tumble, and after rolling to Yu Chen's side, she climbed up, her two big eyes pasted with some dirt and tears. Seeing that Yu Chen was still alive, she breathed a long sigh of relief, but there was also endless aggression welling up in her heart, and under her anger she wiped her tears and kicked towards Yu Chen's waistline. Oh, I let you drop me, I let you drop me. Morong Yu picked up the bead curtain. She could feel the little one trembling all over. Lifting her hand and wiping the dust from her face, Morong Yu whispered comfortingly, okay, curtain, it's okay. Oh, you all hate me for being weak. I know it, you all hate me. Good curtain, that was just a joke. How could we ever dislike you? Several sword lights crashed down from the sky, and once again, a dozen disciples from Divine Seal Peak arrived here. Senior sister, what happened? Morong Yu inclined her head slightly towards the direction Zhao Tingling fled from as she spoke in a low voice. Luo Net assassin, has been seriously injured by me? Give me a chase to take him down. By the way, try not to hurt his life. A few disciples nodded their heads and chased towards the front with their imperial swords. On the side, Yu Chen opened his mouth to speak. He was not afraid of the Luo Net, nor was he afraid of the people who paid for his life, but he was afraid of not getting along with Hua Liuyun's master and brother. Li Xinghe, that foregone conclusion and now also lying in the Alchemy Peak, rescue it. I heard that the spirit out of the problem. At the same time, the Forgotten River mountain range. The first batch of disciples and elders who had come to fake Flower Flowing Cloud had already arrived at the battlefield. With complete confidence, They took the staying shadow stones and were bound to expose the fact that Hua Luyan had colluded with the demon race. Hearing that there was even someone questioning his own merits, Hua Luyan was also enraged. What? Saying that I colluded with the demon race and that I falsified my merits? Then I'll show you if I'm a forger. When the two sides met, there was a lot of gunpowder. He took dozens of disciples into the mountains and was going to show them the demonic beasts he had hunted. Senior brother Lu Yun, it's not that we intend to question you, but look at what you've submitted. The ears of a transitional demon king? This is too fake. There aren't a few transitional demons in this Oblivion mountain range. Xu Qianming led a group of disciples to follow behind him. If not for the fact that this matter involves the Saint Sun's candidate quota, he did not want to come to mess with Hua Luyun. After all, this guy was growing up eating a breast milk with Wang Tuxian. Yes, senior brother Lu Yun, let alone you, even if it's our peak master, that can't defeat the demon king. How do you expect us to trust you? The crowd roared and soon burrowed into a hollow. All the noisy voices were suddenly silent, and the disciples shivered for no reason. For some reason, despite the fact that the sun was still shining brightly, this mountain depression was unusually eerie and looked terrifying. That mountain pass was built with a high stone wall that hid the view inside, with only a small door shut tightly. There's a sign next to that little door that says, Wawa Mountain Park. Seeing such a scene, hundreds of disciples and dozens of elders were actually a bit rushed, not daring to take a peek inside the park. They stood by the door like that, hesitant. That, Lu Yun, you wouldn't have ambushed hundreds of swords and axemen behind this door, waiting for us to enter the gate and slam the cup as a signal, would you? Yes. Why I see this iron door. Some cold feeling. Shoo, why do I hear the screams of the demons? A group of elder disciples, constantly trying to use their divine sense to peer into the scenery of the park, but only saw heavy mists. But there was no doubt that there was definitely a heavenly terror hidden within. Lu Yun, why don't we just not go in? You can just show us the corpses of the demonic beasts with the shadow retaining stone. While Lu Yun frowned, how could he not go in? He had prepared for a long time in order to show the easy sect his determination to not share the same fate as the demon race. Don't be afraid. Didn't the demon race use communication magic treasures to pretend to be our human cultivators and coax their friends and relatives into the mountains to hunt? This holy son then created this Wawa Mountain Park in his own way, he said as he pushed open the iron door, and a gust of wind came over him. The crowd of elder disciples instantly trembled in both strands. As Hua Luyun walked into the interior of the park, he was greeted by a huge pig farm, where countless pig demons were locked up. Their arms and legs were cut off and placed in one cubicle, and there were constantly small demons feeding them. Ryun, this is? Zhu Qianming pointed with some trepidation at the pig demons that were feasting on the pig, very confused as to what was going on. Oh, the demon race prefers meat, so I built this pig farm to raise pigs and then sell them to the demon race, so they no longer think about eating people all day long when their meat is secured. Right, brother Zhu? Then why cut off their arms and legs? A bit of bright red cracked on Hua Liuyun's brow. His gaze was ghostly and his voice carried a chill. That's to avoid them running around and burning body fat. Naturally. Hearing this answer, the crowd only felt a chill rise from the heart of their feet. Is this a human thing? It was said that the demon race was cruel, and today they had seen the real beasts. Those pig demons that were constantly eating pig food and waiting to grow up to be slaughtered looked so pitiful and pathetic. No one dared to speak again, and everyone tried to make their presence felt as low as possible. Continuing forward, what you see is a huge water prison, and next to it are countless torture devices, which are dripping with blood and look shocking to the eyes. Ryun, we don't want to watch anymore. It's getting dark and we want to go home. Hua Luyun narrowed his eyes slightly as the crack in his brow suddenly opened, a pitch-black pupil staring at those present. Look, I have to see it through. Cluck 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 cluck. Whoever doesn't finish reading, I'll raise him with the pig demon and sell him to the Tiger King. The hearts of the people are trembling. This park, although the pit is the demon race, but there are countless great demons guarding, and now into the wolf's den. No one dares to act rashly. Moving forward, ahead was an office where countless demons were using communication spells to contact their friends and family. Hey, first cousin, come to work at our Wawas in campus sometime. What's that? No, it's not. Demon people don't lie to demon people. Chapter 58, Sovereign. Do you support me? Bullshit, demon people don't lie to demon people. My second uncle went to your place some time ago, and so far there is no news. You bunch of animals. You will be retributed sooner or later. Doodle doodle. The communication magic treasure was hung up, and the group of people from the Easy sect who had come to visit looked at each other in disbelief. They had never imagined that one day the demon race would call someone else an animal. It was simply the reverse of the Big Dipper. The deer demon who had been hung up on the communication spell turned his head back just in time to see the somber-looking Hua Luyun, and immediately trembled in fear. the communication spell in his hand falling to the ground with a clang. Headmaster. I'm sorry. I'll pick up where I left off. Hua Luyun walked forward and raised his hand to pat the deer demon's face, his voice still devoid of temperature. More? Drag them out and beat them up first. The two wolf demons walked into the house and dragged the deer demon right out of the office area. And in a flash there was a miserable howl from the deer demon outside the house. The crowd of the prosperity sect buried their heads low, their breaths pressed to a minimum. Next they visited a series of park facilities such as the pig demon breeding house, the slaughterhouse, and the pork processing plant. Finally returning to the door, Hua Luyun's ghostly voice sounded behind them. Gentlemen, do you still think, now, that I collude with the demon race? Hearing this, everyone was feeling a little sweaty. At this moment they were as if they were being stared at by a taboo, and the coldness invaded their whole body, as if the next moment if they answered incorrectly, they would die on the spot, and be gnawed to the core. No, no, senior brother started disintegrating the demon race from within. Your merits are true and valid. Ah, yes, 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 it was our shallow knowledge that caused us to misunderstand Ryun before. We apologize. We solemnly apologize to you. The heavy iron gates of that park opened, and the crowd couldn't wait to escape in a rush. I'm afraid that if I'm a second too slow, I'll be left here forever. They ran wildly through the mountains and forests after the robbery, not even daring to expose themselves with their imperial swords. After fleeing wildly for 30 miles in one breath, they had just stopped to catch their breath when an urgent shout came from behind them. Senior brothers, wait for me. Ah, I also prepared a gift for you, Lu. Hearing the shout, the crowd turned back to look. He saw that behind him, Flower Luyun was holding a bag of spirit stones and was following the crowd with his ass in the air. He was wearing an aqua blue tunic, his handsome face with a spring-like smile, the sunlight hitting its body, seems to have a golden light glittering, which just now half of the evil ghost-like image. Seeing the crowd freeze, he ran up close and stuffed bags of spirit stones into their arms. Senior brothers and uncles, I still hope that you will give me a few words of praise in front of the peak masters. If I can become a Saint Sun candidate, Lu Yun will certainly not forget the great kindness of all of you. Thank you all. Ryun, thanks a lot. The crowd looked at the spirit stones bulging in their arms, and their moods were all over the place. What a good boy. No, it's evil. No, it's good. The battle between heaven and man is playing out in the minds of all. The crowd didn't dare to stay longer and left the Forgotten River mountain range as if they were fleeing for their lives. And now it was already certain that Flower Luyun was colluding with the Tiger King to victimize the lesser demons under the other demon kings, coaxing them into the park to be squeezed. Looking at the miserable scene in the park, it was impossible to say when a fight would break out. After all, the other demon kings were not vegetarians. Nowadays, this Oblivion Tower was a powder keg that could explode at any time. Heavenly Peak Prosperity Hall. Listening to the report from the people who had returned from their visit to the Forgotten River Tower, the group of peak masters were silent, raising pig demons to sell the blood and flesh of demonic beasts, establishing parks with high salaries to coax the demon race to work, and then karma their loins, shave their demon pills, and share their blood and flesh. Is this a fucking human thing to do? The devil's way isn't even this rampant. Peak masters, although Flower Luyun is killing demons, but as a righteous sect, we still have to talk about some bottom line. We can't let it go unchecked. Ah, yes, can't you see? Those demon clans are too pitiful. Hua Luyun, he doesn't talk about humanitarianism. Boo! Hearing the crowd clamoring against Flower Luyun, Yu Linglong slapped the armrest of her seat and stood up immediately. What kind of humanitarianism is there to speak of when dealing with the demon race? Are you immortal cultivators out of your minds? I don't care what method you use, as long as you can hit the demon race hard. In this incident, apart from the Tiger King's demon ear, I believe that Hua Luyun's other feats are valid and should be counted in the assessment results. Hua Luyun, I'm standing up, she said and inclined her head to look at Tang Kuei. As Hua Luyun's master, Tang Kuei thought that she would also support Hua Luyun. She inclined her head once again and looked at Tang Kitchen again and opened her mouth somewhat coldly. Patriarch, I'm siding with Flower Luyun. Will you support me? Tang Kishin glanced at the peak masters, Tang Kuei, Zhu Ziji, and Yu Linglong. All three of them clearly agreed with what Hua Luyun had done. 3 of the 7 peaks have already gone, and this matter has been finalized even if the other disciples have further opinions. He pursed his lips in a light smile. You have the support of so many people. It's enough without me. Yu Linglong nodded. Very well, then it's settled then. Flower Luyun is promoted to the position of Saint Sun alternate to see what happens later. I'm meeting my sisters for tea in Immortal Seeking City, so I'll leave first. After Yu Linglong finalized the results, she got up and left the main hall. Tang Kuei also stretched and stood up. I've caught an assassin within my peak. Go back and check. Seeing Tang Kuei leave, Zhu Zizi also hurriedly followed. What? Who is so bold as to come to 100 Flowers Peak to commit an assassination? Ku Wei, you wait for me. There is a threshold in front of you. Walk slower and be careful of tripping. Watching each and every peak master go out of the prosperity hall, Tang Kichen's smile gradually tightened on the first seat, and a hint of worry climbed on his brows. After pondering for a long time, he spoke softly towards the shadows of the great hall. Dark Shadow, tell me, what have you discovered during this period of time when I asked you to spy on Flower Lu Yun? The shadows of the hall shifted, and an obese body squeezed out with difficulty. With a bare head, bloated thyroid, and short limbs, he looked as ugly as a toad come to life. Tang Kichen's face trembled slightly. If his breath hadn't remained unchanged, it would have been really hard for him to believe that the once handsome Dark Shadow had become like this. Patriarch, there's something. I have sought out a divine level technique. This technique refers directly to the Great Tao, said the Dark Shadow. Fawningly stepped forward and respectfully offered the topography of the Gongfu. Tang Kechen took the Gongfu and turned the first page to see a few large words. Xian Tian Breathing Method 5.0 Pro. Refined version. He looked up quizzically. What does this pro mean? The shadow explained. Full of triumph. Xing has said that this pro means professional. It's a gong method after advancement. Tom Kirchen frowned. Xingha also cultivated this technique? That's for sure. Xingha and I, and Elder Forgetful Cultivation all cultivated, but only I cultivated right. Both of them cultivated in the wrong direction. Seeing Shadow's smug look, Tang Kuchen's mouth tugged once again. This fucking cultivation right can still be cultivated into this hell. Then the wrong one will not have to cultivate mutation. So what's this fine-tuned version mean? Oh, Patriarch, this refined version is the one I added the annotations to and paraphrased. Happy New Year, gentlemen. I wish you all the best of luck, wealth, peace and happiness in the new year. Chapter 59, They're Forcing Me to Lie. Tang Kechen continued to flip through the Gongfu, the contents of which were refuted, and there were many incoherent places. The main reason was that after this Gongfu was given to Hua Luyun by Li Lanxing, it was translated into a Chinese character version, and after many modifications it was translated back into the native script by Li Xinghe. This time and again, the feats have long since lost their original appearance. Why do I get the feeling that there's something familiar about the contents of this illustration? After reading the Gongfu, Tang Kashan raised his hand and rubbed his chin, and after a long time his eyes lit up. Come to think of it, Xian Tian Breathing Method. Isn't this the entry-level technique of the Flying Immortal Holy Land? This thing is used by cultivators to refine qi to build a foundation, and he also has it here. Thinking that, he took out his storage ring and rummaged around. He soon found a thin book, which was only 10 pages, corresponding to the 10th level of qi refining. Curious, Shadow came over to take a look and shook his head even as he did so. Patriarch, what are you thinking? I have hundreds of pages of this divine skill. It's not something you can touch with this 1 inch. Tang Kashan flipped through the 2 feats to make a comparison, and after a long time he came to a conclusion. The Flying Immortal Holy Land's Xian Tian breathing technique was surprisingly of great origin, and this qi refining technique of only 10 pages was actually made by extracting the essence from this divine great technique. No wonder people can become holy places. Shadow, apart from this technique, are there any other abnormalities in Flower Flowing Cloud? Tang Kichin put the Gongfu into his arms and continued to ask. He was a little bedraggled every time he thought of the face that cracked from his brow to his chin. Shadow paused for a moment. Ever since he went to the Forgetfulness Tower, he had been busy cultivating the whole day. How could he have time to pay attention to Flower Lu Yun? Anyway, from the looks of it, the lad was quite well behaved. Patriarch, there's nothing too unusual about Flower Lu Yun. He's hardworking and helpful, extremely simple-minded, a good and kind boy. Hearing such a comment, Tang Kuchen looked at Shadow in dismay. What the hell is said? It's demon collusion. To create the Wawa Mountain Park, do the asshole thing even the clan elder's disciples cannot look down. This is also called goodness? Shadow, you wouldn't have been paid off by Flower Lu Yun, would you? Knowing that Tang Kuchun misunderstood, Shadow hurriedly explained. Patriarch, just think about it. Flower Lu Yun is only at the foundation establishment cultivation level, so how was he able to cooperate with the Tiger King and get his shelter to build the park in the Forgotten River mountain range? I seriously doubt that this park was originally established by the Tiger King, but in order to cover his tracks, in order to cope with the denunciation of the other demon kings, and in order to clear his name of the crime of mutilating the demon race, he pushed Flower Lu Yun out into the open to be the scapegoat, and Lu Yun was so simple-minded that he wouldn't have thought of any of it, and so he carried the cauldron. When Shadow finished speaking, Tang Kachen's body shook. Yeah, with just a foundation establishment cultivator, how could he establish a park in the Forgotten River mountain range to victimize the demon race? If this was all led by the Tiger King, then it would make sense, and by putting Flower Lu Yun in the open, It would even be possible to push the charge of mutilating a young demon onto the human race. This Tiger King is so deep. Seeing that Tang Kuchen had figured out the key to it, the shadowy figure saluted before retreating into the shadows once again. Alas, this silly child, Lu Yun, is just too simple and doesn't even know when he's being taken advantage of. Sighing, Tonkakin stood up. Right at this moment, the communication token on his waist suddenly lit up with a faint light. Strange breath fluctuations? Who made the mistake of coming to me? He unlocked the token and connected it, then heard a gravely voice from inside. Hey, finally got in touch with you. Your friend was practicing in the Forgotten River mountain range and accidentally broke into an ancient immortal's cave. After getting the inheritance of a great power, he was chased by dozens of demonic cultivators, and now he has landed in my Wawa mountain park. He said that as long as you bring 300 spirit stones to come and pick him up, he will divide the inheritance in half between you. Hello, can you hear me? Tang Kuchen's forehead was bruised. Good fraud even cheated to his head. He would like to go to see this Wawa mountain park as what Dragon Pool and Tiger Den. When this little liar saw a dodo standing in front of him, the expression will be how wonderful. Thinking of this, a grim smile appeared on Tang Kuchen's face, and he planned to use the trick to his advantage. Is my friend okay? Is he seriously injured? Thank you for rescuing him. I'll be right there with the spirit stones to pick him up. Upon hearing Tang Kuchen's anxious words, the opposite side of the communication spell obviously froze for a moment. Your friend is fine now. I'll tell you the address here. Remember to bring enough spirit stones when you come. I've looked at it for you. The inheritance your friend got is very powerful. Okay, thanks a lot. Pa, I'm heading out now. Cutting off the communication spell. The corners of Tang Kuchen's mouth grinned. Funny, that's so funny. It had been a long time since he had encountered something so interesting. To have a demon try to cheat him out of his spirit stones. It was truly the reverse of the Big Dipper. He raised his hand and pinched out a sword trick, using it to transmit his voice to open his mouth. Zhang Baishu, this seat has something to go out. You can sit in the clan. I'll be right back. The sword skill turned into a white light flying towards the bright moon peak, and he lifted his steps out of the great hall, his smile growing more and more sinister. Shadow, walk up with me. The two reclining lights cut through the sky and headed straight for the Forgetful River mountain range. In just half a day's work, Tang Kuchen had arrived at the Wawa Mountain Park. He flew to a stop and landed on the mountains. Looking at the gray tile and white-walled gate full of rust, the corner of his mouth hooked into an inexplicable smile. Confidently, he walked to the door and raised his hand to knock on the iron gate. Hello, is anyone there? I'm here to pick up my friend. Clunk! The gate opened, and dozens of little demon guy rushed out with knives, forks, swords and halberds, and immediately surrounded Tang Kuchen. The leading Green Bull spirit carried an axe and came closer to raise his hand to pat Tang Kuchen's chest. Dude, do you have any spirit stones? Lend me some money to spend. Tang Kuchen didn't say anything. Only his smile looked more and more morose and horrible. Yo, another fat goat? Right at this moment, Show Dog walked out from the iron door. It trembled when it saw Tang Kuchen, scared almost out of its wits. Soup, patriarch. The corners of Tonkakin's mouth grinned. Yo, you know me? The alarm bells in the cultivation dog's heart beat wildly as it wagged its tail frantically in a friendly manner. And as soon as the other little demons heard that it was the Prosperity Sect patriarch who had come, they dispersed in a flurry of activity. Inside the park, in the largest plant, Hua Luyun was directing the bull demon to separate the ores. The crummy park is just affixed to cover up his digging. Just then, a small demon rushed in. Report, 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 report. We've tricked that easy sect patriarch into coming here. Hua Luyun, who was sipping tea with his hands behind his back, was startled. What? Who's coming? The calf demon shrank its neck, tears welling up in its eyes, on the verge of crying out. Just that big king of your easy sect. Soup, what Sam came to say. This day the dog said to expand the scope of business. Let us use the communication magic treasure to randomly select people. Who knows that selected the big king of your human? The spirit stone in Hua Luyun's hand clattered to the ground. The whole group was anxiously balled up in place. Finished. He colluded with the demon race. The sovereign lord must have come to settle the score with him. Trembling, Hua Luyun reluctantly walked towards the door. Hearing the ringing, the repair dog kneeling in front of Tang Kuchen twisted his head. Ryun, help me. Seeing her own sovereign lord, Hua Luyun slipped to her knees, hugged Tang Kuchen's thighs and cried, Oh patriarch, you finally arrived. This dog demon and his lord Tiger King, they forced me to cheat. Chapter 60, It'll drift with the wind to the sea. The expectant, furiously wagging tail of the repair dog froze. It inclined its head to look at Flower's cheeks, only to see the boy's tears swirling in his eyes, his handsome face with aggression, with the shame of facing his own elders, and even more so, with the hatred of the demon race. He was like a wounded fawn seeking the comfort of a doe. His eyes were clean, like the spotless sky, and it was as if you could see his innocent, flawless heart through the windows of his mind. Could it really be that I'm forcing him to cheat? Full of self-doubt, Huey Dog began to retrace his steps. It was happily patrolling the hills that day. Hua Luyun found it and said that he wanted to partner with him to mine spirit stones. The demon race actually had little interest in spirit stones. They needed more blood and flesh to cultivate. So Hua Luyun gave a plan for a win-win cooperation. He was given manpower by Xiao Dog to dig mines, and then he built the park to raise pig demons for Lord Tiger King to provide blood food. Aha! It's not misremembering. The park was repaired by Hua Luyun, and tricking the demon into coming over to work was something Hua Luyun taught him. Seeing Tang Kitchen's face getting darker and darker, Xiao Dog felt that his dog's life would be in danger. Injustice, my lord, injustice. How dare you chant and bark at the end of your life? Tang Kitchen landed a palm. With a loud boom, Xiao Dog's body crashed into the fence in front of him, and a large part of the house collapsed. The crowd of demons in the park dispersed in a flash, and a huge mining pit was revealed in that collapsed plant. Tang Kitchen's figure flickered and instantly appeared in front of the pit. Behind him Dark Shadow stepped out from the shadows. His eyes widened as he stared at the pit and opened his mouth in shock. Spirit stone veins? Feeling Tang Kitchen's abyssal and oceanic transition stage aura, the group of small demons who were digging were all holding their heads and crouching on the ground. Shivering, Tang Kitchen narrowed his eyes slightly. The entire Baba Mountain Park seemed to be built around this spirit stone vein. He twisted his head to look at Hua Luyun. Something's not right about this. The demon race relied on blood food for their cultivation, or swallowed precious medicines, so they would rarely take the initiative to mine spirit stone veins. Feeling Tang Kitchen's gaze, Hua Luyun's eyes were rather evasive. Patriarch, it's the Shadow Hall Master, Elder Forgotten Cultivation, and Senior Xinghe. The three of them said that there are spirit stone veins on this mountain, so I came to dig. At first, I thought of digging it myself, but the vein got bigger and bigger, so I had no choice but to hire some demons to help me mine it. Tankishin inclined his head to look at Shadow. The latter's jaw nearly dropped to the floor. No, we just fooled you for fun. You really dug it up? Goo. At first Xinghe also said that if there is really a spirit stone vein, he will eat shit upside down. Hiss, when I record a stay stone, go back and let him fulfill his promise. Tang Kuchen looked at Dark Shadow and Flower Luyun and didn't know how to spit for a moment. So the origin of this matter is all about Li Xinghe, forgetting Xiao, and the Shadow Trio. These three guys have nothing better to do than lie to cuties. What for? Causing such a big mess and taking him on as a Saint's son's alternate. Tang Kuchen's divine sense swept through the deep pit. The mine path twisted and turned. I don't know how many miles it extended. On both sides of the pit a crystal clear spirit stone was set on the stone wall, and its inner spiritual chi was full of spiritual chi. His face was cloudy and full of complexity. The value of a spirit stone vein was unimaginable, and this spirit stone vein was in the Tiger King's territory, so it was no wonder that this guy, Hua Luyun, wanted to collude with the Tiger King. Although this vein was owned by Hua Luyun, but with so many spirit stones, even if it rotted, it would still rot in the pot of his easy sect. He quickly made up his mind that this spirit stone vein could not be given up. This is the mine of the flowers. It's more of a mine for his prosperity clan. In the ruins, Xiao Dog struggled to get up. It was almost killed by a slap, and its bones were broken. Seeing Tang Kashan walking towards him again, Xiao Dog was scared out of his wits. Ouch! Brother Dog, did you hurt anywhere? I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. I was too impulsive just now. It's all because of that dead kid, Lu Yun. That made me misunderstand you, Brother Dog. Tang Kashan grabbed both of Xiao Dog's paws with a face full of apologies. Huey Dog was confused. No, the hallowed sect sovereign of the loose sect. Don't they usually shout and kill when they see them? Why are they suddenly so polite? It's a bit of a demon scare. Shadow saw Tang Kachen's appearance. Where does he not know the intention of his own patriarch? This is the land of the demon race. Want to open a mine here at ease? Really need to play good relations with this dog demon. He gulped and rushed up to mix things up. Brother Dog, it's me. Do you remember me? You burned and stewed me before at the Tower of Forgetfulness. Seeing the shadowy figure running towards him, Shuggo Dog was startled and his hairs rose in sweat. Where did the toadstool come from? Goo, Dog, you really know how to joke. When you have time to go to the Forgetfulness Tower to drink tea together. Huey Dog took 2 nervous steps back. No, I don't want to go to the Tower of Forgetfulness. You're hiding an alien in that lump. It sighted over to Hua Luyun with a plea for help in its eyes. The enthusiasm of these two made it a little creeped out. Hua Luyun kept blinking his eyes to give Showdog a wink. Why are you hiding? You let him jerk it off. It's not like he's going to lose his hair if he jerks it off. Don't you know that's a transitional period? After some consolation plus reparation to Showdog, Tang Kashen praised Hua Luyun again, and even more enthusiastically took his hand, hoping that he would go back together to take up the position of Saint Sun alternate. Hua Luyun did not excuse himself. This spirit stone vein mining has been on track. Also does not need him to worry too much. Just go back to pick up the work of secret agent. Cannot be white collar people so much salary. The three sword lights quickly disappeared into the sky. The repair dog commanded the little demon to start repairing the park, and it shivered and looked up as the spring wind whipped through its fur and blew up the fallen leaves that filled the forgotten mountains. These yellowed leaves cross a mountain range and float over a stream. They follow the streams into the creeks, float down the creeks into the big rivers, and then they follow the big rivers into the sea. They end up sinking to the bottom and rotting in the sea. Rotting in a sea of buried flowers. Ha ha, I'm back again. Did you miss me? Did you miss me so much you couldn't sleep? Hua Luyun picked up the bead curtain and lifted her above his head, tossing her into the air. His favorite in the entire 100 Flowers Peak was this little senior sister. Yu Yuchen was not talkative. That bitch Tang Kuwei was only interested in his money, and it was only this little sister who stuck to herself the most. Ah, help, put me down, big brother. The little girl shrieked and begged for mercy as Cloud stepped aside and spoke in a low voice. Lu Yun, during your absence, Sister Dingling came to assassinate Yu Chen and was captured, and is now being held in the 10,000 Snakes Valley of the Law Enforcement Hall. Hua Liuyun's pupils shrunk slightly as he slightly inclined his head to look at Yu Yuchen, who trembled and pursed his lips, not daring to speak. A Luo net assassin? Ha ha ha, just catch them. As the leader of the righteous path and shouldering the glory of the righteous path, this saint's son will not share the same fate as these demonic demons. You say so, Senior Yu Chen. Cold sweat broke out on Yu Yuchen's forehead as he hurriedly opened his mouth to explain. Elder brother, I'm also trying to save myself. You can't be unreasonable. Chapter 61 Night Attack on the Law Enforcement Hall. Hua Luyun didn't reply. Yu Yuchen was indeed just saving himself. What was wrong with him? He's right. Putting down the beaded curtain, Hua Luyun slowly walked back to the attic. The door closed, and in the attic, his face gradually distorted, and a black gas rose from his brow. He looked into the bronze mirror, and on his cheek, a crack in his brow grew longer and longer, covering almost his entire head. Hua Luyun looked at himself in the bronze mirror, and his face flashed with a hint of trepidation. When? Exactly when? He didn't understand why this was happening and when it happened. He lifted his hand to brush over the cracked face, his voice quivering a little. When on earth did I get a pimple on my face? Hiss, that hurts. Squeezing it shouldn't leave a pimple pit, should it? After some hesitation, Hua Luyun finally decided to wait for this pimple to grow a bit before squeezing it out. The village elders had said that pimples were seeds of good luck planted by God on the faces of good people, and that he was just too good to be patronized by the gods of luck. Dutifully pulling the quilt over her, Hua Luyun fell into a deep sleep, and soon the small attic resounded with snores. Outside the house, a handyman disciple who was cleaning the courtyard put down his broom and hurried down the mountain. At the bottom of the mountain in the dense forest, Zhang Tianyu saw the handyman disciple and hurriedly greeted him. What was his condition when he heard the news? The miscellaneous disciple hurriedly reported. He's acting very calm. Chief Cheng, would Flower Luyun really go out of his way for Zhao Tingling? He doesn't look like he dares to rob the law enforcement hall. A confident smile appeared on Zhang Tianyu's face. There was no one who understood Hua Luyun better than him. Zhao Tingling was the guy's guide to a mortal-seeking city, and now that Zhao Tingling had fallen into the net, he was certain that Hua Luyun would be awakened to the shadows and head to the law enforcement hall to save him. Don't worry, it's all under control. With a light laugh, Zhang Tianyu rode his sword towards the alchemy peak. He still had to find Li Xinghe to report on this matter. On the alchemy peak, Li Xinghe was sitting in a wheelchair as he looked up at the sky with a slightly vacant expression. His cultivation had fallen back to the transformation stage. There was no way. If he didn't disperse the Xian Tian breathing technique, he was completely unable to suppress the rampant madness in his heart. He even had a feeling at that time that his master Tang Kashen was like a mole in his eyes. Even if it was a Tai Shan elder, he could turn his hand over and suppress it. It's a great feeling, but unfortunately, it's just a feeling, like being drunk and feeling invincible, when in reality the food is so stingy. Right at this moment, the dome of the sky was streaked with swordlight, and Zhang Tianyu stopped in the courtyard with 7 or 8 people. Elder brother Xinghe, we've come to see you, Li Xinghe responded breathlessly. Oh, there you are. Make yourself at home. Zhang Tianyu scanned around the small courtyard. Well, there wasn't even a small bench. He came up to Li Xinghe and spoke in a low voice. Elder brother, feel free to recuperate from your injuries. I will not let you down when dealing with Flower Luyun. Li Xinghe's originally empty eyes suddenly froze. He didn't want to deal with Flower Luyun. He was already miserable. If he fought any longer he would lose his life. Senior Zhang. You. Alas. Senior brother. Don't worry. I'll take care of everything. And you sit back. No. I was thinking. You're trying to make him look bad, aren't you? Don't worry. I've already cast the net. No. I think. You want to strike personally? Of course you can. Once he loses the clan's shelter, it's the perfect time for you to strike. Zhang Tianyu turned his head and gave a wink towards the group of senior brothers and sisters behind him. The crowd spoke up in response. Yes, senior brother Xinghe, I, Wang Yu, will always stand by your side and fight with you. Senior brother, little sister supports you too. Don't worry, senior brother, we'll charge for you this time. The corners of Zhang Tianyu's mouth grinned as he twisted his head to look at Li Xinghe, waiting for his senior brother to praise him. He wanted to prove himself, let Li Xinghe see his worth, and regain the position he had lost in his senior brother's heart. Seeing that Li Xinghe remained speechless for a long time, Zhang Tianyu's heart tightened. That's it. Elder brother wanted results, not his braggadocio, and he instantly gave a call to the royal sword. Senior brothers and sisters, follow me to the law enforcement hall to set up control. The sword light rose again, and the people finished expressing their loyalty, while then leaving hand in hand, looking full of fighting spirit. They came and went so quickly that Li Xinghe was hard-pressed not to be able to interject a word the entire time. He lifted his hand stiffly, and only after a long time did he squeeze out a few words. I'll be damned. System, do you think I'm still saved? Dear host, your system is in arrears of 137,802 points of chi. Please make up the payment as soon as possible, or else Skylight Technology will suspend the service to you. Sorry, your system charge is overdue. Please renew it. Thank you. Hearing the voice that kept echoing in his head, Li Xinghe raised his head to look at the sky, his eyes once again empty. The system is in arrears and there's a whole fucking lot of zeros. Just destroy it. This earth is not worth keeping at all. On the other side, Zhang Tianyu had already rushed to the law enforcement hall with his men. When the sky was slightly dark, he winked towards the 7 or 8 senior brothers and sisters behind him, and they all immediately felt their way towards the 10,000 Snakes Valley. He was certain that Hua Luyun would definitely come to rob the others, and at that time, the 7 or 8 of him would jump out and definitely catch the other party off guard. In the Battle of Immortal Seeking City, Hua Luyun mainly relied on the countless talismans, but talismans needed to be painted in advance, and talismans aside, Hua Luyun himself was nothing more than a weakling at the foundation establishment stage. On his lineup today, how do you lose? Wang Yu and Dao Duan, you guard the left side. Zhang Tao and Yu Ran, you guard the right side. Xiao Feng and Ague, you are responsible for roaming support. Flower Luyun in good camouflage, no matter who comes later, rush up and do it, don't hesitate. The crowd was ordered to lurk. On the alchemy peak, the more Li Xinghe thought about it, the more he felt bad. Zhang Tianyu's gang of dogs, but now they were dealing with Flower Luyun in his name. Failure was sure to be a failure. It was not surprising that in the end the chi would backfire and he would be the one who would be injured. And now that the system was down, he was not feeling safe at all. Thinking of this, he pulled out a chi explosion pill from his pocket and took it. The elixir could temporarily suppress the injuries in his body, allowing him to move freely for half an hour. Phew, these self-serving assholes, are they dying to screw me over? Feeling the pain on his body temporarily ease, he stood up and flew his sword in the direction of the law enforcement hall. I hope it's not too late. The sword light stopped falling, and he stretched his neck to look in the direction of the Valley of 10,000 Snakes. Why don't we see anyone? Behind Li Xinghe, Zhang Tianyu reeled in all his breath and quietly touched up with a large mallet. There was no anticipation, no defense. Dang, a muffled sound spread, and Li Xinghe's head was sunk into the ground by a hammer blow. 7 or 8 people rushed out from the perimeter at once, swarming around. Caught, got him, got him, got him. Hold his feet, beat him to death. Sister, step aside and give me a couple of kicks to make up for it. Chapter 62, Give Me Face. The crowd punched and kicked and spat and verbally insulted. Zhang Tianyu still didn't feel relieved. Turn him over. Wang Yu raised his foot and hooked it, and Li Xinghe, who was stuck in the mud, was flipped over. His mouth was frantically spraying blood. He was already seriously injured, and now he was even more injured. A spirit stone light hit him in the face, illuminating his mud-covered face. Silence, it's Cambridge tonight. I still have pills simmering in my cave. I'll go back first. Oops, almost forgot. A senior sister asked me to enjoy the moon tonight. Everyone get busy first. My mom's about to give birth. I gotta go. Soon the crowd dispersed in a flurry, leaving Zhang Tianyu standing alone. He was at a loss for words and raised his hand to help Li Xinghe. Ahem. Go away. Li Xinghe, who had finally slowed down, pushed his arm away and looked at him with disgust and detachment in her eyes. He staggered to his feet, and Zhang Tianyu tried to help him, but was once again forcefully pushed away. Looking at Li Xinghe, who was walking away step by step, he watched him gradually disappear into the moonlight. Zhang Tianyu's heart feels as if something has been completely lost. He froze in place after dozens of breaths and tilted his head in pathos, kneeling and crying. No! The snowflakes drifted down, setting off the bleakness of that windy, snow-filled ground. The sky was full of snowy white attached to his long hair, and that unwilling roar kept echoing in the mountains. In the law enforcement hall, the night watchman disciple was stoned on melon seeds and sipping a small drink, and frowned slightly when he heard the sad howl outside. Shit! Who's here in the middle of the night? He had just opened the door to his room a fraction of an inch when a fierce wind swept into the lobby with a sky full of snowflakes, and he hastily raised his hand to shield his eyes. What the hell kind of weather? It's already spring and it's still snowing? Moving his arm away, a figure could be seen walking slowly down the path outside the building, faintly visible in the wind and snow. He was facing the gale, his robes dancing wildly on his body. This sky full of wind and snow was welcome him alone. That unintentionally emitted aura actually let the small building windows are all blown away by the strong wind. Who? The night watchman disciple's heart was startled, and he hastily raised his hand to press on top of the hilt of his sword. At the same time, the sound of swords being drawn resounded through the mountains. A light was lit up, and countless spirit stone lights shone through the snow onto the person traveling. This time the crowd finally got a good look at the figure. The person who came was none other than Hua Luyun. He was wearing a loose white robe, holding a long zither in his hands. His entire body was shivering in the cold and the wind and snow, and his lips were black and blue. Hua Luyun, what are you doing here? The head disciple frowned. Hua Luyun's name was a household name in this easy sect. 100 Flowers Peak Chief, also served as the head of the floating incense courtyard, or Dozens of Forces secret agent, but also was exposed to collusion with the demon race, but finally mounted the Saint's Son alternate seat. His experience can no longer be described as legendary, but somewhat bizarre. Egu, it's cold outside. Let me take shelter in your place. Hua Luyun shrank his neck and squeezed into the room with his hands hidden in his sleeves. Several law enforcement hall disciples flew up to stop in front of him, their grim gazes staring deathly at his arm hidden in his sleeve. Who doesn't know that Zhao Tingling is Hua Luyun's zither teacher? And now his purpose for appearing here is clear. Chief Flower, please also retreat. Don't make it difficult for us. Hua Luyun stopped and looked at the tightly defended law enforcement hall disciples, his brows slightly furrowed. Everyone, I am at least a Saint's Son candidate of the Easy Sect. Are you guys really not giving me any face at all? The head disciple shook his head. As you said, it's an alternate. As he spoke these words, the atmosphere at the scene plummeted cold, and even some of the disciples had already begun to quietly utilize their aura, ready to strike at any time. The wind and snow became even greater, blowing the mountain trees to bend their heads, and blowing the white robes on Hua Luyun to raise. Underneath the white robe, it was a nightshirt embroidered with dense spider webs. He took out a bucket hat and put it on his head. Half a butterfly mask hides the face. I wanted to reason with you as ordinary people, but you wouldn't listen and forced me to sacrifice my godly identity. That's right, I'm the yellow-ranked assassin of the Luo network, Meteor Rain. Let's ask you if you're scared. The group of disciples from the law enforcement hall looked at each other in dismay, not knowing why, but after Hua Luyun offered this divine-level identity, they were instead less nervous than they were just now. One of the disciples stuck his sword on the ground and lifted his hand to unclasp his sable fur cloak and walked forward, draping the warm cloak over Hua Luyun's shoulders. His tone softened, taking on a bit of a softer tone. Elder brother, it's cold outside. You should go back. Yes, senior brother. Don't freeze your body. Ding 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 ding. A wind chime sound rang out, and that disciple only felt a blackness in front of his eyes, as Hua Luyun's large slap had already covered his face. The great Taoist cup wrestler. Just as Hua Luyun moved, dozens of sword lights lit up at the scene at the same time. Most of these disciples were at the Jindan stage, and there were also individual Yuaning stage. For a moment Hua Luyun was in a dangerous situation, being beaten and howled repeatedly. At the back of the attic, law enforcement hall master Wei Jing opened the window, and across from him, Tang Keshen picked up his tea and looked out of the room. This snow, it's been a little weird, he spoke softly, taking a sip of the tea in his hand. Wei Jing filled his teacup and shook his head with a smile. Indeed, it's bizarre, but the heavens are unpredictable, and it's inevitable that there will be occasional epileptic episodes. Tunshin laughed softly. If you slander the heavenly Tao like that, you'll be struck to death by lightning when you cross the threshold. Wei Jing laughed and stopped talking. He's not going to hold the heavenly path's stinking feet. Compliment him twice and he won't split? The same process that should be followed will not be left behind. In the front yard, the battle continued, and Hua Luyun was whisked through the forest holding his head, his bucket hat falling off somewhere. Gu, don't fight. Give me face. I'm a Saint's Son candidate. You guys don't go too far. My younger siblings are all chiefs of the flying immortal Holy Land. Let them know that I'm being bullied, and they'll inevitably slaughter your entire family. Gu, the dog thieves are killing people. Little Bunny, Sun Chongshan, Peach, Zhang Dazhou, help! He yelled and screamed and lost his sword. In the rear loft, Tang Kuchen sighed and stood up by putting the lid on his tea bowl. Tell them to stop. They can't try anything this way. Wei Jing responded with a light smile. Patriarch, the Free Sect controls the method to open the Sea of Buried Flowers, and this matter involves the Flower God Palace, so it's always right to be cautious, he said, opening his mouth towards the house and shouting. All stop. Lu Yun, since you are my easy sex Saint's Son candidate, I will give you this face. My law enforcement hall has 3 great heavenly prides. When you can defeat them, I will release your love interest and go back. In the woods, a group of disciples from the law enforcement hall returned their swords to their sheaths, and the disciple who had been slapped on the hand of the great Dao Wuji wrestling cup showed his teeth as he looked at Flower Luyun with a gaze full of fire. He kindly gave this guy a cloak, and this dog thief backhanded him. I told you to go. Why are you sitting there dawdling? Hua Luyun wiped a handful of mud from her face and looked around with wide eyes. I dropped my sword. Can you help me find it? The eyes of the crowd of law enforcement hall disciples turned white. It was the first time they had seen such a strange thing. The crowd's divine sense swept through the forest and quickly retrieved Flower Luyun's sword, but this guy was still not leaving. Flower Luyun, what's wrong with you? You're relying on my law enforcement hall, aren't you? No, I dropped my bucket hat too. Sister Tinkerbell said to remember to pick it up after the fight. Chapter 63, I want to grow. I want to learn. The faces of the group of law enforcement hall disciples were as if they had lost their lives as they helped Hua Luyun retrieve his sword and began to find him a bucket hat again. The bucket hat was found and he said he couldn't part with the white cape. When the crowd had gone to find him a cloak, he hooked his neck and ghostly howled at the entrance to the Valley of the 10,000 Snakes. Sister Tinkerbell, can you hear me? Don't be afraid. I'll get you out. Sister Tinkerbell, ouch. Don't you guys pull me. Let me have a word with Sister Tinkerbell. The tug-of-war continued until dawn, and finally a group of law enforcement hall disciples framed Hua Luyun and threw him out. They yawned and sternly warned Hannah Luyun not to come back. The crowd had never seen such a difficult master. This one was vegetable and rascal, and there was nothing you could do with him. Gathering his thoughts, Hua Luyun returned to 100 Flowers Peak. He was confident about whether or not he could defeat those 3 heavenly prides of the law enforcement hall, and when he was in the puffy fragrance courtyard before, Sister Dingling had even complimented him on being a crouching dragon. Eldest brother, where have you been? Seeing Flower Luyun return, Pearl Curtain happily ran to him. Hua Luyun hurriedly pushed the little girl away. Oh, I went to the law enforcement hall to teach the law enforcement hall disciples a lesson. Alright, Pearl Curtain. Elder brother, I'm going to start practicing. Don't bother me anymore. If I can't practice to become an immortal, it's definitely all your fault. Pearl Curtain deflated her small mouth, only feeling that a black pot had fallen from the sky, weighing her down a little. Divine sense swept the 100 Flowers Peak. Hua Luyun found a feng shui treasure, sat down on his knees and began to cultivate. He thought back in his mind and suddenly frowned. Previously, he was mesmerized by the spirit stones and only knew how to dig or veins every day, and he hadn't practiced the Xian Tian breathing method for too long, so he had forgotten most of it. Hiss. 3 long and 1 short or 3 short and 1 long. Never mind. It's not that far off anyway. Hua Luyun opened his mouth and sucked violently. The bead curtain standing at the very side felt her head faint, and it was actually a little difficult for her to breathe. Hua Luyun opened his mouth and spat out, and the feeling of the bead curtain that was being held by an evil spirit by the throat dissipated in an instant. She glanced around with wide, terrified eyes and fled down the hill on her short legs. There's a ghost. There's a ghost in my throat. Little Pearl Curtain had only run 2 steps when Hua Luyun once again sucked violently. Her eyes went black and she rolled backwards down the mountain path gibberish. He had been cultivating for half a day, and the entire Easy Sex low-ranking cultivators were all feeling dizzy in their heads. On Alchemy Peak, the number of cultivators who came for physical examinations skyrocketed. Elder brother Daoduan, I think I'm probably sick. I haven't felt much energy this whole day. Yes, elder brother. Do I have bronchitis? Why do I feel a little short of breath? Alchemy Peak Chief Dao Dust was busy, constantly exerting his mastery, looking and sniffing, but he could not find anything wrong. He's getting a little autistic now and starting to doubt his own medical skills. It shouldn't be. It really shouldn't be. In that case, senior brother, I'll first prescribe 2 pills for you to try to replenish your chi and blood. That disciple's face was full of suspicion as he held the 2 dragon essence and tiger mighty pills and wanted to speak. Elder brother, you can't prescribe medicine indiscriminately even if you can't see the condition. Dusty looked embarrassed and smiled in response. Ha ha ha, no harm, no foul. The dragon essence and tiger mighty pill cures all diseases. Just as he finished speaking, he felt his breath stutter and suddenly had a feeling that he couldn't catch his breath. And his face changed drastically. Tai. It's contagious. After saying that he didn't have the heart to care about these senior brothers and sisters anymore, he turned around and ran towards the back of the mountain, his expression showing panic. Master help. I suddenly feel breathless. Am I dying? Looking at Dao Dust, who ran away and left. A group of senior brothers and sisters who came to see the doctor looked at each other in dismay and raised their hands and threw the dragon essence and tiger mighty pill on the ground. I shucks. Dao Duan dog thief. Didn't he say that this medicine cures all diseases? Why doesn't he eat it himself? Yes. Never seen such a brazen person. Other people's children are sick, he persuaded people to jump to the gods. His own children are sick, he see a doctor right. The disciples of the peaks cursed, and in their annoyance, they directly smashed Dao Duan's alchemy room, clamoring for Peak Master Xiaosu to come out and give an explanation. On the 100 Flowers Peak, Hua Lu Yun, who had been practicing for a day, stood up, and there seemed to be a ferocious light flickering in his eyes as he looked at the sky so low, and at the ground so beaten. He was on his feet, walking as far as he could. Hiss! Another full day. The divine sense swept the 100 Blossom Peak mountains, and he wanted to find someone to verify the gains. Moon Yuchen is in seclusion in the attic at the top of the mountain. Countless women are picking flowers on the mountainside, and the bead curtains at the foot of the mountain are. Ah! Jubilee, what happened to you? Hua Luyun ran to the foot of the mountain in a panic, picked up the unconscious pearl curtain, and raised his hand to pinch her middle. The little girl's lips were now blue, her face turned white, and she kept foaming at the mouth. She opened her eyes breathlessly, looking as if she would fall at any moment. Big brother, a ghost stuck my neck. Hua Liuyun's divine sense swept. Ghosts? Where's the ghost? After looking around, his gaze suddenly froze, his eyes dead set on the barren grave where Tang Kuwei was buried. The entire 100 Flowers Peak has beautiful mountains and water, only that barren grave is extremely obtrusive. If there is really a ghost, it must have nothing to do with this barren grave. In the line of sight, the withered grass on the barren grave waved unchecked, the blood-red writing on the tombstone was twisted and treacherous, and the grave soil steamed with a cold, chilly air. Hua Luyun swallowed his saliva as he vigilantly came to the edge of the grave, lifting his leg and kicking the tombstone into 2 sections. Demons and monsters. Retreat. Spirits and demons. Retreat. 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 He pulled out his own prospecting divine pickaxe and chanted an incantation to pump himself up while suppressing the barren grave, and a few picks down opened up the entire barren grave. Seeing the dark coffin in the dirt, a drop of cold sweat dripped from Hua Liuyun's forehead. Curtain. Is it any better? Pearl climbed to her feet and tried a couple breaths of fresh air. Elder brother. I'm better, ugh. Hua Luyun let out a long breath, secretly saying that it was indeed this demonic grave that was at work. He immediately pinched his fingers and a Taoist talisman coalesced in his hand. Return the money to the emperor in a hurry and burn it for me. The Tao talisman transformed into a sword fire and chopped towards the pitch-black coffin, instantly burning the entire coffin into flying ash. Phew, what a great fight. Little curtain. It's fortunate that I'd made a slight breakthrough, otherwise I really wouldn't have been able to do anything about this evil spirit. After taking a deep breath, Hua Luyun collapsed to the ground in a drained state, as if he had gone through a life and death battle. Just then, the sound of 2 women talking came from the trail below the mountain. It should be that someone was coming up the mountain. Uncle, today many disciples are experiencing dizziness. The patriarch said that it's very likely that the spirit gathering formation has a problem, and ordered all the peaks to investigate the spirit gathering formation. Don't pay any attention to it, my brother. He's just idle. What can a disciple's dizziness have to do with a formation? Senior uncle has a point. My master also said that it has nothing to do with the formation. It's due to her cultivation breakthrough and the clan disciples being shocked by her aura. Don't listen to your master's bragging. She's got the aura of a ghost. Hearing the sounds of conversation getting clearer, Hua Luyun looked at the grave pit and winced. It's over. Little curtain. Hold this prospecting divine pickaxe for senior brother. Elder brother is going to the toilet. Without waiting for Pearl Curtain to reply, Hua Luyun disappeared from the scene of the crime in a puff of smoke. Chapter 64, Use less brain. Leave everything to luck. Pearl Curtain happily took the pickaxe, her little face full of solemnity. two milky white baby tiger teeth showing at the corners of her mouth. Okay, senior brother. I will definitely keep an eye on the pickaxe for you. As elder brother moved away, she heard footsteps behind her. When he turned his head, he saw Tang Kuei, who was full of dead ashes and stood frozen. Pearl Curtain stiffened and turned her head, looking at the blasted, barren grave, and flopped to her knees. At this moment, the mineral manuscript in that bosom was so cold, just like her dead heart. Master, master, listen to me and explain. The little girl's mournful screams resounded in the mountains. The flower pickers felt the raging murderous aura and eagerly left. Yu Chen, who was in seclusion, paced in his room but didn't dare to snoop around, and Hua Luyun hid in his room covered with a quilt and shivered. It wasn't until the middle of the night that the cries of the hung and beaten beetle faded. Hua Luyun uncovered a corner of the quilt, only to see an uninvited guest in the room. Oh, look what you've done, Hua Luyun. If you do this, aren't you afraid of giving birth to a son without an asshole? Li Xinghe walked over to the table and poured himself a cup of fresh water. Hua Luyun vigilantly shrank towards the quilt, looking at Li Xinghe with eyes full of defense. Li Xinghe looked at Hua Luyun, and after a long time, he sighed deeply and opened his mouth rather coolly. Flower Luyun, there is a major problem with the technique you are practicing. You can't practice it anymore or you will end up in hell. Hua Luyun still didn't open his mouth. He naturally knew that there was a problem with his gongfu. His doppelganger was getting more and more aggressive. He could barely suppress it. Speaking here, Li Xinghe drank the clear water in the cup in one go, as if he had made up his mind. He raised his hand and separated a strand of life soul from his brow and handed it to Hua Luyun. Senior brother, I'll solve your cultivation problem for you. How about you lend me 100,000 chi luck? Your fortune is as deep as the abyss, so borrowing 100,000 from me is like one hair of a 9 ox. It won't have the slightest effect on you. Hua Luyun shrank to the corner wrapped in the quilt, and the two of them sat looking at each other like this, for a long time, until the moonlight shone into the attic. Li Xinghe stood up helplessly. He had no choice but to think of this idea. The system wasn't that indebted. His system was called Tianji 8, and as far as he knew, Tianji 7 was already on its way to the easy sect. Failure to pay back the gas, and he's likely to be violently called in. Ying Shui is pregnant. It should be my child. I can't die yet. If you come back to me, you can come to Alchemy Peak to look for me, but as soon as possible. I'm afraid I don't have much time left. Sighing, he was about to turn around and leave, but behind him came Hua Luyun's weak voice. Can you really help me with my spiritual roots? I have a feeling that he's just about to come out. You don't hold a grudge against me for counting on you? Hearing Hua Luyun respond, Li Xinghe suddenly turned around, a touch of delight surging on his face. I, Li Xinghe, am not someone who can't afford to lose. A defeat is a defeat. There's nothing to hold a grudge against. As for whether or not I can solve your spiritual root problem, I need to check your body first. Another long silence followed, and after a long time Li Xinghe gathered the courage to speak again. Lend you 100,000 chi. Don't worry, if I don't die, when I earn the chi I can return it to you. No sooner had he finished speaking than a long, pale arm came out from under the covers to rest on the edge of the bed. Li Xinghe swallowed his saliva as he walked forward and extended 2 fingers on top of Hua Luyun's arm, his weak aura probing into Hua Luyun's body. Sensing the situation within his body, Li Xinghe suddenly raised his head, a large amount of cold sweat seeping from his forehead. Broken. This body gave him the feeling of being broken, as if countless refuted flesh and blood had been forcibly glued together by chi-fueled vitality. You, what's going on with your body? He took 2 steps back in some shock. Before he had always felt that the power behind Flower Luyun was the Flower God Palace, but now he changed his mind. That boundless chi in Hua Luyun's body was actually forced in by someone to renew his life. The Flower God Palace didn't have that strength. Just how powerful an existence could be to have this strength, he could not imagine it at all. Hua Luyun's rather low voice came from under the covers. My mother was at war when she conceived me, and I lived in my mother's womb for 3 months, which she hypnotized by using the power of the Great Tao in conjunction with elixirs. Li Xinghe was silent. This is not just a lack of innate March time. The fetus is afraid that it is just forming. This is simply no innate. At this time, Hua Luyun's voice once again came from under the covers. Do you, now, still have the certainty of solving my spiritual root problem? Li Xinghe did not say anything. Solve a ghost solve. If he had that ability, he would not be afraid of the system violent collection. Not hearing an answer, that quilt was slowly lifted, and Hua Luyun walked out of bed barefoot, his brow cracked, and that huge crack extended all the way to his lips. Walking to the window, he threaded the needle by the color of the moon, and then lifted his hand and pressed down on the crack, stitching it closed again, stitch by stitch. Seeing this scene, Li Xinghe only felt some scalp numbness as he asked the most curious question. How have you survived so long with such heavy losses? Hua Luyun turned his head and revealed a naive and warm smile. The innate chi of the soul is hidden in the sea of consciousness. Use less of the brain. Reduce consumption. Rely on instinct to do things. Follow the guidance of chi. And leave the future to fate. Li Xingham muttered. Think less. Consume less. Rely on instinct. And trust in luck. At this moment, he finally understood why Hua Luyun was sometimes shrewd and sometimes seemed a bit demented. He wasn't really stupid, but he kept his brain silent most of the time and survived on his chi. Under the moonlight, the man sat by the window, looking a little lonely, and in that loneliness hid a hint of stubborn pride. Is it a genius or a madman? If he lives, he's a genius. If he dies, he's crazy. A madman who appears to be obedient to fate, but is actually fighting it alone. Educated. Li Xinghe slowly saluted towards Hua Luyun and turned to walk out of the room. He's off to fight his destiny. 2. Against the impending host of Tenji 7. If you die, your soul will be scattered to the heavens and the earth. If you're born, renegade system. Looking at the back that gradually disappeared into the night, Hua Luyun raised his hand and picked up a bunch of grapes, picking the biggest and sweetest one and putting it into his mouth. The door of the room was pushed open and Yun Duo walked into the room. She carried a fur coat and gave it to Hua Luyun to drape over her shoulders. While then she similarly turned her head to look at the departing figure in the moonlight. Cloudy. Look. Does he look like a dog? Cloud shook his head. The corners of Hua Luyun's mouth grinned slightly. I think it used to look like that. But now, it seems a little more human. Cloud had an equally big smile. Whether he looks like a dog or not Yundo doesn't know, but you're going to be beaten to a dog soon. Little Pearl Curtain has already confessed that it was you who dug up the grave of the Soup Peakmaster's man. Snap. The grapes in Hua Luyun's hand fell to the ground. He lifted his hand and braced himself on the windowsill, and with a hairier flip he was out of the loft. The moment he landed on the ground, a slender arm suddenly grabbed his collar, and an icy cold and piercing voice rang in his ears. Flower Lu Yun, you're pretty good. Dare to dig up my man's grave.